Chapter 1. Introduction, From International Politics to World Politics. Patricia Owens, John Baylis, Steve Smith. Reader's Guide. This book provides a comprehensive overview of world politics in a global era. The term most often used to explain world politics in the contemporary period globalization is controversial. There is considerable dispute over what it means to talk of globalization, whether this implies that the main features of contemporary world politics are different from those of the past, and whether much of the world is experiencing a backlash against neoliberal globalization. The concept can be most simply used to refer to the process of increasing interconnectedness among societies such that events in one part of the world increasingly have effects on peoples and societies far away. On this view, a globalized world is one in which political, economic, cultural, and social events become more and more interconnected, and also one in which they have more impact. For others, globalization is the ideology associated with the current phase of the world economy neoliberal capitalism, which has most shaped world politics since the late 1970s. In this introduction, we explain how we propose to deal with the concept of globalization in this book, and we offer some arguments both for and against seeing it as an important new development in world politics. We will begin by discussing the various terms used to describe world politics and the academic discipline international relations, IR, that has led the way in thinking about world politics. We then look at the main ways in which global politics has been explained. Our aim is not to put forward one view of how to think about world politics somehow agreed by the editors, let alone by all the contributors to this book. There is no such agreement. Rather, we want to provide a context in which to read the chapters that follow. This means offering a variety of views. For example, the main theoretical accounts of world politics all see globalization differently. Some treat it as a temporary phase in human history. Others see it as the latest manifestation of the growth of global capitalism. Yet others see it as representing a fundamental transformation of world politics that requires new ways of understanding. The different editors and contributors to this book hold no single agreed view. They represent all the views just mentioned. Thus, they would each have a different take, for example, on why powerful states cannot agree on how to tackle global climate change, why wealthy states hoarded vaccines during the COVID-19 pandemic, why a majority of British people voted to leave the European Union, the significance of the 2007-8 global financial crisis, whether the Western-led world order is in terminal decline, why Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022, or the causes and significance of economic, gendered, and racialized inequality in world politics. There are three main aims of this book. To offer an overview of world politics in a global era, to summarize the main approaches to understanding contemporary world politics, and to provide the material necessary to develop a concrete understanding of the main structures and issues defining world politics today. In Part 2, we will examine the very important historical background to the contemporary world, including the rise of the modern international order, the major crises of international relations that defined the 20th century, more recent developments that define the 21st century, and the significance of the rise of non-Western powers in contemporary world politics after a period of Western dominance. Part 3 gives a detailed account of each of the main theories of world politics: liberal internationalism, realism, Marxism, constructivism, poststructuralism, postcolonial and decolonial approaches, and feminism. In Part 4, we look at the main structures and processes that do most to shape the central contours of contemporary world politics, such as global political economy, international security, war, gender, and racial hierarchy. Then, in Part 5 of the book, we deal with some of the main policy issues in the globalized world, such as global health, poverty, human rights, refugees, and the environmental crisis. 1.1 From International Politics to World Politics. Why does the main title of this book refer to world politics rather than international politics or international relations? These are the traditional terms used to describe the kinds of structures and processes covered in this book, such as the causes of war and peace or the global economy and its inequalities. Indeed, the discipline that studies these issues is nearly always called international relations. We will say more about this discipline shortly. The point here is that we believe the phrase world politics is more inclusive than either of the alternative terms international relations or international politics. It is meant to signal that in this book we are interested in a very wide set of actors and political relations in the world, and not only those among nation-states as implied by international relations or international politics. It is not that relations between states are unimportant, far from it. They are fundamental to contemporary world politics. But we are also interested in relations among institutions and organizations that may or may not be states. For example, this book will introduce you to the significance of multinational corporations, transnational terrorist groups, social classes, and non-governmental organizations, NGOs, such as human rights groups. We also think that relations among multinational corporations, governments, or international organizations can be as important as what states and other political actors do. Hence, we prefer to use the more expansive term, world politics, with the important proviso that we do not want you to define any politics too narrowly. Many contributors to this volume also understand politics very broadly. Consider, for example, the distinction between politics and economics. Clearly, a great deal of power accrues to the group that can persuade others that the existing distribution of wealth and resources is simply an economic or private question rather than a political or public issue. Indeed, the very distinction between politics and economics has a history and is open to dispute. According to Oxfam, 82% of the world's global wealth is held by 1% of its population. The world's richest 27 people possess the same wealth as its poorest 50%, 3.8 billion people. And the global wealth gap increases every year. The world's 10 richest men doubled their wealth during the pandemic. The point here is that we want you to think about politics very broadly because many of the chapters in this book will describe as political features of the contemporary world that you may not have previously thought of in that way. Our focus is on the political and power relations broadly defined that characterize the contemporary world. Many will be between states, but many and perhaps most will not. 1.2 The study of international relations. As you will discover in reading this book, International Relations IR is an incredibly exciting and diverse field of study. It is exciting because it addresses the most pressing problems shaping the lives of everyone on the planet: the global environmental catastrophe, pandemics, matters of war and peace, the organization of the global economy, the causes and consequences of global inequality, to name just a few of the most obvious. The key concepts that organize debate in the field are also some of the most contentious: power, violence, sovereignty, states, empire, genocide, intervention, inequality, justice, and democracy. The field is highly diverse, organized into various subfields and specialisms, including international history, international security, international political economy, international law, and international organizations. Scholars of international relations also often work with regional specialisms focusing on Latin America, East Asia, the Middle East, Europe, Africa, or North America. International relations is also highly interdisciplinary, drawing on theoretical and methodological traditions from fields as diverse as history, law, political science, geography, sociology, anthropology, gender studies, and postcolonial and decolonial studies. In Britain, historians were most influential in the earliest decades of the organized study of international relations, Hall 2012. In more recent years, especially after the end of the Second World War and especially in the United States, political science has tended to have the greatest influence on the discipline of international relations. This tended to narrow the range of acceptable approaches to the study of IR and also led to an excessive focus on U.S. foreign policy to the detriment of non-Western history and theories of world politics. However, both inside and outside the United States, scholars have started to pay much more attention to how and why IR has neglected non-Western histories and experiences and have begun to rectify this. Tickner and Waver 2009. In doing so, they have increasingly moved the field away from Eurocentric approaches to world politics and begun to take seriously the project of developing a global IR, Acharya 2014b. Watch the video on the online resources to see the author explain the move away from a Eurocentric approach to world politics. People have tried to make sense of world politics for centuries. However, the formation of the academic discipline of international relations is relatively recent. This history also partly accounts for some of the issues just described. Consider how the history of the discipline of IR is itself contested. One of the most influential accounts of its history is that the academic discipline was formed in 1919 when the Department of International Politics was established at the University of Wales, Aberystwyth. Now Aberystwyth University. The emphasis in this version of the story is that the Department of International Politics was founded after the horrors of the First World War to help prevent a future war. If scholars could find the causes of war, then they could put forward solutions to help politicians prevent wars from breaking out. According to this view, the discipline of IR was or should be marked by such a commitment to changing the world. The task of academic study should be one of making the world a better place. Others have challenged this story as a foundation myth for a field with a much darker history, situating the emergence of IR somewhat earlier in the history of colonial administration and the study of imperialism. Long and Schmidt 2005. Vitalis 2015. For example, the first journal in the field was called the Journal of Race Development, first published in 1910 and which is now the influential US-based publication known as Foreign Affairs. The beginning of the 20th century was not only a period of world war but also one of empire, theft of land, and belief in racial supremacy, that is, maintaining and justifying white supremacy in world politics. In the United States, African American scholars interested in studying race and world politics were systematically marginalized from the emerging discipline of IR, Vitale's 2015. However, situating the history of the field in this context gives a very different gloss to the role of academic international relations today, which exists in a context of international hierarchy and the continuing significance of race and racism in world politics, as discussed later in this book. Indeed, even more recently scholars have started to decontre the origin story of international relations, pointing to its multiple origins around the world. Davis, Thakur, and Vail 2020, Thakur and Smith 2021. The point to note here is that there are important debates about how academic knowledge is produced, the global political contexts in which academic disciplines are formed, and some of the enduring legacies of this history. Another important example is how histories of international thought and the discipline of international relations almost entirely exclude women thinkers and founders of the discipline. For an exception, see Ashworth 2014. Women in the past thought and wrote a great deal about international politics, Sluga and James 2016, but this work has yet to be fully recovered and analyzed, but see Owens and Rietzler 2021, Owens et al. 2022. Knowledge about world politics and the academic subjects that you study at university also has a history and a politics. This history is relevant for the identity of the academic field of international relations, and for how we should think about world politics today. Indeed, you should keep in mind that the main theories of world politics did not arise from nowhere. They were developed by intellectuals and practitioners in specific circumstances for very concrete and political reasons. International theories have histories too. Knudsen, 1997, Keene 2005, Ashworth 2014. Watch the video on the online resources to see the author discuss why women have been excluded from the discipline of IR. 1.3 Theories of World Politics. The basic problem facing anyone who tries to understand contemporary world politics is that there is so much material to look at that it is difficult to know which things matter and which do not. Where on earth would you start if you wanted to explain the most important political processes? How, for example, would you explain the failures of climate change negotiations, the struggles over poor countries' access to vaccines, Brexit from the EU, or the 9/11 attacks? Why are thousands of migrants from North Africa seeking to make the extremely dangerous voyage across the Mediterranean Sea to the European Union? Why does the United States support Israel in its conflict with Palestinians in the occupied territories? As you will learn, there are very different responses to these questions and there seems no easy way of arriving at definitive answers to them. Whether you are aware of it or not, whenever you are faced with questions like these, you have to turn not only to the study of history, though that is absolutely essential, but also to theories. Theory is a kind of simplifying device that allows you to decide which historical or contemporary facts and events matter more than others when trying to develop an understanding of the world. A good analogy is using sunglasses with different colored lenses. Put on the red pair and the world looks red, put on the yellow pair and it looks yellow. The world is not any different, it just looks different. So it is with theories. Shortly, we will summarize the main theoretical views that have dominated the study of world politics so that you will get an idea of which colors they paint world politics. But before we do, please note that we do not think theory is an option. You cannot say that you do not want to bother with theory, all you want to do is to look at the facts. This is impossible, since the only way you can decide which of the millions of possible facts matter is by adhering to some simplifying device. Theory is such a device. Note also that you may not be aware of your theory. It may just be the view of or even ideology about the world that you inherited from your family, social class, peer groups, or the media. It may just seem common sense to you and not at all complicated. But in such a case, your theoretical assumptions are just implicit rather than explicit. We prefer to try to be as explicit as possible when thinking about world politics. Of course, many proponents of particular theories also claim to see the world the way it really is. Consider the international relations theory known as realism. The real world as seen by realists is not a very pleasant place. According to their view, human beings are at best selfish and domineering, and probably much worse. Liberal notions about the perfectibility of human beings and the possibility of a fundamental transformation of world politics away from conflict and towards peace are far-fetched from a realist perspective. Indeed, realists have often had the upper hand in debates about the nature of world politics because their views seem to accord more with common sense. We will say more about realism in a moment. The point here is to question whether such a realist view is as neutral as it seems commonsensical. After all, if we teach world politics to generations of students and tell them that people are selfish, then does this not become common sense? And when they go to work in the media, universities, for governments, international organizations, or the military, do they not simply repeat what they have been taught and act accordingly? Might realism simply be the ideology of powerful states interested in protecting the status quo? What is the history of realism, and what does this history tell us about its claims about how the world really is? For now, we would like to keep the issue open and simply point out that we are not convinced that realism is as objective, timeless, or non-normative as it is often portrayed. What is certainly true is that realism has been one of the dominant ways in the West of explaining world politics over the last 150 years. But it is not the only theory of international relations nor the one most closely associated with the earliest academic study of international relations. We will now summarize the principal assumptions underlying the main rivals as theories of world politics: liberal internationalism, realism, Marxism, constructivism, poststructuralism, postcolonial and decolonial approaches. Feminism. These theories will be discussed in much more detail in Part 3 of this book. Although we do not go into much depth about them here, we want to give you a flavor of their main themes, as we also want to say something about how each thinks about globalization. Watch the video on the online resources to see the author explain how and why IR theory is valuable. 1.3.1 Liberal internationalism. Liberal internationalism developed after the First World War in a period defined by competing but unstable empires, class conflict, women's suffrage, and experiments in international organization. Sluga and Clavin, 2017. As you will later learn, there are many kinds of liberalism. But the main themes that run through liberal thought are that human beings and societies can be improved, that capitalism is the best way of organizing the economy, that representative democracy is necessary for liberal improvement, and that ideas, not just material power, matter. Behind all this lies a belief in progress modeled on the achievements of liberal capitalist societies in the West. Hence, liberals reject the realist notion that war is the natural condition of world politics. They also question the idea that the state is the main actor on the world political stage, although they do not deny that it is important. They see individuals, multinational corporations, transnational actors, and international organizations as central actors in some issue areas of world politics. Liberals tend to think of the state not as a unitary or united actor, but as made up of individuals and their collective societal preferences and interests. They also think of the state as comprised of a set of bureaucracies, each with its own interests. Therefore, there can be no such thing as one national interest, since it merely represents the result of whatever societal preferences or bureaucratic organizations dominate the domestic decision-making process. In relations among states, liberals stress the possibilities for cooperation. The key issue becomes devising international institutions in which economic and political cooperation can be best achieved. The picture of world politics that arises from the liberal view is of a complex system of bargaining among many different types of actors. Military force is still important, but the liberal agenda is not as restricted as the realist one of relations between great powers. Liberals see national interests in more than just military terms and stress the importance of economic, environmental, and technological issues. Order in world politics emerges from the interactions among many layers of governing arrangements, comprising laws, agreed norms, international regimes, and institutional rules to manage the global capitalist economy. Fundamentally, liberals do not think that sovereignty is as important in practice as realists believe. States may be legally sovereign, but in practice they have to negotiate with all sorts of other public and private actors, with the result that their freedom to act as they might wish is seriously curtailed. Interdependence between states is a critically important feature of world politics. 1.3.2 Realism. Realists have a different view of world politics and, like liberals, claim a long tradition. However, it is highly contested whether realists can actually claim a lineage all the way back to ancient Greece, or whether realism is an invented intellectual tradition for Cold War American foreign policy needs. Either way, there are many variants of something called realism. But in general, for realists, the main actors on the world stage are the most powerful states, which are legally sovereign actors. Sovereignty means that there is no actor above the state that can compel it to act in specific ways. According to this view, other actors such as multinational corporations or international organizations have to work within the framework of interstate relations set by the most powerful states. As for what propels states to act as they do, many realists see human nature as centrally important, and they view human nature as rather selfish. As a result, world politics, or more accurately for realists, international politics, represents a struggle for power among states, with each trying to maximize its national interest. Such order as exists in world politics is the result of the workings of a mechanism known as the balance of power, whereby states act so as to prevent any one state from dominating. Thus, world politics is all about bargaining and alliances, with diplomacy a key mechanism for balancing various national interests. But finally, the most important tool available for implementing states' foreign policies is military force. Ultimately, since there is no sovereign body above the states that make up the international political system, world politics is a self-help system in which states must rely on their own military resources to achieve their ends. Often these ends can be achieved through cooperation, but the potential for conflict is ever present. Since the 1980s, an important variant of realism has developed, known as Neorealism. This approach stresses the importance of the structure of the international system in affecting the behavior of all states. Thus, during the Cold War, two main powers dominated the international system, and this gave rise to certain rules of behavior. Now that the Cold War has ended, the structure of world politics is said to be moving towards multipolarity, after a phase of unipolarity which for neorealists will involve very different rules of the game. 1.3.3 Social Constructivism. Social constructivism is a relatively new approach in international relations, one that developed in the United States in the late 1980s and has been becoming increasingly influential since the mid-1990s. The approach arose out of a set of events in world politics, notably the disintegration of the Soviet Empire, as symbolized most dramatically by the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989. These events indicated that human agency had a much greater potential role in world politics than implied by realism or liberalism. But the theoretical underpinnings of social constructivism are much older. They relate to a series of social scientific and philosophical works that dispute the notion that the social world is external to the people who live in it, and is not easily changed. To different degrees, realism and liberalism stress the regularities and certainties of political life, although liberalism is somewhat less adamant. By contrast, constructivism argues that we make and remake the social world, so there is much more of a role for human agency than realism and liberalism allow. These approaches underestimate the possibilities for human progress and for the betterment of people's lives. To this degree, social constructivism strongly overlaps with liberalism and can even be seen as providing the social theory underpinnings of liberal political theories of world politics. In the words of one of the most influential constructivist theorists, Alexander, even the self-help international system portrayed by realists is something that we make and remake. Anarchy is what states make of it, went 1992. Therefore, the world that realists portray as natural or given is in fact far more open to change, and constructivists think that self-help is only one possible response to the anarchical structure of world politics. Indeed, not only is the structure of world politics amenable to change, but so also are the identities and interests that neorealism or neoliberalism take as given. The seemingly natural structures, processes, identities, and interests of world politics could in fact be different from what they currently are. Note, however, that social constructivism is not a theory of world politics in itself. It is an approach to the philosophy of social science with implications for the kinds of arguments that can be made about world politics. Constructivists need to marry their approach to another political theory of world politics, such as realism, feminism, but usually liberalism, to actually make substantive claims. Realism, liberalism, and social constructivism are the dominant approaches in the most influential location for IR scholarship, which is currently the United States. But by no means should realism, liberalism, and social constructivism be considered the only compelling theories or the only approaches with large numbers of adherents. On the contrary, outside the United States, these theories are often considered to be far too narrow and thus unconvincing. We now turn to some other approaches that are highly critical of these three approaches and move beyond them in quite far-reaching ways. 1.3.4 Marxist theories. The fourth main theoretical position we want to mention is Marxism, also known as historical materialism, which immediately gives you a clue as to its main assumptions. But first we want to point out a paradox about Marxism. On the one hand, Marxist theory has been incredibly influential historically, inspiring socialist revolutions around the world, including during the process of decolonization, and also in the recent global uprisings in response to the 2007 global financial crisis. On the other hand, it has been less influential in the discipline of IR than either realism or liberalism, and has less in common with either realism or liberalism than they do with each other. Indeed, from a Marxist perspective, both realism and liberalism serve the class and imperial interests of the most powerful actors in world politics to the detriment of most of the rest of the world. For Marxist theory, the most important feature of world politics is that it takes place in a highly unequal capitalist world economy. In this world economy, the most important actors are not states but classes, and the behavior of all other actors is ultimately explicable by class forces. Thus states, multinational corporations, and even international organizations represent the dominant class interest in the world economic system. Marxist theorists differ over how much leeway actors such as states have, but all Marxists agree that the world economy severely constrains states' freedom of maneuver, especially that of poorer and weaker states. Rather than an arena of conflict among national interests or with many different issue areas, Marxist theorists conceive of world politics as the setting in which class conflicts are played out. In the branch of Marxism known as world systems theory, the key feature of the international economy is the division of the world into a wealthy capitalist core, a semi-periphery, and an exploited periphery integrated into the economy in its provision of natural resources and labor made cheap. Of course, in the semi-periphery and even the periphery there exist wealthy pockets that are tied into the capitalist world economy, while even in the core area there are exploited economic areas. But what matters is the dominance of the power not of states but of global capitalism, and it is capitalist forces, including capitalist crises, that ultimately determine the main political patterns in world politics. Sovereignty is not nearly as important for Marxist theorists as for realists, since it refers to political and legal matters, whereas the most important feature of world politics for Marxist theorists is the degree of economic autonomy, and here they see all states as having to play by the rules of the international capitalist economy. 1.3.5 Poststructuralism. Poststructuralism has been a particularly influential theoretical development throughout the humanities and social sciences in the last 30 years. It reached international theory in the mid-1980s, but it can only be said to have really arrived in the last few years of the 20th century. Indeed, for a time poststructuralism was probably as popular a theoretical approach as any discussed in this book, and it overlaps with several of them. Part of the difficulty, however, is precisely defining poststructuralism, which is also sometimes referred to as postmodernism. This is in addition to the fact, of course, that there are substantial theoretical differences within its various strands. One useful definition is by Jean-François Lyotard, 1984, 24, simplifying to the extreme, I define postmodern as incredulity towards metanarratives. Incredulity simply means skepticism. Metanarrative means any theory that asserts it has clear foundations for making knowledge claims and involves a foundational epistemology. You do not need to worry too much about what this means right now. It is explained in more detail in the chapter on poststructuralism, see ch 12, and we say a little more about these meta-theory questions in section 1.3.8. Put simply, to have a foundational epistemology is to think that all truth claims about the world can be judged true or false. Epistemology is how we can claim to know something. Poststructuralism is essentially concerned with distrusting and exposing any account of human life that claims to have direct access to the truth. Thus realism, liberalism, social constructivism, and Marxism are all suspect from a post-structuralist perspective because they claim to have uncovered some fundamental truth about the world. Michel Foucault, an important influence on post-structuralists, was opposed to the notion that knowledge is immune from the workings of power. Instead, and in common with Marxism, he argued that power produces knowledge. All power requires knowledge, and all knowledge relies on and reinforces existing power relations. Thus there is no such thing as truth existing outside of power. Truth is not something external to social settings, but is instead part of them. Post-structuralist international theorists have used this insight to examine the truths of international relations theory to see how the concepts that dominate the discipline are in fact highly contingent on specific power relations. Post-structuralism takes apart the very concepts and methods of our thinking, examining the conditions under which we are able to theorize about world politics in the first place. 1.3.6 Postcolonial and decolonial approaches. Postcolonialism has been an important approach in cultural studies, literary theory, and anthropology for some time and has a long and distinguished pedigree. In recent years, more and more scholars studying international politics are drawing on ideas from other disciplines, including postcolonialism, especially those that expose the Eurocentric character of IR. It is noteworthy that all the major theories we have discussed so far, realism, liberalism, Marxism, social constructivism, and poststructuralism, emerged in Europe in response to specific European problems, including imperialism. They are all Eurocentric. Postcolonial scholars question whether Eurocentric theories can really purport to explain world politics, its historical relation to empire and colonialism, or world politics as it relates to the lives of most people on the planet. It is more likely that these Eurocentric approaches help to continue and justify the military and economic subordination of the global South by powerful Western interests. This process is known as neocolonialism. Postcolonialism has also become more popular in IR since the 9/11 attacks, which encouraged people to try to understand how the histories of the West and the Global South have always been intertwined. For example, the identities of the colonized and colonizers are constantly in flux. And mutually constituted. Postcolonial scholars argue that the dominant theories, especially realism and liberalism, are not neutral in terms of race, gender, and class, but have helped secure the domination of the Western world over the Global South. At the same time, traditional Marxism did not pay sufficient attention to the way that racial and gendered identities and power relations were central to upholding class power. Decolonial scholarship, which comes out of and is closely linked to postcolonialism, then proceeds to think about how to decolonize the dominant theories and ways of knowing. Thus, an important claim of postcolonial and decolonial approaches is that global hierarchies of subordination and control, past and present, are made possible through the historical construction and combination of racial, gendered, class, and national differences and hierarchies. As other chapters in this volume suggest, IR has been slightly more comfortable with issues of class and gender. But the issue of race was almost entirely ignored from the end of the Second World War until quite recently. This occurred even though at the turn of the 20th century international relations explicitly meant race relations, since a large proportion of international relations research focused on the administration of colonies. Vitalis 2015. As shown in Chapter 18, race and racism continue to shape the contemporary theory and practice of world politics in far-reaching ways. In 1903, W.E.B. Du Bois famously argued that the problem of the 20th century would be the problem of the color line. How will transnational racism continue to shape global politics in the 21st century? 1.3.7 Feminism. Feminists were among the earliest and most influential writers on international politics in the period during which the academic discipline of international relations emerged. Ashworth 2011, Owens et al. 2022. But, as noted earlier, this tradition of international theory was marginalized from the discipline of international relations after the Second World War until the 1980s. The first and most important thing to note about feminism itself is that there is no one feminist theory. There are many kinds of feminisms. However, the different approaches are united by their focus on the construction of differences between women and men, in the context of hierarchy and power and the highly contingent understandings of masculinity and femininity that these power relations produce. Indeed, the very categories of women and men and the concepts of masculinity and femininity are highly contested in much feminist research. Some feminist theories assume natural and biological, i.e. sex, differences between men and women. Some do not. However, all the most interesting work in this field analyses how gender both affects world politics and is an effect of world politics. In other words, how different concepts, such as the state, war, or sovereignty, are gendered and, in turn, how this gendering of concepts can have differential consequences for men and women. Some feminists look at the ways in which women are excluded from power and prevented from playing a full part in political activity. They examine how women have been restricted to roles critically important for the functioning of things, such as reproductive economies, but that are not usually deemed to be important for theories of world politics. Other feminists argue that the cause of women's inequality is in the capitalist system, that overthrowing capitalism is the necessary route for the achievement of the equal treatment of women. Standpoint feminists identify how women as a particular class by virtue of their sex rather than economic standing, although the two are related, possess a unique perspective or standpoint on world politics as a result of their subordination. For example, in an important essay, J. and Tickner, 1988, reformulated the famous 6 principles of political realism developed by the godfather of realism, Hans J. Morgenthau. Tickner showed how the seemingly objective rules of realism reflect hegemonic masculine values and definitions of reality. As a riposte, she reformulated these same rules, taking women's experiences as the starting point. Postcolonial and decolonial feminists work at the intersection of class, race, and gender on a global scale, and especially analyze the gendered effects of transnational culture and the unequal division of labor in the global political economy. From this perspective, it is not good enough to simply demand, as some liberal feminists do, that men and women should have equal rights in a Western-style democracy. Such a move ignores the way in which poor women of color in the global South remain subordinated by the global economic system, a system that liberal feminists were too slow to challenge in a systematic way. 1.3.8 Some meta-theoretical questions. For most of the 20th century, realism, liberalism, and Marxism tended to be the main theories used to understand world politics, with constructivism, feminism, and post-structuralism becoming increasingly influential from the mid-1990s and postcolonialism gaining some influence since the 2000s. While it is clear that each of these theories focuses on different aspects of world politics, each is saying more than this. Each view is claiming that it is picking out the most important features of world politics and that it offers a better account than rival theories. Thus, the different approaches are really in competition with one another. While you can certainly choose among them and combine some aspects of some of the theories, see, for example, Marxism, Feminism, and postcolonialism, it is not always so easy to add bits from one to the others. For example, if you are a Marxist, then you think that state behavior is ultimately determined by class forces. But realists and liberals do not think that class affects state behavior in any significant way. In other words, these theories are really competing versions of what world politics is like rather than partial pictures of it. They do not agree on what that it is. One way to think about this is in relation to met-theoretical questions above any particular theory. Such terms can be a little unsettling, but they are merely convenient words for discussing fairly straightforward ideas. First, consider the distinction between explanatory and constitutive theories. An explanatory theory is one that sees the world as something external to our theories of it. In contrast, a constitutive theory is one that thinks our theories actually help construct the world. In a very obvious way, our theories about the world shape how we act and thereby make those theories self-confirming. For example, if we think individuals are naturally aggressive, then we are likely to adopt a different posture towards them than if we think they are naturally peaceful. However, you should not regard this claim as self-evidently true, since it assumes that our ability to think and reason makes us able to determine our choices, i.e., that we have free will rather than having our choices predetermined. What if our human nature is such that we desire certain things naturally and that our language and seemingly free choices are simply rationalizations for our needs? The point is that there is a genuine debate between those who think of the social world as like the natural world and those theories that see our language and concepts as helping to create that reality. Theories claiming the natural and social worlds are the same are known as naturalist, Hollis and Smith 1990. In IR, realist and liberal theories tend to be explanatory, with the task of theory being to report on a world that is external to our theories. Their concern is to uncover regularities in human behavior and thereby explain the social world in much the same way as a natural scientist might explain the physical world. By contrast, nearly all the approaches developed in the last 30 years or so tend to be constitutive theories. Here, theory is not external to the things it is trying to explain and instead may construct how we think about the world. Or, to put it another way, our theories define what we see as the external world. Thus, the very concepts we use to think about the world help to make that world what it is. The foundational/anti-foundational distinction refers to the simple-sounding issue of whether our beliefs about the world can be tested or evaluated against any neutral or objective procedures. This is a distinction central to the branch of the philosophy of social science known as epistemology, the study of how we can claim to know something. A foundationalist position is one that thinks that all truth claims about some feature of the world can be judged true or false. An anti-foundationalist thinks that truth claims cannot be judged in this way since there are never neutral grounds for doing so. Instead, each theory will define what counts as the facts, and so there will be no neutral position available to adjudicate between rival claims. Think, for example, of a Marxist and a liberal arguing about the true state of the economy. Foundationalists look for meta-theoretical, above any particular theory, grounds for choosing between truth claims. In contrast, anti-foundationalists think that there are no such positions available. The belief itself is simply a reflection of an adherence to a particular view of epistemology. Most of the contemporary approaches to international theory are much less wedded to foundationalism than were the traditional theories. Thus, poststructuralism, postcolonialism, and some feminist theory would tend towards anti-foundationalism, whereas neorealism and neoliberalism would tend towards foundationalism. Interestingly, social constructivism wishes to portray itself as occupying the middle ground. On the whole, and as a rough guide, explanatory theories tend to be foundational while constitutive theories tend to be anti-foundational. The point at this stage is not to construct some checklist, nor to get you thinking yet about the epistemological differences among these theories. Rather, we want to draw your attention to the important impact of these assumptions about the nature of knowledge on the theories you will be learning about. The last 30 years have seen these underlying assumptions brought more into the open. The most important effect of this has been to undermine realism's and liberalism's claims to be delivering the truth. We have offered a very rough representation of how various international relations theories can be categorized. This is misleading in some respects since there are quite different versions of the main theories and some of these are less foundationalist than others. So the classifications are broadly illustrative of the theoretical landscape and are best considered a useful starting point for thinking about the differences among theories. 1.4 Theories and Globalization. No international relations theory has all the answers when it comes to explaining world politics in a global era. In fact, each sees globalization differently. We do not want to tell you which theory seems best, since the purpose of this book is to give you a variety of lenses through which to look at world politics. All we will do is say a few words about how each theory responds to the debate about globalization. We will then say something about the possible rise of globalization and offer some ideas on its strengths and weaknesses as a description of contemporary world politics. For liberals, globalization is the end product of a long-running, progressive transformation of world politics. Liberals are particularly interested in the revolution in economy, technology, and communications represented by globalization. This increased interconnectedness among societies, which is economically and technologically led, results in a very different pattern of world political relations from that which came before. States are no longer such central actors. In their place are numerous actors of differing importance depending on the issue concerned. The world looks more like a cobweb of relations than like the state model of realism or the class model of Marxist theory. For example, from this perspective, the British vote to exit from the EU was a foolish and very expensive decision to reject political and economic integration. For realists, the picture looks very different. For them, globalization, however its advocates define it, does not alter the most significant feature of world politics, namely the territorial division of the world into nation-states. While the increased interconnectedness among economies and societies might make them more dependent on one another, the same cannot be said about the state system. Here, powerful states retain sovereignty, and globalization does not render obsolete the struggle for political power among those states. Nor does it undermine the importance of the threat of the use of force or the importance of the balance of power. Globalization may affect our social, economic, and cultural lives, but it does not transcend the international political system of states. For example, we might think of the decision of the British people to leave the European Union or the way wealthy states hoarded COVID-19 vaccines as a demonstration of the enduring significance of national sovereignty. For constructivist theorists, globalization tends to be presented as an external force acting on states, which leaders often argue is a reality that they cannot challenge. For constructivists, this is a very political act since it underestimates the ability of changing social norms and the identity of actors to challenge and shape globalization, and instead allows leaders to duck responsibility by blaming the way the world is. Instead, constructivists think that we can mold globalization in a variety of ways, notably because it offers us very real chances, for example, to create cross-national human rights and social movements aided by modern technological forms of communication such as the Internet. For Marxists, globalization is a sham, and the recent backlash against globalization is evidence of this. From a historical perspective, it is nothing particularly new and is really only the latest stage in the development of international capitalism, neoliberalism. It does not mark a qualitative shift in world politics, nor does it render all our existing theories and concepts redundant. Above all, globalization is a Western-led capitalist phenomenon that simply furthers the development of global capitalism in a neoliberal vein. Neoliberalism is less a variant of liberal internationalism, though there are links, than the effort to deregulate global capitalism for the benefit of the rich. Rather than make the world more alike, neoliberal globalization further deepens the existing divides between the core, the semi-periphery, and the periphery. For poststructuralists, globalization does not exist out there in the world. It is a discourse. Poststructuralists are skeptical of the grand claims made by realists, liberals, and Marxists about the nature of globalization, and they argue that any claims about the meaning of so-called globalization make sense only in the context of a specific discourse that itself is a product of power. These various regimes of truth about globalization reflect the ways in which both power and truth develop together in a mutually sustaining relationship throughout history. The way to uncover the workings of power behind the discourse of globalization is to undertake a detailed historical analysis of how the practices and statements about globalization are true only within specific discourses. Postcolonial and decolonial scholarship on globalization is similar to much Marxist thought in that it highlights the important degree of continuity and persistence of colonial forms of power in the globalized world. For example, the level of economic and military control of Western interests in the global South is in many ways greater now than it was under direct colonial control, a form of neo-colonialism that is compatible with neoliberal capitalism. So, although the era of formal colonial imposition by force of arms is largely over, an important starting point for postcolonial scholarship is the issue of vast inequality on a global scale. The forms of globalizing power that make this systematic inequality possible and the continued domination of subaltern peoples, those classes dominated under hegemony such as poor rural women in the global south. Each of the different branches of feminist scholarship responds differently to the question of globalization, but they all address and debate the effects it has on gendered forms of power. Liberal feminists, as is to be expected, are most positive and hopeful about globalization, viewing it as a way to incorporate more women into the liberal capitalist political and economic system that has benefited many women in the West. Others are much more skeptical, pointing to the negative effects of neoliberalism and economic globalization on the global wealth gap, which has a disproportionately negative effect on women of color. From a feminist perspective, to really assess the significance, causes, and effects of globalization requires concrete analysis of the lived experiences of men and women, showing how seemingly gender-neutral issues are highly gendered, reinforcing relations of power and other forms of gender injustice. By the end of the book, we hope you will work out which of these approaches, if any, best explain not only globalization but world politics in general. The central point here is that the main theories see globalization differently because they have a prior view of what is most important in world politics. 1.5 Globalization, Myth or Reality? This book offers an overview of world politics in a global era. But what does it mean to speak of a global era? Societies today are affected both more extensively and more deeply by events in other societies. The world seems to be shrinking, and people are increasingly aware of this. The internet is one very graphic example, since it allows us to sit at home and have instant communication with people around the world, including during the COVID-19 pandemic. Email and social media such as TikTok, Facebook, and Twitter have also transformed communications and hence how we come to know about world politics. But these are only the most obvious examples. Others would include pandemics such as COVID-19, pollution and climate change, global supply chains and global newspapers, international social movements such as Black Lives Matter, Amnesty International, or Greenpeace, global franchises such as McDonald's, Coca-Cola, and Apple. Have these developments really changed the nature of world politics? The debate about globalization is not just the claim that the world has changed, but whether the changes are qualitative and not merely quantitative. Has a new world political system really emerged as a result of these processes? Our final task in this introduction is to offer you a summary of the main arguments for and against globalization as a distinct new phase in world politics. We do not expect you to decide where you stand on the issue at this stage, but we think we should give you some of the main arguments to keep in mind as you read the rest of this book. Because the arguments for globalization as a new phase of world politics are most effectively summarized in Chapter 2, we will spend more time on the criticisms. The main arguments in favor are: the pace of economic transformation is so great that it has created a new world politics. States are less and less like closed units, and they cannot control their own economies under global capitalism. The world economy is more interdependent than ever, with cross-border trade and financial flows ever expanding. The communications have fundamentally revolutionized the way we deal with the rest of the world. We now live in a world where events in one location can be immediately observed on the other side of the world. Electronic communications alter our notions of the social groups we live in. The risk culture is emerging, with people realizing both that the main risks they face are global, pollution and climate change, COVID-19, HIV, AIDS, and that individual states are unable to deal with these problems. Time and space seem to be collapsing. Our old ideas of geographical space and of chronological time are undermined by the speed of modern communications and media, as well as by new infectious diseases. There is now, more than ever before, a global culture, so that most urban areas resemble one another. Much of the urban world shares a common culture, a good deal of it emanating from Hollywood. A global polity is emerging, with transnational social and political movements and the beginnings of a transfer of allegiance from the state to sub-state, transnational and international bodies. A cosmopolitan culture is developing, especially around the issue of climate change. People are beginning to think globally and act locally. However, just as there are powerful reasons for seeing globalization as a new stage in world politics, often allied to the view that globalization is progressive, that it improves people's lives, there are also arguments that suggest the opposite. Some of the main ones are: a globalization is merely a buzzword to denote the latest phase of global capitalism. Neoliberalism. In a very powerful critique of globalization theory, Paul Hurst and Graham Thompson, 1996, argue that one effect of the globalization thesis is that it makes it appear as if national governments are powerless in the face of global economic trends. This paralyses government attempts to subject global economic forces to control and regulation. Arguing that most globalization theory lacks historical depth, Hurst and Thompson suggest that it paints the current juncture as more unusual, and also as more firmly entrenched than it is. Current trends may well be reversible, and the more extreme versions of globalization are a myth. Hurst and Thompson support this claim with 5 main conclusions from their study of the contemporary world economy. Hurst and Thompson, 1996. 2-3. First, the present internationalized economy is not unique in history. In some respects, it is less open than the international economy between 1870 and 1914. Second, genuinely transnational companies are relatively rare. Most are national companies trading internationally. Third, there is no shift of finance and capital from the richest to the poorest countries. Overseas direct investment continues to be highly concentrated in the richest states. Fourth, the world economy is not global. Rather, trade, investment, and financial flows are concentrated in and among different blocs: Europe, North America, China, and Japan. Finally, if they coordinated policies, this group of blocs could regulate global economic markets and forces. Hurst and Thompson offer a very powerful critique of one of the main planks of the globalization thesis, that the global economy is something beyond our control. This view both misleads us and prevents us from developing policies to control national economies. All too often we are told that our economy must obey the global market, with enormous consequences for social spending and social justice. Is this a myth? Another obvious objection is that globalization is very uneven in its effects. At times it sounds very much like a Western theory applicable only to a small part of humankind. If 40% of the world's population is not connected to the internet, then we are in danger of overestimating both the extent and the depth of globalization. Some have argued that we are now in a period of so-called deglobalization, of diminishing support for greater interdependence, as witnessed with Brexit, the US election of Donald Trump, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and rising populist parties in Europe and the United States. Watch the video on the online resources to see the author discuss if we are now in a period of deglobalization. A related objection is that globalization may well be simply the latest stage of Western imperialism. It is the old modernization theory in a new guise. The forces that are being globalized are conveniently those found in the Western world. What about non-Western experiences and values? Where do they fit into this emerging global world? The worry is that they do not fit in at all, and what is being celebrated in globalization is the triumph of a Western worldview, at the expense of others. There are very many losers as the world becomes more globalized. Globalization only represents the supposed success of neoliberal capitalism in an economically divided world. Perhaps one outcome is that neoliberal globalization allows the more efficient exploitation of poorer nations and segments of richer ones, all in the name of economic openness. The technologies accompanying globalization are technologies that benefit the richest economies in the world and allow their interests to override those of local communities. Not only is globalization imperialist, it is also exploitative. And not all globalized forces are necessarily good. Globalization makes it easier for drug cartels and terrorists to operate, and the internet's anarchy raises crucial questions of censorship and preventing access to certain kinds of material, including those trading in the sexual exploitation of children. Turning to so-called global governance, the main worry here is about responsibility. To whom are the transnational social movements responsible and democratically accountable? If IBM or Shell becomes more and more powerful in the world, then this raises the issues of accountability and democratic control. One of the arguments for Brexit was that EU decision-making is undemocratic and unaccountable. Most of the emerging powerful actors in a globalized world are not accountable to democratic publics. This argument also applies to seemingly good global actors such as Amnesty International and Greenpeace. We hope that these arguments for and against the dominant way of representing globalization will cause you to think deeply about the utility of the concept of globalization. The chapters that follow do not take a common stance for or against. We end by posing some questions that we would like you to keep in mind as you read the remaining chapters. Is globalization a new phenomenon in world politics? Which international relations theory best explains globalization? Is globalization a positive or a negative development? Is neoliberal globalization merely the latest stage of capitalist development? Does globalization make the state obsolete? Does globalization make the world more or less democratic? Is globalization merely Western imperialism in a new guise? Does globalization make war more or less likely? In what ways is war a globalizing force in itself? In what ways is war a globalizing force in itself? Do you think that the vote for Brexit or the spread of COVID-19 represent a major new challenge to globalization? We hope that this introduction and the chapters that follow help you to answer these questions, and that this book provides you with a good overview of the politics of the contemporary world. Whether or not you conclude that globalization is a new phase in world politics, whether you think it is a positive or a negative development, or that it does not really exist at all, we leave to you to decide. But we think it is important to conclude this chapter by stressing that how we think about politics in the global era will reflect not merely the theories we accept, but also our own positions in the world. In this sense, how we respond to world events may itself be ultimately dependent on the social, cultural, gendered, racialized, economic, and political spaces we occupy. World politics suddenly becomes very personal. How does your economic position, your ethnicity, race, gender, culture, or religion determine what globalization means to you? Further reading. On the History of the Academic Field of International Relations, C.L.M. Ashworth, 2014. A History of International Thought. From the Origins of the Modern State to Academic International Relations, London Routledge. R. Vitalis, 2015. White World Order, Black Power Politics. The Birth of American International Relations, Ithaca, New York, Cornell University Press. A. Acharya and B. Buzen, 2019. The Making of Global International Relations, Origins and Evolution of IR at its Centenary. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. A. E. Davis, V. Thakur, and P. C. J. Vale, 2020. The Imperial Discipline, Race and the Founding of International Relations, London, Pluto Press. On the History of International Political Thought and International Theories more generally, see E. Keane, 2005, International Political Thought, An Historical Introduction, Cambridge, Polity. D. Armitage, 2013, Foundations of Modern International Thought, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, and P. Owens and K. Rietzler, 2021, Women's International Thought, A New History, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press. There are several good introductory guides to the globalization debate. On the Intellectual Origins of Globalism, C.O. Rosenboim, 2017, The Emergence of Globalism, Visions of World Order in Britain and the United States, 1939 to 1950, Princeton, New Jersey. Princeton University Press. Comprehensive discussions are found in A. McGrew and D. Held, 2007, Globalization Theory, Approaches and Controversies, Cambridge, Polity Press, and F. J. Lechner and J. Bowley, eds. 2014. The Globalization Reader, Oxford, Blackwell. Also C.C. Elogili and P. Hayden, 2006, Critical Theories of Globalization, Basingstoke, Palgrave Macmillan. C. Enlow, 2016, Globalization and Militarism, Feminists Make the Link, 2nd ed., Lanham, Maryland, Roman and Littlefield. Is a good analysis from a leading feminist of the connections between globalization and various forms of violence. We also point you to other books in the Roman and Littlefield series on globalization edited by M. B. Steger and T. Carver, in particular J. Agnew, 2017, Globalization and Sovereignty, Beyond the Territorial Trap. 2nd ed. V. M. Mogadam, 2020, Globalization and Social Movements, 3rd ed. and M. E. Hawksworth, 2018, Globalization and Feminist Activism, 2nd ed. Excellent critiques of the globalization thesis are J. Rosenberg, 2002, The Follies of Globalization Theory, London, Verso, D. Held and A. McGrew, 2007, Globalization/Anti-Globalization, Beyond the Great Divide. 2nd ed., Cambridge, Polity Press, B. K. Gills edition, 2002, Globalization and the Politics of Resistance, Basingstoke, Palgrave Macmillan, B. K. Gills and W. R. Thompson, eds. 2006. Globalization and Global History, London, Routledge, J. E. Stiglitz, 2017, Globalization and Its Discontents Revisited, The Era of Trump, London, Penguin, L. Weiss, 1998, The Myth of the Powerless State, Cambridge, Polity Press, and P. Hurst and G. Thompson, 1999, Globalization in Question, 2nd ed. Cambridge, Polity Press. Visit the online resources to access the latest updates in the field of international relations. Framing questions. What is globalization? Does globalization still matter? What does globalization add to our understanding of contemporary world politics? Reader's Guide. Globalization is a concept which refers to the widening, deepening, and acceleration of worldwide connectivity or interconnectedness. Popular metaphors portray it in vivid terms as a shrinking world, a networked world, or a global village. Indeed, both the COVID-19 pandemic and climate change are indicative of just how deeply enmeshed the fate of communities and societies across the world has become, not to mention how globalization simultaneously unifies and divides the world. Globalization is a complex and contradictory process, so not surprisingly has always been the subject of great controversy. One of the most debated issues of our times is whether globalization is in retreat, deglobalization, or undergoing a renaissance, reglobalization. Either way, globalization will continue to matter profoundly to the study and practice of 21st century world politics. This chapter explores the complexities and contradictions of contemporary globalization and considers why it is essential to comprehending and explaining world politics. Globalization and Global Politics. Anthony McGrew. Chapter 2. 2.1 Introduction. Globalization, as with war, has been central to the formation of the modern world system and world politics. Bailey 2004, 2018, Osterhamel 2014. Although a recent concept, it represents neither a novel nor a solely Western phenomenon. Global connectivity has a long history and diverse origins, from the Great Silk Road and ancient globalization to Oriental globalization. Globalization from the East, Bailey 2018, Hobson 2021, C-Box 2.1. This chapter is organized into 3 parts. Section 2.2 is concerned with making sense of globalization by addressing several primary questions. What is globalization? What are its dominant features? How is it best conceptualized and defined? Section 2.3 examines the current predicament of globalization, often referred to as the crisis of globalization, and its implications for world order and world politics. Section 2.4 considers the contributions of globalization scholarship to advancing a critical understanding of 21st century global affairs. Section 2.5 concludes with brief reflections on the 3 core framing questions. 2.2 Making sense of globalization. In the first 2 decades of the 21st century, the world experienced major global crises, namely the 2008 global financial crisis, GFC, the COVID-19 pandemic, and, latterly, the war in Ukraine. These have had consequences worldwide, revealing the unprecedented scale and depth of global integration since the end of the Cold War. Indeed, globalization is integral to the functioning of modern economies, societies, and their institutions. Universities, for instance, are literally global institutions, from the recruitment of students to the dissemination of academic research. 2.2.1 Mapping globalization. In today's global economy, the fate and fortunes of entire nations, communities, and households across the world are bound together through complex webs of global trade, finance, digital, and production networks. Such is the integration of the world economy that no national economy can insulate itself from the workings of global markets, as the GFC demonstrated to such disastrous effect. CCH 16. A global crash was only averted through coordinated action by the world's major economies at the 2009 G20 summit, prompting, at the time, the ironic headline, "Communist China Comes to the Rescue of Global Capitalism." Before the eruption of the GFC, economic globalization, measured by global flows of capital, trade, and production, reached historic levels. At its peak in 2007, global flows of capital, goods, and services were estimated at a staggering 53% of world economic activity, GDP. McKinsey Global Institute 2016. Global economic integration had intensified and expanded to embrace most of the world's population as the emerging economies of China, Brazil, India, and others were incorporated into a 24-hour global capitalist economy. Following the GFC, the pace of economic globalization slowed dramatically, prompting much commentary about the end of globalization or deglobalization. Although global economic flows partially recovered, the period since the GFC has been one of economic globalization, well below peak 2007 levels as a share of world GDP, though for the most part at levels similar to or above those at the beginning of the century. Altman and Bastian 2021. WDO 2021b, Lund et al. 2019. Subsequently, the COVID-19 pandemic had a hugely disruptive economic impact, with global trade only beginning from late 2021 to recover. Box 2.1 Histories of Globalization. Many histories of globalization reflect a Western-centric perspective, eliding globalization with the rise of the West to global domination. The history of globalization is thus often described in terms of successive waves of Western expansion, beginning with the so-called Age of Discovery, 1450 to 1850. Continuing to the late 19th century Belle Époque, 1850 to 1914, or Pax Britannica, then to Pax Americana, 1945 to 89, and finally reaching the most recent phase of post-Cold War neoliberal globalization, 1990 to 2008. However, new global histories seek to correct this partiality by drawing upon a global analysis, see CHS 3 and 11. They draw attention to the multicultural origins of globalization, explaining how it has always been a multicentric rather than a Western-centric process, thus critiquing the rise of the West narrative, Conrad 2016, Hobson 2021, Peterson 2012, Sharman 2019, to pre-COVID-19 levels, while global financial flows remain subdued, WDO 2021A, UNCTAD 2021C. A partial recovery, however, which appeared to lose much momentum following Russia's invasion of Ukraine, Ruda 2022. Every single working day, turnover on the world's money markets averages a startling $6.5 trillion, slightly more than the combined annual 2021 GDP of the UK and France. Few governments today have the resources to resist global market speculation against their national currency without significant domestic economic consequences. CCH 28. Moreover, many transnational corporations have turnovers which exceed the GDP of many countries. Collectively, they account for over 33% of world output, control global production networks which account for 30% of world trade, and are primary sources of international investment in manufacturing and services, UNCTAD 2018. They have enormous influence over the location and distribution of productive, economic, and technological power, not to mention where they declare their profits and pay their tax. Indeed, they confound the traditional distinction between the international and the domestic economy. The German automotive company BMW is the top exporter of automobiles from the U.S. BMW's largest manufacturing plant is in Spartanburg, South Carolina, and, together with other German-owned car plants located in the U.S., accounts for the majority of American car exports to China. Contemporary globalization is intimately associated with the revolutions in modern transport and communication technologies, from jet transport and containerization to mobile phones and the Internet. See Box 2.2. Digitalization is revolutionizing worldwide communications through relatively cheap, instantaneous, round-the-clock global communication and information flows. Moreover, it is transforming all aspects of globalization and has accelerated because of the COVID-19 pandemic. See Box 2.3, UNCTAD 2021A. Global data flows are increasing exponentially, while the digital population has expanded from over 1 billion users to 4.66 billion, 59.5% of the world's population, with the majority in Asia, Statista 2021A. Although simultaneously widening the global digital divide, UNCTAD 2021A, global communication infrastructures have made it possible to manage not only just-in-time production networks across continents, but also to organize and mobilize like-minded people across the globe in virtual real-time. Box 2.2 The Engines of Globalization. Explanations of globalization tend to focus on three interrelated factors: technics, technological change and social organization; economics, markets and capitalism; and politics, power, interests and institutions. Technics central to any account of globalization, since an integrated global system depends upon an advanced communications and transport infrastructure. Economics crucial as technology is, so too is globalization's specifically economic logic. Capitalism's insatiable demand for new markets and profits leads inevitably to the globalization of economic activity. Politics shorthand for ideologies, interests, and power. Politics constitutes the third logic of globalization. If technology provides the physical infrastructure of globalization, politics provides its normative and regulatory infrastructure. Box 2.3 Digital globalization. Digital technologies are transforming globalization, with profound consequences in all domains from the cultural to the military. But it is in the economy that its impact is so visible. The fusing of robotics, artificial intelligence, supercomputing, and advanced communications technologies, the fourth industrial revolution, is disrupting the services sector, which is now the dominant sector in many economies. Work, rather than production, is being globalized. Just as in the 1990s, when production was outsourced across the globe, in the 2020s services work, from marketing to engineering design to telemedicine and accountancy, can be globalized as it can be done from anywhere by workers with the relevant skills. This teleworking or virtual offshoring is now big business and growing rapidly with major implications for employment. This globotics upheaval, as Richard Baldwin labels it, is driving a new phase of economic globalization with major implications for developing economies. Digital technologies are also transforming global trade. Consider the case of Speed Outfitters in Elkhart, Indiana. Run by motorcycle enthusiast Travis Baird, it started as a traditional retail store named Baird Motorcycles, before expanding to include online sales. Some 41% of Speed Outfitters' total sales are now outside the United States in 131 different countries. This business is not unique. 97% of eBay sellers export. Global e-commerce is growing rapidly and is worth well over $1 trillion. This is more decentered, more the preserve of small companies, rather than huge corporations. In 2020, partly because of the COVID-19 pandemic, small UK companies on Amazon Marketplace exported a record £3.5 billion of merchandise, a 20% increase compared to 2019. Sources: Baldwin 2019, McKinsey Global Institute 2019, UNCTAD 2021a, Van der Merel 2021. See Case Study 2.1. The Black Lives Matter movement became a spontaneous global phenomenon in 2020, mobilizing people across borders to advocate for racial justice. Paradoxically, even the current wave of nationalist populism has acquired a global reach through transnational networking. Across Europe, the US and Latin America between like-minded political parties and ideological factions. Wagner 2022, Moffat 2017. People organize across borders both virtually and physically on a remarkable scale, such that in 2019, 38,000 international non-governmental organizations, NGOs. Case Study 2.1 Global Food Security, Ceding Sovereignty. On September 23, 2021, the UN convened the world's first Global Food Systems Summit, FSS, to awaken the world to the fact that we all must work together to transform the way the world produces, consumes, and thinks about food, UN Secretary-General 2021. The current system routinely fails to deliver effective food security access to essential food to meet people's dietary requirements for a staggering 2.37 billion people. CCH 27. The FSS took place in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, which resulted in a hunger pandemic, with 270 million people thrust into starvation. The purpose of the FSS was to agree on reforms to this broken global food system to deliver on UN Sustainable Development Goal 2, abolishing hunger by 2030. Among the most critical issues at the FSS was the most essential element of food production: the humble seed. For whoever controls seed production effectively has significant control over the entire global food production system. Kloppenberg 2010. Over recent decades, seed ownership and new seed technologies have increasingly become a battleground in the global politics of food security. At issue is the emergence of a new global seed order, which promotes the liberalization and global harmonization of seed laws that commodify and commercialize seeds to expand globally the industrial model of agricultural production as a solution to global food insecurity. This is generally supported by global agribusiness, such as Bayer Monsanto and Corteva, multilateral agencies, such as the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and World Bank, as well as global philanthropic agencies which advocate agricultural modernization, such as the Gates Foundation. Contesting what they conceive as a corporate takeover are fluid global coalitions of governments from the Global South, indigenous peoples, and small farmers organizations from every continent, such as Via Campesina and Farm Workers of Florida, hundreds of local and international civil society organizations, from the International Indian Treaty Council to the African Alliance for Food Sovereignty, alongside many global justice, expert, and environmental organizations. What unites them is a desire to protect and promote local seed sovereignty, and thus control over local food production, which they argue is both more environmentally sustainable and the sole livelihood for rural communities across the globe. In short, they seek to resist and reform this new global seed order, which is perceived as eroding seed sovereignty. Indeed, an alternative virtual Global People's Summit on Food Systems was organized in parallel with the official FSS following a boycott by key civil society groups, such as La Via Campesina. The global politics of seeds is indicative of how globalization both creates winners and losers and reflects stark inequalities of power. Global agribusiness has enormous structural power since 4 major transnational corporations control almost 67% of the global seed market. Moreover, the multilateral development agencies and global philanthropic organizations, such as the Rockefeller Foundation and Gates Foundation, have significant institutional power to influence government policy in ways which align with their priorities. Governments are also constrained by global intellectual property rights law, which includes seed patents, ownership, and usage, alongside their commitments under the World Trade Organization Agreement on Agriculture to liberalize agricultural trade. Not surprisingly, many governments in the Global South have harmonized their national seed laws with this new global seed regime, or, as critics perceive it, by ceding their sovereignty to it. However, since the FSS failed to resolve the seed sovereignty question, for the foreseeable future seeds will remain a controversial issue in the global politics of food security. Thus, quite literally, the food on our plates is a manifestation of globalization and highly contentious global food politics. Sources: Clapp 2022, Kloppenberg 2010, O'Grady-Walsh 2019, UN Secretary-General 2021. Question 1. What does this case illustrate about globalization and global politics? Question 2. What are the ethical and normative issues raised by this case? UN Food Systems Summit September 2021 NYC Louise Rampolato / Europa Newswire / Shutterstock. From Amnesty International to women working worldwide, operated across 167 countries. CCH 22. Alongside these global civil society NGOs, digital and mobility infrastructures facilitate the illicit activities of transnational organized criminal and terrorist networks, from the Yakuza to Al-Shabaab, human trafficking to money laundering. This illicit globalization has expanded considerably over the last 2 decades, contributing to a more disorderly, violent, and insecure world. Globalization is therefore a source of unprecedented risks, societal vulnerabilities, and conflict. As Golden and Mariathison, 2014, observe, the scale and intensity of global connectivity today has created a complex world of systemic interdependencies not just between countries, but also between global systems, from finance to the environment. CCHS 15, 24, 25, 28, 29, and 30. This complexity generates potentially catastrophic global systemic risks, such that a highly infectious pathogen first detected in Wuhan, China, was a source of the COVID-19 pandemic, which led to the shutdown of the global economy and millions of fatalities. TUS 2021. From pandemics to the proliferation of technologies of mass destruction, cyber attacks on critical societal infrastructures to the climate emergency, globalization is associated with a world risk society in which national borders provide little protection from distant dangers or the consequences of systemic failures. E.g. War in Ukraine precipitated food shortages from Africa to Asia. Preventing and managing these systemic risks has contributed to the expanding jurisdiction of global and regional institutions. See CHS 19, 20, 21, and 23. Over the last 4 decades, there has been a dramatic growth in transnational and global forms of governance, rulemaking, and regulation, from formal G20 summits to the 2021 Glasgow Conference of the Parties to the Climate Change Treaty, alongside many private global regulatory bodies, such as the International Accounting Standards Board. Today, there are over 292 permanent intergovernmental organizations constituting a system of global governance, with the United Nations at its institutional core. See CHS 20 and 21. While in no sense a world government, this system of multilateral governance has been critical to both the promotion and regulation of globalization, from the World Trade Organization's WTO policies to liberalize world trade to the International Labor Organization's role in promoting workers' rights. For much of the world's population, more significant are the humanitarian functions of this system, which are vital to the human security of the most vulnerable, such as the World Health Organization, WHO, COVAX program to expand access to COVID-19 vaccines in the Global South. With the expanding jurisdiction of global governance has come its deepening reach into the domestic affairs of states, as global standards, norms, and legal rules are incorporated into domestic law or public policy and political discourse. National and local government bureaucracies are increasingly regionally and globally networked, as are the world's major cities. These transgovernmental networks enable government officials to share information and collaborate with colleagues abroad on matters from agricultural policy to human trafficking, from the Financial Action Task. These transgovernmental networks enable government officials to share information and collaborate with colleagues abroad on matters from agricultural policy to human trafficking, from the Financial Action Task Force, which brings together government experts on money laundering from major OECD countries, to the BRICS National Security Advisors Network, which connects senior national security officials from the BRICS governments. Just as national economies have been globalized, so, to varying degrees, have politics and governance. While capital freely circulates the globe, the same is not the case for people. Borders and national controls continue to matter, as in the almost complete shutdown of global travel during much of the COVID-19 pandemic. Nevertheless, people along with their cultures have been on the move for centuries. Though most migration is still within countries, patterns of global migration have significantly altered in recent years, from the world's south to north and from east to west. IM 2021. The scale of migration is contributing to public perceptions, especially in the West, of a migrant crisis, despite evidence to the contrary. See CHS 14 and 26. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the global migrant population, those resident outside the country of their birth, increased to 280 million, 3.6% of the world population. But border closures significantly disrupted migration flows, which are unlikely to return to pre-2019 levels. Although war in the Ukraine precipitated a humanitarian crisis as 6.3 million people fled the conflict seeking refuge across Europe, IM 2021, UNHCR 2022. In contrast, before the pandemic, the world's expanding middle classes toured the globe with a record 1.5 billion tourist visits 2019, spending some $1.47 trillion in an industry employing 10.6% of the global workforce, Statista 2021b. WETC 2021. Tourism temporarily collapsed during the pandemic but has rebounded. Significantly, the trajectories of migration and tourism illustrate how globalization reproduces existing global inequalities. Migration has become a contentious global issue since it highlights cultural difference, which for some may be perceived as a threat to traditional ethnic and national identities, what Kwame Anthony Appiah 2018 refers to as the lies that bind. It is an especially conspicuous illustration of how globalization both unites and divides neighborhoods, communities, nations, and the world. Indeed, in this digitally hyperconnected world, there is little evidence of significant cultural convergence, irrespective, for instance, of Netflix's 137 million subscribers across 190 countries streaming the same programs, or the 4.3 billion global viewings of K-pop video Gangnam Style. Rather than bridging cultural divisions, some argue the World Wide Web reinforces heightened awareness of irreconcilable cultural or religious differences. See CHS 17, 18, and 31. However, this overlooks the growing significance of the mixing or hybridization of cultures expressed in everything from cuisine to hyphenated identities, Japanese-Brazilian, Greek-Australian. If anything, cultural globalization is associated with a world of increasing cultural complexity in which, for instance, the youth of Northeast India revere Hallyu, a global wave of Korean popular culture, while Ibeyi, a French-Cuban twins musical duo, performs in Yoruba, English, French, and Spanish. 2.2.2 Analyzing Globalization. Globalization is a process characterized by the stretching of social, political, cultural, and economic activities across national frontiers such that events, decisions, and actions in one part of the world have the potential to impact directly and indirectly on individuals, communities, and countries in distant regions of the globe, e.g. climate change, the intensification or the growing magnitude of interconnectedness in almost every sphere of modern life, from the economic to the ecological, the accelerating pace of global flows and processes as the velocity with which ideas, news, goods, information, capital, and technology circulate the world increases, e.g. the pandemic-induced global stock market crash of February 20, 2020. The deepening enmeshment of the local and global, e.g. war in the Ukraine, produces grain shortages which contribute to famine in villages across southern Sudan, a developing, subjective awareness among people and organizations of being embedded in a global system or community, i.e. global imaginaries, Steger 2008, e.g. global climate justice or world religions, see box 2.4. Globalization is indicative of an unfolding structural change in the scale of human social and economic organization. Human affairs are no longer organized solely on a local or national territorial scale, but increasingly organized on transnational, regional, and global scales. Examples include Samsung's global production networks and the year-long 2011-12 worldwide protests of the Occupy movement in 951 cities across 82 countries in the wake of the GFC. This significant shift is manifest in every sphere from the economy to security, connecting and transcending all continents, what Jan Art Schulte 2005, ch2 refers to as transworld or superterritorial, as opposed to international relations. In this respect, globalization is associated with a process of relative deterritorialization as social, political, or economic activities are organized at the global or transnational levels. They are effectively detached from their place or locale. For instance, the very notion of a national economy as coterminous with national territory is a simplification since corporate ownership and production transcends borders. Many of the UK's largest companies have their headquarters in India, Japan, and Germany, while many small enterprises outsource their production to East Asian countries. However, this structural shift is not experienced uniformly across the world, for globalization is marked by highly differential patterns of inclusion, giving it what Manuel Castells, 2000, calls a variable geometry. Western countries are much more comprehensively globalized than are the poorest sub-Saharan African states. Box 2.4 approaches to conceptualizing globalization as a process. The most common approach conceives of globalization as a material and virtual process of increasing worldwide connectivity which is open to empirical and historical methods of inquiry. Narrative globalization is conceived in ideational or subjective terms. The reality of globalization is subject to interpretation, i.e., socially constructed, such that there are many competing narratives or discourses of globalization which influence both how people and organizations comprehend it and their responses to it, e.g., globalization as westernization, Roberts and Lamp 2021. CCHS 11, 12, and 13. Project globalization is conceived as a political, economic, and ideological project advanced by the most powerful states and elites to fashion a world order according to their interests, e.g., the neoliberal globalization of the Washington Consensus, CCH 16. This chapter draws on all these approaches. CCHS 16 and 27. Even within countries, globalization is differentially experienced, varying significantly between cities and rural areas, sectors of the economy, and even between households in the same neighborhood. Thus, in both Western and sub-Saharan African states, elites are enmeshed in global networks, while the poorest find themselves largely excluded. Globalization has significant distributional consequences, creating winners and losers not just among countries but also within them. Indeed, it is associated with a growing global polarization of wealth, income, and life chances. Milanovic 2018, World Inequality Lab 2021. For the most affluent, it may very well translate into one world, but for much of humanity it is associated with a world marked by inequality and exclusion. How globalization is experienced also gives rise to very different interpretations or narratives of what it means and how to respond to it. In the Global South, globalization is frequently understood as westernization or Americanization or a new form of imperialism, provoking resistance and contestation. Thus, globalization, contrary to the liberal narrative CCH 7, does not produce a more harmonious world society but rather is a significant source of conflict. Although geography and distance very much do still matter, the concept of globalization is associated with a process of time-space compression. New technologies of mobility and communication effectively shrink geographical space and time. From live global coverage of the 2022 Beijing Winter Olympics to the global supply chains which daily put fresh fruit harvested thousands of miles away on supermarket shelves, the world appears to be literally shrinking. At least for some but not all. In this shrinking world, sites of power and the subjects of power quite literally are often continents apart. During the GFC, the principal decision-makers, whether in Washington, Beijing, New York, or London, were oceans apart from local communities directly impacted by their decisions. In this respect, the concept of globalization highlights the ways in which power is organized and exercised, or increasingly has the potential to be, at a distance. This, combined with the complexity of a networked world, makes the exercise of power enormously opaque, such that identifying responsible and accountable agencies may be almost impossible, a situation dramatically illustrated by the GFC. 2018. Such complexity and opacity have very significant implications for all states since it creates a public perception that they are subject to external forces over which they can exert little control. A significant factor in the widespread appeal of narratives of anti-globalism in the wake of the GFC, Moffat 2017. To summarize, the concept of globalization can be differentiated from that of internationalization or international interdependence. Internationalization refers to growing connections between sovereign independent nation-states. International interdependence refers to mutual dependence between sovereign states such that each is sensitive or vulnerable to the actions of the other. By contrast, the concept of globalization refers to an uneven process of the widening, deepening, intensification, and acceleration of transworld connectivity which transcends states and societies. It dissolves the distinction between domestic and international affairs and is differentially experienced, giving rise to competing globalization narratives or global imaginaries. Globalization can be defined as a historical process involving a fundamental shift or transformation in the spatial scale of human social organization that links distant communities and expands the reach of power relations across regions and continents. 2.2.3 Debating Globalization. Globalization is a contentious issue in the study of world politics. Disagreement concerns its descriptive and explanatory value, whether it is a conceptual folly or alternatively a new paradigm for understanding world politics. Although the controversy is far more nuanced, two broad clusters of arguments can be identified in this great globalization debate: the skeptical and the globalist. The skeptical argument contends that globalization is highly exaggerated and a superficial phenomenon, a myth or a conceptual folly that distracts attention from the real forces which determine world politics: state power, geopolitics, nationalism, capitalism, and imperialism. Hurst and Thompson, 1999, Rosenberg, 2000, Gilpin, 2002. Those of a realist persuasion argue that geopolitics and the anarchical structure of the state system are the principal determinants of world politics. Gilpin, 2001, Mearsheimer, 2018, ch. 9. Globalization, or more accurately internationalization, is a product of hegemonic power. It is dependent entirely on the most powerful states creating and policing a world order, the Pax Americana of the post-war era, aligned with their core interests. Globalization is therefore contingent, its fortunes entirely tied to those of its hegemonic sponsors. As such, globalization, or rather internationalization, is both the product and instrument of hegemonic powers. Graphically illustrated by the U.S. imposition of comprehensive economic and financial sanctions on Russia following its invasion of Ukraine in 2022. While realist skeptics acknowledge growing international connectivity, they argue it is neither historically novel nor altering the centrality of states and state power in world politics. Marxist skeptics are equally unconvinced by the idea of globalization, though on substantively different historical materialist grounds than realists. See ch. 8. They argue that globalization has its origins in the inevitable expansionary logic of capitalism, sharing much in common with the imperialisms of the 19th and 20th centuries. Harvey, 2003, 2010. Globalization is nothing more than a new label for an old phenomenon, so has little explanatory value. It is a myth or a conceptual folly which conceals the principal forces shaping world politics, namely imperialism or uneven capitalist development. Rosenberg, 2000, Rosenberg, 2021. Skeptics therefore conclude that globalization is epiphenomenal, a derivative of more primary forces, either geopolitics or capitalism, or both. In contrast, globalists reject these arguments, affirming both the actuality of globalization and its significance as a fundamental source of disruptive change in world politics. Castells, 2009, for instance, links globalization to a transformation in the form of modern capitalism, which he argues is best conceived as a new epoch of global informational capitalism. Other neo-Marxist accounts explore how this new epoch of global capitalism is reshaping world politics, despite the GFC and the COVID-19 pandemic. W. Robinson, 2014, 2020a. Liberal accounts, by comparison, emphasize how globalization is creating a flat world or an emerging global network civilization overlaying the interstate system. T. Friedman, 2011, Kana. 2017, 17. Finally, critical globalization scholarship explores how globalization from below is associated with new forms of transnational politics, expressions of alter globalizations advocating for global justice. See CHS 10, 11, 12, and 22. For some globalists referred to in the literature as transformationalists, this disruptive change is associated with significant transformations in world politics, creating a profoundly more complex and unpredictable world. This is evident not just in historic power shifts from west to east and from state to non-state actors, but also in the reconfiguration of sovereign statehood, capitalism, societies, identities, and even warfare. Arquilla, 2021. McNamara and Newman, 2020, Steger and James, 2020. They therefore conclude that globalization requires a corresponding radical conceptual shift in the study of international relations. Although transformationalists emphasize that globalization is neither inevitable nor irreversible, they argue it is deeply embedded in the everyday functioning of societies. For transformationalists, the epoch of contemporary globalization is not only historically distinct but is also associated with a fundamental reconfiguration of how power is organized, distributed, exercised, and reproduced. Held et al. 1999, Cohane and Nye 2003, Castells 2009, Kana 2017. But they also recognize that it has taken quite different historical forms from empire to post-Cold War neoliberal globalization. However, deepening geopolitical rivalry, rising nationalism, the disruptive consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic and Russia's war on Ukraine have coalesced into a perfect storm which threatens to reverse globalization. This crisis of globalization is the focus of Section 2.3. Key points. Globalization refers to the widening, deepening, intensification, and acceleration of worldwide interconnectedness. Globalization is experienced and interpreted in radically different ways through competing narratives or global imaginaries. Globalization is associated with a dramatic growth in transnational and global forms of governance, rulemaking, and policy coordination through which it is simultaneously promoted and regulated. Contemporary globalization is a highly uneven process unifying and dividing communities with major distributional consequences in terms of winners and losers. Globalization is associated with a process of time-space compression and linked to the relative deterritorialization of power. Skeptical accounts consider globalization to be a conceptual folly and argue that hegemony or imperialism remain essential to explaining world politics. By contrast, globalist accounts conceive of globalization as a process associated with significant disruptive change in world politics. Some globalists, the transformationalists, argue that globalization is transforming world politics and requires a corresponding conceptual shift. 2.3 The crisis of globalization and the liberal world order. If the GFC was the first crisis of globalization, the second undoubtedly is the COVID-19 pandemic, G. Brown 2011. Both have had catastrophic consequences for communities and societies across the globe and, in both cases, globalization reversed with alarming speed and ferocity. Moreover, if the GFC and the Great Recession which followed it gave momentum to an already resurgent globalization backlash, the COVID-19 pandemic reinforced it. Mansfield, Milner, and Rudra 2021, 2018. 2021. This backlash took many forms, but nationalist populism, buoyed on initially by Brexit and Trump's successful Make America Great Again (MAGA) presidential campaign, has become its dominant expression. This powerful backlash not only contests globalization but also the liberal world order globalism which nurtures and sustains it. Compounded by Russia's war on Ukraine, many consider today's grave new world heralds, if not deglobalization, certainly an unprecedented crisis of globalization. King 2017. This crisis of globalization arguably reflects an unraveling of the tacit international consensus which promoted and sustained globalization, or more accurately the neoliberal model of globalization, since the end of the Cold War. Three developments have coalesced which many argue are disrupting not only globalization but also the post-war Western liberal world order itself. Acharya 2014a. Kagan 2017. Haas 2018. Lane 2018. These three interlocking developments comprise the global populist revolt, the return of great power rivalry, and the growing securitization of global connectivity. The dominant form of populism today is that of nationalist populism or radical right populism. Mutta and Kaltwasser 2017, Eatwell and Goodwin 2018. It has assimilated into mainstream politics across Europe, the Americas and beyond, from Hungary and the Philippines to Brazil and Australia. Although the GFC accelerated its rise in the West, it is by no means simply a movement of the left behind or the forgotten people. Mansfield, Milner, and Rudra 2021. It is built on festering public distrust with mainstream politics that predates the GFC, reinforced by growing public aversion to multiculturalism, the social impact of widening inequality, and divisive national culture wars. Eatwell and Goodwin 2018. Nationalist populism contributes not only to the erosion of the Western international political consensus which sustains globalization, but also to declining domestic support for the liberal world order. Stokes 2018. Paul 2021. This was expressed in dramatic shifts in U.S. policy under the Trump administration's America First agenda, captured in the aphorism, "Americanism, not globalism, will be our credo." Despite the Biden administration's liberal rhetoric, the U.S. has not completely abandoned unilateralism, evident from its unilateral withdrawal from Afghanistan in 2021, while it rejects the neoliberal globalization project of the Washington Consensus era. In these respects, the most significant threats to globalization and the liberal world order now emanate from within the West, as Brexit illustrates. Kagan 2018. The resurgence of great power rivalry is the second significant factor. CCH 5. Since the turn of the 21st century, the world has experienced a historic redistribution of power with the rise of new powers, such as China, Brazil, and India. This power transition represents a profound shift from a unipolar world, the U.S. as sole superpower, to a system of many great powers, a multipolar world, CCH6. Already by 2010, China had become the second largest economy in the world, displacing Japan, and on some measures has become the world's largest economy, with India the third largest, after the US, IMF 2017-2021. This power shift has resulted in intensifying strategic competition between the US, China, India, and Russia, threatening to undermine global stability, and with it the tacit consensus which, for many decades, sustained the liberal world order and thus globalization. Eikenberry 2018a. Russia's war in Ukraine represents a dramatic escalation of this rivalry, with potentially profound consequences for globalization and the liberal world order, e.g. the Russia-China strategic partnership. Moreover, has compounded deepening Sino-US rivalry, reinforcing a tendency towards a bipolar world of parallel, although overlapping systems of globalization and world order. Owen 2021. See case study 2.2 what Yen Shuedong refers to as a system of uneasy peace. Yen 2020a. Finally, global connectivity is becoming increasingly securitized. Three factors in particular have contributed to this: geo-economic competition, the COVID-19 pandemic, and the fallout from unprecedented Western economic sanctions imposed on Russia following its invasion of Ukraine. As geo-economic competition has intensified, the world's major economic powers, including the EU, have sought to protect their industrial and technological bases both by strategic decoupling from global networks and by restricting foreign ownership and investment in strategic sectors, particularly that from China. The classic case of this is the US campaign to persuade its allies and many other governments to block Huawei, the Chinese telecommunications giant, from participation in the rollout of their 5G mobile networks on security grounds. Underlying this case is a major policy shift in treating globalization increasingly as a national security issue. The COVID-19 pandemic reinforced this securitization logic by dramatically exposing the vulnerabilities of economies to global supply chain disruption. Moreover, unprecedented Western financial and economic sanctions on Russia, following its invasion of Ukraine, and European dependence on Russian energy supplies have highlighted how global connectivity can also be weaponized by states. Increasingly, authorities, from the EU to India, Germany to China, are implementing strategies of strategic autonomy, or Atmanerbarbart, strategic autonomy, or Zili-Gangxing, to reduce their potential vulnerabilities. Case Study 2.2 Multicentric Globalization. On January 1, 2018, Prime Minister Hailemariam Desalegn officially declared open the Addis Ababa to Djibouti Railway. Following years of construction, the successful completion of the 720 kilometers project marked a significant milestone for China's Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, in Africa. Initiated in 2013 by President Xi Jinping, BRI is an ambitious global infrastructure investment program covering 144 countries on all continents, 32 international organizations, 206 international cooperation agreements, 1,590 projects, and a $1 trillion budget. BRI aims to promote the connectivity of Asian, European, and African continents and their adjacent seas, establish and strengthen partnerships among the countries along the Belt and Road, and realize diversified, independent, balanced, and sustainable development in these countries. PRC State Council 2015. In effect, BRI is a global version of the ancient Silk Road on land, across oceans, and, increasingly, in cyberspace, a form of infrastructural globalization on a historic scale in every sector from transport to health. It involves the financing and construction of projects in Africa, Asia, Latin America, and Central Asia, from hospitals in Iran to the Pan-Asia Railway to digital connectivity projects in Laos and Central Asia. In Pakistan alone, there are infrastructure projects to the value of $60 billion. Supporting BRI are China-initiated international development institutions, such as the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank and the BRICS Development Bank, which provide project finance. Oliver Stuenkel, 2016, conceives of these institutions as a manifestation of an emerging parallel system of global governance. Not surprisingly, BRI has attracted considerable global interest, but also much criticism as a high-speed empire. BRI is frequently referred to as globalization with Chinese characteristics, with historical parallels with an earlier epoch of Oriental globalization. BRI is central to China's strategy of inclusive globalization, or globalization, which emphasizes development through deepening connectivity across the global south. Moreover, despite the COVID-19 pandemic, China's advocacy of globalization has strengthened, As President Xi Jinping remarked at the 2022 World Economic Forum, economic globalization has never and will never veer off course. World Economic Forum 2022. BRI exemplifies an emergent multicentric globalization. BRI exemplifies an emergent multicentric globalization. However, multicentric globalization also raises some fundamental questions. While it may be more inclusive, it may simultaneously be a source of greater global friction and competition. Indeed, in the context of intensifying strategic rivalry between China and the US, it harbors the potential for a clash of globalizations, CCH18, and a more bipolar world. Evidence for this exists already. US and EU projects to build back better after the pandemic are in direct competition with BRI, while the World Wide Web is arguably becoming increasingly fragmented, creating a splinter net, e.g. China's Great Firewall and the US Clean Network Global Initiative. Furthermore, a deepening strategic partnership between Russia and China formalized at a bilateral summit during the 2022 Beijing Winter Olympic Games, especially following Russia's invasion of Ukraine, have arguably reinforced tendencies towards a more bipolar world and a clash of globalizations. Sources: Arrays 2020, PRC State Council 2015, Owen 2021, Petersa 2017, World Economic Forum 2022, Yen 2020, A. Zhang, Alone, and Latam N 2018. Question 1. How is BRI evidence of multicentric globalization? Question 2. What do you understand by the clash of globalizations? The signing of the Memorandum of Understanding on China's Belt and Road Initiative, Bloomberg/Getty Images. This securitization of globalization is arguably creating the conditions for a new age of autarky or deglobalization, Malcolmson 2021. Combined, these three developments constitute a significant conjuncture or turning point in world politics. Whether it necessarily portends deglobalization and the demise of the liberal world order, as some conclude, is a matter of substantial disagreement. Abdul and Ferreira 2021, Cha 2020. Skeptical interpretations emphasize that this conjuncture is symptomatic of the underlying relative decline of U.S. power. As U.S. hegemony is eroded, so too are the foundations of the post-war liberal order and the neoliberal globalization it fostered, CCH16. Such crises are inevitable since they reflect the historical cycle of the rise and decline of great powers and the differential, uneven economic development between countries associated with capitalism. However, although some realists fear the consequences of the demise of the liberal world order, for others it will not be mourned. Kagan 2018, Mearsheimer 2018. Marxist skeptics consider that the liberal world order and neoliberal globalization simply conceal the harsh reality of U.S. hegemony and imperialism. Accordingly, among skeptics, the crises of the liberal world order and of globalization are principally associated with the decline of Western liberal hegemony and the implosion of the neoliberal globalization project in the aftermath of the GFC. Historically significant as this dangerous conjuncture is, it does not automatically threaten a new world disorder nor a grave new world, but rather exemplifies the competition for power and wealth which defines world politics. Mearsheimer 2018. Globalist interpretations of this conjuncture divide into two broad kinds: liberal accounts and transformationalist accounts. Liberal accounts emphasize that it prefigures a return to a dystopian world absent a rules-based order in which might is right. Advocates of the liberal world order and globalization therefore argue that the only effective response is to strengthen and defend the existing order through more assertive U.S. and Western leadership, a coalition of democracies. World Economic Forum 2016, Paul 2021. By contrast, transformationalist accounts are not persuaded by either such nostalgic prescriptions nor the deep pessimism concerning the liberal world order and future of globalization. They argue that the crisis of globalization and the liberal world order have been exaggerated. Eikenberry 2018 B. Dudney and Eikenberry 2018 in two senses. First, the liberal world order has never been entirely liberal, nor universal, nor orderly, and has always been contested. And second, global trends are more indicative of reglobalization than deglobalization. Bishop and Payne 2021, James 2021, Bordeaux 2017, Lund et al. 2019. Transformationalist accounts assert the current conjuncture discloses a historic transition involving not only a global power shift, but also the emergence of a post-Western global order associated with a more multicentric form of globalization. Acharya 2018 A, 2018 B, 2021, Petersa 2017. Amitabha Acharya argues that this emerging post-Western global order is not simply a more inclusive liberal order. See Box 2.5. Rather, it is a far more diverse and pluralistic order defined by the coexistence and overlap between elements of the old liberal order alongside the parallel orders of emerging powers. It is therefore a post-hegemonic order confirming, as Robert Cohane concluded in his classic study of the liberal world order, that hegemony is not a necessary condition for international orders to function effectively. Cohane, 1984. Contrary to those who fear the passing of the liberal world order, this post-Western global order is. Box 2.5 The multiplex order. Amitabha Acharya describes the emerging global order as a multiplex order. This is a global order which is 1. Decentrated, there is no global hegemon or Western hegemony but instead multiple powers, i.e. a multipolar order. 2. Diverse, it is more global in scope and inclusive than the liberal world order, thus less US and Western-centric. 3. Complex, there are multiple and overlapping levels of governance, from local to global, while the world is highly interconnected and interdependent. 4. Pluralistic, there are many actors or agents, not just states, while power, ideas, and influence are widely diffused. Acharya's metaphor for this order is the multiplex cinema, multiple theaters with different films all showing simultaneously but all under one complex, sharing a common architecture. It is an order in which actors, state and non-state, established and new powers from the North and the South interact in an interdependent manner to produce an order based on a plurality of ideas and approaches. Acharya, 2018, A. 10-11. This form of order historically has many parallels with the international order of medieval Europe or the Indian Ocean from the 16th to the 18th centuries. Bull, 1977, Phillips and Sharman, 2015. Acharya, 2018, A. 2018, B. Not an anti-Western order but rather a non-Western order, an inclusive order of neither confrontation nor chaos. Stuhnkel, 2016. Globalization too has proved much more resilient than its critics have assumed. Despite the global shutdown during the COVID-19 pandemic and the Russia-Ukraine war, globalization is experiencing a reset or reboot. A new form of globalization is emerging. Steger and James, 2020. This reglobalization is being shaped by three developments. First, digital technologies and digital capitalism are powering this new phase of globalization across every sector from the economic, cultural, defense, and political to the environmental. Altman and Bastian, 2021. Robinson, 2020b, Steger and James, 2020, Lund and Tyson, 2018. Second, since the GFC, China increasingly has become a principal force for globalization as the world's largest exporter, the dominant source of global economic growth, a major financial power, the largest provider of bilateral development assistance in the Global South and, by 2025, home to 230 of the world's 500 largest multinational corporations. McKinsey Global Institute, 2017. Moreover, as neoliberal globalization has faltered, China has continued to expand and intensify its Belt and Road Initiative as a parallel model of inclusive globalization. Zhang, Alone, and Latteman, 2018. See Case Study 2.2. Third, as Acharya concludes, the COVID-19 pandemic will not be the end of globalization, because the mobilization of state power to combat it and the political imperatives to repair and rebuild economies and societies have created the conditions for a new dynamic of globalization. Acharya, 2021. A new dynamic which historically has generally followed from previous episodes of slowbalization and one which has acquired a greater imperative in the wake of the war in Ukraine and intensifying geo-economic rivalry. James, 2021. 2022. This reglobalization reflects a significant move away from the simple market dogmas of neoliberal globalization so discredited by the GFC, while also, as Akira notes, being far less Western-centric. In short, the end of globalization as we have known it. Abdul and Ferreira, 2021, Acharya, 2021, Rujitsky, 2020, UNCTAD, 2021b. In conclusion, both the liberal world order and globalization are adapting to the changing circumstances of global power and capitalism in the 21st century. Globalization therefore continues to matter. 2.4 Globalization and the transformation of world politics. Globalization matters academically in that it presents several related challenges to traditional approaches to the study of world politics. First, in focusing attention on global connectivity, it invites a conceptual shift from a state-centric imaginary to a decidedly geocentric or global imaginary. Steger, 2008. This demands a holistic global systems, economic, political, social perspective rather than one principally focused on the state system. Albert, 2016. Second, the focus on the global reveals the deeply Western-centric assumptions. of the discipline of International Relations IR, challenging it to be more reflective and inclusive in respect of how IR is studied and practiced, Behera 2021, Mababani 2018, Reyesmith 2021. Third, much globalization scholarship focuses on issues of transformational change in world politics, compared with those traditional approaches which emphasize its essential continuities. Drawing on this transformationalist scholarship, this final section will discuss briefly several significant transformations associated with key points. A prevalent discourse in the West concerns the crisis of globalization and the liberal world order. Three developments are central to this discourse: the rise of nationalist populism, the revival of great power rivalry, and the securitization of global connectivity. Skeptical accounts consider the crisis to be symptomatic of declining Western hegemony and the restructuring of Western capitalism in the wake of the GFC. Globalist accounts are of two kinds, liberal and transformationalist. Liberal accounts stress the existential threats to the liberal world order and globalization and the profound consequences for global security and prosperity of their inevitable breakdown. Transformationalist accounts contend that the intersecting crises of the liberal world order and globalization are associated with the emergence of a post-Western global order alongside a reconfiguration of globalization or reglobalization. Globalization which are essential to understanding contemporary world politics. 2.4.1 From international politics to planetary politics. Just as 19th-century Europe witnessed the nationalization of politics, a noticeable trend has been towards the globalization of politics. Global politics is a term which acknowledges that the scale of political life has been transformed. Politics is not confined within territorial boundaries. Decisions and actions taken in one locale affect the security and prosperity of communities in distant parts of the globe and vice versa, such that local politics is globalized and world politics becomes localized. The substantive issues of political life consistently escape the artificial foreign/domestic divide. Accordingly, the study of global politics involves more than geopolitics or interstate politics, vital as these remain. Even 21st-century geopolitics is being transformed by thickening webs of global connectivity, Boot 2016, Greevy 2009. 2.4.2 From the liberal world order to a post-Western global order. Globalization is associated with a historic power shift in world politics, propelling China, India, and Brazil to the rank of major 21st-century powers, see CHS 5 and 6. This power transition is eroding several centuries of Western dominance of the global order and transforming the political and normative foundations of the liberal world order. These new powers, alongside Russia as an established power, are increasingly assertive about refashioning the rules and institutions of world order to reflect their transformed status and power, see CH6, Stunkel 2016. Whether this transition towards a post-Western world order is essentially peaceful or conflictual is among the most critical questions in contemporary world politics, especially in the context of the return of war in Europe. 2.4.3 From intergovernmentalism to global governance. Since the UN's creation in 1945, a vast nexus of global and regional institutions has evolved, in tandem with globalization, into what Michael Zern, 2018, refers to as a global governance system. Although by no means historically unique, its scale, jurisdictional scope, and authority undoubtedly is Zern 2018. This transformation from primarily intergovernmentalism cooperation between sovereign states to global governance is associated with globalization. While world government remains a fanciful idea, this shift has significant implications for the state, see Opposing Opinions 2.1. Far from globalization leading to the end of the state, it engenders, as during the COVID-19 pandemic, a more activist state. In a radically interconnected world, states engage in extensive multilateral collaboration and cooperation simply to achieve their domestic objectives. States confront a political dilemma. In return for more effective domestic policy and delivering on their citizens' demands, their capacity for self-governance state autonomy is often compromised. All governments confront a trade-off between effective governance and self-governance, which has significant implications for sovereign statehood, CHS 3 and 19. The effective sovereign power and authority of states. The practice of sovereignty is being reconfigured or transformed, although sovereignty remains the principal juridical attribute of statehood. This is a condition best described as organized hypocrisy, Krasner, 1999. 2.4.4 From national security to a world risk society. Contemporary world politics is marked by a proliferation of enormously diverse transboundary issues, from climate change to pandemics to the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, which are directly or indirectly a product of globalization, see CHS 24, 25, 27, 29, and 30. Ulrich Beck refers to this as the emergence of a world risk society in which the prevention and management of such risks, such as the climate emergency, is a structural feature of world politics. Beck 2006. 2.4.5 From hegemonic power to diffused power. Globalization is associated with the reconfiguration of power in world politics in at least three senses: the redistribution of power in the state system, the diffusion of power, and new forms and instruments of power. CCH 5. Globalization has been a major contributory factor in the ongoing historic power shift from west to east. Moreover, power in the global. Opposing opinions. 2.1 Globalization erodes the power of the state. 4. States are impotent in the face of global capitalism. This is particularly true for financial markets, as illustrated by Western financial sanctions imposed on Russia at the outset of the Ukraine war, which precipitated the collapse of the ruble. Moreover, national economic policies are severely constrained by global market disciplines, as evidenced by the austerity policies forced on many indebted countries in the wake of the GFC. States are ceding power in many key areas to unelected global and regional institutions, from the EU to the WTO. States are bound by global rules such as cutting CO emissions. This erodes both their sovereignty and their autonomy to manage their own affairs. States are increasingly vulnerable to external disruption or events abroad. As both the COVID-19 pandemic and the war in Ukraine demonstrate, global connectivity potentially brings with it major societal risks to human and national security. Democratic states are experiencing an erosion of their democratic credentials. Growing inequalities resulting from economic globalization undermine trust in democratic institutions, while unelected international bureaucracies determine the global rules. Both reinforce the belief that global capital and international institutions trump the democratic will of the people. Such concerns have been crystallized in the recent revival of nationalist populism. Border control is central to the practice of sovereign statehood and domestic security, but globalized systems increasingly evade it. The very same infrastructures which facilitate globalization enable a global illicit economy, from people smuggling to money laundering. The expanding scope and scale of illicit global flows increasingly has major consequences for the domestic security and social stability of states. Against state power in general is not being eroded, as the responses to the COVID-19 pandemic signally demonstrate. Indeed, many states used extensive powers to combat the pandemic, including national lockdowns and directing the production of vaccines. But, as the example of seed sovereignty illustrates, see case study 2.1, weak states experience greater constraints on their choices than more powerful states. States are not ceding power or sovereignty to unelected international bureaucracies. On the contrary, by acting multilaterally, they increase their power to act effectively in world politics. Although global agencies may require states to trade some of their national autonomy for a greater chance of realizing their national interests, it does not diminish national sovereignty, understood as their absolute legal right to rule within their own territory. Globalization is part of the solution to states' growing vulnerabilities. Although states are increasingly vulnerable to distant threats, multilateral cooperation offers increased global surveillance capacity and cooperation, as with WHO during the pandemic, to address national vulnerabilities, so enhancing, rather than undermining, national security. Democratic states are indeed experiencing challenges to democracy. However, these are primarily a result of domestic factors, not globalization. The tensions or contradiction between capitalism and democracy is not new. It is structural. Globalization simply makes it more visible. Moreover, it is a fallacy to argue that globalization prevents governments from addressing domestic challenges, such as inequality, as evidenced by strong redistributive welfare states, as in Scandinavia. State control of borders, or at the least the capacity to control, has never been greater, as the COVID-19 pandemic shows. Digital surveillance technologies and systems of monitoring and control of embodied and virtual cross-border flows are more extensive and intensive than even a few decades ago. Moreover, international intelligence and policing cooperation to stem illicit flows has expanded in scope and scale, as has states' capacity to deter and intercept them. Domestic security may be compromised by illicit flows, but is not fundamentally undermined. 1. Why do you think the issue of state power and sovereignty is so politically controversial? 2. Are you more persuaded by the for or against position? If so, why? If neither, what other arguments or evidence might be relevant? 3. What political values and normative beliefs underlie your judgment in respect of this proposition? Visit the online resources to discover pointers to help you tackle these questions. Political system is no longer the monopoly of states but is also diffused, with important consequences for who gets what, how, when, and where. This is manifest in the growing power of non-state actors, from transnational organized crime to global corporations and NGOs. Finally, globalization enables state and non-state actors to leverage new forms and instruments of power. From soft power to the weaponization of global connectivity, in effect, coercion and warfare by new means, e.g. comprehensive Western economic sanctions on Russia in response to its invasion of Ukraine. Cyberattacks and cyber warfare, Farrell and Newman 2019. In this respect, globalization is associated with new instrumentalities of power in the form of non-military weapons of mass disruption or coercion, blurring the distinctions between peace and war, diplomacy and coercion, conflict and competition. Leonard 2021. CCH 14. 2.4.6 From Liberal Peace to Structural Conflict. Although liberal theory tends to associate globalization with the conditions for peace and prosperity, it is also simultaneously a significant source of conflict in world politics, since it reproduces structural inequalities of power and wealth, exclusion and inclusion. This gives rise to a deeply contentious global politics, a politics of domination, competition and resistance among and between powerful states and transnational non-state forces. Conflict is thus endemic to globalization, from the neighborhood to the global level. It is not necessarily violent, though, as George Modelsky, 1972, reminds us, the history of globalization is defined by extraordinary arrogance and violence. Robinson 2020b. 2.5 Conclusion. This chapter has sought to clarify the concept of globalization and to explain why, despite recent history, it matters to the study of contemporary world politics. It began by examining critically the concept of globalization and exploring differing theoretical interpretations, notably the skeptical and globalist accounts. See section 2.2. Globalization is a contentious subject in the study of international relations because there is still fundamental theoretical disagreement with respect to its descriptive and explanatory power. Similarly, it is a highly contentious and divisive issue in political life, since it begets winners and losers, conflict and cooperation. The chapter also analyzed three major sources of the current crisis of globalization and why it is implicated in a wider crisis of the liberal world order. See section 2.3. Rather than deglobalization, it concluded that a process of reglobalization is underway. Globalization therefore continues to matter to both the study and practice of world politics. Moreover, the alleged demise of the liberal world order is confused with the emergence of a post-Western global order. Section 2.4 addressed the question of what globalization contributes to the study of world politics. It identified and briefly examined significant transformations in world politics associated with globalization which are essential to comprehending and explaining 21st century global politics. Profound normative and political disagreement exists as to whether globalization is a benign or malign force in world politics. CCH 6. Indeed, among the most contentious and unresolved questions in world politics today is how globalization might best be governed for the benefit of both humanity and the planet. A struggle, played out across the globe every day, from the village square to the citadels of global power. CCHS 5 and 22. Key points. A globalization scholarship presents significant challenges to traditional approaches to the study of world politics. A globalization is associated with structural transformations in world politics, from governance to power and world order. A globalization requires a conceptual shift in thinking about world politics, from a principally state-centric and Western-centric perspective to the perspective of global politics, the politics of planetary relations. A globalization is a significant source of conflict, as well as cooperation, systemic risks, and power shifts. A globalization is not leading to the demise of the sovereign state, but is transforming the practice of sovereign statehood. Questions. 1. Distinguish the concept of globalization from those of internationalization and international interdependence. 2. Critically review the major transformations in world politics associated with globalization. 3. Why is globalization associated with conflict in world politics? 4. Compare globalist and skeptical accounts of globalization. 5. What are the sources of the current crisis of globalization? Is the world entering a period of deglobalization? 6. What is meant by the term liberal world order? 7. What is meant by the term global governance system? 8. Distinguish the concept of global politics from those of geopolitics and interstate politics. 9. Critically assess some of the key arguments of the transformationalists. 10. Why do some argue the world is witnessing the emergence of a post-Western global order? Visit the online resources to test your understanding by trying the self-test questions. Further reading. Freeman, D. 2020. Can Globalization Succeed? London, Thames and Hudson. A very accessible introduction to current academic and political debates about globalization. Golden, I. and Mariathison, M. 2014. The Butterfly Defect, How Globalization Creates Systemic Risks, and What to Do About It. Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press. An accessible and comprehensive examination of the worldwide systemic risks associated with globalization, with particular emphasis on the economic, financial, and technological. Khanna, P. 2017. Connectography. Mapping the Global Network Revolution, London, Weidenfeld and Nicholson. An accessible introduction to the new phase of globalization. Mahbubani, K. 2013. The Great Convergence, Asia, the West, and the Logic of One World, New York, Public Affairs. Argues that globalization is creating the conditions for a global convergence in which the rising powers of Asia will shape the future of globalization and global politics. Petersa, J. N. 2017. Multipolar Globalization, Emerging Economies and Development, London, Routledge. An examination of the economic dimension of multicentric globalization. Roberts, A. and Lamp, N. 2021. Six Faces of Globalization. Who Wins, Who Loses, and Why It Matters. Cambridge, Massachusetts. Harvard University Press. Compares and contrasts the dominant narratives or global imaginaries, which shape the politics of economic globalization. Singer, P. 2016. One World Now. The Ethics of Globalization, 3rd Eden, New Haven, Connecticut. Yale University Press. A superb examination of the normative and ethical issues posed by globalization. Steger, M. 2020. Globalization. A very short introduction, 5th Eden, Oxford. Oxford University Press. This is a brief but very informative account of globalization and the controversies to which it gives rise. Steger, M. and James, P. 2019. Globalization Matters. Engaging the Global in Unsettled Times. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. A comprehensive analysis of why globalization is still central to the study of the social sciences and how it is changing. Stuenkel, O. 2016. Post-Western World, Cambridge, Polity Press. A comprehensive examination from a non-Western perspective of the transformations underway in the global political economy. Visit the online resources to access the latest updates in the field of international relations. In this part of the book, we provide a historical context within which to make sense of international relations. We have two main aims. Our first aim is to introduce you to some of the most important aspects of international history, and we shall do this by giving you a chronologically concentrated set of chapters. We start with an overview of the rise of the modern international order itself. We think that you need to have some basic understanding of the main developments in the history of world politics, as well as some kind of context for thinking about the contemporary period of world history. This is followed by a chapter that looks at the main themes of 20th century history up to the end of the Cold War. The third chapter looks at developments in international history since 1990. The final chapter of this part of the book examines the historical significance of the emergence of new powers, such as China, India, and Brazil, that are challenging the existing Western-centric world order. These chapters give you a great deal of historical information that will be of interest in its own right. Our second aim is to draw to your attention the main themes of international history so that you can develop a deeper understanding of the structures and issues, both theoretical and empirical, that are addressed in the remaining three parts of this book. We hope that an overview of international history will give you a context within which to begin thinking about globalization. Is it a new phenomenon that fundamentally changes the main patterns of international history, or are there precedents for it that make it seem less revolutionary? Part 2. The historical context. Agentia Photographicsna Caro/Alami Stock Photo. Reader's Guide. This chapter explores the rise of modern international order. It begins by surveying international orders before the modern period, examining how trade and infrastructure help to tie together diverse parts of the world. The chapter then examines debates about the 1648 Peace of Westphalia, which is often said to mark the origins of modern international order. Next, it turns to 19th century developments ranging from industrialization to imperialism, which played a major role in the formation of modern international order. Particular attention is paid to the main ideas that underpinned modern international order, the shrinking of the planet that arose from the advent of new technologies, and the emergence of a radically unequal international order. The chapter closes by assessing the significance of 19th century developments for 20th and 21st century international relations. Chapter 3. The Rise of Modern International Order. George L. Austin. Framing questions. When did modern international order emerge? To what extent was the emergence of modern international order shaped by the experience of the West? Is history important to understanding contemporary world politics? 3.1 Introduction. All international orders are made up of multiple political units. Whether these units are empires, city-states, or nation-states, the key feature that distinguishes international from domestic politics is that, in the international sphere, political units are forced to coexist in the absence of an overarching authority. This means that the discipline of international relations is fundamentally concerned with the issue of political multiplicity. Rosenberg and Corky 2021. Its guiding question is how order can be generated in an environment that is fragmented rather than unified. Political multiplicity, though, is only part of the story. Although international relations is a fragmented space, this does not stop political units from interacting with each other. These interactions are what make up international orders. Regularized practices of exchange between political units. These patterns of exchange vary greatly. They can be sparse, limited to diplomatic protocols, or intensive, involving high levels of trade, shared legal codes, common security arrangements, extensive cultural exchanges, and more. Hierarchical as in empires or purportedly equal, as in the contemporary state system. Formal, as in the constitutional structure of the European Union. Or informal, as in the notion of a sphere of influence. International orders have existed ever since political units began to interact with each other on a regular basis, whether through trade, diplomacy, or the exchange of ideas. In this sense, world history has seen a great many regional international orders. However, it is only over the past 2 centuries or so that we can speak of a distinctly modern international order in the sense of the construction of a global economy, a global system of states, and the global circulation of ideas. This chapter explores both historical international orders and the emergence of the modern, global international order to show how world politics has become marked by increasingly deep exchanges between peoples and political units. One of the most noteworthy aspects of the contemporary international order is the dominance of Western ideas and institutions. The West is usually taken to mean Europe with particular emphasis on the northern and western parts of the continent and the Americas with particular emphasis on the United States. The West looms large in the functioning of the global political economy. Just think of the importance of London and New York as financial centers. The West is also central to global governance. The main home of the United Nations, UN, is in New York, while both the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, IMF, are headquartered in Washington, D.C. Western ideas, such as human rights and Western culture, particularly music, are well known around the world. But why is this the case? Some people argue that Western power has arisen because of its innate strengths, liberal ideas, democratic practices, and free markets. Landis 1998. These people tend to see Western power as both natural and enduring. Others see Western domination as rooted in specific historical circumstances, many of them the product of practices of colonial exploitation and subjugation. W. E. B. Du Bois, 1994, 1903. See also Hobson 2021. For these people, Western power in the contemporary world is unusual and likely to be temporary. This debate is discussed in Opposing Opinions 3.1. For the purposes of this chapter, it is important to note 2 preliminary points. First, the rise of the West has occurred only relatively recently, over the past 2 or 3 centuries. Second, many aspects of its rise can be traced to international processes such as imperialism and the global expansion of capitalism. These international dynamics allowed a small number of mostly Western states to project their power around the world. As they did so, they generated a range of new actors that subsequently became leading participants in international affairs, nation-states, transnational corporations, and intergovernmental and non-governmental organizations. IGOs and NGOs. They also helped to bind the globe together through new forms of transport such as the steamship and technologies such as the telegraph. This chapter explores these dynamics and explains how they help to shape contemporary world politics. 3.2 Historical International Orders. When should we start thinking about the emergence of international orders? Although the term international order is a relatively recent innovation, some accounts trace the historical origins of international orders to the period when nomadic groups first settled and became sedentary communities, Busan and Little. 2000. The earliest recorded examples of this process took place around 5,000 to 6,000 years ago in Sumer, modern-day Iraq. Sedentary communities in Sumer accumulated agricultural surpluses that allowed for year-round subsistence. These surpluses generated two dynamics. First, they fostered trade between groups, and second, they put groups at risk of attack. The response of sedentary communities was to increase their capabilities. They got bigger, they developed specializations such as dividing people into distinct ranks of soldiers and cultivators, and they developed political hierarchies, establishing order through the command of a leader or group of leaders, Busan and Little 2000. These leaders increasingly interacted with their counterparts in other groups, establishing rituals that we now know as diplomacy. In the process, these communities generated regularized practices of exchange between political units, the definition of international orders. Beyond ancient Sumer can be found a great many historical international orders. Indeed, if we take world history as our canvas, every region in the world has been home to regular, widely shared practices of commerce, war, diplomacy, and law. Many of these historical international orders developed through encounters with other parts of the world, the extensive interactions between the Byzantine and Ottoman. Opposing opinions. 3.1 The rise of the West was the result of its own strengths. 4. The West alone had inclusive political institutions. Representative institutions promoted negotiation among elites and heightened links between elites and publics. The Enlightenment promoted new forms of scientific thinking. These ideas fostered an independence of thought and an experimental tradition that, in turn, led to advances in engineering and the sciences. The West pioneered a range of new economic practices. Double-entry bookkeeping and comparable innovations allowed for a clear evaluation of profit, thereby enabling companies to provide credit in depersonalized form, the hallmark of commercial capitalism. The West enjoyed unusually beneficial geographical circumstances. For example, British industrialization was aided greatly by the unusual co-location of coal and iron. Against very few, if any, of the materials that were fundamental to the rise of the West originated from within Western societies. Most notably, cotton is not indigenous to England. Similarly, Europe's pre-industrial trade with Asia was largely underpinned by gold and silver mined in Africa and the Americas. For many centuries, Asian powers were held in respect, even awe, in many parts of Europe. The West interacted with Asian powers sometimes as political equals and at other times as supplicants. Between 1600 and 1800, India and China were so dominant in manufacturing and many areas of technology that the rise of the West is sometimes linked to its relative backwardness in comparison to major Asian empires. European success was based on imperialism. Between 1815 and 1865, Britain alone conquered new territories at an average rate of 100,000 square miles per year. Many of the resources that enabled the rise of the West originated from imperialism: Indian textiles, Chinese porcelain, African slaves, and colonial labor. European power was premised on multiple forms of inequality. Particularly crucial was the restructuring of economies into a primary producing periphery and a secondary producing core. Western powers established a global economy in which they eroded local economic practices and imposed their own price and production systems. This allowed Western states to turn an age-old and more or less balanced system of trade in elite goods into a global market sustained by mass trade and marked by inequality. 1. Did the rise of the West stem from its own distinct institutions and ideas? 2. To what extent was Western power forged through its encounters with non-Western states? What are the implications of the history of the rise of the West for the West's contemporary relations with the rest of the world? Visit the online resources to discover pointers to help you tackle these questions. Empires is one example. A second is the early modern international order centered on the Indian Ocean that incorporated actors from Asia, Africa, and Europe. A third is the Eurasian international order between the 13th and 17th centuries, spanning from Europe to China, which sustained deep interactions between diverse political orders and, in the process, helped to forge notions of sovereignty and world order. Zarakal 2022. Most accounts of international order, however, begin not in 13th century Eurasia or early modern South Asia, but in 17th century Europe. The majority of accounts date the birth of modern international order to a specific date, the 1648 Peace of Westphalia, which marked the end of the wars of religion in Europe, e.g. Philpott 2001. Westphalia is seen as important because it instituted the principle of cuius regio, ius religio, whose realm, their religion. This principle, it is argued, acted as a brake on the reasons by which states could go to war. After Westphalia, so the story goes, European states could no longer intervene in other states on the basis of religious belief. In other words, states assumed sovereignty over their own territories first in terms of their right of confession and later over other spheres of activity, such as the ways in which they organized their governance and economies. In this sense, Westphalia is seen as important because it established the principle of sovereign territoriality, a claim to political authority over a particular geographical space. A number of criticisms of the Westphalian narrative have emerged in recent years. 3 of these are worth particular consideration. First, Westphalia was not a European-wide agreement, but a local affair. Its main concerns were to safeguard the internal affairs of the Holy Roman Empire and to reward the victors of the wars of religion, France and Sweden. The impact of Westphalia on European international relations, let alone global affairs, was not as great as is often imagined, Teschke 2003. Second, even within this limited space, the gains of Westphalia were relatively slight. Although German principalities assumed more control over their own affairs after 1648, this was within a dual constitutional structure that stressed loyalty to the empire and that was sustained by a court system in which imperial courts adjudicated over both interstate disputes and internal affairs, a bit like the modern-day European Union. Third, Westphalia actually set limits to the principle of sovereignty established at the 1555 Peace of Augsburg, for example by retracting the rights of polities to choose their own religion. Westphalia decreed that each territory would retain the religion it held on January 1, 1624. For the most part, after 1648, European international order remained a patchwork of marriage, inheritance, and hereditary claims. Imperial rivalries, hereditary succession, and religious conflicts remained at the heart of European wars for several centuries after Westphalia. Although Westphalia is usually considered to be the basis for modern international order, it is not the only starting point for thinking about these issues. In part, the choice of when to date the emergence of modern international order depends on what people consider to be the most important components of international order. In Section 3.1, international orders were described as regularized practices of exchange between political units. But what form do these regularized practices of exchange take? One type of pattern emerges through economic interactions. Here we might stress the importance of long-distance trade routes in silks, cotton, sugar, tea, linen, porcelain, and spices that connected places as diversely situated as Malacca, Samarkand, Hangzhou, Genoa, Acapulco, Manila, and the Malabar coast for many centuries before Westphalia. Goldstone 2002. Another example is systems of infrastructure, transport, and communication. Here, we could highlight the European voyages of discovery during the 15th and 16th centuries, which opened up sea lanes around Africa and across the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. As discussed earlier, when Europeans moved into the Indian Ocean, they found a well-developed international order in place. India's huge coastline, skilled artisans, and plentiful traders had long made it a central node in the trans-Eurasian exchange of goods, ideas, and institutions. Further east could be found an equally well-developed regional international order, mainly thanks to Chinese advances in ocean-going shipbuilding and navigation techniques, which were in many respects more advanced than those of the Europeans. Hobson 2021. It is also possible to combine economic and infrastructural interactions, highlighting dynamics such as the trafficking of African slaves, which constructed a triangular trade, in which the demand for sugar in London fostered the plantation system in the Caribbean, which was supplied by African slaves and North American provisions. Blackburn 1997. This file feature of international order was linked both to increasing trade and to advances in transport technologies. It helped to forge the Atlantic into a regional international order. Also important to this process was the increasing number of ecological transfers between the Americas and Europe. Maize, potatoes, tomatoes, beans, and tobacco were imported from the New World, while horses, cattle, pigs, chickens, sheep, mules, oxen, vines, wheat, rice, and coffee traveled in the opposite direction. Even more important was the transatlantic transfer of diseases. Smallpox, measles, influenza, and yellow fever killed 2/3 of the population of the Americas by the middle of the 16th century. Crosby 2004. These examples help to illustrate the ways in which, over time, regularized exchanges between political units can generate forms of interdependence in which events in one place have a major effect on others. One of the consequences of the increasingly dense interactions that have characterized international orders over recent centuries has been heightened levels of interdependence, from productive circuits to pandemics. Despite the plentiful examples of regional international orders in world history before the last 2 centuries or so, the ties of interdependence that bound international orders were relatively limited in scope. For example, until the 19th century, the vast majority of economic activities did not take place over large distances, but in microeconomies with a 20-mile circumference. Schwartz 2014. Those activities that went beyond the microscale, such as the long-distance trading corridors noted earlier in this section, were usually lightly connected. A journey halfway around the world would have taken a year or more in the 16th century, 5 months in 1812 and 1 month in 1912. In the contemporary world, it takes less than a day. In general, the pace of change during the period before the 19th century was much slower than the rapid, incessant change that has become a feature of the past 2 centuries. In this sense, although we can speak of many regional international orders before the 19th century, we should locate the emergence of a distinctly modern international order only in the last 2 centuries. What makes the last 2 centuries such a strong candidate for thinking about the emergence of modern international order? As noted in the previous paragraph, during this period, multiple regional international orders were linked in a global order in which all parts of the world were closely connected. This period is sometimes known as the global transformation, a term used to denote the shift from a world of multiple regional international systems to one characterized by a global international order. Busen and Lawson 2015. The global transformation brought to an end a long period in which human history was mainly local and contact among peoples fairly light. It replaced this with an era in which human history was increasingly global and contact among far-flung peoples intense. For better or worse, and often both together, the 19th century saw the transformation of the daily condition of peoples nearly everywhere on the planet. Hobsbawm 1962, Bailey 2004, Osterhamel 2014. 3.3 How did modern international order emerge? Up until around 1800, there were few major differences in living standards among the most developed parts of the world. In the late 18th century, gross domestic product, GDP, per capita levels in the Yangtze River Delta of China were around 10% lower than the wealthiest parts of Europe, less than the differences today between most of the European Union, EU, and the US. Major sites of production and consumption, such as Hokkaido, Malacca, Hangzhou, and Samarkand, enjoyed relative parity with their European counterparts across a range of economic indicators and were technologically equal or superior in many areas of production. Pomerantz 2000. A century later, the most advanced areas of Europe and the United States had levels of GDP per capita between 10-fold and 12-fold greater than their Asian. Key points. International orders are regularized practices of exchange between political units. They may be sparse or intensive, hierarchical or egalitarian, formal or informal. It is possible to speak of multiple international orders in world history, perhaps even as far back as ancient Sumer. In international relations, the 1648 Peace of Westphalia is often considered to be the foundational date from which modern international order emerged. More recently, scholars have viewed the emergence of modern international order as the product of the last 2 centuries, as this is when various regional orders were forged into a deeply interdependent, global international order. Equivalence. In 1820, Asian powers produced 60.7% of the world's GDP, and the West, defined as Europe and the United States, only 34.2%. By 1913. The West produced 68.3% of global GDP and Asia only 24.5%. Between 1800 and 1900, China's share of global production dropped from 33% to 6% and India's from 20% to 2%. Madison 2001. The rapid turnaround during the 19th century represents a major shift in global power. See box 3.1. What generated this shift in global power? There are a number of explanations for what is sometimes called the Great Divergence between East and West. Pomerantz 2000. Some accounts concentrate on innovations such as the capacity of liberal constitutions in the West to restrict levels of domestic conflict. Others, in contrast, focus on the frequency of European interstate wars. European powers were involved in interstate wars in nearly 75% of the years between 1494 and 1975. Mann 2012. 24. The frequency of European interstate wars, it is argued, led to technological and tactical advances, the development of standing armies, and the expansion of permanent bureaucracies. In this way, 19th-century European states combined their need for taxation in order to fight increasingly costly wars with support for financial institutions that could, in turn, deliver the funds required for investment in armaments. A third set of explanations highlights the role of ideas in producing the Great Divergence, most notably the scientific advance. A third set of explanations highlights the role of ideas in producing the Great Divergence, most notably the scientific advances associated with the European Enlightenment. A fourth set of approaches concentrate on the geographical and demographic advantages enjoyed by the West, a temperate climate that was inhospitable to parasites and later marriage habits which led to lower fertility rates and, in turn, lower population densities. Finally, some accounts stress the role of capitalism in generating Western takeoff. Whether this is seen as emerging from favorable access to credit and bills of exchange or through the ways in which private property regimes enabled capital to be released for investment in manufacturing and finance, Busen and Lawson 2015. Relatively few of these accounts stress the international dimensions of the global transformation. Yet these were significant, see box 3.2. First, European success was predicated on imperialism, Sharman 2019. Between 1878 and 1913, Western states claimed 8.6 million square miles of overseas territory amounting to 1/6 of the Earth's land surface, Abernathy 2081. By the outbreak of the First World War, 80% of the world's land surface, not including uninhabited Antarctica, was under the control of Western powers, and one state, Britain, claimed nearly a quarter of the world's territory. Germany's colonies in East Africa were forced into producing cotton for export, just as Dutch Indonesia became a vehicle for the production. Box 3.1 The importance of the 19th century. The 19th century saw the birth of international relations as we know it today. Osterhammel 2014, 393. During the 19th century, social relations were assembled, dismantled, and reassembled. Wolff 1997, 391. Nothing, it seemed, could stand in the way of a few Western gunboats or regiments bringing with them trade and Bibles. Hobsbawm 1962, 365. Box 3.2 Key dates in the emergence of modern international order. 1789–1791, the French and Haitian revolutions begin a long wave of Atlantic revolutions that lasts until the 1820s. These revolutions introduced new ideas such as republicanism and popular sovereignty and challenged the central place of slavery in the Atlantic international order. 1842, in the First Opium War, the British defeat China, perhaps the greatest classical Asian power. 1857, the Indian Revolt prompts Britain to assume formal control of the Indian subcontinent, while serving as a forerunner to later anti-colonial movements. 1862, the British Companies Act marks a shift to limited liability firms, opening the way to the formation of transnational corporations as significant international actors. 1865, the International Telecommunications Union becomes the first standing intergovernmental organization, symbolizing the rise of permanent institutions of global governance. 1866, the opening of the first transatlantic telegraph cable begins the wiring together of the planet with instantaneous communication. 1884, the Prime Meridian Conference establishes world standard time, easing the integration of trade, diplomacy, and communication. 1905, Japan defeats Russia in the Russo-Japanese War, establishing itself as the first non-Western, non-white great power of sugar, tobacco, and later rubber. In a similar vein, after the British East India Company was ceded the right to administer and raise taxes in Bengal, they made the cultivation of opium obligatory, subsequently exporting it to China in a trading system propped up by force of arms. Through imperialism, European powers exchanged raw materials for manufactured goods and used violence to ensure low production prices. Although the gains from these circuits are difficult to measure precisely, many of them were highly profitable. The Atlantic slave trade, for example, returned profits to British investors at an average rate of 9.5% at the turn of the 19th century. Blackburn 1997, 510. Second, European powers assumed control, often coercively, over the trade of commodities as diverse as sandalwood, tea, otterskins, and sea cucumbers, as well as silver, cotton, and opium. Europeans used silver from the Americas and opium from India to buy entry into regional trading systems. This led to radically unequal patterns of trade, while Britain provided 50% of Argentina's imports and exports and virtually all of its capital investment in 1900. Argentina provided just 10% of Britain's imports and exports. Mann 2012, 39. European control of trade also led to radically unequal patterns of growth, whereas India's GDP grew at an average of 0.2% per year in the century before independence, Britain's grew at 10 times this rate. Silver and Origi 2003, 338. India provided a colonial tribute to Britain that saw its budget surpluses expatriated to London so that they could be used to reduce British trade deficits. The inequality that marks modern international order is discussed in section 3.4. Third, Western advances arose from the emulation and fusion of non-Western ideas and technologies. Technologies used in the cotton industry, for example, drew heavily on earlier Asian advances, Hobson 2021. These ideas and technologies were carried, in part, via migration. Up to 37 million laborers left India, China, Malaya, and Java during the 19th century and the early 20th, many of them to work as bonded labor in imperial territories. Over 50 million Europeans also emigrated between 1800 and 1914, most of them to the United States. By 1914, half of the population of the U.S. was foreign-born. 6 million Europeans emigrated to Argentina between 1857 and 1930. At the onset of the First World War, one-third of Argentinians and half the population of Buenos Aires had been born outside the country. Crosby 2004, 301. The Great Divergence was therefore fueled by a global intensification in the circulation of people, ideas, and resources, what was described in section 3.2 as interdependence. More precisely, it can be linked to three main dynamics: industrialization, the emergence of rational states, and imperialism. 3.3.1 Industrialization. Industrialization took place in two main waves. The first, mainly British, wave occurred in the early part of the 19th century and was centered on cotton, coal, and iron. Here the crucial advance was the capture of inanimate sources of energy, particularly the advent of steam power, an innovation that enabled the biggest increase in the availability of power sources for several thousand years. Also crucial was the application of engineering to blockages in production, such as the development of machinery to pump water efficiently out of mineshafts. Engineering and technology combined to generate substantial gains in productivity, whereas a British spinner at the end of the 18th century took 300 hours to produce 100 pounds of cotton. By 1830, the same task took only 135 hours. By 1850, 18 million Britons used as much fuel energy as 300 million inhabitants of Qing, China. Goldstone 2002, 364. The second, mainly German and American, wave of industrialization took place in the last quarter of the century and was centered on advances in chemicals, pharmaceuticals, and electronics. Once again, new sources of energy were crucial, with oil and electricity emerging alongside coal and internal combustion engines replacing steam piston engines. The oil industry took off in Russia, Canada, and the US from the middle of the 19th century, initially to provide kerosene for lighting. Before the century's end, pipelines and tankers were bringing oil to a global market, and further advances in distillation and mechanical engineering were opening up its use as a fuel. During the 1880s, electricity began to be generated and distributed from hydroelectric and steam-powered stations. Advances in light metals and electrics, allied to the use of oil products for fuel, provided an impetus to the development of cars, planes, and ships. These two waves of industrialization helped to produce a dramatic expansion of the world market. After several centuries in which the volume of world trade had increased by an annual average of less than 1%, trade rose by over 4% annually in the half-century after 1820. Osterhammel 2014, 726. By the early years of the 20th century, world trade was increasing at a rate of 10% per year, increasing levels of interdependence and heightening practices of exchange. The expansion of the market brought new opportunities for accumulating power, particularly because of the close relationship between industrialization in the West and deindustrialization elsewhere. For example, Indian textiles were either banned from Britain or levied with high tariffs. The British government tripled duties on Indian goods during the 1790s and raised them by a factor of 9 in the first 2 decades of the 19th century. In contrast, British manufacturing products were forcibly imported into India without duty. Between 1814 and 1828, British cloth exports to India rose from 800,000 yards to over 40 million yards. During the same period, Indian cloth exports to Britain halved. For many centuries before the global transformation, India's merchant class had produced the garments that clothed the world. Prithsarthi 2011, 22. By 1850, the English county of Lancashire was the new center of a global textiles industry. 3.3.2 Rational states. The extension of the market was accompanied by important changes in how states were organized. During the 19th century, states began to assume greater control over the use of force within their territory. This was not as straightforward as it might seem when viewed from the vantage point of the contemporary world and its nearly 200 nation-states. CCH 31. In the 18th century, institutions such as the Dutch East India Company held a constitutional warrant to make war, conclude treaties, acquire territory, and build fortresses. Phillips and Sharman 2020. These companies remained influential throughout the 19th century. The British Parliament provided a concession of several million acres of land to the British North Borneo Company as late as 1881, while the Imperial British East Africa Company and the British South Africa Company also held state-like powers of governance. In general, though, during the course of the 19th century, armies and navies became more distinctly national, increasingly coming under the direct control of the state. Although nation-states coexisted with other political units, and most Western polities were imperial nation-states in that they were both empires and nations simultaneously, there was a general caging of authority within states. Mann 2012. Most notably, states became staffed by permanent bureaucracies, selected by merit and formalized through new legal codes. State personnel in the last quarter of the century grew from 67,000 to 535,000 in Britain, and from 55,000 to over 1 million in Prussia/Germany. During the same period, state military personnel tripled in Britain and quadrupled. During the same period, state military personnel tripled in Britain and quadrupled in Prussia/Germany. The term rational state refers to the ways in which states become organized less through interpersonal relations and family ties, and more by abstract bureaucracies such as a civil service and a nationally organized military. Once again, there was a distinctly international dimension to this process. Many aspects of the modern, professional civil service were formed in India before being exported to Britain. Cartographic techniques used to map colonial spaces were re-imported into Europe to serve as the basis for territorial claims, and imperial armies acted as the frontline troops in conflicts around the world. Britain deployed Indian police officers, bureaucrats, and orderlies in China, Africa, and the Middle East, and Indian troops fought in 15 British colonial wars. Other Western states also made extensive use of colonial forces. 70% of the Dutch army deployed in the Dutch East Indies were colonial forces, while 80% of the French expeditionary forces that fought in North and East Africa were colonial conscripts. MacDonald 2014, 39-40. These imperial wars increased the coercive capacities of European states, while requiring states to raise extra revenues, which they often achieved through taxation. This, in turn, fueled further state development. 3.3.3 Imperialism. Until the 19th century, nearly 3/4 of the world's population lived in large, fragmented, ethnically mixed agrarian empires. During the 19th century, these empires were swamped by monoracial Western powers. The bulk of European imperialism took place during the scramble for Africa, which saw European powers assume direct control of large parts of the continent. But experiences of imperialism went much further than this. Between 1810 and 1870, the U.S. carried out 71 territorial annexations and military interventions. Go 2011, 39. The U.S. first became a continental empire, seizing territory from Native Americans, the Spanish, and Mexicans. It then built an overseas empire, extending its authority over Cuba, Nicaragua, the Dominican Republic, Haiti, Hawaii, Puerto Rico, Guam, the Philippines, Samoa, and the Virgin Islands. Other settler states also became colonial powers in their own right, including Australia and New Zealand in the Pacific. Imperialism took many forms. In the case of the British, their imperial web included direct rule colonies, e.g. India after 1857, settler colonies, e.g. Australia, protectorates, e.g. Brunei, bases, e.g. Gibraltar, treaty ports, e.g. Shanghai, and spheres of influence, e.g. Argentina. The image of a late 19th century map of the world in which imperial territories are represented by a single color is, therefore, highly misleading. British India included several hundred princely states that retained a degree of quasi-sovereignty, as did nearly 300 native states in Dutch East Asia. Where imperialism was successful, it relied on establishing partnerships with local power brokers. The Straits Chinese, the Creole of West Africa, the Tiqualas of Burma, and others. Darwin 2012, 178. 200 Dutch officials and a much larger number of Indonesian intermediaries ran a cultivation system that incorporated 2 million agricultural workers. A little over 75,000 French administrators were responsible for 60 million colonial subjects. Mann 2012, 47. Imperialism was deeply destructive. At times, this destruction took the form of ecocide. Manchuria was deforested by the Japanese in the interests of its mining and lumber companies, while wildlands in India were cleared by the British so that nomadic pastoralists could be turned into tax-paying cultivators. At other times, destruction took the form of genocide. Belgian imperialists were responsible for the deaths of up to 10 million Congolese during the late 19th century and the early 20th. In the opening years of the 20th century, Germany carried out a systematic genocide against the Nama and Herero peoples in its southwest African territories, reducing their population by 80% and 50%, respectively. Similar stories could be told about the conduct of the Americans in the Philippines, the Spanish in Cuba, the Japanese in China, the British in Kenya, the French in Algeria, and the Australians in Tasmania. Overall, the casualty list of imperialism numbered tens of millions. Osterhammel 2014, 124-7. 3.4 The consequences of the global transformation. Section 3.3 examined the main dynamics that underpinned the global transformation. This section explores three of its main consequences: the shrinking of the planet, see section 3.4.1, the emergence of international organizations and non-governmental organizations, see section 3.4.2, and the development of an unequal international order, see section 3.4.3. 3.4.1 Shrinking the planet. A thin global trading system existed for many centuries before the global transformation. Lightweight luxury goods such as silk, porcelain, spices, precious metals, and gems moved across Eurasia and other transnational trading circuits for millennia, although generally at a slow pace. During the 18th century, it took 3 years for a caravan to make the round trip from Moscow to Peking. This meant that, until the 19th century, international orders tended to be somewhat limited in scale. 2,000 years ago, Imperial Rome and Han China knew of each other and had a significant trade in luxury goods. But their armies never met, they had no diplomatic relations, and the trade between them was indirect rather than direct, taking the form of a relay through a range of intermediaries. The infrastructural gains prompted by the global transformation generated major efficiency savings. Communication times between Britain and India dropped from a standard of around 6 months in the 1830s, via sailing ship, to just over 1 month in the 1850s, via rail and steamship, to the same day in the 1870s, via telegraph. Curtin 1984, 251-2. There were 3 main sources that lay behind these efficiency savings: steamships, railways, and the telegraph. Key points. After 1800, there was a great divergence between some Western imperial nation-states and much of the rest of the world. There were 3 main sources of the great divergence: industrialization, the rational state, and imperialism. These 3 dynamics served as the mutually reinforcing foundations of modern international order. These dynamics were deeply intertwined with international processes, most notably industrialization with deindustrialization, and rational states with imperialism. During the 19th century, as steam engines became smaller, more powerful, and more fuel-efficient, they began to be installed in ships, initially driving paddle wheels, and later the more efficient screw propeller. As a result of these improvements, ocean freight rates dropped by 80% during the century as a whole, with a corresponding expansion in the volume of trade. 1 million tons of goods were shipped worldwide in 1800. By 1840, ships carried 20 million tons of tradable goods. By 1870, they carried 80 million tons. Bellich 2009, 107. By 1913, steam tonnage accounted for 97.7% of global shipping. Steam engines both freed ships from dependence on wind, although at the cost of dependence on coal or oil, and tripled their average speed. Because steamships were not dependent on weather or season, they provided predictable, regular services to replace sporadic and irregular links by sail. Equally important was the arrival of railways. Widespread railway building began in Britain during the 1820s, spreading to the United States, France, and Germany during the 1830s. By 1840, there were 4,500 miles of track worldwide, expanding to 23,500 miles by 1850 and 130,000 miles by 1870. By the end of the century, there were 500,000 miles of track worldwide. Hobsbawm 1962-61. As with steamships, the expansion of the railway had a major effect on trade. By the 1880s, the cost of transportation by rail in Britain was less than half of that by canals and a sixth of transport by road. The figures for the U.S. were even more dramatic, with late 19th century railways between 30 and 70 times cheaper than trade via road in 1800. Investment in railways served to internationalize capital. France invested heavily in Russian railways, while British investors provided the capital for railways in continental Europe, the Americas, and Asia. By 1913, 41% of Britain's direct overseas investments were in railways. Topic and Wells 2012, 644. Railways had two further effects on international order. First, they prompted the emergence of timetables and, in turn, pressed states to regularize time. World Standard Time was pioneered at the Prime Meridian Conference in Washington in 1884, and the Universal Day of 24 Time Zones was consolidated at the 1912 Paris International Conference on Time. Ogle 2015. Second, as railways spread, they became pipelines from continental interiors to coastal ports, linking with steamships to provide a global transportation system. Railways linked Argentinian food products to the port of Buenos Aires, Australian wool to the port of Sydney, and South African diamonds and gold to the port of Cape Town. This allowed Western states to import products in a way that had not been possible before, and they could establish mass industries that depended on raw materials grown in other parts of the world. The combination of railways and steamships underpinned the division of labor between an industrial core and a commodity-producing periphery that first emerged as a defining feature of the global political economy during the 19th century. The final breakthrough technology was the telegraph. During the 1840s, telegraph networks spread throughout Europe and North America, increasing from 2,000 miles in 1849 to 111,000 miles by 1869. By 1870, a submarine telegraph system linked the UK and India. By 1887, over 200,000 kilometers of underwater cable connected, mainly imperial, nodes in the world economy. And by 1903, there was a global network in place consisting of over 400,000 kilometers of submarine cabling. Osterhammel 2014, 719. Use of the telegraph was widespread, if uneven. At the end of the 19th century, two-thirds of the world's telegraph lines were British-owned. In 1913, Europeans sent 329 million telegraphs, while Americans sent 150 million, Asians 60 million, and Africans 17 million. Topic and Wells 2012. 663. The impact of the telegraph on the speed of communications was dramatic. A letter sent from Paris to St. Petersburg took 20 days in 1800, 30 hours in 1900, and 30 minutes in 1914. This, in turn, had a major impact on key features of international relations, from war and diplomacy to trade and consumption. Governments could learn about political and military developments almost as they happened, while financiers and traders had faster access to information about supply, prices, and market movements. One consequence of this was a steamship in the 19th century Canada. Patent and Copyright Office, Library and Archives Canada. The formation of command structures over long distances. With instant communication, ambassadors, admirals, and generals were not granted as much independence of action, and firms kept tighter control over their distant subsidiaries. Steamships, railways, and the telegraph provided the core infrastructure of modern international order, adding greatly to levels of interdependence and prompting far deeper patterns of exchange. In combination, they helped to construct a global economy and a single space of political, military interactions. They also ratcheted up cultural encounters, enabling and often requiring people to interact on a previously unprecedented scale. Increasingly, the human population knew itself as a single entity for the first time. 3.4.2 Intergovernmental Organizations and International Non-Governmental Organizations. Technological changes created demands for international coordination and standardization. This resulted in the emergence of intergovernmental organizations, IGOs, as permanent features of international order. The link between these dynamics is made clear by the functions of most early IGOs: the International Telecommunications Union, 1865, the Universal Postal Union, UPU, 1874, the International Bureau of Weights and Measures, 1875, and the International Conference for Promoting Technical Unification on the Railways, 1882. The UPU, for example, responded to the need for interoperability among diverse postal systems that was created by new forms of transportation. As they developed, IGOs and international non-governmental organizations (INGOs) covered a wide range of issue areas, from religion and politics to sport and the environment. By the 1830s, transnational associations were taking part in vigorous public debates on issues as varied as trade policy and population growth. Several prominent INGOs, including the International Red Cross, were formed in the 1850s and 1860s, as were issue-based groups such as those seeking to improve animal welfare, promote the arts, and formalize academic subjects ranging from botany to anthropology. The latter half of the 19th century saw a further growth in ing activity with the emergence of a number of groups formed in response to the inequities of industrialization and, in the last part of the century, the first industrial era depression. An organized labor movement emerged in the second half of the 19th century. A further tranche of ingos put pressure on states to enact faster, deeper processes of democratization. A transnational movement for women's suffrage emerged in the last quarter of the 19th century. By the early years of the 20th century, the membership of the International Council of Women counted up to 5 million women around the world. Osterhamel 2014, 507. 3.4.3 Inequality. As Section 3.3 explored, the global transformation generated a deeply unequal international order. This inequality did not go unchallenged, whether through attempts at reform or revolution. Case Study 3.1 illustrates this push and pull between inequality and challenge through the example of international law, Pitts 2018. The rest of this section explores global inequality through two further issue areas: racism, see Section 3.4.3.1, and economic exploitation, see Section 3.4.3.2. 3.4.3.1 Racism. During the last quarter of the 19th century, a new form of racism emerged. Scientific racism was based on a radically unequal view of world politics, see ch 18. Its proponents argued that it was possible and desirable to establish a political hierarchy based on biological markers either visible as in skin color or according to bloodline as in who counts as Jewish, black, or Chinese. Broadly speaking, for scientific racists, lighter-skinned peoples inhabited the highest rung on the evolutionary ladder and darker-skinned peoples were situated at the bottom. These ideas allowed Europeans to racially demarcate zones within imperial territories as well as to homogenize diverse indigenous peoples, such as Native Americans, into a single category of Indians. The result was the formation of an international order premised in large measure on a global color line, Dubois 1994, 1903, Lake and Reynolds 2008. The global color line was strengthened by mass emigration from Britain to Australia, Canada, and New Zealand. These emigrations created settler states ruled by white elites who saw themselves as inherently superior to the indigenous peoples. The scale of this enterprise is striking. White settlers in Australia increased from 12,000 in 1810 to 1.25 million in 1860. 1 million white British emigrated to Canada between 1815 and 1865, multiplying the country's population by a factor of 7. In 1831, the white population of New Zealand was little more than 1,000. In 1831, the white population of New Zealand was little more than 1,000. 50 years later, it was 500,000. Bellich 2009, 83. The cumulative effect of these repopulations was significant. Whereas at the beginning of the 19th century, the white English-speaking Anglosphere was made up of 12 million, mostly poor, people, by 1930 it constituted 200 million, mostly rich, people. When added to the growing power of the United States, the Anglosphere became an increasingly prominent actor in world affairs, a status that to some extent it retains today. Bell 2020. The racism fostered by white emigration forged what W.E.B. Du Bois 1994-1903-61 called the new religion of whiteness. Settler colonists became a racial caste united by fear of rebellion by the indigenous population and by a sense of their own cultural and racial superiority. As white Westerners became a global people, settlers helped to racialize international politics, making the color bar a globally recognized tool of discrimination. 3.4.3.2 Economic exploitation. Industrialization and associated processes, such as the commercialization of agriculture, were global in form. As profits from these processes could only be achieved through higher productivity, lower wages, or the establishment of new markets, capitalist expansion was constant, leading to the development of both new areas of production, such as southeastern Russia and central parts of the United States, and new products, such as potatoes. In 1900, Malaya had around 5,000 acres of rubber production. By 1913, it contained 1.25 million acres. Wolf 1997, 325. Deindustrialization was equally rapid. As discussed in Section 3.3.1, after 1800, the British government ensured that British products undercut Indian goods and charged prohibitive tariffs on Indian textiles. Within a generation or two, the deindustrialization of India meant that centuries-old skills in industries such as cloth dyeing, shipbuilding, metallurgy, and gun-making had been lost. Parthasarathi 2011, Hobson 2021. During the 19th century, international law assumed a dual character, first as an enabler of inequality, and second as a possible route to equality. Two key legal concepts, occupation and universality, illustrate how this worked. On the one hand, occupation, the notion that something belonging to nobody becomes the property of the first person to take it, was central to European imperialism in the Americas, Asia, the Pacific, and Africa. As it developed, the law of occupation was tied to notions of progress and frequently put to work in agreements, alliances, treaties, contracts, and land purchases. The key innovation was to associate occupation with economic development, first in terms of the supposed superiority of European agricultural society and second in terms of the right to trade, which was seen as the hallmark of advanced commercial societies. In this way, occupation sustained a range of legal practices, unequal treaties for those left nominally independent like the Ottoman Empire, Japan, and China, partial takeovers such as protectorates, in which most local government was allowed to continue, but finance, defense, and foreign policy were handled by a Western power, as in the case of Sudan, formal colonization resulting in elimination as an independent entity, as in India after the 1857 uprising, and indigenous displacement, as in many parts of the Americas, Australia, and Southwest Africa. On the other hand, opponents of European imperialism used the notion of universality to claim that their territories were already occupied. For many colonized peoples, universality was a means of contesting Western claims to unequal legal rights. Some Latin American lawyers, for example, argued that the imperial histories of the region, best represented by the Aztecs and Incas, provided them with a history and status that merited their equal inclusion in international society. Increasingly, though, jurists in what is today called the Global South made their case not on the basis of their own civilizational capabilities, but on the basis that imperialism was the mark of uncivilized powers, and that the universal right to self-determination was a legal shelter against this incivility. These debates remain live in the contemporary world. Even after overcoming imperialism, post-colonial states often combined de jure political independence with de facto economic dependence. Britain, for example, repackaged many of its former colonies as overseas territories, acknowledging the right to political self-determination as long as the overarching relationship remained one of economic dependence and exploitation. At the same time, arguments about the rights of occupation can be found in contemporary debates about the status of the two poles, the indigenous peoples of the Torres Straits and West Papua, the proposed annexation of the West Bank, and more. As in many other spheres of international relations, 19th-century debates about international law are crucial to unraveling key issues in contemporary world politics. Question 1. How was international law used in the 19th century to both sustain and challenge imperialism? Question 2. What is the relevance of occupation and universality to contemporary world politics? The profits from capitalist expansion helped to forge an unequal global economy. In the cultivation system operated by the Netherlands in Indonesia, Dutch settlers enjoyed 50 times the level of per capita income as indigenous Indonesians. Around half of the revenue collected by the Indonesian government under the cultivation system was remitted to the Netherlands, constituting 20% of the state's net revenue. Osterhammel 2014, 443. This is just one example of the ways in which imperial powers adapted global production to their needs, setting up the modern hierarchy between providers of primary and secondary products. While colonized countries could be the main producers of primary products, as India was with tea, Burma with jute, Malaya with rubber, Nigeria with palm oil, Bolivia with tin, and Brazil with coffee, imperial powers maintained an advantage in high-value exports and finance. This division of labor, with its accompanying upheavals, was first established in the 19th century. It came to dominate the global political economy in the 20th century. Case Study 3.2 illustrates how these dynamics worked. Key points. A major consequence of the global transformation was the shrinking of the planet via steamships, railways, and the telegraph. These technologies deepened the regularized exchanges that serve as the foundations of international order. These exchanges were increasingly managed by IGOs and INGOs. The modern international order that emerged during the 19th century was profoundly unequal. The sources of this inequality included racism and economic exploitation. 3.5 Conclusion. This chapter defined international order as regularized practices of exchange between political units. There have been many international orders in world history, and these have taken many forms: sparse and intensive, hierarchical and more purportedly egalitarian, formal and informal. However, it is only over the past 2 centuries that an international order has emerged that is global in scale and deeply interdependent politically, economically, and culturally. Not everything has changed over the past 2 centuries. But the world has undergone a major transformation enabled by imperialism, the emergence of industrialization, and rational states. These dynamics have prompted far-reaching changes to how international order has been organized and understood. and they have deepened degrees of both interdependence and inequality to levels that are unprecedented in world history. The legacies of this period are profound: a global economy, a global system of states, global communication and transportation systems, a huge number of IGOs and INGOs, and more. Even the basic terminology used to describe much of the contemporary world has 19th-century origins, from the idea of the West to framings such as the Middle East and Latin America. Osterhammel 2014. 73-86. Equally important are the legacies of imperialism, racism, and economic exploitation that continue to generate resentment in many parts of the world. The West ignores these sentiments at its peril. Although the world continues to be based largely on Western terms, this is changing. See ch. 6. The modernizing mission first undertaken by 19th-century Japan, see box 3.3, has now been undertaken in various forms by many of the world's states. Understanding how we got here is crucial to assessing both the shape of contemporary international order and the challenges it faces. All in all, China's experience of Western imperialism was deeply destructive. During this period, Chinese per capita income dropped from 90% to 20% of the world average, while the country's share of global GDP fell from around a third to just 5%. China lost wars with Japan, Britain, and France. It saw large parts of its territory handed over to foreign powers and suffered the ignominy of being forced to sign a number of unequal treaties. China went through two major rebellions, including one, the Taiping Rebellion, that produced more casualties than any other conflict during the 19th century. No wonder that this period is known in China as the Century of Humiliation. Question 1. What were the main features of China's Century of Humiliation? Question 2. How has China's experience of imperialism in the 19th and 20th centuries impacted its contemporary foreign policy? Box 3.3. Japan's modernizing mission. The most spectacular example of a 19th century modernizing mission outside the West was that of Japan. Following the shock caused by the appearance of American gunboats in Tokyo Bay in 1853 and the subsequent signing of unequal treaties, Japan sent over 100 representatives on a mission to 11 European countries and the United States in order to negotiate revisions to these treaties and learn from Western practices. The Iwakura mission subsequently borrowed extensively from the practices of Western states. The result was a restructuring of domestic society through rapid modernization and a reorientation of foreign policy towards imperialism. Japan invaded Taiwan in 1874, annexing it formally in 1895. Fought wars for overseas territory with both China 1894-5 and Russia 1904-5, and annexed Korea 1910. Becoming a civilized member of international society meant not just abiding by European law and diplomacy, it also meant becoming an imperial power. At home, the result was a radical program known as the Meiji Restoration. The Charter Oath of the Meiji Restoration made frequent references to Confucianism. However, it did so in the context of the need to revive Japanese thought and practices within a new, modern context. Under the slogan Fukoka-kyo, hey, rich country, strong military, the Meiji oligarchy sought to erode feudal forms of governance, abolish the shogunate, and replace the samurai, who numbered over 5% of the population, with a conscript army. The Meiji pioneered the idea of the developmental state. They imported industrial technologies, often through international experts, increased military spending, which climbed from 15% of government spending in the 1880s to around 30% in the 1890s, and nearly 50% in the 1900s, and mobilized the population through an ideology of sometimes chauvinistic nationalism. A private property regime was introduced alongside new systems of taxation, banking, and insurance. The Meiji state built cotton mills, cement works, glass factories, and mines, and maintained a leading interest in arms. Between 1873 and 1913, Japan constructed one of the largest navies in the world. During the Meiji period as a whole, the state was responsible for 40% of the capital investment in the country. This was state-led development with a vengeance, and it served as a model for later such projects around the world. Questions. 1. What are the main components of international order? 2. How important was the Peace of Westphalia to the formation of modern international order? 3. What were the international dynamics that helped Western powers become so powerful during the 19th century? 4. What was the significance of industrialization to Western ascendancy? 5. What ideas sustained the global transformation? 6. How significant was the standard of civilization to the formation of global inequality? 7. What have been the consequences of the shrinking of the planet? 8. Why did IGOs and INGOs emerge in the 19th century? 9. In what ways did imperialism impact the construction of modern international order? 10. What have been the main consequences of the global transformation? Visit the online resources to test your understanding by trying the self-test questions. Further reading. Bailey C. A. 2004, The Birth of the Modern World, 1780 to 1914, Oxford, Blackwell. This is the best place to start for those interested in the global origins of modern international order. Benton, L. and Ford, L. 2016, Rage for Order, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press. Makes the case that the origins of modern international law can be found in 19th-century imperial practices. Burbank, J. and Cooper, F. 2010, Empires in World History, Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press. The best available global history of empires and their role in the formation of modern international order. Buzen, B. and Lawson, G. 2015, The Global Transformation, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. Blends international relations and global history in order to show how 19th-century dynamics have impacted contemporary world politics. Getachew, A. 2019, Worldmaking After Empire, Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press. Explores the ways in which anti-colonial thinkers imagined and attempted to enact various forms of international order. Goswami, M. 2004, Producing India, Chicago, University of Chicago Press. An account that stresses the global features of the transformation from colonialism to the nation-state in India with particular emphasis on issues of political economy. Hobson, J. 2020, Multicultural Origins of the Global Economy, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. Argues that the emergence of capitalism can be found in global encounters rather than dynamics internal to the West. Osterhamel, J. 2014, The Transformation of the World, Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press. The Definitive Global History of the 19th Century. A long book but written in bite-sized chapters that allow readers to pick and choose which topics they are interested in. Pomerantz, K. 2000, The Great Divergence, Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press. A breakthrough book making the case that Western powers became more powerful than their Asian counterparts only after 1800. Zarakal, A. 2022, Before the West, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. Charts the ways in which Eurasian ideas of world order between the 13th and 17th centuries served as the basis for a range of modern practices, most notably sovereignty. Visit the online resources to access the latest updates in the field of international relations. International History of the 20th Century. Len Scott T. Reader's Guide. This chapter examines some of the principal developments in world politics from 1900 to 1999, the advent of total war, the demise of European imperialism, the development of nuclear weapons, and the onset of Cold War. Confrontation between the United States, U.S., and the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, USSR, became the key dynamic in world affairs, replacing the dominance of Inconful ICT among European states in the FI-RST half of the 20th century. The Cold War encompassed the ideological, political, and military interests of the two states and their allies and extended around the globe. To what extent and in what ways the Cold War promoted or prevented confrontation are central questions. Similarly, how decolonization became entangled with East-West conflicts is crucial to understanding many struggles in the Third World. Finally, how dangerous was the nuclear confrontation between East and West? This chapter explores the role of nuclear weapons in specified phases of the Cold War, notably détente during the 1960s and 1970s and then during the deterioration of Soviet-American relations in the 1980s. Framing questions. Why do you think decolonization in the 20th century took so long? Do you agree that we all lost the Cold War? How do you believe nuclear weapons shaped the 20th century? Chapter 4. 4.1 Introduction. The First World War, also known as the Great War, began among European states on European battlefields and then extended across the globe. It was the first modern, industrialized total war as the belligerents mobilized their populations and economies as well as their armies and as they endured immense casualties. The Second World War was yet more total in nature and global in scope and fundamentally changed world politics. Before 1939, Europe was the arbiter of world affairs when both the USSR and the US remained, for different reasons, primarily preoccupied with internal development. The Second World War brought the Soviets and Americans militarily and politically deep into Europe and transformed their relationship from allies to antagonists. This transformation was reflected in their relations outside Europe, where various confrontations developed. Like the First and Second World Wars, the Cold War had its origins in Europe but quickly spread, with enormous global consequences. The First World War led to the collapse of 4 European empires, Russian, German, Austro-Hungarian, and Ottoman, in Turkey. After 1945, European power was in decline. The economic plight of the wartime belligerents, including victors, was increasingly apparent, as was growing realization of the military and economic potential of the US and the USSR. Both emerged as superpowers combining global political ambition with military capabilities that included weapons of mass destruction. European political, economic, and military weakness contrasted with the appearance of Soviet strength and growing Western perception of malign Soviet intent. The Cold War in Europe marked the collapse of the wartime alliance between the UK, the USSR, and the US. The most ominous legacy of the Second World War was the atomic bomb, built at enormous cost and driven by fear that Nazi Germany might win this first nuclear arms race. After 1945, nuclear weapons posed unprecedented challenges to world politics and to leaders responsible for conducting post-war diplomacy. The Cold War provided both context and pretext for the growth of nuclear arsenals that threatened the very existence of humankind and which have continued to spread well after the end of the East-West confrontation, ch. 30. Since 1900, world politics has been transformed in multiple ways, reflecting political, technological, and ideological developments, of which 3 are examined in this chapter. 1. The transition from crises in European power politics to total war. 2. The end of empire and withdrawal of European states from their imperial acquisitions. And 3. The Cold War, the political, military, and nuclear confrontation between East and West. There have, of course, been other important changes and indeed equally important continuities, which other chapters in this volume address. Nevertheless, these 3 principal developments provide a framework for exploring events and trends that have shaped world politics during the 20th century. 4.2 Modern Total War. The origins of the First World War have long been debated. For the victorious Allies, the issue of how war began became a question of how far Germany and its allies should be held responsible. At Versailles, the victors imposed a statement of German war guilt in the final settlement, primarily to justify the reparations they demanded. Debates among historians about the war's origins focus on political, military, and systemic factors. Some suggest that responsibility for the war was diffuse, as its origins lay in the complex dynamics and imperatives of the respective alliances. In 1967, however, the West German historian Fritz Fischer argued in his influential book, Germany's Aims in the First World War, that German aggression, motivated by the internal political needs of an autocratic elite, was responsible for the war. Whatever the causes, the pattern of events is clear. A Serbian nationalist's assassination of the heir to the Austro-Hungarian throne, Archduke Franz Ferdinand, triggered Austro-Hungary's declaration of war against Serbia. Russia's alliance with Serbia and Germany's alliance with Austro-Hungary then became catalysts for European-wide conflict. Germany feared war on 2 fronts against France and Russia and attacked France in search of a speedy victory. This not only failed, but British treaty obligations to Belgium brought the UK into the war. However complex or contested the origins of the Great War, the motivations of those who fought were more explicable. The peoples of the belligerent nations shared nationalist beliefs and patriotic values. As they marched off to fight, most thought war would be short, victorious, and, in many cases, glorious. The reality of the European battlefield quickly proved otherwise. Defensive military technologies, symbolized by the machine gun and trench warfare, triumphed over the tactics and strategy of attrition. It was not until November 1918 that the Allied offensive finally achieved rapid advances that helped end the fighting. War was total in that whole societies and economies were mobilized, men were conscripted into armies and women into factories. Germany's western and eastern fronts remained the crucibles of combat, although conflict spread to other parts of the globe, as when Japan went to war in 1914 as an ally of Britain. Most importantly, the United States entered the war in 1917 under President Woodrow Wilson, whose vision of international society, articulated in his 14 points, later drove the ground in which support for the Nazis took root. In 1933, Adolf Hitler gained power and transformation of the German state began. Debate remains about the extent to which Hitler's ambitions were carefully thought through and to what extent expansion was opportunistic. A. J. P. Taylor provided a controversial analysis in his 1961 book, The Origins of the Second World War, in which he argued that Hitler was no different from other German political leaders. What was different was the philosophy of Nazism and the combination of racial supremacy with territorial aggression. British and French attempts to negotiate with Hitler culminated in the Munich Agreement of 1938. Hitler's territorial claims on the Sudetenland in Czechoslovakia were accepted as the price for peace, but within months Germany had seized the rest of Czechoslovakia and was preparing for war on Poland. Recent debates about appeasement have focused on in 1935 and German involvement in the Spanish Civil War of 1936-9 were met with ineffectual international responses. In 1868, Japan emerged from centuries of isolationism to pursue industrial and military modernization and then imperial expansion. In 1937, it invaded China, already embroiled in civil war between communists and nationalists. The brutality of the Japanese troops is best remembered for the rape of Nanjing in 1937-8, when 40,000 to 300,000 civilians were massacred and over 20,000 women raped. Tokyo's strategic ambitions, however, could only be realized at the expense of European empires and American interests. President Franklin D. Roosevelt increasingly sought to engage America in the European war against strong isolationist forces. By 1941, German submarines and American warships were fighting an undeclared war. The American imposition of economic sanctions on Tokyo precipitated the Japanese surprise attack on the U.S. fleet at Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941. When Germany and Italy declared war on America in support of their Japanese ally, Roosevelt committed the United States to the liberation of Europe. The British and Americans engaged in strategic bombing, including against German cities. And after invasions of North Africa in 1942 and Italy in 1943, the Allies launched a second front in France in 1944, for which Stalin had been pressing. Defeat of Germany in May 1945 came before the atomic bomb was ready. The subsequent destruction of the Japanese cities Hiroshima and Nagasaki remains controversial. See Table 4.1. Aside from moral objections to attacking civilian populations, fierce debate emerged, particularly among American historians, over why the bomb was dropped. Gar Alperovitz, in his 1965 book Atomic Diplomacy, argued that, as President Truman already knew Japan was defeated, his real motive was to coerce Moscow in pursuit of post-war American interests in Europe and Asia. Such claims generated angry and dismissive responses from other historians. Ensuing scholarship has benefited from greater availability of historical evidence, though debate persists over whether Truman dropped the bomb simply to end the war or how far other factors, including coercion of the Soviets, informed his calculations. Hiroshima, August 6, 1945, 70,000 to 80,000 prompt, 140,000 by end 1945, 200,000 by 1950. Nagasaki, August 9, 1945, 30,000 to 40,000 prompt, 70,000 by end 1945, 140,000 by 1950. Tokyo, March 9, 1945, 80,000 to 120,000. Dresden, 13 to 15 February 1945, 24, 000, 35, 000 plus Coventry, November 14, 1945, 160, 8 Leningrad, siege 1941 to 44, 800. 000100000 plus. Table 4.1 Second World War estimated casualties. Key points. Debates about the origins of the First World War focus on whether responsibility should rest with the German government or whether it resulted from more complex factors. The Treaty of Versailles in 1919 failed to address central problems of European security. Restructuring the European state system created new sources of grievance and instability. Principles of self-determination, espoused in particular by Woodrow Wilson, did not extend to the colonial empires of the European powers. The rise of Hitler presented threats that European political leaders lacked the ability and will to meet, culminating in the outbreak of the Second World War. The German attack on the Soviet Union extended the war from short and limited campaigns to extended, large-scale, and barbaric confrontation fought for total victory. The Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor brought America into the war in Europe and eventually forced Germany into war on two fronts again. Debate persists about whether the atomic bomb should have been used in 1945. 4.3 End of Empire. The demise of imperialism in the 20th century marked a fundamental change in world politics. It reflected and contributed to the decreasing importance of Europe as the arbiter of world affairs. The belief that national self-determination should be a guiding principle in international politics represented a transformation of attitudes and values. During the age of imperialism, political status accrued to imperial powers. After 1945, imperialism became a term of opprobrium. Colonialism and the United Nations Charter were increasingly recognized as incompatible, although achievement of independence was often slow and sometimes marked by prolonged and armed struggle. The Cold War frequently complicated and hindered the transition to independence. Different factors influenced decolonization: the attitude of the colonial power, the ideology and strategy of anti-imperialist forces, and the role of external powers. Political, economic, and military factors played various roles in shaping the transfer of power. Different imperial powers and newly emerging independent states had different experiences of the end of empire. See Table 4.2. 4.3.1 Britain. In 1945, the British Empire extended across the globe. Between 1947 and 1980, 49 territories were granted independence. In 1947, the independence of India, the imperial jewel in the crown, created the world's largest democracy, although division into India and Pakistan led to intercommunal ethnic cleansing and hundreds of thousands of deaths. Indian independence was largely an exception in the early post-war years, however, as successive British governments were reluctant to rush decolonization. The end of empire in Africa came towards the end of the 1950s and early 1960s, symbolized by Prime Minister Harold Macmillan's speech in South Africa in February 1960 when he warned his hosts of the wind of change blowing through the continent. British withdrawal from empire was comparatively peaceful except for India and conflicts in Kenya, 1952-6, and Malaya, 1948-60. In Rhodesia/Zimbabwe, the transition to one person, one vote and black majority rule was opposed by a white minority willing to disregard the British government and world opinion. The South African government aided and abetted this minority. Under apartheid, after 1948, South Africans engaged in what many saw as the internal equivalent of imperialism, while South Africa also conducted traditional imperialist practices in its occupation of Namibia. In addition, South Africa exercised important influence in post-colonial/Cold War struggles in Angola and Mozambique after the last European empire in Africa, that of Portugal, collapsed with the overthrow of the military dictatorship in Lisbon. 4.3.2 France. The French experience of decolonization stood in contrast to that of the British. France had been occupied during the Second World War, and successive governments sought to preserve French international prestige by maintaining its imperial status. In Indochina after 1945, Paris withdrew only after prolonged guerrilla war and military defeat at the hands of the Viet Minh, the Vietnamese revolutionary forces led by Ho Chi Minh. In Africa, the picture was different. Under President Charles de Gaulle, France withdrew from empire while attempting to preserve its influence. In Algeria, however, the French refused to leave. Many French people regarded Algeria as part of France itself. The resulting war, from 1954 to 1962, caused hundreds of thousands of deaths, and France itself was brought to the brink of civil war. 4.3.3 Legacies and Consequences: Nationalism or Communism? From the perspective of former colonies, the principles of self-determination that underpin the new global including Cameroon, Central African Republic, Chad, Gabon, Ivory Coast, Madagascar, Mali, Mauritania, Niger, Senegal, and Upper Volta. In 1965, the white minority government in what was then Rhodesia declared independence from Britain. Civil war ensued, eventually followed by the creation of Zimbabwe in 1980. Table 4.2 Principal Acts of European Decolonization, 1945-80. Order were often slow to be realized and required political, ideological, and in some cases military mobilization. The pattern of decolonization in Africa was diverse, reflecting the attitudes of colonial powers, the nature of local nationalist or revolutionary movements, and in some cases the involvement of external states, including Cold War protagonists. Tribal factors were also important in many cases. The most horrifying example of the political exploitation of tribal divisions came in the former Belgian colony, Rwanda, when in 1994 some 800,000 to 1 million Tutsis were massacred by the Hutu majority, of whom an estimated 100,000 were also killed. Tutsi women were also subjected to mass rape, including for the purpose of spreading HIV/AIDS. To what extent the imperial powers created or exacerbated tribal divisions is an important question in examining the political stability of newly independent states. Equally important is the effectiveness of political leaders in these societies in tackling formidable political challenges and economic problems of poverty and underdevelopment. In Asia, the relationship between nationalism and revolutionary Marxism was a potent force. In Malaya, the British defeated an insurgent communist movement 1948-60. In Indochina 1946-54, the French failed to do likewise. For the Vietnamese, centuries of foreign oppression, Chinese, Japanese, and French soon focused on a new adversary, the United States. For Washington, early reluctance to support European imperialism gave way to incremental and covert involvement and, from 1965, growing military commitment to the newly created state of South Vietnam. American leaders embraced a domino theory: if one state fell to communism, others would follow. Chinese and Soviet support for North Vietnam highlighted the Cold War context. However, Washington failed to coordinate limited war objectives with an effective political strategy. Once victory was no longer possible, it sought to disengage through peace with honor. The 1968 Tet Vietnamese New Year offensive by the Viet Cong guerrillas marked a decisive moment, convincing many Americans that the war would not be won. Though it was not until 1973 that American forces finally withdrew, 2 years before South Vietnam collapsed. The global trend towards decolonization was a key development in world politics in the 20th century, one frequently shaped by both local circumstances and the international dynamics of the Cold War. Yet, while imperialism withered, other forms of domination or control took shape. The term hegemony emerged to critique the behavior of the superpowers, notably Soviet hegemony in Eastern Europe and U.S. hegemony in Central America. 4.4 Cold War. The rise of the United States as a world power after 1945 was of paramount importance in international politics. Its relationship with the USSR provided a crucial dynamic in world affairs, one that affected directly or indirectly every part of the globe. In the West, historians have debated with vigor and acrimony who was responsible for the collapse of the wartime alliance between Moscow and Washington. The rise of the Soviet Union as a global power after 1945 was equally crucial. Moscow's relations with its Eastern European allies, the People's Republic of China (PRC), and revolutionary forces in the Third World were vital issues in the People's Republic of China (PRC) and revolutionary forces in the Third World were vital issues in world politics and key factors in Soviet-American affairs. Some historians date the origins of the Cold War to the Russian Revolution of 1917, while most focus on events between 1945 and 1950. Whether the Cold War was inevitable, whether it was the consequence of mistakes and misperceptions, or whether it reflected the response of courageous Western leaders to malign end. Key points. Decolonization was founded on the principle of self-determination and marked the eclipse of European power. Different European powers had differing attitudes to decolonization after 1945. Some sought to preserve their empires, in part, the French, or whole, the Portuguese. The process of decolonization was relatively peaceful in many cases; in others it led to revolutionary wars: Algeria, Malaya, and Angola, whose scale and ferocity reflected the attitudes of the colonial powers and nationalist movements. Independence and national liberation became embroiled in Cold War conflicts when the superpowers and/or their allies became involved, for example in Vietnam. Whether decolonization was judged successful depends, in part, on whose perspective you adopt: that of the European power, the independence movement, or the people themselves. Aggressive Soviet intent are central questions in debates about its origins and dynamics. For many years, these debates were supported by evidence from Western archives and sources and reflected Western assumptions and perceptions. With the end of the Cold War, greater historical evidence has emerged of the motivations and perceptions of other states, notably those of the Soviet Union. 4.4.1 1945 to 53. Onset of the Cold War. The development of the Cold War in Europe reflected failure to implement the principles agreed at the wartime conferences of Yalta and Potsdam. The future of Germany and that of various Central and Eastern European countries, notably Poland, produced growing tension between the former wartime allies. Reconciling principles of national self-determination with national security proved a formidable task. In the West, feeling grew that Soviet policy towards Eastern Europe was guided not by historic concern with security but by ideological expansion. In March 1947, the Truman administration justified limited aid to Turkey and Greece with rhetoric designed to arouse awareness of Soviet ambitions and declared that America would support those threatened by Soviet subversion or expansion. The Truman Doctrine and the associated policy of containment expressed the self-image of the U.S. as inherently defensive. It was underpinned by the Marshall Plan for European Economic Recovery, proclaimed in June 1947, which was essential to the economic rebuilding of Western Europe. In Eastern Europe, democratic socialist and other anti-communist forces were undermined and eliminated as Marxist, Leninist regimes loyal to Moscow were installed. The exception was Yugoslavia, where the Marxist leader, Marshal Josip Broz Tito, consolidated his authority while maintaining independence from Moscow. Tito's Yugoslavia subsequently played an important role in the Third World's non-aligned movement. The first major confrontation of the Cold War took place over Berlin in 1948. The former German capital was left deep in the heart of the Soviet zone of occupation, and in June 1948 Stalin sought to resolve its status by cutting communications with the West. A massive airlift kept West Berlin's population and its political autonomy alive. Stalin ended the blockade in May 1949. The crisis saw deployment of American long-range bombers in Britain, officially described as atomic-capable, although none were actually armed with nuclear weapons. U.S. military deployment was followed by political commitment enshrined in the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, created in April 1949. The key article of the treaty: an attack on one member would be treated as an attack on all, accorded with the principle of collective self-defense established in Article 51 of the UN Charter. In practice, the cornerstone of the alliance was the American commitment to defend Western Europe. This soon meant Washington's willingness to use nuclear weapons against Soviet aggression. For Moscow, political encirclement encompassed a growing military, and specifically nuclear, threat. While the Cold War originated in Europe, conflicts in Asia and elsewhere were also crucial. In 1949, the 30-year-long Chinese Civil War ended in victory for the Communists under Mao Zedong. This had a major impact on Asian affairs and perceptions in both Moscow and Washington. In June 1950, the North Korean attack on South Korea was interpreted as part of a general communist strategy and a test case for the United States and the United Nations to resist aggression. The resulting American and UN military commitment, followed in October 1950 by Chinese involvement, led to a war lasting 3 years in which over 3 million people died before pre-war borders were restored in an armistice. North and South Korea themselves remained locked in hostility even after the end of the Cold War. Assessing the impact of the Cold War on the Middle East is more difficult. The founding of the State of Israel in 1948 reflected the legacy of the Nazi genocide and the failure of British colonial policy. The complexities of Middle Eastern politics, diplomacy, and armed conflict in the years immediately after 1945 cannot be readily understood through the prism of Soviet, American ideological or geostrategic conflict. Both Moscow and Washington supported the creation of Israel in previously Arab lands, although by the 1950s the Soviets supported Arab nationalism. The pan-Arabism of the charismatic Egyptian leader, Gamal Abdel Nasser, embraced a form of socialism but one far removed from Marxism, Leninism. The State of Israel was created by force and owed its survival to a continuing capability to defend itself against adversaries who did not recognize the legitimacy of its existence. Israel developed relations with the British and the French, culminating in their secret agreement to attack Egypt in 1956. Over time, Israel built a more crucial relationship with Washington, with whom a de facto strategic alliance emerged. Yet, Britain, France, and the United States also developed a complex web of relationships with Arab states reflecting historical, strategic, and economic interests. 4.4.2 1953-69, Conflict, Confrontation, and Compromise. One consequence of the Korean War was the buildup of American forces in Western Europe as communist aggression in Asia heightened perceptions of the Soviet threat to Europe. The idea that communism was a monolithic political entity controlled from Moscow became an enduring American fixation, not shared in London or elsewhere. Western Europeans nevertheless depended on Washington for military security, and this dependence grew as Cold War confrontation in Europe deepened. The rearmament of the Federal Republic of Germany in 1954 precipitated the creation of the Warsaw Pact in 1955. Military buildup by Washington and Moscow continued apace, creating unprecedented concentrations of conventional and, moreover, nuclear forces. As the Soviets developed the capacity to strike the United States with nuclear weapons, the credibility of extended deterrence was questioned as American willingness to risk Chicago for Hamburg was called into doubt. The problem was exacerbated as NATO's strategy continued to depend on American willingness not just to fight, but to initiate nuclear war on Europe's behalf. By the 1960s, there were some 7,000 nuclear weapons in Western Europe alone. NATO deployed nuclear weapons to offset Soviet conventional superiority, while Soviet theater nuclear forces in Europe compensated for overall American nuclear superiority. The death of Stalin in 1953 portended significant changes for the USSR at home and abroad. Stalin's eventual successor, Nikita Khrushchev, strove to modernize Soviet society but helped unleash reformist forces in Eastern Europe. Moscow backed away from confrontation with Poland. However, the situation in Hungary threatened Soviet hegemony and, in 1956, intervention of the Red Army brought bloodshed to the streets of Budapest and international condemnation. Soviet intervention in Hungary coincided with the attack on Egypt by Britain, France, and Israel, precipitated by Nasser's seizure of the Suez Canal. The British government's actions provoked fierce domestic and international criticism and the most serious rift in the special relationship between London and Washington. President Dwight D. Eisenhower strongly opposed his allies' action, and in the face of punitive American economic action, the British abandoned the operation and their support for the French and Israelis. International opprobrium at Soviet action in Budapest was lessened and deflected by what many saw as the final spasm of European imperialism. Khrushchev's policy towards the West combined a search for political coexistence with continued ideological confrontation. Support for national liberation movements aroused Western fears of a global communist challenge. American commitment to liberal democracy and national self-determination was often subordinated to Cold War considerations, as well as to U.S. economic and political interests. The Cold War saw the growth of powerful intelligence organizations in both the U.S. and USSR, whose roles ranged from estimating intentions and capabilities of adversaries to secret intervention in the affairs of other states. American hostility to Fidel Castro's revolution in Cuba after 1959 and Cuba's growing relationship with Moscow, see Case Study 4.1, helped lay the foundations for the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962. Crises over Berlin in 1961, see Case Study 4.2, and Cuba in 1962 marked the most dangerous moments of the Cold War. In both, there was risk of direct military confrontation and, certainly in October 1962, the possibility of nuclear war. How close the world came to Armageddon, and exactly why peace was preserved, remain matters of debate among historians. A more stable period of Cold War coexistence and competition developed after 1962. Nevertheless, nuclear arsenals continued to grow. Whether this situation is best characterized as an arms race, or whether internal political and bureaucratic pressures drove the increases in nuclear stockpiles, is open to interpretation. For Washington, commitments to NATO allies also created pressures and opportunities to develop and deploy shorter-range, tactical, and theater nuclear weapons. The nuclear dimension of world politics increased as other states joined the nuclear club. Britain, 1952, France, 1960, China, 1964, India, 1974, and Pakistan, 1998. Israel and South Africa also developed nuclear weapons, though the South Africans dismantled theirs as apartheid ended. Growing concern at the spread of nuclear weapons led to negotiation of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty (NPT) in 1968, whereby states with nuclear weapons committed themselves to halting the arms race, while those without promised to forego their development. Case Study 4.1 Fidel Castro. Fidel Castro remains an iconic figure of the 20th century. A charismatic and impassioned orator, El Barbudo, the Bearded One, became a symbol of resistance to Yankee imperialism and an inspiration to revolutionary socialists. Seizing power from a corrupt and brutal dictatorship in 1959, Castro led Cuba as prime minister, then president, for nearly 50 years. With his brother Raúl and the similarly iconic Che Guevara, he sought to promote revolution at home and abroad. And in the 1980s, Cuban combat troops fought in the Angolan Civil War in support of Marxist protagonists against those backed by America and apartheid South Africa. Castro had no links with Moscow when he came to power, nor was he a member of the Cuban Communist Party. He embraced Marxism-Leninism and physically embraced Nikita Khrushchev, as relations with the U.S. collapsed and relations with Moscow flourished. Debate remains over whether a modus vivendi could have developed between Castro and Washington. Yet, radical agrarian reform and public ownership of Cuban industries threatened the interests of powerful American corporations. Americans also looked to the potential threat of revolutionary contagion across Latin America. Meanwhile, rooting out dictator Fulgencio Batista's officials entailed large numbers of executions and augured increasingly repressive measures against counter-revolutionaries, as control of the Cuban Communist Party was extended and political freedoms undermined, precipitating an exodus of Cubans to the U.S. At the same time, Castro's pursuit of social justice meant significant and enduring advances in healthcare and literacy, especially for Cuba's peasants. Critics argue that Havana was driven into the hands of Moscow by Washington. From March 1960, the CIA pursued regime change in Havana, including plots to assassinate Fidel Castro, even engaging the American mafia to murder him. In April 1961, a force of CIA-trained Cuban émigrés landed at the Bay of Pigs hoping to provoke a popular uprising. They were heavily defeated. Secret American attempts to overthrow Castro nevertheless continued, and the U.S. sought to isolate Cuba diplomatically and economically. In 1962, fear of an American invasion made the Cuban leadership receptive to Khrushchev's proposal to deploy Soviet nuclear missiles in Cuba. Castro agreed, though was keen to emphasize Cuba's role in the anti-imperialist struggle. When the U.S. discovered the missiles in October 1962, the world moved to the brink of nuclear catastrophe. Castro embraced the cause of homeland or death, and was willing to fight a nuclear war in the cause of anti-imperialism. Khrushchev, however, was desperate to avoid nuclear war and failed to consult Castro on the deal with Kennedy to withdraw the missiles. Intensive Soviet efforts were needed to assuage Fidel's anger and restore relations, reflecting Castro's view that Cuba was an ally, not a client of the USSR. Later, Cuba emerged as a prominent member of the 120-strong non-aligned movement. The collapse of the USSR in 1991 did not persuade Fidel Castro to abandon the Cuban Revolution. El Barbudo continued to forge new political and economic relations with fellow-minded revolutionaries in Latin America, notably in Nicaragua and Venezuela. Rapprochement with Washington during the 20th century remained unforthcoming. Question 1. Was confrontation between Castro's revolution and the United States inevitable? Question 2. How will history remember Fidel Castro? Nikita Khrushchev, 1894–1971, Premier of the Soviet Union, with Fidel Castro World History Archive/Alamy stock photo. 4.4.3 1969–79. The Rise and Fall of Détente. As American military involvement in Vietnam deepened, Soviet-Chinese relations were deteriorating. Indeed, by 1969, a territorial dispute led to significant military clashes between the PRC and the USSR. Such tensions assisted the foundations of détente between Moscow and Washington, and helped facilitate rapprochement between Beijing and Washington. Détente in Europe originated from the Ostpolitik of the German Socialist Chancellor Willy Brandt, and resulted in agreements that recognized the peculiar status of Berlin and the sovereignty of East Germany. Soviet-American détente had its roots in mutual recognition of the need to avoid nuclear crises and in the economic and military incentives to avoid an unconstrained arms race. In the West, détente was associated with the political leadership of President Richard Nixon and his advisor Henry Kissinger, both of whom were also instrumental in Sino-American rapprochement. During this phase in Soviet-American relations, each side pursued political goals, some of which were increasingly incompatible with the aspirations of the other superpower. Both supported friendly regimes and movements, and both subverted adversaries. Détente came as political upheavals were taking place in the Third World, see Table 4.3. The question of to what extent the superpowers could control their friends and to what extent they were entangled by their commitments was underlined in 1973 when the Arab-Israeli War embroiled Washington and Moscow in a potentially dangerous confrontation. Getting the superpowers involved in the war, whether by design or by serendipity, nevertheless helped to create the political conditions for Egyptian-Israeli rapprochement. Diplomatic and strategic relations were transformed as Egypt switched allegiance from Moscow to Washington. In the short term, Egypt was isolated in the Arab world. For Israel, fear of a war of annihilation fought on two fronts was. Case Study 4.2 The City of Berlin, 1945–89. Berlin began and ended the 20th century as the capital of a united Germany. After 1945, the city became a crucible of the Cold War. In 1948 and 1961, it provided the focus for confrontations that risked war between East and West. During the war, the Allies agreed to divide Germany into zones of occupation pending an eventual political settlement. Berlin was governed between the Soviet, American, British, and French. The city, however, was 120 miles deep in the Soviet zone. After Stalin objected to the merger of the three western sectors, he attempted to end joint administration by a blockade of communications with West Berlin. Between June 1948 and May 1949, when the blockade was called off, West Berlin was supplied by American and British aircraft with food, fuel, and medicine. The population of West Berlin and its peculiar political status survived. In 1958, Nikita Khrushchev resolved to settle its anomalous status by threatening a peace treaty with East Germany and making Berlin a free city. In June 1961, he repeated the threat to President Kennedy at their summit in Vienna. In NATO eyes, the security of West Berlin and West Germany rested on America's willingness to use nuclear weapons against the USSR in the event of Soviet aggression. As West Berlin could not be defended by conventional forces, Kennedy would have to choose between nuclear war and surrendering the city, Holocaust or humiliation. Meanwhile, the exodus of refugees from East to West Berlin accelerated. Faced with economic catastrophe, Khrushchev accepted East German demands to close the border, which occurred on the night of August 13, 1961. The Berlin Wall staunched the hemorrhage of skilled workers at political cost to Moscow's credibility and at a humanitarian cost of those killed attempting to flee west. The problem of Berlin was not, however, resolved. In October 1961, a concatenation of local events precipitated confrontation between American and Soviet tanks at Checkpoint Charlie. Some U.S. and Soviet officials thought these events more dangerous than the Cuban crisis in 1962. Backchannel diplomacy and superpower choreography enabled Kennedy and Khrushchev to draw back without losing face in a confrontation neither had planned or anticipated. After the Cuban Missile Crisis, relations between Washington and Moscow improved and Berlin was no longer the locus of confrontation. Political leaders, notably the erstwhile mayor of Berlin, Willy Brandt, pursued détente, which led to the quadripartite agreement in 1971 that facilitated recognition of East Germany and effective acceptance of existing borders. Subsequently, the seismic changes wrought by the collapse of Soviet hegemony in Eastern Europe brought the prospect of German reunification. In November 1989, the people of Berlin began to dismantle the wall, symbolizing the end of the Cold War. Within a year, Germany was reunified and soon Berlin regained its status as its capital. Question 1. Why was West Berlin so important in the Cold War? Question 2. Examine and evaluate Western policy towards Berlin from 1945 to 1989. Checkpoint Charlie, Checkpoint C, crossing point between East and West Berlin during the Berlin Crisis of 1961. Universal Art Archive/Alamy stock photo. Lifted. Yet continuing political violence and terrorism and enduring enmity between Israel and other Arab states proved insurmountable obstacles to a regional settlement. Soviet support for revolutionary movements in the Third World reflected Moscow's self-confidence as a superpower and its analysis that the Third World was turning towards Marxism-Leninism. Ideological competition with the West and with China ensued. In America, this was viewed as evidence of Soviet duplicity. Some claimed that Moscow's support for revolutionary forces in Ethiopia in 1975 killed détente. Others cited the Soviet role in Angola in 1978, where Moscow supplied arms and helped transport Cuban troops to support the Marxists. The perception that Moscow was using arms control to gain military advantage was linked to Soviet behavior in the Third World. Growing Soviet military superiority was reflected in increasing Soviet influence, it was argued. Critics claimed that the SALT, Strategic Arms Limitation Talks, process failed to prevent the Soviets from deploying multiple independently targetable warheads on large intercontinental ballistic missiles, ICBMs, threatening key American forces. The United States faced a window of vulnerability, they claimed. The view from Moscow was different, reflecting divergent assumptions about the scope and purpose of détente and the nature of nuclear deterrence. Other events weakened American influence. The overthrow of the Shah of Iran in 1979 resulted in the loss of an important Western regional ally, although the subsequent revolutionary Islamic government was hostile to both superpowers. December 1979 marked a point of transition in East-West affairs. NATO agreed to deploy land-based cruise and Pershing II missiles in Europe if negotiations with Moscow did not reduce what NATO saw as serious military imbalances. Later that month, Soviet armed forces intervened in Afghanistan to support the USSR's revolutionary allies. Moscow was bitterly condemned in the West and in the Third World and became embroiled in a protracted and bloody struggle that many compared to America's war in Vietnam. In Washington, President Jimmy Carter's view of Moscow changed dramatically. He withdrew the SALT II treaty from Senate ratification, sought an international boycott of the 1980 Olympic Games in Moscow, and announced the creation of a rapid deployment force for use in an area stretching from the Persian Gulf to the Horn of Africa. Nevertheless, Republicans increasingly used foreign and defense policy to attack the Carter presidency. Perceptions of American weakness permeated U.S. domestic politics, and in 1980 Ronald Reagan was elected president, committed to a more confrontational approach with Moscow on arms control, conflicts in the Third World, and East-West relations in general. 4.4.4 1979 to 86, the Second Cold War. In the West, critics of détente and arms control argued that the Soviets were acquiring nuclear superiority. Some suggested that the United States should pursue strategies based on the idea that victory in nuclear war was possible. Reagan's election in 1980 was a watershed in Soviet-American relations. He inherited the issue of nuclear missiles in Europe, which loomed large in the breakdown of relations between East and West. Changes in the strategic and European nuclear balances had generated new anxieties in the West about the credibility of extended deterrence, see Table 4.4. NATO's resulting decision to deploy land-based missiles capable of striking Soviet territory precipitated great tension in relations between NATO and the USSR and political friction within NATO. Reagan's own incautious public remarks reinforced perceptions that he was ill-informed and dangerous in nuclear matters, although key arms policies were largely consistent. Table 4.3 Revolutionary Upheavals in the Third World, 1974–80. With those of his predecessor, Jimmy Carter. However, Reagan was uninterested in agreements that would freeze the status quo for the sake of reaching accord, and Soviet and American negotiators proved unable to make progress in talks on long-range and intermediate-range weapons. One particular idea had significant consequences for arms control and for Washington's relations with both allies and adversaries. The Strategic Defense Initiative, SDI, quickly dubbed Star Wars, was a research program designed to explore the feasibility of space-based defenses against ballistic missiles. The Soviets appeared to take SDI very seriously. They claimed that Reagan's real purpose was to regain the American nuclear monopoly of the 1940s. Reagan himself retained an idiosyncratic attachment to SDI, which he believed could make nuclear weapons impotent and obsolete. However, the technological advances claimed by SDI proponents did not materialize, and the program was eventually reduced and marginalized. The ensuing period of superpower confrontation between 1979 and 1986 has been described as the Second Cold War and compared to the early period of confrontation between 1946 and 1953. In both Western Europe and the USSR there was fear of nuclear war, much of which reflected a reaction to the rhetoric and policies of the Reagan administration. American statements on nuclear weapons and military interventions in Grenada 1983 and against Libya 1986 were seen as evidence of a new belligerence. Reagan's policy towards Central America and support for the rebel Contras in Nicaragua generated controversy in America and internationally. In 1986, the International Court of Justice found the United States guilty of violating international law for the Central Intelligence Agency's, CIA's, covert attacks on Nicaraguan harbors. The Reagan administration's use of military power was nonetheless limited. Rhetoric and perceptions were at variance with political action. Some overseas operations ended in humiliating failure, notably in Lebanon in 1983. Nevertheless, there is evidence that some in the Soviet leadership took seriously the Reagan administration's words and deeds and became anxious that Washington might be planning a nuclear first strike. In 1983, Soviet air defenses shot down a South Korean civilian airliner in Soviet airspace. The American reaction and imminent deployment of American nuclear missiles in Europe created a climate of great tension in East-West relations. Some historians believe that in November 1983 Soviet intelligence may have misinterpreted a NATO training exercise codenamed Able Archer, leading to fear in Moscow that NATO was preparing an attack. How close the world came to a serious nuclear confrontation in 1983 remains a subject of debate. See Table 4.5. Throughout the early 1980s, the Soviets were handicapped by a succession of aging political leaders, Leonid Brezhnev, Yuri Andropov, and Konstantin Chernenko, whose ill health further inhibited Soviet foreign policy. This changed dramatically after Mikhail Gorbachev became premier in 1985. Gorbachev's new thinking in foreign policy, together with domestic reforms, created a revolution in Moscow's foreign relations and within Soviet society. At home, glasnost, or openness, and perestroika, or restructuring, unleashed nationalist forces that, to Gorbachev's dismay, helped bring about the collapse of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Source: Norris and Christensen, 2006-66. Table 4.4 Principal nuclear weapons states, number of intact nuclear warheads, 1945–90. Table 4.5 Cold War crises. Gorbachev's aim in foreign policy was to transform international relations, most importantly with the United States. His domestic agenda also catalyzed change in Eastern Europe, though, unlike Khrushchev, he was not prepared to use force or coercion. When confronted with revolt in Eastern Europe, Gorbachev's foreign ministry invoked Frank Sinatra's song, I Did It My Way, to revoke the Brezhnev doctrine that had earlier limited Eastern European sovereignty and political development. The Sinatra doctrine meant Eastern Europeans were now allowed to do it their way. Moscow-aligned regimes gave way to democracies in what was, for the most part, a peaceful as well as speedy transition. See Ch5. Most dramatically, Germany was united and the East German state, the German Democratic Republic, disappeared. Gorbachev pursued arms agreements that helped ease tensions that had characterized the early 1980s. In 1987, he traveled to Washington to sign the Intermediate Nuclear Forces (INF) Treaty, banning intermediate-range nuclear missiles, including cruise and Pershing. 2. While this agreement was heralded as a triumph for the Soviet premier, NATO leaders, including Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan, argued that it vindicated the policies pursued by NATO since 1979. The INF Treaty was concluded more quickly than a new agreement on cutting strategic nuclear weapons, in part because of continuing Soviet opposition to SDI. Instead, it was Reagan's successor, George H.W. Bush, who concluded a Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty, START, agreement reducing long-range nuclear weapons, though only back to the level they had been in the early 1980s. Gorbachev used agreements on nuclear weapons to build trust and to demonstrate the serious and radical nature of his purpose. However, despite agreements on conventional forces in Europe culminating in the Paris Agreement of 1990, the end of the Cold War marked success in nuclear arms control rather than nuclear disarmament. See Table 4.6. The histories of the Cold War and nuclear weapons are connected very closely, but while the Cold War is over, nuclear weapons are still very much with us. See Opposing Opinions 4.1. Asterisk Strategic arms are long-range weapons. Source, adapted from Harvard Nuclear Study Group, 1985-96. Table 4.6 Principal Arms Control and Disarmament Agreements. Key points. Disagreements remain about when and why the Cold War began and who was responsible. Distinct phases can be discerned in East-West relations, during which tension and the risk of direct confrontation grew and receded. Some civil and regional wars were intensified and prolonged by superpower involvement, others may have been prevented or shortened. Nuclear weapons were an important factor in the Cold War. To what extent their development had a momentum of its own is a matter of debate. Agreements on limiting and controlling the growth of nuclear arsenals played an important role in Soviet, American, and East-West relations. The end of the Cold War did not result in the abolition of nuclear weapons. Various international crises occurred in which there was risk of nuclear war. How close we came to catastrophe at these times remains open to debate. 4.5 Conclusion. The changes that took place in 20th century world politics were enormous. Assessing their significance raises many complex issues about the nature of international history and international relations. How did war come about in 1914? What accounts for the rise of Hitler? What were the origins, dynamics, and costs of the Cold War? These questions have generated robust debate and fierce controversy. This conclusion emphasizes several points about the relationship between total war, end of empire, and Cold War. However, war broke out in 1914, the transformation of warfare into industrialized total war reflected a combination of technological, political, and social forces. Subsequently, political leaders proved incapable of restoring peace and stability. Attempts to reconstruct the European state system after 1919 failed to address enduring problems while creating new obstacles to a stable order. The rise of Nazi Germany brought global conflagration and new methods of fighting and killing. The scale of carnage and suffering was unprecedented. Nazi ideas of racial supremacy resulted in brutality and mass murder across Europe and culminated in genocide against the Jews. One consequence. Opposing Opinions 4.1 During the Cold War, the benefits of nuclear weapons outweighed their costs and risks. 4. Nuclear deterrence kept the peace. European conflicts in the 20th century resulted in devastating wars that killed many millions. Nuclear weapons helped prevent war in Europe and elsewhere. Mutually assured destruction, MAD, provided a form of stability. Both sides knew they could not win a nuclear war, but to ensure this, each needed to threaten retaliation on a devastating scale. The bomb was cheap. Conventional defenses were far more expensive than nuclear armaments. In the West, nuclear weapons proved less costly than traditional armed forces in both money and personnel. They therefore contributed to economic growth and social stability. Cold War arms agreements reduced the risks and costs of the arms race. Negotiated agreements helped provide strategic stability by establishing greater equality in numbers and reducing fears of nuclear first strikes. Soviet-American arms control eased political tensions in various phases of the Cold War, most importantly during détente in the 1960s and 1970s. Specific agreements stopped nuclear testing in the atmosphere, 1963 Partial Test Ban Treaty, and eliminated specific categories of nuclear weapons, 1987 Intermediate Nuclear Forces Treaty. Against the bomb increased East-West political tensions and heightened the threat of war. Nuclear weapons helped breed mutual fear and hostility. They contributed to the Cold War antagonism that helped create global conflict. Yet, at the same time, the Korean and Vietnam Wars were neither prevented nor ended by nuclear weapons. States without nuclear weapons were often not deterred from attacking those with nuclear weapons. Arms control did not lead to disarmament. Cold War nuclear arsenals grew in size and sophistication. Arms control legitimized the possession of nuclear weapons and encouraged proliferation. During the 1980s, nuclear weapons technologies became a key focus of Soviet-American anxiety. The end of the Cold War did not lead to nuclear disarmament. 20th-century nuclear crises demonstrated that misinformation, misjudgment, and miscalculation by political leaders risked inadvertent nuclear war. Those risks were increased by the delegation of nuclear authority to subordinate military commanders. Potential failures of command control remained a persistent concern throughout the Cold War and beyond. Nuclear weapons carry dire environmental implications. Global nuclear war would have led to global environmental catastrophe and the prospect of a nuclear winter that could have virtually extinguished all human life. 1. Do you believe it was morally acceptable to threaten the use of nuclear weapons against cities during the Cold War? 2. Was it the good judgment of political leaders or good luck that best explains how we avoided nuclear war during the Cold War? 3. What do you think were the main achievements of Soviet-American arms control agreements during the Cold War? Visit the online resources to discover pointers to help you tackle these questions. Was the creation of Israel, which set in motion conflicts that continue to have global repercussions today? In the 1930s, the rise of an expansionist military regime in Tokyo likewise portended protracted and brutal war across the Pacific. The period since 1945 witnessed the end of European empires constructed before and in the early part of the 20th century and saw the rise and fall of the Cold War. The relationship between the end of empire and Cold War conflict in the Third World was a close, though complex, one. In some cases, involvement of the superpowers helped bring change. In others, it resulted in escalation and prolongation of conflict. Marxist ideology in various forms provided inspiration to liberation movements in the Third World and provocation to the United States and others. The Vietnam War was the most obvious example of this. Precisely how the Cold War affected decolonization is best assessed on a case-by-case basis, but one key issue is the extent to which the objectives of revolutionary leaders and movements were nationalist rather than Marxist. It is claimed that both Ho Chi Minh in Vietnam and Fidel Castro in Cuba were primarily nationalists, who turned to Moscow and to communism only in response to Western hostility. Divisions between Moscow and Beijing also demonstrated diverging trends in the practice of Marxism. In several instances, conflict between communists became as bitter as that between communists and capitalists. In other areas, notably the Middle East, Marxism faced the challenge of Pan-Arabism and revolutionary Islam, which held greater attraction for the peoples involved. Superpower involvement was more complex and diffuse, though in moments of crisis nevertheless significant. Similarly, the relationship between the Cold War and nuclear history is close, though often complex. Some historians contend that the use of atomic weapons played a decisive part in the origins of the Cold War. Others see the prospect of annihilation as central to understanding Soviet defense and foreign policy, and the unprecedented threat of devastation as crucial to understanding the mutual hostility and fear of leaders in the nuclear age. Yet it is also argued that without nuclear weapons, direct Soviet-American conflict would have been much more likely, and had nuclear weapons not acted as a deterrent, war in Europe could have happened. Still others contend that nuclear weapons played a limited role in East-West relations, and that their importance is exaggerated. Nuclear weapons have, nevertheless, constituted a focus for political agreement, and during détente arms agreements acted as the currency of international politics. Yet how close we came to nuclear war in 1961, Berlin, or 1962, Cuba, or 1973, Arab-Israeli War, or 1983, Exercise Able Archer, and what lessons might be learned from these events are crucial questions for historians and policymakers alike. One central issue concerns the extent to which Cold War perspectives and involvement of nuclear-armed superpowers impose stability in regions where previous instability had led to conflict and war. The Cold War may have produced unprecedented concentrations of military and nuclear forces in Europe, but it was also a period characterized by stability and great economic prosperity, certainly in the West. Both the Cold War and the Age of Empire are over, though across the globe their legacies good and bad, seen and unseen persist. The age of the bomb, and of other weapons of mass destruction, chemical and biological, continues. To what extent the clash of communist and liberal/capitalist ideologies helped facilitate or retard globalization is a matter for reflection. Despite the limitations of the human imagination, the global consequences of nuclear war remain all too real. The accident at the Soviet nuclear reactor at Chernobyl in 1986 demonstrated that radioactivity knows no national boundaries. In the 1980s, scientists suggested that the explosion of even a fraction of the world's nuclear weapons over a fraction of the world's cities could end life itself in the Northern Hemisphere. While the threat of strategic nuclear war has receded, the global problem of nuclear weapons remains a common and urgent concern for humanity in the 21st century. Questions. 1. How far do you believe Germany was responsible for the outbreak of war in 1914? 2. Who do you think was responsible for the failure of the Versailles Treaty to solve the problems of European political instability from 1919 to 1939? 3. Do you believe there were missed opportunities to stop Hitler's aggression in Europe? 4. Do you think that the principal reason why the atomic bombs were dropped on Japan was to end the war? 5. Do you believe that the American defeat in Vietnam was inevitable? 6. How would you explain the breakdown of détente in the 1980s? 7. Which European power do you consider to be the most successful at decolonization? 8. Why do you think some struggles for national liberation were more violent than others? 9. Do you believe that nuclear weapons kept the peace after 1945? 10. What role do you think nuclear crises played in the Cold War? Visit the online resources to test your understanding by trying the self-test questions. Further reading. Best, A. Hanhamaki, J. M. Mayalo, J. A. and Schulz, K. E. 2014, International History of the 20th Century and Beyond, London, Routledge. A comprehensive and authoritative account of 20th century history. Brown, C. 2019, Understanding International Relations, Basingstoke, Palgrave Macmillan. A valuable introduction to how theories of international relations provide interpretation and understanding. Ferguson, N. 2006, The War of the World, History's Age of Hatred, London, Allen Lane. A panoramic view of war and conflict in the 20th century. Getachew, A. 2019, World-Making After Empire, The Rise and Fall of Self-Determination, Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press. A distinctive exploration of the role of anti-colonial thinking in shaping decolonization and world politics. Kaler, W. R. 2012, The 20th Century World and Beyond, in International History Since 1900, Oxford, Oxford University Press. A comprehensive and balanced assessment of 20th century international history. Reynolds, D. 2005, One World Divisible, A Global History Since 1945, London, Penguin. A highly authoritative, comprehensive, and nuanced analysis of world politics since 1945. Thomas, M. 2014, Fight or Flight, Britain, France, and Their Roads from Empire, Oxford, Oxford University Press. An accessible and systematic assessment of the strategies and practices of decolonization of the two largest colonial states. Young, J., and Kent, J., 2020, International Relations Since 1945, 3rd ed., Oxford, Oxford University Press. A comprehensive survey of the impact of the Cold War on world politics since 1945, providing analysis of war in the Middle East, the development of European integration, and the demise of the European empires in Africa and Asia. Visit the online resources to access the latest updates in the field of international relations. From the End of the Cold War to a New World Disorder? Michael Cox. Reader's Guide. This chapter provides a broad overview of the international system between the end of the Cold War and the collapse of the Soviet Union, USSR, through to the early 2020s when it looked as if a once confident West was under siege, the United States in decline, and the liberal economic order in deep crisis. How did all this come about? Why were the high hopes entertained in the West in the 1990s not fully realized? And how critical has the situation become for the West? To answer these big questions, the chapter takes the long view and looks in turn at the Bill Clinton years, a moment of high liberal optimism, the 2 terms of George W. Bush, a period dominated by the so-called War on Terror, and the onset of the financial crash of 2008 and the impact this had on the world. The chapter then examines the changing face of Europe, the challenges confronting the global South, the ongoing problems facing the Middle East, and the reasons for the successful rise of China within an economically dynamic Asia. The chapter concludes by exploring 3 big questions. First, is power now shifting away from the West and is the world still unipolar? Second, how serious is the threat to globalization and the liberal order? And finally, how has the COVID-19 pandemic and the war in Ukraine impacted the international system? Chapter 5. Framing questions. Has the international system become more or less orderly since the end of the Cold War? Does the rise of other powers, most notably China and Russia, signal a major shift of power? Why is globalization now being challenged in the West? 5.1 Introduction, the Cold War and After. The modern world system is in many ways the result of two great 20th century wars, the first of these leading to the Russian Revolution and the breakup of empires that had hitherto dominated Europe, and the second and more devastating conflict to a major restructuring of the international order. This left Germany and Japan under Allied control, most of Europe and Asia in tatters, former colonies in a state of political turmoil, and two opposing states, the US and the USSR, in positions of enormous strength. Many then hoped that the world would enjoy a long period of great power cooperation. But after a brief moment of optimism, the world was soon confronted by yet another conflict which very quickly came to be known as a Cold War. The causes of the Cold War have been much debated, but several factors in the end caused it, including a deep incompatibility between the social and economic systems of East and West, mutual fears on the part of the USSR and the US concerning the other's intentions, and insecurities generated by an ongoing nuclear arms race. Beginning in Europe, the Cold War soon spread to what became known then as the Third World, but after the end of the Cold War as the Global South. Here, the conflict assumed a far more deadly form, with over 25 million people killed as a result of real wars, civil as well as wars of intervention fought out from Korea to Vietnam, South Asia to Southern Africa. Inevitably, the discipline of international relations, IR, was influenced by the Cold War. Indeed, having also become a largely American discipline after the Second World War, IR was very much shaped by the theoretical preferences of key U.S. scholars such as Hans J. Morgenthau, whose 1948 textbook Politics Among Nations went into 7 editions, and a little bit later by Kenneth Waltz, whose 1959 Man, the State, and War soon became a classic. Though different in their approaches to world politics, both Morgenthau and Waltz championed the theoretical case for what became the dominant IR paradigm during the Cold War, realism, see ch. 9. Waltz did something else as well. He provided what many believed was a rationalization for the Cold War in a much-quoted article published in 1964. In this article, he even went so far as to suggest that by reducing the number of major international actors to only 2, bipolarity, the Cold War had created its own form of stability, K. Waltz 1964. This way of thinking about the East-West standoff may in large part explain the failure of IR academics to seriously contemplate the possibility of it ever coming to an end. Nor was there much reason to think that it could, given the then standard Western and indeed traditional Soviet view that the USSR was a superpower in its own right, which would never voluntarily give up control of Central and Eastern Europe or contemplate the possibility of Germany uniting. The conflict therefore would go on. But as we now know, it did not. East European discontent with Soviet rule, a slowdown in the Soviet economy made worse by attempts to reform the system after 1985, the cost of an extended global competition with an economically more advanced West, and the fact that the USSR contained within it many nationalities, including, most importantly, Ukraine, finally spelled doom for the Soviet system. Whether what finally happened was inevitable remains a question which historians continue to debate. Zubak 2021. 5.2 The United States, exploiting the unipolar moment. The collapse of Soviet power in Eastern and Central Europe, followed 2 years later by the end of the USSR itself, did not just change the way in which millions of people around the world regarded their own political futures. It also led to profound changes in the structure of the international order. Indeed, with the passing of the USSR, scholars of international relations began to talk of a rapid transition from a world in which there had been 2 balancing powers, a bipolar system, to another in which there was no balance at all, a unipolar system in which the United States would now shape international politics almost completely. This new global conjuncture raised a series of important questions. How stable would the new international order be? How long could U.S. primacy last? What kind of foreign policy would the United States pursue now that it no longer had a single enemy to fight? In the end, these particular questions were not answered on the pages of foreign policy journals so much as by the election of President William Bill Jefferson Clinton in 1992. Helped into office by an electorate that was now more focused on domestic matters than international affairs, and sensing that the American people were seeking a new foreign policy approach, he concentrated mainly on economic issues, linking prosperity at home with the U.S. ability to compete abroad. This did not preclude the U.S. having to address other more traditional threats, such as the proliferation of nuclear weapons and terrorism. But having won the Cold War, not only were the American people deeply reluctant to intervene abroad, there seemed to be no pressing reason for the U.S. to get sucked into conflicts overseas either. Yet, as Clinton conceded, the U.S. could neither escape from the world nor retreat from it. There may have been little appetite for military intervention, especially following the 1993 debacle in Somalia. But the US was hardly inactive. It did after all impose its own military solution on the Serbs in the unfolding war in former Yugoslavia. Clinton then pushed hard for the enlargement of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, a policy that later came back to haunt the West's relationship with Russia. And he was anything but hesitant when it came to trying to resolve some fairly intractable regional conflicts, including the one in Northern Ireland. This, of course, did not convince his many critics on the right. They believed the United States under Clinton had no grand strategy. Indeed, one critic claimed Clinton was taking the nation on a liberal holiday from history, 2001. But this was perhaps less than fair or accurate. The U.S. may have had no single state enemy to fight, and Clinton was certainly not looking for one. On the other hand, his administration did recognize more quickly than most the very real threat posed by a non-state actor, Al-Qaeda. Moreover, if Clinton displayed caution when it came to employing American military power overseas, this seemed to correspond to the wishes of most Americans during the 1990s. Clinton's approach also allowed the U.S. to focus on the one thing it seemed to do best: unleashing the power of the market at home while advancing the case for globalization around the world. Indeed, Clinton himself became one of globalization's greatest advocates, at one stage even arguing that it was the economic equivalent of a force of nature, like wind or water. Clinton 2001. It certainly felt like one, as economic barriers around the world began to come down under U.S. urging, leading to a massive increase in trade, a huge jump in foreign direct investment, FDI, and growth in the world's total wealth from around $22 trillion in 1990 to $33 trillion in 2000. Perhaps more significant, in this new age of globalization, big emerging economies like India and China became richer, more dynamic, and inevitably began to become important economic players on the world stage. Even so, doubts remained about Clinton's policies and how successful he was in laying the basis of a stable world order. As progressives on the left pointed out, his wholehearted adoption of free market policies at home and abroad were not only leading to growing inequality, but also to a loss of American manufacturing jobs to other countries, China most obviously. These costs could be borne in the short term while the U.S. economy continued to grow, as it did throughout the 1990s and the early 2000s. But if or when a politician emerged to question globalization and the benefits it had brought to ordinary Americans, then the nation might be in political trouble. As Danny Roderick noted, during Clinton's second administration, the kind of runaway globalization being promoted by Clinton was exposing social fissures between those with the education, skills, and mobility to flourish in an unfettered world market, the apparent winners, and those without. The seeds of future division were already being sown. Roderick, 1997. 5.3 After the USSR, Yeltsin to Putin. Scholars of international relations have long been deeply interested in the interplay between the great powers and the reasons why even the most powerful have in the end disappeared from the stage of history, something that happened to the Ottoman and Austro-Hungarian empires after the First World War. Then too. Key points. The end of the Cold War increased the U.S. weight in the international system. Under President Clinton, there was a greater focus on economic issues as a central part of U.S. foreign policy. Critics on the right attacked Clinton for having no grand strategy. Opponents to the left of Clinton asked whether globalization had gone too far. The European colonial empires after the Second World War, and finally to the Soviet Empire itself between 1989 and 1991. But history also demonstrates that when empires fall, this is not always followed by stability and prosperity. So it was in the past, so it turned out to be following the collapse of Soviet communism. Many challenges faced the new Russia. First, there was the issue of what to do with the USSR's nuclear arsenal and how to either prevent weapons leaving the former USSR or ensure that control of them remained in Russian hands. Second, there was an equally serious problem posed by the breakup of the USSR. Not only did 25 million Russians now find themselves living outside of Russia proper, but the other nations of the former USSR also had to work out some kind of relationship with the Russia, which found it almost impossible to think of its relationship with such states as Ukraine and Georgia in anything other than imperial terms. Perhaps unsurprisingly, Russia under Vladimir Putin later came to wage war against both. Finally, there was the even more basic problem of making the transition from a centralized, planned economy designed to guarantee full employment to a competitive market economy where many of the old industries that had been the bedrock of the USSR, including its huge military-industrial complex, were evidently no longer fit for purpose. Clearly, some very tough times lay ahead, made tougher still by the extraordinarily painful market reforms that Russia adopted from 1992 onwards. Indeed, as a result of its speedy adoption of Western-style privatization, Russia in the 1990s experienced something close to a 1930s-style depression, with industrial production plummeting, living standards falling, and whole regions once devoted to Cold War military production going into freefall. Nor did the economic situation show much sign of improvement as time went on. Indeed, in 1998 Russia experienced its own financial crisis, one that wiped out the savings of ordinary people and made the new post-communist regime under Boris Yeltsin even less popular than it had been a few years earlier. Not surprisingly, a year later he decided to resign. It was not at first clear that Yeltsin's successor would behave any differently. Indeed, it was no less a person than Yeltsin himself who chose Vladimir Putin as his anointed successor in 1999. A product of the KGB, the Soviet security agency, and a central figure in the creation of its successor organization, the FSB, Putin seemed at first to have few, if any, original ideas of his own. However, he did understand power in the purest sense. Ruthless even by Russian standards, he brooked no opposition. But his wider task, as he saw it, was not just to impose his will on others but to restore Russian prestige after what he saw as its precipitous decline during the 1990s. Putin never hid his ambitions. The disintegration of the USSR in 1991, he repeated, had been a tragedy, and even though it would not be possible to put the old empire back together again, there would be no further concessions. This might not take Russia back to anything like the Soviet era, though some wondered whether that was his ultimate aim. But Russia, he insisted, had to assert itself more forcefully, most obviously against those in the West who thought they could ignore Russia's security concerns by pushing NATO right up to Russia's historic borders. Putin's nationalist rhetoric may have shocked some in the West. For a while, however, policymakers there waited to see what might unfold. Indeed, most adopted the realist view that it was important to work closely with Russia, partly for economic reasons. Russia was a major supplier of oil and gas to Europe, partly because Putin was as opposed to terrorism as policymakers in the West, and partly because Russia was a permanent member of the UN Security Council and remained a nuclear weapons state. However, the cumulative impact of Putin's policies could not but complicate Russia's relations with the West. Some even began talking very loosely of a new Cold War between Russia and the West, see Case Study 5.1. There was no single event which led writers to take that view. However, one clearly important event was the Russian intervention in Georgia in 2008. Another was Russia's support for the Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad. Then came the crisis in Ukraine in 2014 and Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea, accompanied by its proxy war in eastern Ukraine against the central government in Kiev. Even then, few could have predicted how bad relations would become, leading in February 2022 to a Russian military intervention into Ukraine itself. The new Cold War, as some called it, now looked as if it had become decidedly hot. No doubt emboldened by the diplomatic support he was receiving from China, Putin's strategic ambitions seemed to know no bounds. And a Russia which seemed to be in terminal decline only 20 years earlier, in 2022 its economy was still only 1/10 the size of China's and around 15 times smaller than that of the United States, now seemed to be moving forward boldly on all fronts. Whether this would enhance the power of Russia or lead it into a permanent conflict with the West, it could not, in the long term, hope to win alone, remained to be seen. Case Study 5.1 Russia and the West, a new Cold War? It has become increasingly fashionable among commentators to define the Russian relationship with the West as being like a new Cold War. Perhaps the first to use the term was Edward Lucas in his 2008 bestseller, The New Cold War. Russian military intervention in Georgia, he believes, signaled the beginning of a new and dangerous period in the relationship. Subsequent developments have only seemed to confirm this early assessment. The murders of investigative journalists in Russia itself, targeted assassination outside Russia, its meddling in the internal affairs of the Baltic republics, Russia's use of cyberwar, its various disinformation campaigns designed to undermine the West, and finally its interventions in Ukraine after 2013, culminating in its invasion of Ukraine in February 2022, all point to a profound crisis in relations, a new Cold War in effect. Lucas also blames the West, not so much for having caused the conflict. Russia, he insists, is the guilty party, but rather for having failed to recognize the threat and confront it in its early stages. Preoccupied as the West once was with building a partnership with Russia, it did not see the writing on the wall until it was too late. Critics of the term New Cold War do not so much dispute the facts, though some would blame the West as much as Russia for having precipitated the crisis. Rather, they question the use of the term itself. They make for specific arguments. First, the Cold War coincided with the existence of the old communist superpower, the USSR, and as the USSR no longer exists, the term Cold War is not a suitable term to define the subsequent crisis in Russia's relations with the West. Second, the Cold War was basically an ideological clash between opposing socio-economic systems, one communist and the other capitalist, whereas the current clash has little or nothing to do with ideology. It is just a pure power struggle. Third, the Cold War kept the two sides apart. The new contest, on the other hand, seems to recognize no such boundaries and as such might be much more dangerous. Finally, critics of the idea of a new Cold War argue that one must beware of using terms drawn from history like Cold War, which do more to obscure contemporary reality than illuminate it. M. Cox 2011. Question 1. Is the term New Cold War useful or misleading? Question 2. Is the West or Russia most to blame for tensions between Russia, the West, and Russia's near neighbors? A vigil to protest the Russian invasion of Ukraine in front of the White House in Washington, 2022. Andrew Harnick /AP/Shutterstock. Key points. The breakup of the USSR inevitably unleashed problems which proved difficult to solve. Economic reforms in the 1990s created a new class of super-rich Russians but exacerbated Russia's overall economic decline. Vladimir Putin has attempted to reverse what he saw as Russia's decline in the 1990s. Russia under Putin aims to be a world power but remains highly dependent on energy and is far less significant in global economic terms than either its main partner, China, or its principal rival, the United States. The relationship between the West and Russia began to deteriorate with Russian intervention in Georgia in 2008 and continued to deteriorate by the end of 2021 with its stationing of 190,000 troops close to the Ukrainian border, followed by an invasion of Ukraine itself in February 2022. 5.4 Europe, rise and decline? Though Americans may have claimed that it was the US that won the Cold War, it was in fact Europe and in particular Germany that were the most immediate beneficiaries. First, a continent and a country that had once been divided were now united. Second, the states of Eastern Europe achieved one of the most important of international rights, the right of self-determination. Finally, the threat of serious war with potentially devastating consequences for Europe as a whole was eliminated. Naturally, the move from one order to another did not happen without conflict, as events in former Yugoslavia 1990-9 revealed only too tragically. Even so, the new united Europe, with its open borders and democratic institutions, clearly had much to look forward to. But what kind of Europe would it be? Here there was much room for debate, with some countries, most notably France, believing that Europe should now develop its own specifically European security arrangements, a view again articulated in 2022 by French President Emmanuel Macron. Others, meanwhile, believed Europe should remain closely tied to the USA view, forcefully expressed by both the new elites of Central Europe and by other, more established members of the NATO alliance. Europeans could not agree either about what kind of Europe they preferred. There were those, of course, who sought an ever-deeper union that would fulfill their dream of building a United States of Europe, one that would be able to play a major role alongside China and the US in the international system. Other countries, the UK most significantly, feared such a development. Europe, they asserted, should be a Europe composed of its very different nation-states, a Europe that recognized national difference and did not try to undermine the principle of sovereignty. In the end, it was such ideas that fueled the argument that finally led to Brexit. While many in old Europe debated Europe's future, policymakers themselves were confronted with the more concrete issue of how to bring the East back into the West, a process that went under the general heading of enlargement. In terms of policy outcomes, the strategy scored some notable successes. Indeed, by 2007 the European Union, EU, had grown to 27 members and NATO to 26. In the process, the two bodies also changed their club-like character, much to the consternation of some older members who found the new entrants to be as much trouble as asset. In fact, according to critics, enlargement had proceeded so rapidly that the essential core meaning of both organizations had been lost. The EU in particular, some now argued, had been so keen to enlarge that it had lost the will to integrate. Still, it was difficult not to be impressed by the capacity of institutions that had helped shape part of Europe during the Cold War being employed now in quite new roles to help manage the relatively successful, though never easy, transition from one kind of European order to another. For those realists who had earlier disparaged the part that institutions might play in preventing anarchy in Europe, the important roles played by the EU and NATO seemed to prove that institutions were essential. But even if the EU proved to be more resilient than some of its critics argued at the time, its role outside the European area remained unclear. Europeans may have wished for a stronger Europe, however, there was marked reluctance to hand over serious security powers to Brussels. Nor did Europeans seem especially keen until the war in Ukraine made it seem essential on boosting their collective strength by investing more in hard power. Indeed, only the UK and France maintained anything like a serious military capability, meaning that when Europe did feel compelled to act militarily as it did in Libya in 2011 and then a year later in Mali, it was not Europe as a collective actor that intervened, but one or both of these two countries with US support. Nonetheless, Europe still retained what American political scientist Joseph Nye has defined as significant soft power assets. By the turn of the century, it had also become a formidable economic actor with a market capacity larger even than that of the United States. Not only that, it continued to be the U.S. most favored economic partner. Still, not all the news was positive, and as one century gave way to another, Europe slipped from being the poster child of international politics. Some writers even talked of the EU becoming a model for the 21st century, to looking like a house divided against itself which could not unite around a common purpose other than the most basic one of making sure it remained in being. Indeed, with the onset of the so-called Euro crisis, followed by economic turmoil in Greece and a growing refugee crisis, the whole project looked to be under serious stress. What European leaders could not have anticipated, however, is what happened in 2016, when in June the UK voted to leave the European Union, followed in November by the election of a US President Donald Trump, who during his campaign had talked of NATO as being obsolete, the EU as a trade threat, and Germany as free riding on the US. One event alone was shocking enough. The two coming close together caused something bordering on an existential crisis across European capitals. Yet, having got over the trauma, the European Union did in time appear to recover its political nerve. As one of the most influential writers on EU affairs noted, by reminding Europeans of the need to be remain together, Trump ironically may have turned into something of a boon. While the chaos in the UK caused by Brexit made the best argument possible for all other European countries remaining within the EU, Tochi 2017. 5.5 China in a new Asian century? Perhaps nowhere in the modern world does history exercise such a great influence as in Asia. First subjected to European power during the 19th century and then to the even worse depredations of Japan before 1945. It was hardly surprising that the region as a whole became one of the most unsettled parts of the world during the Cold War. Indeed, while Europe as a whole was acquiring some degree of organized stability after 1945 under the watchful eyes of the two new superpowers, Asia during the Cold War experienced at least two devastating wars, one in Korea, the other in Vietnam, a war of partition in India, a genocide in Cambodia, a short and bloody conflict between Vietnam and Cambodia, and a Chinese invasion of Vietnam a year later. If the Cold War remained cold in Europe, this could hardly be said of Asia before 1989. The contrast between post-colonial Asia and post-Second World War Europe could not have been more pronounced. Indeed, scholars of international relations have been much taken with the comparison, pointing out that whereas Western Europe at least managed to form a new liberal security community in which nationalism and ancient hatreds came to play much less of a role over time, Asia remained a complex tapestry of often warring and suspicious states whose enmities ran deep and where nationalism played a central part in defining identity. Nor did the end of the Cold War lead to the same results in Asia as in Europe. In Europe, 1989 concluded with free elections, the resolution of territorial issues, the unification of one country, Germany, and the disintegration of another, Yugoslavia. In Asia, 1989 concluded with powerful communist parties remaining in power in at least three countries, North Korea, Vietnam, and China, several territorial disputes remaining unresolved, Korea remaining divided, and memories from the past, in particular Japanese aggression before 1945, still souring relations in the region. This is not to say that Asia was not impacted by the end of the Cold War and the collapse of communism in Europe and the USSR. China in particular drew its own particular lesson. Indeed, having witnessed what was unfolding in the former USSR under the reformist leadership of Mikhail Gorbachev, the Chinese communist leadership decided to do the opposite, namely abandon political reform and impose even tighter control from the center. North Korea, too, drew its own lessons. Indeed, after having seen what had happened to another communist state which had once looked so stable, East Germany, it now did everything it could to ensure that it did not suffer the same fate, including using nuclear blackmail against its various neighbors as a crude but effective way of ensuring the regime's survival. Because of the very different ways the end of the Cold War played itself out in Asia, many writers, including one very influential American scholar, Aaron Friedberg, argued that far from being primed for a liberal peace, Asia in general, and East Asia in particular, was ripe for new rivalries. Indeed, according to Friedberg, 1993-4, Europe's very bloody past between 1914 and 1945 could easily turn into Asia's future. This, however, was not a prediction borne out by events. The first and most important reason why was because of the great economic advances which occurred in the region from the late 1990s onwards. Though uneven and interrupted by a crisis in 1998, within 30 years of the end of the Cold War, Asia as a whole, representing close to 60% of the world's population, had moved center stage in the world economy. Indeed, some writers began to talk of a new Asian century in the making, around which the once dominant West would now have to fit. Kana 2019. The big question is how to explain this success. Some suggest Asia is home to a set of values that encourage entrepreneurship, while others cite its ability to. Key points. Despite the breakup of the former Yugoslavia, both Europe and Germany benefited from the collapse of a post-war order which had previously divided the continent. Brexit and the election of Trump in 2016 posed a serious challenge to the integrity and future of the EU. Pessimists believe that the challenges facing the EU are life-threatening. The EU's many defenders argue it retains the economic capacity and political will to meet these challenges successfully. Shelter under what amounted to an American security umbrella during the Cold War. Others point to the not insignificant role played by ASEAN, Association of Southeast Asian Nations, in managing relations between at least 10 of the countries in Southeast Asia, CCH23. But in the end, the key to Asia's prosperity has rested on the stimulus first provided by an economically dynamic and prosperous Japan until 2010, Asia's biggest economy, and then by China. Interestingly, China's economic rise in the 1990s did not seem to cause much concern at first. A number of Chinese writers even fashioned their own particular theory, known as the peaceful rise, to reassure China's neighbors, not to mention the US, that its intentions were peaceful. The US appeared to respond in kind. The rise of China, it was agreed, could not be reversed. China could, however, be integrated into the modern globalized economy. Not only would this create a major new market and establish a major offshore producer of cheap goods, but over time it might even turn China into what some American policymakers termed a responsible stakeholder. Several developments altered this overly optimistic analysis. One was Chinese activity in the South China Sea, where China asserted its sovereignty over 3.5 million square kilometers of international waterways. Another was China's program of military modernization. And yet a third was the less accommodating foreign policy stance adopted by China after President Xi Jinping assumed office in 2013. Taken together, these changes, as well as its more aggressive stance towards Taiwan in 2022 and its increasingly tough policies in both Hong Kong and the province of Xinjiang, only confirmed what some realist IR scholars had been saying all along, that when new great powers rise and emerge onto the international stage, they are bound to act in a more assertive fashion. Mearsheimer 2014a. The impact of all this on the region has been striking. Caught between two great powers, one, China, growing in economic importance, and the other, the United States, on whom they have always depended for their security, many Asian countries felt themselves to be caught between the proverbial rock and a hard place. The region may not have been at a 1914 moment, as some declared 100 years after the First World War. But there was no denying that the region was beginning to feel increasingly squeezed by opposing forces. See Opposing Opinions 5.1. 5.6. A New Global South. The ultimate economic success of many Asian countries which also experienced Western rule before the Second World War poses a much larger question about the ultimate fate of nationalist movements and regimes in other countries in what has become known since the end of the Cold War as the Global South. Each of these movements of liberation was animated by different ideas and employed quite different strategies to achieve its many goals, amongst the most important being to achieve full political independence from the former colonial powers, foster fast economic development while reducing poverty, and rely more on the state than the market to achieve both of these objectives. Though most of the new nations did not adopt communism, they did nonetheless adopt varieties of socialist ideas, and quite often, like India, oriented towards the former USSR as a working model of how to achieve speedy economic results. These high ideals, which helped carry the newly independent countries through some very difficult times, ran up against a series of problems. Some of the new elites rapidly succumbed to the temptation of power and high office. Many of the new nations also experienced domestic turbulence. A good number succumbed to military rule. Quite a few became one-party dictatorships. Nor did the new post-colonial economies prove to be especially efficient, and by the 1970s had run up enormous debts, rendering them vulnerable to renewed Western economic pressure. Finally, with the end of the Cold War came the collapse of the idea that key points. The Cold War in Asia was marked by revolutions, wars, and insurgencies which led to millions of deaths. Although some scholars have predicted an uncertain and unstable future for Asia, the region overall has experienced relative peace and great prosperity since the end of the Cold War. Asia is one of the most dynamic economic regions of the world. China's rise has transformed the region and led to increased tensions with the United States. Opposing opinions 5.1 The 21st century will be Asian. 4. The GDP of Asia is rising fast. By the middle of the 21st century, it will be bigger than that of the US and the EU combined. At least 3 of the economies expected to be among the largest in the world by 2050, China, India, and Japan are located in Asia. The Western-led international order is on the decline. New economic realities will force the West to give up its monopoly of global power. In the future, Western countries will no longer be able to run all the major international institutions such as the UN, the World Bank, and the International Monetary Fund. China's creation of the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, a multilateral development bank, is just a sign of things to come. China has already begun to take a more assertive role in global affairs. In a 2017 speech, President Xi Jinping announced the start of a new era that sees China moving closer to center stage. Xi 2017. China's eagerness to take a leadership role on global issues such as climate change demonstrates its belief that its economic power entitles it to international influence over a range of important issues. Against. Asia still abides by the West's economic norms and rules. Asia's economic rise has largely depended on adopting Western economic norms, exporting to Western markets, and playing by the West's economic rules. There's no Asian model. The transatlantic region remains central in global security, economy, and education. The EU and the US taken together still account for nearly 50% of world GDP and more than 75% of world foreign direct investment. The US dollar also remains the most important currency in the world and its economy the most innovative. Nearly 90% of the world's top universities are located in the EU and the US, while only 2 are to be found in mainland China. Asia is composed of countries which have a strong sense of their own identity but little common identity. Asia thus has few regional institutions of its own. It is more divided than united by history, while culturally and linguistically there is nothing holding the region together. There is no Asian order. Does Asia's economic rise pose a challenge to the West? 2. Is the United States an Asian power? 3. Does China pose an opportunity or a threat to other Asian powers? Visit the online resources to discover pointers to help you tackle these questions. Some form of state-led development offered a better way forward than the market. The collapse of the Third World as a political project left behind a complex legacy, from ongoing civil wars on some continents, most notably in sub-Saharan Africa, to the opportunity to rejoin the world economic order. Certainly, with the USSR no longer playing an active political role, major change now seemed possible. However, the consequences often proved to be deeply problematic. Indeed, some states that had been propped up by one of the 2 superpowers during the Cold War simply collapsed into complete chaos, a fate that, for example, impacted tragically on Somalia. Nor did economic reform always deliver on its promise. In fact, in many countries the implementation of Western-style structural reform often led to greater inequality, a decline in public services, and the exponential growth of ever more rampant forms of corruption as more and more money began to flood into the newly emerging economies. Economic reform and the rapid reintegration of the Third World back into the world economy thus had profound consequences. To many in the West, the adoption of structural reforms could have only positive results. But wealth-creating reforms and integration into the global economy did not always lead to the alleviation of economic distress. Indeed, by removing the various forms of economic protection that had been put in place in previous times, everyday life became more difficult. A new world economic order may have been in the making, but that did not mean that the basic needs of millions of people were being met. Nor did it mean that many economies in the South had achieved balanced growth. In these less than propitious circumstances, it was hardly surprising that millions of ordinary people in the global South expressed their frustration not by taking up arms, though many did, but rather by doing what poor peoples have always done: migrate and increase. In these less than propitious circumstances, it was hardly surprising that millions of ordinary people in the global South expressed their frustration not by taking up arms, though many did, but rather by doing what poor peoples have always done: migrate in increasingly large numbers. The new global South thus had at least one obvious thing in common with the old Third World: millions of its people moved to those parts of the world, the more prosperous North, in effect, where there was at least the chance of a better life. The Third World as a political project might have passed, but many of the problems facing the majority of humanity remained much the same. This somewhat pessimistic conclusion should, however, be set against what has been achieved. Africa, for instance, now has the largest growing middle class in the world. Many South Asian countries have been relatively successful at eliminating extreme poverty. And in Latin America, there has been no major interstate war since the so-called Chaco War of 1932-5. Moreover, one of the biggest countries within the global south, India, has achieved quite remarkable economic results since the 1990s, growing to become the sixth largest economy in 2022, with every chance of becoming the third largest after China and the United States by mid-century. Even so, there is little doubting the massive challenges facing the majority of humanity, exposed most graphically since 2020 by the COVID-19 pandemic. Indeed, as one report recently concluded, for countries in the global south, this pandemic poses challenges every bit as daunting if not more so as those facing industrialized countries in the global north. Alden and Dunst ND. Nor is this just a question of not being able to carry out enough vaccinations to mitigate the threat of the virus. Other more fundamental problems include weak public health systems, the collapse of global demand for tourism, and a massive drop in foreign remittances. The world may have been experiencing one pandemic which by March 2022 had killed well over 5 million people. However, in many ways it remained a tale of two pandemics, a reflection of the fact that there were still two international orders. Alden and Dunst ND. The Middle East in turmoil, 9/11, the Arab Spring, and after. Whether or not there was or is a connection between the unequal distribution of wealth and power in the world and terrorism remains an open question. What is not in doubt is the impact that the September 11, 2001 attacks on the United States, 9/11, had on international politics. Indeed, if the end of the Cold War marked one of the great turning points in modern international relations, then 9/11 marked another. Bin Laden and al-Qaeda were no doubt motivated by far more than a desire for social justice and a distaste for globalization. As Bin Laden's many would-be analysts have pointed out, his political vision appeared to point backwards rather than forward to something modern. On the other hand, the weapons he employed, including 4 jet planes, made him a very modern threat indeed. Moreover, because his followers sought martyrdom, more traditional methods of waging war, such as containment and deterrence, were no longer relevant. If this was the beginning of a new Cold War, as some argued at the time, then it was one unlikely to be fought using policies and methods learned between 1947 and 1989. The way in which the George W. Bush administration initially responded to international terrorism proved to be highly controversial and, in the end, counterproductive too. In fact, turning what many regarded as a legitimate war of self-defense against the Taliban in Afghanistan into a war of choice to rid the Middle East of Saddam Hussein in Iraq turned out to be one of the greatest strategic errors of the age. But even the most trenchant of his critics could not have imagined how disastrous the wider Bush response to the 9/11 attacks would turn out to be, leaving as it did Iran as the dominant power in the region and jihadi terrorism more entrenched than ever. This raises an important question. Given its long-term consequences for the region and for the United States, by 2020 the U.S. had spent up to $3 trillion in Iraq. Why did the Bush administration intervene in Iraq in the first place? Many had a simple answer: the key points. The Third World was a political project that aimed to create real independence from the West by pursuing a different non-Western road to economic modernity. Many of the less developed countries continue to be burdened by debt, poverty, inadequate health services, and poor infrastructure. The challenges still facing many countries in the global south should not obscure what many of them have achieved. COVID-19 has exposed the gap between the global south and the global north. U.S. dependency on oil and its desire to maintain access to oil in Iraq. Others laid the responsibility at the door of the Israel lobby in Washington. A few even saw it as part of a wider imperial strategy whose purpose was to restore U.S. credibility worldwide after the Clinton years. Whatever the motive, including the official Western one of eliminating Saddam's non-existent cache of weapons of mass destruction, the war ultimately failed to achieve its longer-term objective of creating a stable and functioning democracy in Iraq. Perhaps even worse, it fueled the rise of an extremist group just as deadly as Bin Laden's al-Qaeda, the so-called Islamic State. Inspired by the same desire to drive the infidels out of the Middle East, by the time it was defeated, and even then, not completely, large parts of Iraq and Syria had been devastated. Amid all this carnage, including that in Afghanistan where the war against the Taliban continued unabated until the U.S. pulled out in late 2021, there was a momentary glimmer of hope. Starting in 2011, the peoples in many Middle Eastern countries began to throw off their autocratic rulers. However, as the revolt unfolded, it moved from its initial phase known as the Arab Spring to something far more disturbing, first in Libya, where a NATO-led intervention created a vacuum into which dangerously destabilizing forces then moved. Then in Egypt, where the overthrow of the dictator Hosni Mubarak concluded with his replacement by another autocrat, Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, and finally in Syria, where the situation deteriorated rapidly, leaving half the country's population displaced. Approximately 3 million Syrians as refugees and at least 400,000 to 500,000 dead. All this raises a much bigger question. Why has much of the Middle East, with the obvious exception of its oil-rich states in and around the Gulf, proved to be so volatile? There's no easy answer. Some conservatives in the West blame the role Islam has played in fostering anti-modernist ideas, others the failure of states in the region to provide meaningful economic opportunities for their people, and a few blame the deep divide within Islam itself between Sunni countries like Saudi Arabia and Shia states such as Iran. Yet it would be foolish to ignore the role of the West itself. Having drawn the region's borders as far back as the end of the First World War and thereafter propped up whichever autocrats suited their political or strategic needs, it is unsurprising that those who live in the region itself are inclined to ascribe their own problems as ultimately caused by Western countries, from the British who in the 1917 Balfour Declaration first declared their backing for a national home for the Jewish people to U.S. interventions following the 9/11 attacks. 5.8 From Obama to Trump to Biden. If 9/11 marked one turning point in the international relations of the early 21st century, then so too in its own very different way did the election of Barack Obama in 2008. Obama's election was regarded at the time as a massively significant event. It would never have happened, however, but for two simple facts: the fallout from an increasingly unwinnable and unpopular war in Iraq, a dumb war as Obama called it, to which he had always been opposed, Fitzgerald and Ryan. 25-51, and the greatest economic crisis facing the U.S. since the 1930s. Obama's first challenge was to put the U.S. back on the road to economic recovery. His second was to restore U.S. standing abroad. Meanwhile, he hoped that he would be able to shift the focus of American foreign policy away from the politically unsettled Middle East to the economically dynamic region of Asia. But on one thing he seemed to be clear: the U.S. had to find a way out of what later President Biden called the never-ending wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. But perhaps Obama's main contribution to foreign policy was less in terms of specific actions taken and more in relation to rethinking the U.S. position in the wider international system. If Bush had a theory of international politics, it was that the world was unipolar and would likely remain so for many years. Key points. The 9/11 attacks transformed U.S. foreign policy. It is now agreed that the U.S. failed in Iraq and Afghanistan. The Arab Spring led to hope for change, followed by deep disappointment. The Syrian crisis was hugely costly and was only brought to a conclusion by the most brutal means. The deeper causes of instability in the Middle East remain highly contested. To come. Obama's analysis was altogether different. Though he never subscribed to the notion that the U.S. was in decline, he did believe the world was becoming what the popular writer Fareed Zakaria called post-American, and that China specifically and the BRIC countries more generally would play more of a role. CCH 6. This economic shift left the U.S. with two choices: either resist these changes and find itself on the wrong side of history, or manage and lead these changes and guarantee the U.S. continued leadership in international affairs. If Obama's approach to world affairs was balanced and pragmatic, his critics argued unfocused, the same could hardly be said of his successor, Donald Trump. Elected on a platform which attacked globalization as un-American, the first U.S. president ever to do so, Trump the populist startled and unsettled the world in ways that no previous American leader had ever done before. See Case Study 5.2. Hostile to nearly everything Obama, and indeed most post-war presidents, had done in office, Trump attacked what had hitherto been considered mainstream foreign policy positions. Thus, climate change, he opined, was a myth, NATO was obsolete, international institutions a nuisance, and Putin perhaps somebody with whom the U.S. could do business. On the other hand, signing a nuclear deal with archenemy Iran was dangerous nonsense, and being even mildly critical of Israel was a betrayal of an old and trusted ally in the Middle East. More generally, Trump made clear that he would not seek to reform or change authoritarian systems so long as those authoritarian countries, such as Saudi Arabia and Egypt, stayed loyal to the United States. Trump's nationalist rhetoric and disregard for more traditional ways of doing foreign policy certainly won him few friends among sections of the liberal establishment at home or Democratic friends in Europe. Yet halfway through his first term in office, the U.S. economy continued to boom while his approval ratings among his own domestic supporters remained. Case Study 5.2: Populism, Globalization, and the End of the Liberal Order? Perhaps the most significant development in world politics since the 2008 financial crisis has been the rapid rise of a new form of nationalist or populist politics, which many fear is leading to increased tensions among states across the world and even threatening the global economy and globalization itself. The impact thus far: this new brand of politics, which identifies distant metropolitan elites as the problem, immigrants and refugees as a threat, and globalization as a challenge to economic security, has been immense. If nothing else, it made the election of Trump a reality and has upended normal politics in the European Union. Some insist that this revolt is primarily driven by rising inequality and stagnant wages, all linked to globalization and the opening up of the world economy. Others view the new populist wave as expressing a legitimate fear among ordinary citizens of losing control of borders put there to protect their country from outsiders. The fact that Brexiteers in the UK and Trump in the US played up nativist fears by suggesting both countries were being swamped by unwanted foreigners tells us much about one of the key factors spurring the growth of populist movements in the West. This new phenomenon inevitably raises big questions for students of world politics and those concerned about the future of globalization. The world economy has not yet deglobalized, as some predicted it might after the 2008 crash. On the other hand, growing trade tensions between China and the US and increased opposition in Europe to the free movement of people point to a world in which the current order is likely to come under increasing scrutiny from disaffected groups, who feel they have gained little and lost much in the headlong rush towards globalization. Whether this signals the end of globalization or, as is more likely, another phase in its evolution remains an open question to which as yet we do not have a clear answer. Question 1. Why does populism seem to be appearing much more in the advanced Western countries than in successful emerging economies like India and China, where globalization has been embraced by new rising elites? Question 2. Has populism become a permanent feature of the political landscape, and if so, what will be the likely effect on international affairs if the nationalism that normally accompanies populism becomes a more potent force? Nigel Farage, R. praises U.S. President Donald Trump during a campaign rally. Chip Somodevilla/staff/Getty Images. Relatively steady. Promising to make America great again by rejecting the liberal policies pursued by his predecessor, he might have won a second term but for one thing, the COVID-19 pandemic, a health challenge he at first denied was real and then blamed on China. To make the situation even worse, Trump went on to politicize the pandemic with devastating health results for the American public. Nor could America avoid the economic fallout from the pandemic. Even so, Trump still managed to win more votes in 2020 than in 2016, 75 million in all. Then, having lost to Joe Biden by a margin of 5 million votes, Trump even claimed that the election had been stolen, a narrative believed by millions of Americans, including those who, in an attempt to stop the steal, stormed Congress on 6 January 2021, see Case Study 29.2. The legacy left to Biden was thus a most difficult one. With America's reputation at an all-time low abroad, a country more polarized than at any time in its modern history, and a pandemic that was proving to be very difficult to contain, there were no easy answers to America's many problems. Biden, though, was determined to unite the country and restore U.S. credibility internationally by re-engaging with America's European allies while making clear his administration's commitment to the wider liberal world order. America is back, he proclaimed, Biden 2021b, and for a while the relief felt elsewhere in the world was palpable. However, there was no escaping the challenges the U.S. faced. From the short-term question of how to withdraw from Afghanistan, a mismanaged move that led to a great deal of recrimination both at home and abroad, to the longer-term challenge of dealing with the world's two dissatisfied powers, Russia and China. With Putin and Xi working in tandem, they now presented a united front on nearly all of the big international questions. As the two made clear in a lengthy communiqué issued in February 2022, the world was entering into a new era which would be genuinely multipolar in character and in which certain undefined outside forces, presumably here referring to the United States, would no longer be able to undermine security and stability in their common adjacent regions, presumably here referring to Russia's near abroad, in which Ukraine happened to be located, and the Asia-Pacific region in which Taiwan happened to be situated, Russian Federation and People's Republic of China 2022. Whether one took the communiqué seriously or not, and there were many good reasons to take it very seriously indeed, it was clear that some really testing times lay ahead for the United States. M. Cox 2022. 5.9 Conclusion: Beyond the Liberal World Order? When the Cold War ended and the USSR fell apart, it was widely believed that the world could look forward to a peaceful and prosperous new era. For a while, a new era did indeed beckon. However, as this chapter has shown, things did not turn out as expected. New threats like terrorism came to replace old ones. Russia refused to be brought back into a world run by the liberal West. The U.S. got sucked into an unwinnable war in Iraq and a highly costly one in Afghanistan. There was a major economic crash in 2008. Then, the rise of new powers, China in particular, caused some to ask if the West's moment in the sun was coming to a rapid end. In 2020, the world was then hit by a major pandemic which over the next 3 years killed millions of people and had what The Economist called an incalculable impact on the world economy. Finally, in 2022, Russia invaded Ukraine, causing massive damage to Ukraine itself and sending shockwaves around the world economy while bringing the relatively peaceful post-Cold War order in Europe to a brutal end. Yet in spite of all these challenges and still others, such as climate change, CCH 24, we should beware of assuming that the international order is about to tip over the edge into another world war. Events in Key points. Barack Obama was elected in 2008 in large part because of the 2008 financial crisis. Obama's foreign policy aimed to restore U.S. soft power standing in the world while drawing U.S. troops home from Iraq and Afghanistan. Obama rejected the idea that the U.S. was in decline. His view was that the U.S. had to adjust its policies to take account of new economic realities, most notably in Asia. Donald Trump's policies had a deeply divisive impact at home and an equally disturbing impact on world politics. Trump lost the election in 2020 but falsely insisted that Joe Biden did not win and that therefore the United States is being run by an illegitimate president. Questions. 1. What was the Cold War and why did it end so unexpectedly? 2. What do you understand by the unipolar moment? 3. Is the West facing a new Cold War with Putin's Russia? 4. Why did the UK vote to leave the European Union in 2016 and what impact has that had on both the UK and the EU? 5. Are the problems confronting the global South today primarily the result of its colonial past? 6. The world is not heading into a new Asian century but rather a new century dominated by China. Would you agree? 7. Why did the United States intervene in Afghanistan and Iraq and how successful were its interventions there? 8. In what ways did Donald Trump redefine America's relationship with the wider world? 9. Why do you think Putin invaded Ukraine and how has the war there changed world politics? 10. Is there a crisis of the liberal international order and how serious is it? Visit the online resources to test your understanding by trying the self-test questions. Ukraine certainly do not augur well for the future. Moreover, the fact that China has backed Russia points to a deeply divided world which few if any would have foreseen back in the optimistic 1990s. But perhaps too much pessimism like too much optimism is not a good place from which to understand the world in the 2020s. After all, we are now all living a lot longer, fewer people are dying in conflicts, the world economy has not deglobalized, and the threat of populism seems to have been contained even if it has not disappeared altogether. Nor is it wise to write off the liberal world order or the power of the West as many now seem inclined to do. Indeed, those who insist that power has already shifted away from the West would be well advised to recall the important fact that the West as a whole still controls a formidable set of economic assets, dominates the world's leading institutions, and holds manifest forms of soft power. Moreover, in spite of its many domestic problems, and they should not be underestimated, the United States still retains massive military capabilities, can project power globally in ways that no other state can, continues to account for just over 20% of the world's GDP and still prints the mighty dollar which remains the world's currency of choice. Writing best-selling books with eye-catching titles about American decline may make for good copy, but it tells us little about the world as it is currently constituted. Yet even if we concede that the United States and the West together retain a great deal of power in a more connected world, one thing appears not to have changed as much as some might have hoped in the years immediately following the end of the Cold War. Great power rivalry. In an age of nuclear weapons, direct war between great powers is no longer the most likely outcome. Yet the relationship between great powers can hardly be described as peaceful. With Russia using military power and the threat of force to revise the security order in Europe following its invasion of Ukraine, and China intent on either pushing the United States out of East Asia or at least reducing its security footprint there. What one realist has described as the tragedy of great power politics, Mearsheimer 2001, shows no sign of becoming any less tragic anytime soon. We may not be facing another century as bloody as the last one, but it will take a good deal of diplomatic wisdom and more trust than is on display at the moment to ensure that we get through it safely. Further reading. Cox, M. 2011, The Uses and Abuses of History, The End of the Cold War and Soviet Collapse, International Politics, 48, 4-5, 627-46. A Critique of the Way History Can be Misused. Cox, M. 2022, Agonies of Empire, American Power from Clinton to Biden, Bristol University Press. Traces the evolution of U.S. foreign policy since the end of the Cold War through the presidencies of Clinton, Bush, Obama, Trump, and Biden. Dinnan, D. Nugent, N., and Patterson, W. E. eds. 2017, The European Union in Crisis, London, Palgrave. A useful collection of essays on the many challenges facing the EU. Eatwell, R., and Goodwin, M. 2018, National Populism, The Revolt Against Liberal Democracy, London, Pelican Books. An excellent survey of the challenges facing the liberal order. Khanna, P. 2019, The Future is Asian, Global Order in the 21st Century, New York, Simon & Schuster. An important perspective on how global Asianization is driving the Asian century. Lucas, E. 2008, The New Cold War, Putin's Threat to Russia and the West, London, Bloomsbury Publishing. A highly pessimistic look at the future of the relationship between the West and Russia. Tochi, N. 2017, Framing the EU Global Strategy, A Stronger Europe in a Fragile World, London, Palgrave Macmillan. A useful corrective to the more pessimistic portrayals of current developments in the European Union by the advisor to Federica Mogherini, former High Representative of the European Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy and Vice President of the European Commission. Toj, A. 2018, Will China's Rise Be Peaceful? Security, Stability and Legitimacy, Oxford, Oxford University Press. Essays by leading specialists on China and world affairs. Zakaria, F. 2008, The Post-American World, New York, W. W. Norton. Authoritative study which influenced the debate about America's changing role in a changing world. Zubak, V. 2021, Collapse, The Fall of the Soviet Union, New Haven, Connecticut, Yale University Press. Questions the notion that the collapse of the USSR was inevitable based on archival research. Visit the online resources to access the latest updates in the field of international relations. Reader's Guide. After a period of U.S. dominance of the international political and economic systems, the world order began to undergo what many came to see as a fundamental structural change from the early 2000s. This was initially associated with the rise of the BRICS countries, Brazil, Russia, India, and China, and, from 2010, South Africa, and was then accelerated by the financial crisis that hit the core Western countries after 2007. This chapter begins by examining the U.S.-led global order that emerged at the end of the Cold War and the arguments that this was likely to remain stable and to endure. See Section 6.1 and Section 6.2. Section 6.3 considers the challenges to the idea of a U.S.-dominated global order, paying particular attention to the role of large, emerging developing countries, to the idea of the BRICS, to the regional role of these countries, and to the new Southern coalitions that were coming to play an increasingly influential role in negotiations and institutions affecting trade, climate change, and foreign aid. Section 6.4 distinguishes between different arguments about the diffusion of power and discusses what is involved conceptually when one talks of rising powers. Section 6.5 examines some of the major theoretical arguments about how rising powers affect the international political system. Section 6.6 evaluates the claims about rising powers in a world marked by the return of geopolitical tensions, by the growth of nationalist and populist governments, by serious challenges to multilateralism and global governance, and by the severe economic and political consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic. It suggests that rising powers matter not simply because of their current and likely future power, but rather because of the longer-term challenge they pose to the Eurocentrism and Western dominance of the international order. Framing questions. Were rising powers able to mount an effective challenge to the U.S.-led post-Cold War global order? Are rising powers actually powerful? What is the role of emerging powers in a post-Western order characterized both by U.S.-China rivalry and by pressing global challenges such as climate change and the COVID-19 pandemic? Chapter 6. Rising Powers and the Emerging Global Order. Andrew Hurrell. 6.1 Introduction. At the end of the Cold War, the structure of global order appeared clear and straightforward. The West had won. The United States was the sole superpower and the world was living through a period of unipolarity that many believed would continue well into the 21st century. The U.S.-led order had three pillars. First, the unrivaled extent and many dimensions of U.S. power. Second, the Western-dominated institutions and multilateral organizations originally created in the wake of the Second World War, the United Nations, GATT, the World Trade Organization, WTO, from 1995. And the World Bank Group and International Monetary Fund, and third, the dense set of transatlantic and trans-Pacific relations and alliance systems. The central question, however, was whether this period of U.S. predominance would last. On one side, analysts considered the stability of U.S. power. To what extent would the U.S. fall prey to imperial overstretch due to the loss of domestic support for its global hegemonic role? On the other side, attention quickly came to focus on the large, fast-growing countries in what had previously been called the Third World or the Global South. Even if one leaves China in a category of its own, in the next tier down a range of other states were becoming more influential globally as well as cementing a significant degree of regional influence: Brazil in South America, India in South Asia, Nigeria and South Africa in Africa. These developments came to be seen as a power challenge to the US and Europe as well as representing a challenge to the historic Eurocentrism of the international order. 6.2 The Post-Cold War Order. In the 1990s, global order was widely understood through the lens of liberal internationalism or liberal solidarism, ch. 7, Hurrell 2007. Globalization was rendering obsolete the old system of traditional international relations, the so-called world of great power rivalries, balance of power politics, and an old-fashioned international law built around state sovereignty and strict rules of non-intervention. Bumpy as it might be, the road seemed to be leading away from this with an expanded role for formal and informal multilateral institutions, a huge increase in the scope, density, and intrusiveness of rules and norms made at the international level. The ever greater involvement of new actors in global governance moves towards the coercive enforcement of global rules and fundamental changes in political, legal, and moral understandings of state sovereignty and of the relationship between the state, the citizen, and the international community. Academics, especially in Europe and the United States, told at least two kinds of liberal stories about the post-Cold War world. Some stressed institutions and their cooperative logic. As large states, including large developing states, expanded their range of interests and integrated more fully into the global economy and world society as they joined the world in the popular language of the 1990s. They would be naturally drawn by the functional benefits provided by institutions and press towards more cooperative and responsible patterns of behavior. They would gradually become socialized into a Western-led global order. The process would not necessarily be easy. It would be uneven and often unsettling. But on this view, the broad direction of travel was clear. Another group told a more US-centered story. The US was indeed the center of a unipolar world. But, true both to its own values and to its rational self-interest, Washington would have a continued incentive to bind itself within the institutions that it had created in the Cold War era to reassure smaller states and to prevent balancing against US power. Eikenberry 2001. A rational hegemon in an age of globalization would understand the importance and utility of soft power and self-restraint. In return for this self-binding and the procedural legitimacy it would create, and in return for US-supplied global public goods and the output legitimacy that they would confer, other states would acquiesce and accept the role of the United States as the owner and operator of the international system. Through a mix of these liberal logics, those developing states of the old Third World that had previously challenged the Western order, especially in their demands in the 1970s for a new international economic order, would now become increasingly enmeshed, socialized, and integrated. The 1990s then were marked by a clear sense of the liberal ascendancy and assumption that the US had the right and power to decide what the liberal global order was all about, and a clear belief that the Western order worked and that it had the answers. The idea that this US-led order was stable was not confined to liberals. One group of neorealist thinkers argued that the extent of US power was simply so great that the normal logic of balance of power no longer applied, and that no state was likely to emerge in the foreseeable future with the capacity to disturb US power and primacy. Walforth 1999, Brooks and Walforth 2015-16. This was especially the case since, for neorealists, military power is the most important form of power. In terms of military power, the United States is in a class of its own. It accounts for 45% of the world's total military spending. It has an enormous lead in new military technologies. And it has a vast global network of more than 750 overseas bases in over 100 countries. Since active opposition was ruled out, the expectation was that weaker states would have no option but to seek accommodation with the US and with the US-led global order. Many critical political economists also saw continuity. Across the developing world, neoliberal economic reforms were spreading, partly imposed by the US and the international financial institutions that it dominated, and partly reflecting the choices and class interests of elites in the global South. The commonality of worldviews and class interests linking the transnational elite that met each year in Davos would ensure the ongoing dominance of Western-led capitalism. Arboleta 2020. 6.3 The U.S. Order under challenge. By the late 1990s, this picture of a stable, US-dominated global order was coming under increasing challenge. The terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001 underscored the darker side of globalization. The experience of trying to fight a war on global terrorism and of using hard coercive power to dominate weaker societies as in Iraq or Afghanistan brought to the fore the limits of military power for achieving political goals. The mismatch between Washington's rhetoric of human rights and democracy and its systematic willingness to violate human rights in defense of its national security, as with Guantanamo, Abu Ghraib, and the policy of so-called rendition of terrorist suspects undercut Western claims to moral superiority. And the unilateralism of the Bush administration for many people undercut the legitimacy and acceptability of U.S. leadership. One of the most visible signs that something was changing was increased diplomatic activism by large developing countries. The activist coalitional policies of Brazil and India in the WTO provide a good example, most notably in terms of the G20 coalition of developing countries created at Cancun in 2003, known as the Trade G20. At the 5th Ministerial Conference of the WTO at Cancun in September 2003, developing countries came together in several overlapping coalitions and decided to block the negotiations of the Doha Development Agenda until their demands were met. The conference ended in deadlock. Cancun represented a symbol of the dissatisfaction of the developing world with globalization and indicated its greater willingness to act in pursuit of its collective interests and against the developed world. In expressing this collective dissatisfaction, the emerging powers of the developing world, Brazil, China, India, and South Africa, took the lead and were joined by many other developing countries. A further example was the creation of IBC, a cooperation project between the three democratic countries of India, Brazil, and South Africa. The organization was formalized by the Brasilia Declaration in June 2003 and was followed by other linked initiatives that fueled cooperation in a broad range of areas. A third example is provided by the BASICs, Brazil, South Africa, India, and China. This group sidelined Europe in climate change negotiations at Copenhagen in December 2009 and forced the United States to negotiate in a very different institutional context. Points. During the 1990s, there was near universal agreement that the global system was led by the power of the United States and its allies and by the institutions that it dominated. From the perspective of the emerging powers, the U.S. order involved a powerful move to change many of the existing rules, norms, and practices of global politics. Seen from the global south, the United States has rarely been a status quo power but has often sought to mold the system in its own image. During the 1990s, it seemed to many states of the global south that there was little alternative but to accommodate Western power. On their own, these events might have attracted only passing attention. Yet, for many, they reflected a much deeper structural change that was taking place in the global economy and in the dynamics of global capitalism. The idea of the BRICS captures this phenomenon. The BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, and China and South Africa from 2010 comprised the 5 largest economies outside the OECD. By the early years of the 21st century, they held around 50% of total global foreign exchange reserves. They had reduced or eliminated any residual dependence on foreign aid and, in the cases of China, India, and Brazil, had themselves become major aid donors. In 2009, these new donors provided around $11 billion of foreign aid. And they had expanded their relations with each other, with China eclipsing the U.S. as Brazil's major trading partner and Sino-Indian trade, approaching $60 billion a year. South-South trade rose from being marginal as late as the early 1990s to accounting for 17.5% of global merchandise exports by 2010, Zolik 2010. The language of BRICS and of rising and emerging powers took off from around 2003. Both popular commentary and a great deal of political rhetoric focused on the diffusion of power and the emergence of new powers. The central point of these debates was not where world order is now, but where it would be going in the future. The BRICS were important not just because of their recent rapid development, but because of the predicted changes that were going to transform the global economy and change the balance of global economic power. See Case Study 6.1 and Case Study 6.2. The financial crisis that hit the advanced capitalist core in 2007 fed into these changes. Case Study 6.1 The BRICS. The BRICS began as an acronym that referred to 4 emerging economies: Brazil, China, India, and Russia. The term was first coined in the research paper Building Better Global Economic BRICS by economist Jim O'Neill of Goldman Sachs in 2001. O'Neill regarded these 4 countries as the key emerging market economies and projected that the relative size and share of the BRICS in the world economy would rise exponentially. In his report, O'Neill also described the implications of this for the Group of 7, G7, and called for a rearrangement of the representation in such groupings as the G7. From this start, there have been 2 ways of thinking about the BRICS as a grouping. The first and most common has been to understand the BRICS in the context of the future of the global economy. In 2003, a Goldman Sachs report compiled by Dominic Wilson and Rupa Purushothaman, Dreaming with BRICS, The Path to 2050, expanded on O'Neill's argument. Their report predicted that, in all likelihood, by 2025 the BRICS would account for over half of the size of the G7 in terms of GDP. And in less than 40 years, the BRICS economies together could be larger than the G7. Several reports have followed up on this, offering more detailed analyses and readjusted projections of the BRIC economies. The key underlying argument behind these predictions was that China and India would rise as the world's principal suppliers of manufactured goods and services, while Brazil and Russia would become similarly dominant as suppliers of raw materials. They all have an enormous potential consumer market, complemented by access to regional markets and an abundant workforce. As will be discussed in Section 6.6, more recent attention has shifted to the fragility and vulnerability of the emerging economies. The other way of talking about the BRICS has been in terms of a diplomatic grouping. The foreign ministers of the four BRICS states Brazil, Russia, India, and China first met as a group in New York at the annual meeting of the UN General Assembly in 2006. The first BRICS summit was held in Russia in 2009, and South Africa joined the grouping in 2010. Since then, annual summits have been held. Understandings of the nature of the grouping vary widely. Some see it as a bargaining coalition or even a proto-alliance designed to balance the power of the United States. Others see it as a caucus for developing common positions on the part of a group of large states that have been marginalized by the power of the West. Still others see it as the embryo for attempts to build an alternative set of global order institutions, most clearly illustrated in the creation of the new Development Bank, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, and China's Belt and Road Initiative Hamiri and Jones 2018. Question 1. What are the differences between the ways in which investors and IR analysts view the emerging world? Question 2. Is the BRICS grouping an alliance? A freighter ship Hong Kong Amanda on / Lamy stock photo. Case Study 6.2 Brazil. In November 2009, The Economist magazine had an illustration on its cover of the famous statue of Christ the Redeemer taking off from the Corcovado mountain. The idea that Brazil had finally taken off captured much of the imagery of rising powers. Brazil developed very rapidly in the period from 1930 to 1980. But like most of the developing world, it was very badly hit by the debt crisis of the 1980s. In the 1990s, under President Fernando Henrique Cardoso, one of the architects of the theory of dependency in international relations, the focus was on financial stabilization at home, an important degree of economic liberalization, and a cautious foreign policy of re-establishing the country's credibility through joining agreements such as the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. But it was under Cardoso's successor, President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, universally known as Lula, that the notion of Brazil as a rising power really gained ground. Lula's speeches repeatedly stressed the idea that Brazil is not a small or insignificant country and that it has options in a world where, despite all the challenges, unipolarity is more apparent than real. Brazil should reassert its national autonomy, form coalitions with other developing states in order to reduce its external vulnerability and to increase its own bargaining power, and work with others to promote a more balanced and multipolar world order. The claims about Lula's Brazil raised many questions about the nature of power. Although Brazil possesses enormous natural resources, it does not have any significant degree of military or hard power. Its rise would therefore have to depend on its soft power, in particular its diplomatic agility, or what has sometimes been called its diplomatic GNP, and the legitimacy deriving from its role as a spokesperson of the developing world and from the significant successes of the Lula government at home in reducing economic inequality and hunger. Yet, in contrast to the image on the cover of The Economist, Brazil has come to face deep structural economic problems, high levels of social violence, and stark political polarization. In 2018, the country elected a far-right outsider, Jair Bolsonaro, as president, and Brazil seemed to follow the global pattern of populist nationalism. Lula was imprisoned but was subsequently released and returned to frontline politics. The long-standing consensus on foreign policy broke down in the face of major domestic political alignment. The political and party system was unable to cope with a sprawling corruption scandal. Street protests brought millions onto the streets, and while Brazil had been able to navigate the 2008 financial crisis, economic conditions became far more constraining. Many orthodox commentators blame domestic policy failure, especially the absence of serious reform during the boom years of the early 2000s. Others highlight the difficulties facing a traditional political system in incorporating the new social forces thrown up by the immense social and economic changes produced by rapid development. Others again point to the structural weaknesses facing a country like Brazil in trying to climb the global power hierarchy. Brazil has remained structurally vulnerable to shifts in the global economy. Success had come on the back of huge Chinese demand for Brazilian commodities, and Brazil was hit hard by the slowdown in Chinese growth. Brazil did achieve greater voice in international institutions. But what appeared as the epitome of an activist emerging and regional power could quickly shift into the image of a country in deep crisis with few international options. Question 1. Can soft power substitute for hard power? Question 2. To what extent will foreign policy activism always remain hostage to domestic politics? Thousands of protesters gather on Avenida Paulista, São Paulo's financial center, against President Jair Bolsonaro. Nerphoto/contributor/Getty Images. And these perceptions. For many influential figures, it was historically extremely significant that the financial crisis broke out in the core Western countries. It not only seriously damaged these economies but also undermined the technical and moral authority at the center of the global capitalist system. Finally, the crisis reinforced the view that international economic institutions had to be reformed to reflect shifting economic power. Brazil and India had long demanded reform of international economic institutions as well as seats on the United Nations Security Council. Although there had been little progress with UN reform, considerable change occurred in the WTO, with Brazil and India becoming members of the inner negotiating circle along with the US and the EU, the so-called New Quad. For many, a further major symbolic step occurred with the expansion of the G7 grouping of industrialized countries into the Group of 20, G20, which would now include the major emerging countries. The inaugural Leaders' Summit took place in 2008, and the following year it was announced that the G20 would replace the G7 as the primary grouping of major economies, with regular summits of heads of government and an expanded agenda. Across the emerging world, the G20 appeared to be a symbol of how the structures of global governance were shifting in response to the new geometry of power, and a sign of what the future would bring. If poverty, weakness, and political marginalization had previously defined the Third World, something important seemed to have changed. As The Economist wrote, the salient feature of the Third World was that it wanted economic and political clout. It is getting both. The Economist, 2010, 65. Western governments insisted that emerging powers should no longer use underdevelopment, poverty, and a prior history of colonialism or historical marginality as excuses to evade their responsibilities as emerging major powers. 6.43 Questions about the power of rising powers. Debates about the diffusion of power and the emergence of new powers have become ubiquitous. But there are many more questions than clear answers. First, if power is shifting, where exactly is it shifting to? One view is that power is simply shifting to major emerging states as part of the ongoing dynamic of the rise and fall of great powers. This is the whole point of stories about superpower China, India rising, or Brazil's moment, and about the rise of the BRICS or the basics. We can debate exactly who these new actors are, how they have behaved in the past, and what they might want in the future. But the issues have fundamentally to do with what they will do with their power. A limited number of important new actors acquiring substantial amounts of new power. An alternative view, however, is that we are witnessing a much more general diffusion of power, which is often linked to technological changes, to changes in the global economy, and to new forms of social and political mobilization. Thus, if rising China is one central part of contemporary global politics, the Arab Spring is another. Both illustrate how power may be diffusing, but in very different ways. The general power diffusion view holds that the story is really about the rise of the rest. Kana 2009. This will include other fast-developing societies such as the so-called mints, Mexico, Indonesia, Nigeria, and Turkey. But it is also going to involve a multiplicity of new actors. According to this account, the international system is increasingly characterized by a diffusion of power to emerging and regional powers, but also to many private actors and transnational groups, by a diffusion of preferences, with many more voices demanding to be heard both globally and within states as a result of technology, globalization, and democratization, and by a diffusion of ideas and values, reopening the big questions of social, economic, and political organization that were supposedly ended with the conclusion of the Cold War and the liberal ascendancy. The combination of technological innovation with social and political mobilization has been extremely powerful. In some cases, it has underpinned mass social protests, as with the Arab Spring and the massive protests in Brazil in June 2013 that brought 1.5 million people onto the streets, facilitated by social media and new forms of political mobilization. In others, the challenge to the capacity and legitimacy of existing states and regional orders has provided space for new forms of challenge, as with the so-called Islamic State. If this view of a general diffusion of power is true, then effective power and influence will be harder for everyone to achieve, including both the currently strong and the new emerging powers. It will be harder for all states to control their own regions and to secure sustained support from weaker states. The war in Ukraine, for example, had its origins in Putin's desire to reassert control over what he viewed as Russia's own near abroad. Yet the course of the war demonstrated the key points. In the first decade of the century, countries such as Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, the ASEAN states, and Mexico experienced significant economic development. Many believed that the continuation of this trend would lead in the longer term to an alteration in the economic balance in favor of the dynamic emerging markets. With this greater economic share of the world market, emerging countries felt they deserved a greater political say in the international community as well. The financial crisis that began in 2007 seemed to underscore the shift in relative economic weight and made this call for a seat at the top negotiating tables stronger and more urgent. Developments such as China's implementation of the Belt and Road Initiative and the creation of the new development bank by the BRICS countries suggest the increasing global influence of rising powers. Difficulty of using military force to achieve political goals against socially and nationally mobilized populations. This suggests that we need to pay as much attention to the relations between emerging powers and weaker actors as we do to relations between emerging powers and the currently dominant. Another likely consequence is that it will be harder for the governments of large, fast-developing states to maintain coherent and consistent foreign policies as more groups domestically are mobilized and empowered. The overall expectation would be of less effective power both within states and internationally. Second, what is power? Power is one of the most complex and contested ideas in the social sciences, see ch 13. It is an essentially contested concept in that it is subject to the kind of debate that is not rationally resolvable. There is no overarching theory of social power and no single analytical approach that can provide a magic key. Political scientists differentiate between different levels of power, Barnett and Duval 2005. These include relational power and the capacity of a political unit to impose its will on another and to resist the attempts of others to impose their will. Institutional power. Power here becomes the ability to control the agenda, to determine what gets decided, and to exclude those issues that threaten the interests of the most powerful. Different forms of structural power that have to do with the constitution of action and the material and discursive conditions for action. Others distinguish between hard, coercive power on the one hand and soft power on the other, the power of attraction, of getting others to emulate your own society and its values. Almost all the arguments that reject the decline of the US and the West highlight the importance of combining these different levels: global military dominance, the economic resilience and attractiveness of US society, and its continued pivotal role across global governance institutions. They also emphasize its unrivaled structural power, including the capacity to generate and promote the most powerful conceptions of international and global order. Nye 2011-2019. When told that a country is an emerging power, the first question one needs to ask is, influential over what actors, in what period, with respect to what matters? Thus one might want to trace the growing role of South Africa, India, or Brazil in terms of their influence within a particular region and how being recognized as a regional power may be an important part of their growing global influence. Or one might want to understand Brazil's influence not in terms of its very limited military capabilities but rather in terms of its diplomatic skill and what one analyst called its diplomatic GNP. Hurl 2010. A further lesson from the literature on social power is still more important. Discussion of power and influence cannot be separated from the analysis of motives and values. It may be true that all states, including emerging powers, seek power and security, but the real question is the one pressed by constructivists: what sorts of power do they seek and for what purposes? Thus what makes a rising state want to revise or challenge the system is unlikely to come solely from calculations of hard power and material interest. Historically, revisionism has been far more frequently the result of particular sets of foreign policy ideas within rising states that explain why the existing status quo is resented and seen as unacceptable, even intolerable. For example, that the existing order embodies historical humiliations, as in the case of China, or that it does not grant the social recognition to which the rising state feels entitled as a result of its power, its values, and its culture, as in the case of India or Brazil, or that the existing order works against legitimate claims to special status within its region, as with the Russian claim that the eastward expansion of NATO represented a direct threat to its own security and to its proclaimed natural right to regional influence or predominance. Third, power for what? This is the most important question. It is impossible to make any sense of the idea of a power shift unless one has in mind some idea of why shifting power is important and what it might be affecting. See Opposing Opinions 6.1. The BRICS mattered to Goldman Sachs because they were emerging markets. They were therefore important for profits and long-run investment decisions. But this says absolutely nothing about why these same countries might matter politically or geopolitically. This is why the analysis of rising powers cannot just involve lists of power resources and evaluations of how different kinds of power have shifted from one state or society to another. It has to connect with our theoretical understanding of world politics. Key points. Realists believe that power is the common currency of international relations. But for many analysts, there can be no generally accepted definition or understanding of power in international relations. Power diffusion can be understood in two different ways. Sometimes it is seen as a shift in the balance or distribution of power between and among states. Sometimes it is viewed as a broader and more complex process by which different groups across the world become economically more important and politically more mobilized. For both liberals and constructivists, power is always connected with actors' values, purposes, and identities. Power is very rarely understood in terms of the resources that a single actor possesses. It is a relational concept and usually best understood in a given social context. Today's rising powers are powerful enough to affect international order. For most change in world politics is incremental and gradual. There has been a long-term erosion of the Western dominance of international society. International society today is far more strongly global, not just in terms of economic globalization but also in terms of the capacity of a much wider range of states and societies to mobilize, to express their values and interests, and to contest the policies of the old powers of the Western, US-led order. The capacity of the United States to unilaterally reassert its hegemony and to use its coercive military and other power to achieve its goals is and will remain limited. Rising powers' diplomatic achievements have been considerable and have persisted despite a more adverse international environment. In contrast to the Third World Movement in the 1970s, today's emerging powers are far more centrally a part of the global economy and international system. South economic exchange is far more deeply rooted than was the case in the 1970s. The power of today's rising powers is not just their economic resources. It derives from the role they inevitably will need to play in functional institutions created to deal with ever more pressing sets of challenges such as the management of the global economy, climate change, pandemic response and preparedness, and nuclear proliferation. And it derives from their equally necessary role in the creation of legitimate institutions and representative structures of global governance that meet powerful demands for a more just global order. Against. Realists are right that military power remains the most important source of power in international relations. There is no challenger to the United States, and its dominance of the new military technologies means that this supremacy is set to continue well into the future. The United States continues to have unparalleled influence over international institutions and global governance. It can use its agenda-setting power to shape new norms and to control what gets decided. Faced with the deadlock of existing institutions or criticism of its policies, it has a unique capacity to create alternative options. For example, it has brought together groups of like-minded states to negotiate so-called mega-regional trade blocs across the Atlantic and Pacific. The marginal role of the emerging world in these negotiations is a clear sign of their weakness in the global order. The BRICS and similar groupings face deep divisions that have prevented them from achieving cohesion and influence. For all the talk of new coalitional politics, China, India, and Russia are competitors for power, and their economic preferences and interests are strongly divergent. They have very little in common. 1. Does military power help countries to achieve political goals? 2. To what extent does the success of economic development underpin diplomatic influence? 3. Can you assess the influence of rising powers without advancing a clear view of global order? Visit the online resources to discover pointers to help you tackle these questions. 6.5 Debating the impact of rising powers on international relations. For some, the history and theory of emerging powers is simple and straightforward. International relations has always been a story of the rise and fall of great powers. For realists, this forms the very heart of the subject, and there is a well-established set of ideas for understanding what is going on and for guiding policy responses. See ch 9. The names of the countries may change, but the logic does not. From this perspective, one should most certainly care about power transitions. Periods of shifting power are difficult and dangerous times. Rising states will naturally seek to challenge the status quo and to revise the dominant norms of the system in order to reflect their own interests and their own values. Established powers will be tempted to use their power to block the emergence of rising or revisionist states, including through the use of military force. Classical realists, neoclassical realists, neorealists, and power transition theorists differ as to whether conflict derives more from the actions of revisionist powers seeking to remake the rules of international order, or from the status quo powers anxious to preserve their power. However, in the realist camp there is wide consensus that if new powers are to count globally, it will be exclusively through their impact on the global balance of power, and that power transitions are dangerous and unsettling. Mearsheimer 2001. As one would expect, this approach to emerging powers devotes great attention to the measurement of material power, the construction of hierarchies of power, and the implications of power transitions and power differentials for both institutionalized cooperation and for the outbreak of major war. It is the possession of material capabilities, and especially of coercive power, that determines whether a state counts as a great power. And for many in the realist tradition, it is the successful deployment of coercive power, above all in a conflict against another major power, that is the true entry card into the world of great power politics. If the results of power transitions are manifest in crises, conflicts, and hegemonic wars, the underlying dynamic results from structural changes in the global economy. As Paul Kennedy expressed it in the most influential modern version of this old idea, the argument of this book has been that there exists a dynamic for change driven chiefly by economic and technological developments which then impact upon social structures, political systems, military power, and the position of individual states and empires. This uneven pace of economic growth has had crucial long-term impacts upon the relative military power and strategical position of the members of the state system. Economic prosperity does not always and immediately translate into military effectiveness, for that depends upon many other factors, from geography and national morale to generalship and tactical competence. Nevertheless, the fact remains that all of the major shifts in the world's military power balances have followed from alterations in the productive balances, and further, that the rising and falling of the various empires and states in the international system has been confirmed by the outcomes of the major great power wars, where victory has always gone to the side with the greatest material resources. P. Kennedy 1988, 566-7. The most powerful and persuasive part of the realist tradition moves beyond material power and stresses instead the importance of the search for status and the acquisition of prestige. For Robert Gilpin, 1981, the existence of a hierarchy of prestige is central to the ordering of international relations. It is precisely the disjuncture between existing perceptions of prestige and changing material capabilities that underpins the logic of hegemonic conflict and the dynamics of change in international relations. Prestige is the currency of international politics. International politics is characterized by a recurring distance that opens up between changes in material capabilities and the hierarchy of status, perceptions, and markers of prestige and esteem. This means that emerging powers are likely to pursue particular policies for reasons of prestige. India's nuclear test in 1998 is often seen as an example, or because of feelings of stigma, resentment, and the sense of being denied the status to which they feel themselves worthy. Zarakal 2010. Equally, we need to examine the way in which emerging powers attempt to persuade their peers that they are worthy of greater power status through various forms of recognition games. For example, Brazil sending troops to Haiti partly to show that it was qualified for membership in the UN Security Council. Suzuki 2008. Finally, if power is shifting and if conflict is to be avoided or limited, then it is crucial that new powers are accommodated. The haves and the have-nots need to seek new forms of accommodation and negotiation. This perspective is stressed by classical realists and especially by writers about international society who see great powers and great power concerts as fundamental to the ordering of international society. From this perspective, the natural response to shifting power and to the greater heterogeneity and diversity of culture and values is to return to a pluralist and power-centered order, both to avoid tensions and potential conflict among the existing and rising powers, and to achieve the consensus needed to tackle new and complex challenges such as climate change, terrorism, and global economic governance. This can involve the reform of formal multilateral institutions such as bringing new members into the UN Security Council. But it can also involve increasing emphasis on different sorts of formal groupings, clubs, concerts, and coalitions. Indeed, the proliferation of discussion of new groups such as the G2, US, China, the G8+5, or the G20 can be viewed in terms of a revival of concert diplomacy. Liberal institutionalists look at these same changes through different lenses. See ch. 7. From their perspective, there has been a combination of power shifts together with an increased role for countries that have much more varied interests, preferences, and values. This has intensified many of the collective action problems facing global governance, leading to the deadlock of negotiations on many international issues, such as trade within the WTO. The emerging world has achieved greater voice and some institutional reform, as with the G20 and the WTO, and it has certainly achieved a significant level of veto power. Emerging countries have sought some ways to build alternatives to the existing institutional order, for example through the creation of the new development bank, but these opportunities have thus far been limited. As the still dominant country, the United States responded to the challenge of emerging powers by creating new agreements, such as the Trans-Pacific Partnership, TPP, although it later withdrew from this agreement because of domestic pressures. The result is the paralysis or fragmentation of existing institutions and the danger that significant parts of the emerging world will be left behind in the new processes of smaller group and selective multilateralism. Finally, critical political economists challenge the whole idea of thinking about international relations in terms of the rise and fall of great powers. From a neo-Marxist perspective, it is simply mistaken to focus on the emerging nation-states of the Global South, CCH8. Instead, what we have been witnessing involves the ongoing transformation of global capitalism from an old core centered on the advanced industrialized states into a far more global and far more thoroughly transnationalized capitalist order. A new deterritorialized global capitalism is emerging that is made up of flows, fluxes, networked connections, and transnational production networks, but marked by inequality, instability, and new patterns of stratification. W. Robinson 2007, Stars 2014. On this account, trying to count and categorize the power of emerging powers tells us very little. Rather, the intellectual challenge is to understand the transnational whole in which so-called emerging powers are embedded, and to trace the patterns of class conflict within and across societies, the transformations in the nature of states in the emerging world, and the structural patterns of instability and inequality produced by global capitalism. Key points. For mainstream realist and neo-realist writers, rising powers matter because their growing material power disrupts the balance of power, resulting in conflict. Hence, many neo-realists predict that conflict between the US and China is inevitable. These materially based approaches to rising powers and global order do not say enough about the potential pathways that might lead to the emergence of major power competition. What remains unexplained is precisely how an international system might move across a spectrum from the general diffusion of power to a situation of multipolarity. The material understandings of power provide an insufficient basis for comprehending the crucial importance of status and recognition as factors in the foreign policy behavior of emerging powers. Even if one accepts the idea of rising states as revisionist, it is difficult to understand the sources of their dissatisfaction purely within a world of material power and systemically given incentives. For international society theorists, great powers constitute a particular social category. Being a great power is of course related to material power, but also to notions of legitimacy and authority. Membership in the club of great powers depends on recognition by others. The stability of power transitions will be crucially affected by the accommodation of rising powers. A Marxist and critical political economist stress the need to look at the underlying structural changes in global capitalism rather than the world of nation-states. 6.6 Beyond the BRICS, Emerging Powers in the 21st Century. In the early years of the 21st century, the narrative of emerging powers and rising powers seemed to provide a clear and powerful picture of how international relations was changing. Yet the story has not unfolded in the way many analysts expected. Indeed, it is possible to argue that the focus on the BRICS reflected a moment in time that has now passed and that, except for China, rising powers have returned to their role as secondary or supporting actors in the drama of global politics. The global system has changed dramatically due to the return of geopolitics, the structural instabilities and inequalities of global capitalism, the costs and dislocations of the COVID-19 pandemic, and the impact of new and disruptive patterns of social and political mobilization, both within and across countries. The reality of major power conflict and the potential for major power war have returned most prominently between the United States and both Russia and China. And regional tensions and conflicts have intensified as in Ukraine, the Asia-Pacific, and the Middle East. US and European politicians have increasingly sought to frame these conflicts in terms of a deep structural clash between democracy and authoritarianism. Especially from a realist perspective, economics does not exist in a vacuum, and economic globalization will inevitably affect the balance of global power, feeding back into the structures and dynamics of a Westphalian state system rather than pointing towards its transcendence as liberals had expected. Many aspects of economic globalization, such as global supply chains, have come under strain. And the state as an economic actor has proved resilient in seeking to control economic flows and to police borders, and in seeking to exploit and develop state-based and mercantilist modes of managing economic problems on such issues as preventing foreign investment in sensitive sectors, the control of cyberspace, access to natural resources, and vaccine development. In addition, the salience of backlash and nationalist politics has increased across the world. Anti-immigrant sentiment, anti-elite and anti-expert feeling, dissatisfaction with traditional political parties, and a multifaceted reaction against globalization, free trade, and global governance. The spread of backlash politics and populist nationalism in the United States and Europe mean that the challenges to the existing, so-called global liberal order have come not from the emerging world but rather from powerful political forces at the center of the system. As a result, many global governance institutions are under severe strain. Gridlock, stagnation, fragmentation, contestation, and, most recently, backlash have become the dominant frame within which to analyze global governance. And new cleavages have opened between those in favor of continued global integration and global governance, on the one hand, and those who reject the opening of borders, the transfer of political authority beyond the nation-state, and the promotion of proclaimed universal values, on the other. In the North, the focus has been on the losers of globalization on the left behind, and on those threatened both by globalization and trade and by movement and migration. In the emerging world, the global distribution of winners and losers also matters, but it played out in different ways. Globalization in the 1990s and early 2000s led to significant winners. As Branko Milanovic, 2016-20, has argued, in short, the great winners have been the Asian poor and middle classes, the great losers, the lower middle classes of the rich world. But what did this mean politically? It meant that there were very large numbers of people who were still poor and highly exposed to the vulnerabilities and vicissitudes of the market. At the same time, they had become more mobilized politically, including in new, technologically enabled ways, and more effective in raising demands against governments over participation, corruption, and the delivery of basic state services. But this came at precisely the time when those same governments were ever less able to satisfy those demands. The global pandemic has only served to increase this expectations gap. Finally, there has been the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, which began in late 2019 and which has both fed into these developments and had a major negative impact on the world economy and dominant patterns of globalization. On one side, it seems clear that the global pandemic reinforces the need for more and better global governance. No one is safe until we are all safe, and yet one of the most striking aspects of the pandemic has been the strength of exactly the opposite tendency. In many countries, it is precisely the building of walls and the strengthening of national autonomy and national solidarity that is seen as central to any response. Hence, the need for travel bans, border walls, and controls over populations at home and travelers and migrants from abroad. Equally, in many countries there has been a powerful political desire to shift the blame onto outsiders, aliens and migrants, but especially onto other countries and to exploit the disease for domestic political and for geopolitical purposes. Three implications follow for the debate on emerging powers. In the first place, the limits to emergence have become more evident. Many emerging economies have witnessed slower growth or even outright recession, an intensification of capital flight, and an erosion of the possibilities for export-led growth on which their emergence was seen to depend. As Jim O'Neill argued in 2021, 20 years on, the BRICS have disappointed. See Case Study 6.1. The pandemic has had a disproportionately negative impact on the growth of emerging markets. Inequality has increased. The number of people in extreme poverty jumped by 80 million in 2020. And external indebtedness is likely to become increasingly serious. The emerging and developing world therefore lacks the institutional, medical, and financial means to recover from the pandemic. As O'Neill, 2021, notes, the great challenge of how these countries successfully transition towards a higher income status for the whole of society remains unsolved. At the same time, social tensions and political instability have spread, often driven by corruption and by protests against corruption. The political crises in Brazil and South Africa, for example, are deep, systemic, and undoubtedly the most serious since their respective democratic transitions. P. Anderson, 2019. Expectations that the emerging powers would overhaul and reform global governance institutions were overly optimistic. Even before COVID-19, analysts were highlighting the hype surrounding the BRICS and referring to the BRICS fallacy. Pant 2013. Second, these changes have affected the potential pathways to power that might underpin emergence. As noted, much work on rise and emergence has centered on institutions and on global governance. Large emerging countries mattered because of their obvious centrality to tackling global challenges such as climate change. Equally, if one is concerned with bolstering the legitimacy of global governance institutions, then greater inclusion of the largest and most dynamic countries of the Global South and greater regional representation are obvious political avenues to explore. For emerging countries, institutions are logical paths to power both as domains for voice and as constraints on the powerful. But in a world where international law and global governance institutions are under challenge, then such pathways to power will inevitably be undermined. For realists, power has been exposed for what it really is, hard power and especially military and coercive power. On this calculus of who is up and who is down, the generalized pretensions to greater influence made by or on behalf of the emerging world fall away. Third, these changes are leading naturally towards greater differentiation among emerging powers and will make collaboration among them harder. This is true economically. Rather than a single collective story about the BRICS' linear trajectory to greater growth and power, we have observed instead multiple narratives of more measured and uneven growth across the emerging world, together with a much greater emphasis on both domestic and systemic instability and vulnerability on India, see Narlikar 2017, Basra 2017, and on Brazil, see P. Anderson 2019. Spectre 2022. It is true in terms of global governance with a decreasing ability of the BRICS to act together within the G20. And it is also true in terms of foreign policy. The idea that the BRICS were engaged in a strategy of soft balancing to delegitimize U.S. hegemony or to argue for alternative conceptions of legitimacy has faded as signs of a new Cold War grow stronger, Paul 2018. In India, for example, foreign policy is increasingly shaped by the intensification of U.S.-China rivalry and by the Indo-Pacific as the most important regional focus of geopolitical calculations. Under Modi, Hindu nationalism has grown far stronger, going hand in hand with the desire to expand the country's hard power. The stress on India's civilizational and religious identity represents a break with the long-standing Nehruvian identity as a spokesperson for the developing and post-colonial world. Yet it is important to note the powerful factors that push against these arguments. The emerging and developing world remains central to understanding both the causes of current challenges to global order and the debates on what kind of order is likely to emerge. In the first place, the countries of the Global South are indeed indispensable for addressing global challenges for objective reasons: the location of forests, the sources of greenhouse gas emissions, the home countries from which migrants move. For political reasons, emerging powers may not be able to shape global politics, but they have very substantial veto power, and for legitimacy reasons, global solutions cannot work without the buy-in from the most populous countries of the world. Cooperation in international relations is often framed as a problem of collective action. I will not agree to forego my short-term interests unless I can be sure that others will cooperate. But the deeper problem has to do with the distributional effects of cooperation on the already highly skewed distribution of capabilities and vulnerabilities. Cooperation over the pandemic is not only about better surveillance or better exchange of scientific knowledge or even about vaccine distribution. It is far more about weak and failing health systems and the lack of the capacity to produce vaccines and implement vaccine and treatment programs against a background of economic weakness and slowing development. Second, there is the historic distinctiveness of today's Global South. Even if we place China in a category of its own, countries such as India, Brazil, and South Africa are large developing societies that will continue to be relatively poor in per capita terms. They are very different from the rising powers of the early 20th century, the US, Germany, and Japan. For all their economic success, they remain developing economies and developing societies marked both by incomplete development and by incomplete integration into a global economy whose ground rules were set historically by the West. More important, dominant foreign policy ideas are often shaped by the legacy of historical perceptions of second-class treatment, of subalternity, of marginalization, and of subordinate status within what has been widely viewed across the Global South as an unequal and exploitative global political and economic system, see ch11, de Coager and Schilliam 2021. What distinguishes today's emerging powers is their historic position outside or on the margins of some notion of the West. Historically, large parts of the world have sought to reject or revise a Western-dominated order that was built around their marginalization and around structured patterns of hierarchy and inequality, in which they suffered consistently at the hands of U.S. and Western intervention and in which they now face powerful political forces within the West proclaiming new versions of the very old ideologies of racist, religious, and civilizational superiority. In the war in Ukraine, the United States and its allies have sought not just to oppose Russia's invasion but also to portray the conflict as part of a much broader global struggle between liberal democracies on the one hand and autocracies on the other. Yet many countries of the global south, India most notably, have been unwilling to take sides in this way. On the one hand, perceptions of the hollowness of the post-Cold War global liberal order are hard to dislodge. On the other, concrete interests on many issues from climate change to technology transfer do not map easily onto a clear division between democracies and autocracies. One side of the debate on emerging powers evaluates power shifts, but another dimension examines justice shifts and questions of race, social justice, and hierarchy. The transnational scope of Black Lives Matter, see Case Study 22.2, has accompanied powerful demands for reparations and apologies for slavery, the return of plundered cultural objects, a heightened awareness of the continued political power of racism and of the role of race in global politics, and a general argument that, in a post-Western world, the stories of the past and the narratives of the likely future need to be decolonized. This leads, finally, to the complex question of what it means to talk about a post-Western global order. It is important to escape from the shadow of the post-1989 world and to see the BRICS as only one element in the longer-term historical process by which a previously Western-dominated international society became global, and is one stage in a longer-term revolt against Western dominance that has by no means wholly ended. Bull and Watson, 1985. The focus on the post-Cold War period and on the apparent naturalness of a Western dominance. The focus on the post-Cold War period and on the apparent naturalness of a Western-dominated, self-described liberal order has led to a foreshortening of history. The liberal order was never global during the Cold War. A central part of the problem of global order in the 20th century involved the struggle of the Third World, later the Global South, against what was widely understood as the ongoing legacy of the Western-dominated international society. The empowerment and social and political mobilization of the previously subordinate has been one of the great drivers of historic change, indeed perhaps the most important of all. Consequently, the global order in which we live is now far more strongly global. The longer-term movement towards a post-Western world was interrupted but not fundamentally dislodged by the brief and fleeting period of U.S. unipolarity. So, from this perspective, the period from 1989 to the early 2000s is the historical anomaly, and the BRICS do not stand as some unique and novel development but rather as one element in a longer-term story. Key points. Contrary to expectations at the beginning of the 21st century, emerging powers, with the exception of China, have returned to their role as secondary actors in global affairs. Many of the emerging powers have experienced economic frailties, social tensions, and political instability. The global system has been characterized by the return of geopolitics, the structural instabilities and inequalities of global capitalism, and the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. The Westphalian state system has been more durable than many expected. The biggest threats to global order come from backlash and nationalist politics and from intensified U.S.-China rivalry rather than from emerging powers. 6.7 Conclusion. History has not ended, and major ideological and geopolitical cleavages about the best ordering of politics, economics, and international relations have re-emerged. This applies to questions of economic development, where the developmental success of an illiberal and non-democratic China poses the greatest ideological challenge to ingrained Western liberal assumptions. But it also applies to international order. Writers on international society stressed the way in which the non-Western world sought membership of international society. They paid far less attention to the complex ways in which the developing and emerging world has had to navigate within a still highly unequal but now far more strongly post-Western system. This navigation has been marked by battles for recognition and status and by continued resentment at Western dominance, but also by ambivalence as to what a post-Western alternative might entail. The binary categories of West versus non-West and liberal versus illiberal are unhelpful in understanding the debates that are taking place across the emerging world. As a result, it is highly unlikely that emerging countries will fit into a renewed Western attempt to divide the world into clear-cut categories of democracy versus authoritarianism. On the one hand, the interests and worldviews of many emerging powers do not coincide with those of the US and Europe on many core issues, from migration to global health or climate change. And on the other, geopolitical alliances do not coincide easily with politicized assessments of who counts as a democracy. The most crucial dimension of global does not, therefore, lie in the nature of the problems such as climate change or nuclear proliferation, nor in notions of interdependence and globalization and the degree to which states, societies, and peoples are everywhere affected by global processes. It lies rather in the increased capacity of a far wider range of states and social actors to become active subjects and agents in the politics and practices of global politics and different forms of ordering both around and beyond states. It is the diffusion of agency and of political consciousness that has been the most important feature of the globalization of international society and explains why the emerging world continues to matter. This means that the historical self-understandings of a much wider and culturally diverse range of players need to be central to the theoretical and practical analysis of global politics. Questions. 1. Has the United States been a status quo or a revisionist power since the end of the Cold War? 2. Should the United States, Japan, and Europe be afraid of the BRICS? 3. What is left of the BRICS without China? 4. Does the BRICS grouping represent a cohesive economic unit and power bloc? 5. To what extent does the intensification of U.S.-China rivalry threaten to marginalize the role of emerging powers as a distinct political grouping or analytical category? 6. Which is more important, to measure changes in the relative power of the nation-states in the emerging world or to understand the underlying processes of social and economic change taking place domestically? 7. Is India a great power? 8. Does Brazilian foreign policy indicate that a state can be a major power without significant military capabilities? 9. Do today's emerging powers mean the end of the Third World? 10. Do you think that the permanent members in the UN Security Council will ever be willing to offer an additional seat to countries such as India, Brazil, or South Africa? Visit the online resources to test your understanding by trying the self-test questions. Further reading. Alden, C., Morfitt, S., and Vieira, M. A. 2010, The South in World Politics, Basingstoke, Palgrave Macmillan. An analysis of the global South and of the new Southern coalitions in the early years of the 21st century. Anderson, P. 2019, Bolsonaro's Brazil, London Review of Books, February 7, 11-22. An analysis of the complexities of the Brazilian economic crisis and the increasing political polarization, looking both at the decline of the left and the rise of President Bolsonaro. Basra, R. 2017, Modi's Foreign Policy Fundamentals, A Trajectory Unchanged, International Affairs, 93, 17-26. An argument about the gap between the rhetoric of change and underlying continuity. Brooks, S., G., and Walforth, W., C., 2008, World Out of Balance, International Relations and the Challenge of American Primacy, Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press. A strong argument in favor of the continued power of the United States. Hamiri, S., and Jones, L., 2018, China Challenges Global Governance? The Case of Chinese International Development Finance and the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, International Affairs, 94, 3, 573-93. Hurrell, A., 2007, On Global Order, Power, Values and the Constitution of International Society, Oxford, Oxford University Press. An analysis of contending approaches to the idea of international and global order. Khanna, P., edition, 2009, The Second World, How Emerging Powers Are Redefining Global Competition in the 21st Century, New York, Random House. A broad and influential account of structural economic changes and the ways in which flows of people, energy, and economics are shifting the map of global politics. Paul, T. V., 2018, Restraining Great Powers, Soft Balancing from Empires to the Global Era, New Haven, Connecticut, Yale University Press. An analysis of how balance of power politics can be applied to emerging powers. Spector, M. 2022, Strategies of Rising Brazil, Postmortem Review, Looking Forward, Contemporary Politics, 28, 120-37. A comprehensive appraisal of writing on the rise of Brazil. Stars, S. 2014, The Chimera of Global Convergence, New Left Review, 87, 81-96. An example of a neo-Marxist account of why the idea of rising powers is illusory. Visit the online resources to access the latest updates in the field of international relations. Part 3. Theories of World Politics. In this part of the book we introduce you to the main theories that try to explain world politics. We have two principal aims. First, we want you to be able to grasp the essential claims of the theories that have been most influential in explaining world politics. To this end, we have included chapters on the main theoretical perspectives on world politics: liberalism, realism, Marxism, feminism, social constructivism, poststructuralism, and postcolonialism. Of these, liberalism has perhaps been most influential in shaping the current world order, and realism has been the most influential in the academic discipline of international relations. Both have also attracted fierce criticism for being ideologies masquerading as objective theories. Most of the history of international relations theory in academia has seen a dispute between realist, liberal, and Marxist rivals, with the debate between Most of the history of international relations theory in academia has seen a dispute between realist, liberal, and Marxist rivals, with the debate between realism and liberalism being the most long-standing and well-developed. We have also included a chapter on the increasingly important approach of social constructivism. We then introduce you to other recent theoretical work in World Politics in chapters focusing on feminist, post-structuralist, and post-colonial/decolonial approaches to international theory. By the end of this part, we hope you will be able to understand the main ideas of the various theories and to assess their comparative strengths and weaknesses. Our second aim is to give you an overview of theory that you need to be able to assess the significance of globalization for an understanding of world politics. After reading these chapters on theory, we hope that you will be in a better position to see how these theories of world politics might interpret globalization in different ways. We feel that you should then be able to decide for yourself both which interpretation you find most convincing, and what kind of evidence you might find in the remaining parts of the book to enable you to work out just how much globalization marks a new distinct stage in world politics requiring new theories, or whether it is simply a fad or fashion that might alter the surface of world politics but not its main underlying features. Kilito-chan/Getty Images. Reader's Guide. The practice of international relations has been hostile to liberal internationalism for much of the history of the modern states system. Whereas the domestic political realm in many states has witnessed an impressive degree of progress, with institutions providing for both order and justice, the international political realm has been characterized by a precarious order and the absence of justice. Liberal internationalists do not accept that the world has to be this way. The international could be a place where states follow the rule of law as well as furthering moral purposes such as civility, prosperity, and peace. The chapter argues that liberal internationalism became a significant ideological force after 1945, not least because of the rise of American dominance over economic and strategic matters. Many influential writers argue that liberal internationalism is now in crisis, in particular because of the emergence of China as a rival to American hegemony, yet liberalism remains deeply embedded in the language and culture of so-called global governance. Visit the online resources to access an interactive timeline of how the discipline of international relations has evolved. Framing questions. How has liberal internationalist thinking evolved? Why is there a persistent imperial impulse in the practice of liberal states' foreign policy? What influence should liberal internationalism have on the post-American-led world order? Chapter 7. Liberal Internationalism. Tim Dunn. 7.1 Introduction and Context. Liberalism as a model of government has been remarkably successful. On one simple but important measure, over half the countries in the world are broadly liberal in character, which is more than any other regime type. De Silver 2019. While liberal democracies predominate in Europe and the Americas and increasingly in parts of Africa and Asia, it is also the case that liberal values and institutions have made fewer inroads into global governance. This point was made several decades ago by Harvard scholar Stanley Hoffman, who famously said, "International affairs have been the nemesis of liberalism." His explanation was equally stark. The essence of liberalism is self-restraint, moderation, compromise, and peace, whereas the essence of international politics is exactly the opposite: troubled peace, at best, or the state of war. S. Hoffman 1987, 396. Hoffman's reasoning comes as no surprise to realists, who argue that there can be no progress, no law, and no justice where there is no common power. See ch. 9. But despite the weight of this realist argument, those who believe in the liberal project have not conceded defeat. Liberal internationalists believe that power politics itself is the product of ideas, and crucially, ideas can change. Therefore, even if international affairs have been inhospitable to liberal ideas of progressive change, this does not mean that the international cannot be remade in liberalism's own image. Writers and intellectuals as far back as the Enlightenment have advocated for conceptions of liberal internationalism in which governments are just when they face the people and lawful when they face each other. See section 7.2. These great but flawed thinkers Immanuel Kant, J. S. Mill, and Jeremy Bentham provided the language and concepts used by later liberals who were able to embed them in international practice, albeit not without setbacks. Bentham, for instance, first used the term international as he was dissatisfied with the phrase the law of nations used by predecessors such as Emer de Vattel. Bentham thought international was a more accurate adjective to describe relations between sovereigns, and very soon after his use of the term in 1780 it was in widespread use. Siganami 1978, 231. The second wave of liberal internationalism concerns the idealist moment that occurred after the First World War. See section 7.3. After the futile slaughter of around 40 million soldiers and civilians, the League of Nations was created to solve disputes between countries, including on how to manage colonies rather than allowing them to degenerate into open warfare. The birth of the League coincided with the establishment of the world's first dedicated professorship in international politics, appropriately named the Woodrow Wilson Chair at what was then called the University College of Wales in Aberystwyth. See Box 7.1 for a discussion of one of the prominent holders of the Woodrow Wilson Chair. Not only was the First World War a trigger for the teaching of international politics in many countries, but the concern to prevent future destruction on a global scale was a priority for a large coalition of committed internationalists, activists, writers, representatives, intellectuals, and societies that sought to build a new international and imperial order. A third wave of liberal internationalist thinking takes us to the end of the second decade of the Box 7.1 H. Carr and the critique of liberal internationalism. In common with many other intellectuals in the period between Versailles in 1919 and the outbreak of the Second World War in 1939, E. H. Carr was much more than a scholar. He was variously a diplomat, commentator, and agitator. His classic work, The 20 Years' Crisis 1919 to 1939, wove these strands together. Carr's preferred title for the work is worthy of note. He wanted to call the book Utopia and Reality, but this was thought by the publisher to be too abstract. What was important for Carr was to show how liberal conceptions of a rational and moral world order, utopia, needed to be corrected by an analytical approach to politics that understood how power operates. Realism. The rise of internationalism, Carr argued, could not be separated from the interests of the most powerful states in the system. Internationalist ideas of perpetual peace flourished during the height of French military hegemony in Europe in the 17th and 18th centuries. Internationalist ideas of free trade and the right of great powers to dominate the non-European world flourished as Britain became the dominant world power in the mid-19th century. As America became first among equals after 1919, internationalist ideas of democracy, self-determination, and collective security became the universal moral principles of the era. The task for political realism is to show that these various articulations of internationalism were all connected to prevailing patterns of power and interests. Despite the inadequacies of internationalism, Carr recognized that the struggle to uncover a moral code that was applicable to all members of international society was an indispensable part of building a theory of international politics. 21st century, see section 7.4. In the U.S. heartland of liberal internationalism, there is a sense of crisis pervading both leadership and followership in world politics. Many leading thinkers, such as Princeton's John Eikenberry, question whether other states and institutions are able to take up the mantle of leadership given America's relative decline. Despite the increased visibility of and coordination among the rising powers, such as Brazil, China, India, Indonesia, and Russia, there is no evidence that they believe themselves to have a special responsibility for managing world order in a manner paralleling the role played by the U.S. after 1945. Does this mean that a post-Western world will be hostile to liberal internationalist norms and purposes? Or do we need to take seriously the belief that there are moral universals that unify the plurality of peoples and societies, and that liberal internationalism has come closer to articulating those shared values than the alternatives? The position adopted in this chapter can be summed up in the following way. Liberal internationalism is inadequate in many respects. The position adopted in this chapter can be summed up in the following way. Liberal internationalism is inadequate in many respects. Yet at the same time, internationalist thinking remains indispensable as a way of mediating between different values and forms of life. Chakraborty 2000. 7.2 Founding Ideas of 19th Century Liberal Internationalism. Immanuel Kant, 1724 to 1804, and Jeremy Bentham, 1748 to 1832, were two of the leading liberal thinkers of the Enlightenment. Both reacted to the barbarity of international relations, or what Kant graphically described as the lawless state of savagery, at a time when domestic politics was on the cusp of a new age of rights, citizenship, and constitutionalism. Their abhorrence of the lawless state of savagery led them separately to elaborate plans to establish governance over matters of peace and war. Although written over 2 centuries ago, their moral and political philosophies contain the seeds of core liberal internationalist ideas, in particular the belief that reason could deliver freedom and justice in international relations. The term international was invented by Jeremy Bentham, along with other terms that have also found their way into the political lexicon, such as codification, see section 7.1. Bentham was an expansive thinker, writer, and publicist. He hoped to do for law and morality what Captain Cook and other voyagers had done for exploration, namely conquer the world. At one point, he immodestly declared that the globe is the field of dominion to which the author aspires. Armitage 2011. 65. It was in his book Introduction to the Principles of Morals and Legislation 1780 that Bentham argued for a new concept of international jurisprudence that was based on the equality of sovereigns. Bentham applied his utilitarian maxim of the greatest happiness of the greatest number to the international, such that the task for a judge or legislator would be to establish the greatest happiness among the family of nations. 40 years later, a new edition of the Introduction to the Principles of Morals and Legislation was published. By this time, the term international had come into widespread usage, and by the middle of the 19th century, it had become an ism. Internationalism became a shorthand to describe the growing band of activists, feminists, publicists, and organizations all pushing for various reforms in domestic society and in the wider international society of European states. Sluga, 2013. For Kant, the imperative to achieve perpetual peace required the transformation of individual consciousness, republican constitutionalism, and a federal contract among states to abolish war, rather than to regulate it, as earlier international lawyers had argued. This federation can be likened to a permanent peace treaty, rather than a superstate actor or world government. Kant's claim that liberal states are pacific in their international relations with other liberal states was revived in the 1980s. In a much-cited article, Michael Doyle, 1986, 1151, argued that liberal states have created a separate peace. According to Doyle, there are two elements to the Kantian legacy: restraint among liberal states and international imprudence in relations with non-liberal states. Although the empirical evidence seems to support the democratic peace thesis, it is important to bear in mind the limitations of this argument. First, for the theory to be compelling, believers in the thesis need to explain why war has become unthinkable among liberal states. Kant argued that if the decision to use force were taken by the people, rather than by the prince, then the frequency of conflicts would be drastically reduced. Logically, this argument also implies a lower frequency of conflicts between liberal and non-liberal states, but this is contrary to historical evidence. An alternative explanation for the democratic peace thesis might be that liberal states tend to be wealthy, and therefore have less to gain and more to lose by engaging in conflicts than poorer authoritarian states. Perhaps the most convincing explanation of all is the simple fact that liberal states tend to be in relations of amity with other liberal states. War between Canada and the United States is unthinkable, perhaps not because of their liberal democratic constitutions, but because they are allies who share the same approach to managing economic and political affairs. Indeed, war among states with contrasting political and economic systems may also be unthinkable when they have a history of friendly relations. One such example is Mexico and Cuba, two countries that maintain close bilateral relations despite their history of divergent economic ideologies. Irrespective of the scholarly search for the reasons why liberal democratic states are more peaceful, it is important to note the political consequences of this hypothesis. In 1989, Francis Fukuyama wrote an article entitled The End of History, which celebrated the triumph of liberalism over all other ideologies, contending that liberal states were more stable internally and more peaceful in their international relations. Fukuyama, 1989, 3-18. Other defenders of the democratic peace thesis were more circumspect. As Doyle, 1995, 100, recognized, liberal democracies are as aggressive as any other type of state in their relations with authoritarian regimes and stateless peoples. How then should states inside the liberal zone of peace conduct their relations with authoritarian governments? How can the positive Kantian legacy of restraint triumph over liberal states' historical imperial temptation? These fascinating and timely questions are considered in relation to the great liberal theorist J.S. Mill in Box 7.2, and they also frame the final part of this chapter, see section 7.5. Box 7.2: Imperialism and Internationalism in 19th Century Britain. The life of J.S. Mill illustrates the ambivalent character of 19th century liberal thinking in Britain. Mill was born in London in 1806 and became the intellectual protege of Jeremy Bentham, the utilitarian philosopher who coined the term international. By mid-century, Mill was a dominant figure in Victorian intellectual life. He was no stranger to international issues and concerns. In fact, he was an employee of the East India Company for 35 years and later became a member of Parliament at a time when Britain was at the height of its imperial power. Like many other Victorian intellectuals, Mill regarded liberal government as the highest stage of civilization. A social reformer domestically, Mill was an imperialist internationally. He contrasted European liberal modes of governance with barbarism and savagery beyond Europe's boundaries. These two coexisting but opposite states of development required the existence of different moral codes. Among civilized countries, the only matter to be resolved was the question of interference, John 2006, 195. Between civilized and barbarian peoples, it was both necessary and proper to permit imperial, even despotic systems of authority. It became commonplace for Victorian intellectuals to divide international order into the three domains of civilized, semi-civilized, and barbaric, ch 18. As such distinctions entered the language of international law, they produced a highly stratified view of international society, one in which membership was based on race and religion. See Case Study 3.1. The consequences of this application of the standard of civilization to 19th-century diplomacy were horrible, to borrow Mark Mazur's 2012, 72 description, ch 11. By the century's end, Africa was reordered in ways that reflected the interests of the great colonial powers. This naked exploitation was justified by a mission to civilize the savages. Small wonder that one of the territories procured by King Leopold of Belgium in 1885, the Congo Free State, has been in such turmoil for the last 2 decades. See Case Studies 13.2 and 21.2. With millions of civilians murdered, displaced, beaten, and raped, Congo is at the epicenter of what has been described as Africa's First World War. From the time of the Berlin Conference, 1884-5, to today, imperialists and internationalists have conspired to colonize the territory, then decolonize it, and finally condemn it through neglect and moral indifference. Key points. Early liberal internationalist thought on international relations took the view that the natural order had been corrupted by secret treaties and outdated policies such as the balance of power. Enlightenment liberals believed that the problem of war could be solved through the development of a body of international rules and laws constraining the self-interest of states. In addition, they believed that trade and other cross-border flows would further facilitate more peaceful international relations. Immanuel Kant argued that a perpetual peace could be achieved through the transformation of individual consciousness, republican constitutionalism, and a federal contract among states to abolish war. In The End of History? 1989, Francis Fukuyama famously celebrated the triumph of liberalism over all other ideologies, contending that liberal states were more stable internally and more peaceful in their international relations than illiberal states. From the vantage point of the early 2020s, ideological competition and conflict continue to shape the fate of states and peoples, suggesting that Fukuyama's argument was deeply flawed. 7.3 Internationalism and Institutionalism, Peace Through Law. The idea of a natural harmony of interests in international political and economic relations came under challenge in the early part of the 20th century. The fact that Britain and Germany had highly interdependent economies before the First World War, 1914-18, seemed to confirm the fatal flaw in the association of economic interdependence with peace. From the dawn of the 20th century, the contradictions within European civilization of progress and exemplarism on the one hand and the harnessing of industrial power for military purposes on the other could no longer be contained. Europe stumbled into war, killing 15 million people. The war not only brought an end to 3 empires and the establishment of new League-administered mandate systems to manage empire, but was also a contributing factor to the Russian Revolution of 1917. The First World War shifted liberal thinking towards a recognition that peace is not a natural condition but is one that must be constructed. In a powerful critique of the idea that peace and prosperity were part of a latent natural order, the publicist and author Leonard Woolf argued that peace and prosperity required consciously devised machinery. Lewid, 1992. 465. But perhaps the most famous advocate of an international authority for the management of international relations was Woodrow Wilson. According to this U.S. president, peace could only be secured with the creation of an international organization to regulate international anarchy, including the transference of German and Ottoman colonial territories to Britain and France with oversight from the League of Nations. Security could not be left to secret bilateral diplomatic deals and an unthinking faith in the balance of power. Just as peace had to be enforced in domestic society, the international domain had to have a system of regulations for addressing disputes and an international force that could be mobilized if non-violent conflict resolution failed. In this sense, more than any other strand of liberalism, idealism rests on the domestic analogy. Suganami, 1989, 94-113. In Wilson's famous 14-point speech addressed to Congress in January 1918, he argued that a general association of nations must be formed to preserve the coming peace, and the League of Nations was to be that general association. For the League to be effective, it had to have the military power to deter aggression and, when necessary, to use a preponderance of power to enforce its will. This was the idea behind the collective security system that was central to the League of Nations. Collective security refers to an arrangement where each state in the system accepts that the security of one is the concern of all and agrees to join in a collective response to aggression. Roberts and Kingsbury, 1993-30. It can be contrasted with an alliance system of security where several states join together, usually as a response to a specific external threat, sometimes known as collective defense. In the case of the League of Nations, Article 16 of the League's charter noted the obligation that, in the event of war, all member states must cease normal relations with the offending state, impose sanctions, and, if necessary, commit their armed forces to the disposal of the League Council should the use of force be required to restore the status quo. The League's constitution also called for the self-determination of nations, another central characteristic of liberal idealist thinking on international relations, though not all peoples were imagined as sufficiently civilized to determine their own future. Going back to the mid-19th century, self-determination movements in Greece, Hungary, and Italy received support from liberal powers and public opinion. However, self-determination for British and French colonies received less support. Contradictory support for self-determination highlighted a host of practical and moral problems that were laid bare after Woodrow Wilson issued his proclamation. What would happen to newly created minorities who felt no allegiance to the self-determining state? Could a democratic process adequately deal with questions of identity? Who was to decide what community should be self-determining? What would happen if colonial peoples were allowed to determine their future and control their own resources? And what if a newly self-determined state rejected liberal democratic norms in favor of socialism or PAM movements such as Pan-Arabism or Pan-Africanism? The League of Nations experiment with collective security was a disaster. While the moral rhetoric at the League's creation was decidedly idealist, in practice states remained imprisoned by self-interest. There is no better example of this than the U.S. decision not to join the institution. It had created. With the Soviet Union in opposition for ideological reasons, the League of Nations quickly became a talking shop for the satisfied powers. Hitler's decision in March 1936 to reoccupy the Rhineland, a designated demilitarized zone according to the terms of the Treaty of Versailles, effectively pulled the plug on the League's life support system. It had already been put on the critical list following the Manchurian crisis in 1931 and the Ethiopian crisis in 1935. The collapse of the League of Nations brought a swift end to the idealist moment in the first half of the 20th century. It is important to note that the thinkers of the interwar period were not straightforwardly Benthamites who thought that reason and science could resolve political disputes. Instead, there was a backward-looking and conservative strand to their internationalism. Idealists such as Gilbert Murray and Alfred Zimmern opposed the idea that the League of Nations should have the kind of coercive authority that was reserved for sovereign states. Such a radical alteration to the structure of the system might have risked non-Western powers such as the Bolsheviks or the colonized races considered not yet fit to govern taking control. Their dependence on this strikingly conservative understanding of international order became a kind of supplement for their unwillingness to imagine political alternatives to sovereignty, to envision a global economy regulated by workers, and to theorize a democratic form of international governance with real political, not just moral and symbolic power. Moorfield, 2009-15. A powerful strand of internationalism in the interwar period was radically imperialist, privileging an international order that was hospitable to empire and inhospitable to alternative radical internationalist ideas about democracy and the subordination of sovereign authority to the rule of law. There is no doubt that after 1945 the language of liberal internationalism was more pragmatic. How could anyone living in the shadow of the Holocaust be optimistic? Yet familiar core ideas of liberalism remained. Even in the early 1940s, states recognized the need to replace the League of Nations with another international institution that would have responsibility for international peace and security, including the new system of trusteeship with oversight of colonial administration. This time, however, for the United Nations, the framers of its charter were aware of the need for a consensus among the great powers for enforcement action to be taken, hence the veto system, Article 27 of the UN Charter, which granted the 5 permanent members of the Security Council the power of veto. This revision constituted an important modification to the classical model of collective security, as each of the great powers would veto any coercive action proposed by the others. Roberts, 1996, 315. It was not until the end of the Cold War that cooperation among the great powers was sufficiently well developed for some partial form of collective security to be realized, albeit briefly, as evident in the UN's response to the invasion of Kuwait by Iraq on August 2, 1990. Later post-Cold War interventions, particularly Kosovo 1998 and Iraq 2003, made it abundantly clear that the cooperation evident in the collective security action taken against Iraq was only fleeting. and that the UN would once again be sidelined as the US and its allies forged ad hoc coalitions of the willing to pursue their particular brand of liberal internationalism. See Case Study 7.1. Case Study 7.1 The Rise and Fall of the Indispensable Nation. As the end of the millennium approached, liberal internationalists saw America as the indispensable nation that could use force without first asking for permission. As Secretary of State Madeleine Albright announced in 1998 in the context of disarming Iraq, if we have to use force, it is because we are America, we are the indispensable nation. We stand tall and we see further than other countries into the future. U.S. Department of State 1998. This imperial impulse lasted well into the 21st century when the United States fought the so-called War on Terror using methods that frequently breached conventional understandings of the laws of war, such as the incarceration and torture of terrorist suspects at Guantanamo Bay. Such a belief in American exceptionalism continued through the second Obama administration. In a presidential debate in October 2012, President Barack Obama noted that America remains the one indispensable nation, and the world needs a strong America. NPR 2012. The claim that the U.S. remains an indispensable nation seems, in the early 2020s, a hollow one. The Trump administration. Other great powers increasingly see the liberal world order as lacking legitimacy, leading them to gesture towards alternative arrangements such as China's Belt and Road Initiative. IEA TASS News Agency / Alamy Stock Photo. 7.4 The Challenges Confronting Liberal Internationalism. The ascendancy of liberal ideas and institutions has been one of the most striking trends in world politics over the last 2 centuries. Furthermore, with the demise of the Cold War system, it seemed like liberalism had defeated all other contending political ideologies. At the start of the 1990s, leading Western politicians hailed a new world order. As international institutions such as the United Nations Security Council began to operate as envisaged by the drafters of the UN Charter back in 1945. These new patterns of cooperation prompted British Prime Minister Tony Blair, 1999, to declare at the end of the 1990s that we are all internationalists now. But from the vantage point of the second decade of the 21st century, confidence in the liberal international order has ebbed and liberalism is now in question both in international theory and in practice. See Box 7.3. Recurring crises and disagreements in the multilateral institutions designed to provide governance over security, trade, and finance have demonstrated that cooperation is harder to achieve and to sustain than liberals assumed. The ongoing violence in the Middle East and Africa, the uneven record of post-Cold War liberal foreign policies in delivering a more secure and just world order, and continued unrest triggered by global economic inequalities have turned the triumphalism of the liberal decade to despondency. It is now more common to read about liberal internationalism's demise than it is to hear about its ascendancy. John Eikenberry is the most prominent analyst of the influence liberal ideas have exerted over world order in the last 100 years. In a frequently cited article, rejected the multilateral institutions that underpinned and supported American leadership. At the same time, other great powers increasingly see the liberal world order as lacking legitimacy, leading them to gesture towards alternative arrangements such as China's Belt and Road Initiative. A third reason why the U.S. is no longer considered an indispensable nation is captured in the shift away from many of the bolder normative ideas associated with the post-Cold War period, including democratization and universal human rights. For many countries in the world, these values were at best a kind of bargain which was reluctantly agreed to in return for some of the economic benefits associated with globalization. These liberal norms have weakened over time as the U.S. and its allies are increasingly regarded as being at best selective in their commitment to them and at worst as actively undermining human rights. Question 1. Is the idea of an indispensable nation simply a self-satisfied phrase used by American leaders, or is there substance to the idea of the U.S. as the preeminent global power? Question 2. Is China becoming an indispensable nation in the Asia-Pacific region? Key points. The idea of a natural harmony of interests in international political and economic relations came under challenge in the early part of the 20th century as Britain and Germany went to war, despite their high degree of economic interdependence. The First World War shifted liberal thinking towards a recognition that peace is not a natural condition but must be constructed. To this end, Woodrow Wilson advocated for the creation of a League of Nations to regulate international anarchy through the exercise of collective security. The League's constitution also called for the self-determination of all nations. However, despite widespread agreement on this principle, a host of practical and moral problems limited its implementation. Although there are important continuities between Enlightenment liberal thought and the idealist moment, the thinkers of the interwar period were flawed. They overlooked the distribution of power and interests in the international system, a critique mounted by realists, and they failed to understand that values and purposes were inextricably linked to power. Notably, leading internationalists in the interwar period tied the future of the League of Nations to the dominance of international society by European colonial powers. The imperial impulse of the Anglo-American powers continued in the post-1945 order such that imperialism and internationalism remain as interwoven in the 21st century as they were in the minds of formative liberal thinkers such as J.S. Mill. Eikenberry, 1999, maps liberalism's influence through three phases conveniently labeled Liberal Internationalism 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0. Liberal Internationalism 1.0 corresponds with the idealist moment of the interwar period and the failed attempt to replace the old balance of power order with the rule of law. After 1945, America set about constructing Liberal Internationalism 2.0. It did this by embedding certain fundamental liberal principles into the UN Charter while building other institutions to manage trade and other cross-border flows of people, goods, and services. Internationalists in the post-1945 era argued that the realists were wrong about state behavior. They pointed to the fact that the world's preeminent power chose to forsake the pursuit of short-term gains in return for a durable settlement that benefited its European allies and those in Asia too. While America had more power than other states in the system, it also accepted a greater share of the burden when it came to setting and upholding the rules of economic and security governance. Yet Eikenberry is surely right to argue that this model of an American-led international order Liberal Internationalism 2.0 is experiencing a crisis today. Why is this? First and foremost, American hegemony no longer appears to be an adequate framework to support a liberal international order. Eikenberry 2009, 79. Even if the U.S. had sufficient power, there are signs that the rest of the world no longer wants an order in which a single state is preponderant. Related to this point is the sense that the liberal principle of sovereign equality is under threat. The security policies driven by the United States and its allies in NATO rest on a conception of sovereignty that has become conditional on good behavior, understood either as being on side with the war on terror or ensuring basic human rights are protected. The controversy generated by the 2011 NATO-led war against Muammar Gaddafi's Libya is an example of the deep divisions that Western leadership is generating. Shortly after the no-fly zone began to be enforced militarily, Russia and China argued that the other three permanent members of the Security Council, France, the UK, and the US, had shifted the mandate from one of protecting civilians to one of regime change. Whether or not this is a correct interpretation of the NATO-led enforcement action is less important than understanding the magnitude of the struggle that is underway between influential Western states and re-emerging powers such as India, China, and Russia. CCH6. In the realigned world order, the question of where authority lies to decide on intervention is one that will need to be answered. The responsibility to protect doctrine, or R2P, could become a key test for whether liberalism can endure despite systemic changes to the distribution of material and normative power. CCH 33. Opposing Opinions 7.1 discusses the arguments for and against the view that liberal internationalists have a responsibility to protect the victims of atrocity crimes. In the second decade of the 21st century, it is apparent that the U.S. lacks the capacity and Western institutions the legitimacy to maintain the liberal world order into the future. Alternative configurations of liberal internationalism remain a distant possibility. Liberal internationalism 3.0 requires a movement away from a sovereignty-based order towards one where global institutions become the new rulers of the world. While less tied to American power, the governance institutions of the future will nevertheless be driven by liberal values. The dilemma for Eikenberry is that liberal. Box 7.3 Crisis and Division in Liberalism? The theme of liberal world order in crisis has received a great deal of scholarly attention in the first 2 decades of the 21st century. For example, in his A Liberal World Order in Crisis, George Srenson compares the optimistic sentiments of the 1990s with the post-9/11 world in which terror and great power rivalry darken the horizon of international relations. Srenson, 2011. 12, defines world order as a governing arrangement among states and believes that sovereign states remain the primary building blocks of these governance arrangements. The book's main contribution is its account of the ways in which tensions arise when liberty is pursued in the world. One example of this tension is the practice of democracy promotion that has been followed by most liberal states to varying degrees in these 2 decades. Outsiders promoting democracy risk becoming overly paternalistic and thereby lapsing into a form of imperialism that has no legitimacy in international politics today. Another example concerns the criteria for membership in international institutions. Should they be open to states with illiberal constitutions, or should they be restricted to liberal, democratic countries only? Such voices are frequently heard in Western capitals when the will of liberal great powers has been stymied by others, as was the case in 2003 when the UN Security Council refused to give its consent to the war against Iraq. Svensson describes this tension and the protagonist's portrayal of one or other liberal position as a choice between imposition and restraint. Svensson 2011, 64. The values and practices associated with imposition include intervention, foreign policy activism, scrutiny of other states, and the pursuit of universal principles. The values and practices associated with restraint include non-intervention, toleration, empathy, and pragmatism. Internationalism 2.0 is in crisis, yet 3.0 remains hopelessly unrealistic. Given that liberalism has produced such unequal gains for the West and the rest, it is perhaps unsurprising that contemporary US-based liberal scholars have become preoccupied with the question of preserving the current order rather than reconstituting it according to more just distributive principles. Rather than seeing reform as a task that wealthy Western countries have a responsibility to undertake, the use of Western power is more often equated with extending the control of existing institutions and protecting markets and securing access to precious resources. When a hegemonic liberal order comes under challenge, as it did on September 11, the response is uncompromising. It is noticeable in this respect that former President George W. Bush framed the war on terror in the language of liberal internationalism. He referred to the 2003 war against Iraq, for example, as freedom's war. Opposing opinions 7.1 Liberal internationalist governments have a responsibility to protect other people from atrocity crimes. 4. Since the formation of the modern state system in the mid-17th century, certain influential legal philosophers have argued that states have a duty to protect non-citizens in danger of persecution and mass killings. Hugo Grotius, the 17th-century international lawyer, believed that sovereign states had a right to intervene to protect innocents abroad. At the heart of our 2P is the basic right to security from the following atrocity crimes: war crimes, ethnic cleansing, genocide, and crimes against humanity. The right to life and the right to security from violence are inalienable and independent of the fact of cultural diversity in world politics. The 2005 World Summit codified our 2P in relation to a three-pillars framework. Pillar 1 stipulates that the host government has the primary responsibility to protect. Pillar 2 notes that other states and regional organizations have a responsibility to assist the host government when that assistance has been requested. And Pillar 3 requires that the international community take timely and decisive action, including force, providing coercive measures are supported by a Security Council resolution. Normative consensus. While most states reject the argument that they can be compelled to use force even as a last resort, there remains a high degree of consensus in international society that the other duties stipulated in the R2P framework apply to all states all of the time. Against. A so-called right of humanitarian intervention was largely rejected during the Cold War despite several cases in which force was used to contain a worsening atrocity. These cases include India's invasion of East Pakistan in 1971, Vietnam's invasion of Cambodia in 1978, and Tanzania's invasion of Uganda in 1979. Arguments against intervention include the negative impact it would have on international order. The rules of the global order prohibit the use of force and intervention in the affairs of another sovereign state. R2P puts into question two of the key articles in the UN Charter: non-intervention, Article 2.7, and non-use of force, Article 2.4. The R2P framework has largely been silenced during the Syria crisis, particularly given the disunity inside the UN Security Council. This shows that simply codifying sovereign states' obligations is not in itself sufficient to galvanize action. R2P supports the imperialist impulse. The history of UN peace operations in Africa has been closely tied to wars and conflicts. The history of UN peace operations in Africa has been closely tied to wars and conflicts generated by the retreat of European states in the era of decolonization. Given the prominence of the United States, Britain, and France on the UN Security Council, R2P is seen by critical legal scholars as another regime of control exercised by wealthy Atlantic powers over countries in the Global South who have only become independent in the era of the UN system. Orford 2011. 1. Are critics of R2P correct to argue that the framework established by the UN is yet another instrument to enable the Global North to control the Global South? 2. What, if anything, is new in the R2P principle that the use of force should be a last resort? 3. Is there a risk of becoming fixated on debates about the use of force rather than thinking about the range of non-coercive measures that governments and the international community can use to prevent or mitigate mass atrocities? Visit the online resources to discover pointers to help you tackle these questions. The potential for liberal internationalism to embrace imperialism is a tendency that has a long history. Liberty enables the creation of wealth, which can trigger a drive to find new markets. And how are these new markets to be configured so that they are hospitable to the needs of the imperial power? Historically, professional militaries worked in tandem with the great trading companies to ensure favorable terms of trade. In this sense, U.S. foreign policy in the post-1945 period has a close resemblance to the great expansionist republican states of the pre-modern period such as Athens and Rome. Few liberals today would openly advocate territorial expansion along the lines of 19th-century European colonial powers at the same time. Many have been drawn to consider the virtues of informal empire as a way of delivering liberty in an insecure world. In the first decade of the 21st century, intellectuals in Washington and London advocated for a new liberal imperialism as a way of managing the security problem posed by failed and collapsing states. An influential voice in British foreign policy circles, Robert Cooper, openly regretted that the supply of imperial governance was at an all-time historic low at a moment when the demand for liberal imposition had never been greater. This was echoed by the influential Canadian intellectual Michael Ignatieff, who argued that only empire light can manage the chaos and catastrophes happening in many former colonized countries. It is important to note that both mainstream scholarship on liberal internationalism and its critics agree that the sovereign state can no longer be relied on to sustain the institutions and purposes of the liberal order. While Eikenberry believes it is unrealistic to expect states to cede sovereignty to the institutions of global governance, critics of liberal internationalism argue that such narratives about a post-sovereign state world are unjust. As Mazur 2012-7 argues, the scale of Western military involvement around the world is such that we find ourselves once more in a hierarchical world in which some states are more sovereign than others. 7.5 Conclusion: incomplete, but indispensable internationalism. The euphoria with which liberals greeted the end of the Cold War in 1989 has dissipated. The pattern of conflict and insecurity present at the beginning of the 21st century suggests that liberal internationalism remains at best an incomplete project. At worst, internationalism continues to be imbued with an imperial impulse in which new schemes for governing the world reproduce patterns of dominance and dependence established during the era of empires. The history of internationalism, as Glenda Sluga argues, has always involved forgetting. Sluga 2013-45. We should not forget the fact that, even during the high watermark of British imperial rule, liberalism not only justified empire, but provided the resources to launch stinging critiques of it. Bell 2016, 371. Stinging. Key points. Some observers argue that the internationalist principles that have been a feature of the liberal order since 1945 are in crisis. The following arguments support this view. The relative power of the United States is diminishing and hence its capacity to deal with global risks is also reducing. Rising powers want a greater share of authority. The hope that the European Union, EU, could emerge as a second superpower which could strengthen internationalist rules and values has proven to be false, and arguably the EU has been further weakened as a global force by Brexit, and there is widespread evidence of a return to a form of state sovereignty in which intervention on internationalist grounds will not find support in the UN Security Council or among the majority of member states in the UN. If Eikenberry is right and liberal internationalism is in decline, it is not clear what will replace it. If the liberal order associated with the UN system collapses, then history will have repeated itself. In the first half of the 20th century, great power rivalry led to major power wars which the League of Nations was powerless to prevent. Is a 1914 scenario likely, or can liberal internationalism adapt to the challenge of new emerging powers without losing its distinctively liberal character? Alongside those who lament the inability of the state and global institutions to deliver a liberal peace are more critical voices who point out how structural patterns of hierarchy persist. These patterns are actively reproduced by security and development doctrines and policies. As a result, the liberal international order remains conveniently favorable to the most powerful states in the system. Critiques are needed with respect to the ongoing harms and atrocities that are experienced by vulnerable peoples, harms that can only be challenged using a language of universal rights and responsibilities. Let us also not forget that many of the ideas and practices of internationalism have non-Western origins, as is evident in Case Study 7.2 on the African origins of sovereignty as responsibility. Channeling the great 19th century reformers and the thinkers of the idealist moment between the two world wars, internationalists of the 21st Centuries should continue to advocate for a common culture based on a shared vision of an ever wider community of states and peoples. Internationalists today need to be activists too. They should demand that international institutions be more effective and insist that decisions are better when they are made democratically, that good governance requires transparency and fairness, that rights are irrelevant unless responsibilities are taken seriously, and that economic and social justice is critical to peaceful change on a global scale. Case Study 7.2 Sovereignty as Responsibility, an African Concept. The claim of a right of intervention that was becoming popular in French diplomatic circles in the 1980s stirred up considerable concern on the part of developing countries. As a counterweight to this view, the Sudanese diplomat Francis Deng led a collaboration with other Africanists to develop the idea of sovereignty as responsibility, Deng et al. 1996. At its core, Deng and his colleagues argued that governments must aspire to many goals associated with good governance, such as economic prosperity, the rule of law, and the effective management of ethnic and cultural differences. When state failure generated the conditions for human insecurity, then the international community needed to make it clear that this was a matter of concern for the global order as a whole. For Deng and his colleagues, the category of internally displaced persons, IDPs, was an example of how traditional conceptions of sovereignty ignored those who were forced to flee their homes in the context of the armed conflicts underway in many African countries. Internally displaced persons were not afforded the protections granted by the Refugee Convention, as they were displaced within their own country rather than being forced into a neighboring state, see ch. 26. In the 1990s, Deng collaborated with Roberta Cohen, who had worked at the U.S. State Department during the Jimmy Carter administration. Deng and Cohen advanced the view that the primary responsibility for displaced populations rests with the government of origin. At the same time, other states had a responsibility to provide assistance, and such offers ought not to be rejected. Cohen and Deng, 1998. This idea of a shared responsibility to assist internally displaced persons evolved into the wider responsibility to protect R2P doctrine that was adopted as a resolution of the UN General Assembly on 16 September 2005, see ch. 33. Apart from the idea of sovereignty as responsibility being of significant African origin, the African Union, AU, has been the leading regional organization to adopt policies and principles consistent with R2P. Article 4H of the Constitutive Act of the African Union, adopted in 2000, enables the AU to intervene in respect of war crimes, genocide, and crimes against humanity. Kwesi Aining and Frank Okier, 2016, 536, described the AU's track record in implementing R2P as being one of limited progress due to a myriad of factors, including limited enforcement capability and the difficulty of establishing. Kwesi Aining and Frank Okier, 2016, 536, described the AU's track record in implementing R2P as being one of limited progress due to a myriad of factors, including limited enforcement capability and the difficulty of establishing a consensus among the members as to when the AU should give effect to Article 4H. Nevertheless, Aining and Okier argue that the AU remains a pioneer regional institution in the development of human protection, and that it has been crucial in preventing situations of mass brutality on the continent independently of the UN, particularly in Mali, the Central African Republic, CAR, and Somalia. Question 1. What is the significance of the claim that an African diplomatic community has been pivotal in terms of the evolution of the R2P framework? Question 2. Why did internally displaced persons become a focus in the post-Cold War period for reformist diplomats such as Francis Deng? The United Nations General Assembly, 2005, in New York City. Daniel Berehulak/Getty Images. Questions. 1. Do you agree with Stanley Hoffman that international affairs are inhospitable to liberalism? 2. Was E.H. Carr right to argue that the language of international morality, used by liberal idealists in the interwar period, was a convenient way of masking the interests of Britain and France in maintaining their dominance of the international system after the First World War? 3. Should liberal internationalists promote their values abroad? Is force a legitimate instrument in securing this goal? 4. Is the ascendancy of democratic regimes explained by the superiority of liberal institutions and values? 5. What does R2P tell us about rights and responsibilities in the global order? 6. Is the African Union a good example of how a regional security organization should respond to atrocity crimes? 7. What explains the imperial impulse in the liberal internationalist tradition? 8. Despite the formal end of colonial rule, is there a new standard of civilization in international relations today? So, how would you characterize it? 9. Is the liberal order in crisis? 10. Are emerging global powers a threat to the liberal international order? Visit the online resources to test your understanding by trying the self-test questions. Further reading. Armitage, D. 2011. Globalizing Jeremy Bentham, History of Political Thought, 32, 163-82. Offers a rich account of Bentham's soaring ambition as a public intellectual and moral philosopher, and shows how his hopes of creating a universal jurisprudence were dashed by developments in 19th-century international law. Bell, D. 2016. Reordering the World, Essays on Liberalism and Empire, Princeton, New Jersey. Princeton University Press. Provides detailed portraits of leading Victorian-era thinkers, including Mill, Spencer, and Hobhouse, and their efforts to advance free trade, liberty, and the rule of law, while at the same time defending the civilizing mission of the British Empire. Chakraborty, D. 2000. Provincializing Europe, Postcolonial Thought and Historical Difference, Princeton, New Jersey. Princeton University Press. See the introduction to the book, in which the author talks about Western thinking on modernity as being both inadequate and indispensable, page 16. Note how the argument in this chapter appropriates Chakraborty's terms to chart a course between the attractions of internationalism and its many flaws. Doyle, M. W. 1997. Ways of War and Peace. Realism, Liberalism and Socialism, New York, W. W. Norton. Doyle classifies liberalism into the following strands: liberal pacifism, liberal imperialism, and liberal internationalism. Dunn, T. and Flockhart, T. eds. 2013. Liberal World Orders, Oxford. Oxford University Press/British Academy. Critical reflections on liberal world orders by leading international relations scholars, including Emmanuel Adler, Richard Devitak, Stefano Gazzini, John Hobson, Kim Hutchings, and Christopher Reyes-Smith. Eikenberry, G. J. 2009. Liberal Internationalism 3.0. America and the Dilemmas of Liberal World Order, Perspectives in Politics, 71, 171-87. A pivotal case for the reform of the post-1945 order by an influential liberal thinker. Mazur, M. 2012. Governing the World, The History of an Idea, New York, Penguin Press. A brilliant study of liberal internationalist policies and programs. It traces governance back to the early 19th century and shows how many of the flaws in the current global order have causes that reach far back into history. Moorfield, J. 2009. Covenants Without Swords. Idealist Liberalism and the Spirit of Empire, Princeton, New Jersey. Princeton University Press. An excellent contemporary account of liberal thought in the interwar period that also touches on the return to empire by some contemporary intellectuals who should know better. Sluga, G. 2013. Internationalism in the Age of Nationalism, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. University of Pennsylvania Press. Offers an intellectual history of internationalism as it was forged through 5 ages in the 20th century. Svensson, G. 2011. A Liberal World Order in Crisis. Choosing Between Imposition and Restraint, Ithaca, New York, Cornell University Press. A good account of the division within liberalism between advocates of imposition and advocates of restraint. Visit the online resources to access the latest updates in the field of international relations. Reader's Guide. This chapter introduces, outlines, and assesses the Marxist contribution to the study of international relations. If PSIR identifies several core features common to Marxist approaches, and then discusses how Marx's ideas were internationalized by Lenin and subsequently by writers in the world system framework. It then examines how Frankfurt School critical theory and Gramsci and his various followers introduced an analysis of culture into Marxist analysis, and more recently how new or orthodox Marxists have sought a more profound re-engagement with Marx's original writings. The chapter argues that no analysis of globalization is complete without an input from Marxist theory. Indeed, Marx was arguably the PSIR theorist of globalization, and from the perspective of Marxism, the features often pointed to as evidence of globalization are hardly novel, but are rather the modern manifestations of long-term tendencies in the development of capitalism. Visit the online resources to access an interactive timeline of how the discipline of international relations has evolved. Framing questions. Is the analysis of class just as important as the analysis of state for our understanding of global politics? Is globalization a new phenomenon or a long-standing feature of capitalist development? Is crisis an inevitable feature of capitalism? And if so, does this mean that capitalism contains the seeds of its own destruction? Chapter 8. Marxist Theories of International Relations. Stephen Hobden Bullet Operator Richard W. Y.N. Jones. 8.1 Introduction. 8.1 Introduction. When the Cold War ended in the late 1980s with the defeat of communism and the victory of global, free market capitalism, it became commonplace to assume that the ideas of Karl Marx and his numerous disciples could be safely consigned to the dustbin of history. The future, it seemed clear, was capitalist and liberal democratic. Ironically enough, the fate of those communist parties that managed to retain power in China, Vietnam, and Cuba seemed only to underline the extent to which the Western model had triumphed. In the wake of the failed attempt to build an alternative to the global capitalist system, they had all been forced to adapt themselves to its hegemony. For many, it appeared only a matter of time before this was accompanied by the wider liberalization and democratization of those societies. Resistance would ultimately prove to be futile. That was then. In the early 2020s, things appear very different. Even if its mortal enemy was defeated, the problems of capitalism have persisted and even intensified. Not only have the regular crises that characterize capitalism continued to wreak havoc, but the ever-deepening crisis that is humanity's relationship with the natural world raises fundamental questions about the sustainability of our current patterns of production and consumption. Massive global corporations may continue to be remorselessly successful in their efforts to persuade the already sated to buy more of what they do not really need, but the resulting environmental degradation is becoming increasingly hard to ignore. All the while, of course, even the most basic needs of many hundreds of millions of our fellow humans remain unfulfilled, see ch 27. Not only that, but the ultimate triumph of liberal democracy can no longer be taken for granted. China, for example, appears to have arrived at a new, extremely dynamic social model that combines authoritarian political control with state-directed capitalism, see Case Study 8.1. To what extent will it be this model rather than the Western model that invites emulation among the countries of the global South over the coming decades, especially as some? Case Study 8.1 The Capitalist Development of Communist China. Marx and those who have developed his work since his death are famous for their critique of capitalism. It is easy to forget that Marx also acknowledged its transformative power, albeit as a necessary stage towards the development of a classless society. Indeed, it is hard to think of any writer before or since who has been more fulsome in his admiration of capitalism's constant revolutionizing of production. To quote the words of the Communist Manifesto, it has accomplished wonders. Marx and Engels 1967. It nonetheless remains a considerable irony that there is no better example of the transformative power of capitalism than the People's Republic of China under the rule of the Chinese Communist Party, CCP. When in 1949 the CCP finally emerged victorious from the civil war against the nationalists, they inherited a country that had undergone a century of humiliation at the hands of European imperialist powers, as well as invasion and brutal occupation by Japan prior to and during the Second World War. Subsequent economic and social development remained limited, not least due to the disastrous impacts of the Great Leap Forward and Cultural Revolution. Since 1979, however, China has undergone an economic and related social transformation that has few if any parallels in human history. Starting from a comparatively low base, China is now by some measures the largest economy in the world, accounting for approximately 1/5 of the world's gross domestic product, as well as the world's largest producer of exports, nearly twice those of either the United States or Germany. Most accounts of this transformation cite the central importance of the economic reforms introduced by Deng Xiaoping when he became the effective leader of China in late 1978. While these reforms were ultimately very extensive, they were introduced gradually. Deng spoke of crossing the river by feeling for stones, indicating the need for careful experimentation and the imperative of maintaining stability. The eventual rapid urbanization in China Bloomberg/Getty Images result was a reversal of the collectivist policies of Mao Zedong, widespread marketization, and an opening up to the global economy, the latter boosted by China's membership in the World Trade Organization from 2001. The embrace of capitalism, or in Deng's words, socialism with Chinese characteristics, led to major changes in China's society and economy. According to the World Bank, more than 800 million people have been lifted out of poverty because of China's growth. This has been accompanied by rapid urbanization. According to International Labor Organization figures, more than 225 million people moved from the rural west of the country to the industrialized east, representing the largest population movement in history. It is a development that has rescued a considerable part of the population from the idiocy of rural life, to cite the words of Marx and Engels. China has also emerged as a technological innovator with its own space program and the potential to develop sophisticated weaponry. Potentially more puzzling for Marxists is that despite the emergence of a middle class and a wealthy bourgeoisie, developments in the superstructure have lagged behind economic changes. Indeed, rather than China adapting to the Western model of bourgeois democracy, a Chinese social model combining authoritarian political control with economic dynamism may yet emerge as a serious alternative to it. Question 1. Assess the implications of China's economic transformation for the Marxist analysis of international relations. Question 2. What are the implications of China's rapid economic transformation for its role in global politics? Countries in the global north themselves appear to be succumbing to more politically and socially authoritarian tendencies. While it may be too soon to measure the impacts of the global COVID-19 pandemic, it is also hard to imagine that the way it has served to exacerbate pre-existing inequalities will not have long-term repercussions for a global system that has inequality at its core. See Case Study 8.2. Against this background, Marx is back as an intellectual force to be reckoned with. This is not only because there are some uncanny parallels between his own times and our own, both periods of huge technological, socio-economic, and political turmoil and transformation for Marx's life and times. See Leidman 2018. More fundamentally, Marx's forensic examination of both the extraordinary dynamism and inherent contradictions of capitalism has arguably never been improved upon. Its great strength is that it allows us to see how so many apparently different crises and instances of resistance from the global to the most. Case Study 8.2. The Global COVID-19 Pandemic. Daniel Defoe's account of the Great Plague that ravaged London in 1665 noted that the plague was chiefly among the poor. 350 years later, even if the geographic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic is far wider, with globalization enabling very rapid worldwide transmission in terms of its social impact, the pattern observed by Defoe remains largely unchanged. Whether comparing within or between different countries, it is the poorest who have tended to suffer most, with COVID-19 exacerbating pre-existing inequalities based on nation, class, race, and gender. In this way, the pandemic has served to confirm one of the most basic insights of the Marxist approach to international relations: our life chances are shaped to a very significant extent by our location within the global capitalist system. Even if northern societies differ considerably in terms of social welfare provision, a general pattern is nonetheless observable. During the pandemic, workers in the more protected and privileged parts of the economy, including academics such as ourselves, tended to be able to work from the relative safety of their own homes. Furthermore, those working on secure contracts often found themselves furloughed, that is, there was income supported either directly or indirectly by the government. By contrast, relatively low-paid frontline or key workers such as nurses, bus drivers, and delivery workers were required to daily put themselves at risk through close interaction with other members of the public. Furthermore, many of those on insecure contracts fell beyond the purview of furlough schemes and had to keep working to maintain an income. In other words, those who were already the lowest paid and most insecurely employed found themselves being put at most risk during the pandemic, whether to keep society functioning or to avoid destitution. Frontline medical workers during the COVID-19 pandemic. Addictive stock creatives / Alamy stock photo. Another striking feature of the global response to the pandemic has been the unwillingness of the countries of the privileged North to provide meaningful support to the global South. The various pledges of financial support that have been made remain largely unfulfilled. Even more strikingly, almost nothing has been done to reduce extreme inequalities in terms of access to vaccines. Thus, while a high proportion of the population of developed countries have now received multiple doses, vaccination rates in the developing world are dramatically lower. Part of the explanation for this is that governments in the global north continue to support pharmaceutical companies in their refusal to waive patents on vaccines, even where companies received government money to develop those vaccines in the first place. See Case Study 25.2. Setting aside the immorality of this position, given that in a globalized world even the most privileged will never be able to insulate themselves from the threat of the pandemic until the poorest are protected, this situation highlights another feature of capitalism emphasized by Marxists: its irrationality. Question 1. Evaluate the ways in which the COVID-19 pandemic has revealed inequalities at a national and global level. Question 2. What can we learn about the operation of capitalism from a study of vaccine availability in different countries? Watch the video on the online resources to see the authors discuss these questions. Personal and local link together. Thus, Even if Marx and Marxism failed to supply a prescription that would guarantee progressive social change, as a diagnosis of what ails us, they remain essential tools for those who continue to strive for that goal. Compared to liberalism and realism, see CHS 7 and 9, Marxist thought presents a rather unfamiliar view of international relations. While the former portray world politics in ways that resonate with those presented in the foreign news pages, Marxist theories aim to expose a deeper, underlying, indeed hidden truth. This is that the familiar events of world politics, wars, treaties, international aid operations all occur within structures that have an enormous influence on those events. These are the structures of a global capitalist system. Any attempt to understand world politics must be based on a broader understanding of the processes operating in global capitalism. Marxist theories are also discomfiting, for they argue that the effects of global capitalism are to ensure that the powerful and wealthy prosper at the expense of the powerless and the poor. We are all aware that there is gross inequality in the world. Statistics concerning the human costs of poverty are numbing in their awfulness. Global poverty is further discussed in CH 27. Marxist theorists argue that the relative prosperity of the few is dependent on the destitution of the many. In Marx's own words, accumulation of wealth at one pole is, therefore, at the same time accumulation of misery, agony of toil, slavery, ignorance, brutality at the opposite pole. Section 8.2 outlines some of the central features of the Marxist approach. Following from this, subsequent sections will explore some of the most important strands in contemporary Marx-inspired thinking about world politics. Given, however, the richness and variety of Marxist thinking about world politics, the account that follows is inevitably destined to be partial and to some extent arbitrary. Our aim is to provide a route map that we hope will encourage readers to explore further the work of Marx and of those who have built on the foundations he laid. 8.2 The essential elements of Marxist theories of world politics. In his inaugural address to the Working Men's International Association in London in 1864, Karl Marx told his audience that history had taught the working classes the duty to master for themselves the mysteries of international politics. However, despite the fact that Marx himself wrote copiously about international affairs, C.K. Anderson 2010, most of this writing was journalistic in character. He did not incorporate the international dimension into his theoretical mapping of the contours of capitalism. This omission should perhaps not surprise us. The staggering ambition of the theoretical enterprise in which he was engaged, as well as the nature of his own methodology, inevitably meant that Marx's work would be contingent and unfinished. Marx was an enormously prolific writer, and his ideas developed and changed over time. Hence, it is not surprising that his legacy has been open to numerous interpretations. In addition, real-world developments have also led to the revision of his ideas in the light of experience. Various schools of thought have emerged that claim Marx as a direct inspiration, or whose work can be linked to Marx's legacy. Before discussing what is distinctive about these approaches, it is important to examine the essential common elements that connect them. First, all the theorists discussed in this chapter share with Marx the view that the social world should be analyzed as a totality. The academic division of the social world into different areas of inquiry, history, philosophy, economics, political science, sociology, international relations, etc., is both arbitrary and unhelpful. None can be understood without knowledge of the others. The social world has to be studied as a whole. Given the scale and complexity of the social world, this exhortation clearly makes great demands of the analyst. Nonetheless, for Marxist theorists, the disciplinary boundaries that characterize the contemporary social sciences need to be transcended if we are to generate a proper understanding of the dynamics of world politics. Another key element of Marxist thought is the materialist conception of history, or historical materialism. The central contention here is that processes of historical change are ultimately a reflection of the economic development of society. That is, economic development is effectively the motor of history. The central dynamic that Marx identifies is tension between the means of production and relations of production that together form the economic base of a given society. As the means of production develop, for example through technological advancement, previous relations of production become outmoded, and indeed become fetters restricting the most effective utilization of the new productive capacity. This in turn leads to a process of social change whereby relations of production are transformed in order to better accommodate the new configuration of means. Developments in the economic base act as a catalyst for the broader transformation of society as a whole. This is because, as Marx argues in the preface to his contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, the mode of production of material life conditions. The social, political, and intellectual life process in general Marx 1970, 1859, 20-1. Thus, the legal, political, and cultural institutions and practices of a given society reflect and reinforce in a more or less mediated form the pattern of power and control in the economy. It follows logically, therefore, that change in the economic base ultimately leads to change in the legal and political superstructure. For a diagrammatical representation of the base superstructure model, see Figure 8.1. The relationship between the base and superstructure is one of the key areas of discussion in Marxism, and for critics of Marxist approaches. Class plays a key role in Marxist analysis. In contrast to liberals, who believe that there is an essential harmony of interest between various social groups, Marxists hold that society is systematically prone to class conflict. Indeed, in the Communist Manifesto, which Marx co-authored with Engels, it is argued that the history of all hitherto existing societies is the history of class struggle. Marx and Engels 1967-1848. In capitalist society, the main axis of conflict is between the bourgeoisie, the capitalists, and the proletariat, the workers. Despite his commitment to rigorous scholarship, Marx did not think it either possible or desirable for the analyst to remain a detached or neutral observer of this great clash between capital and labor. He argued that philosophers have only interpreted the world in various ways. The point, however, is to change it. Marx was committed to the cause of emancipation. He was not interested in developing an understanding of the dynamics of capitalist society simply for the sake of it. Rather, he expected such an understanding to make it easier to overthrow the prevailing order and replace it with a communist society, a society in which wage labor and private property are abolished and social relations transformed. It is important to emphasize that the essential elements of Marxist thought, all too briefly discussed in this section, are also fundamentally contested. That is, Figure 8.1, the base superstructure model. They are subject to much discussion and disagreement even among contemporary writers who have been influenced by Marxist writings. There is disagreement as to how these ideas and concepts should be interpreted and how they should be put into operation. Analysts also differ over which elements of Marxist thought are most relevant, which have been proven to be mistaken, and which should now be considered as outmoded or in need of radical overhaul. Moreover, they diverge substantially in terms of their attitudes to the legacy of Marx's ideas. The work of the new Marxists, for example, draws more directly on Marx's original ideas than does the work of the critical theorists. 8.3 Marx internationalized, from imperialism to world systems theory. Although Marx was clearly aware of the international and expansive character of capitalism, his key work, Capital, focuses on the development and characteristics of 19th-century British capitalism. At the start of the 20th century, a number of writers took on the task of developing analyses that incorporated the implications of capitalism's transborder characteristics, in particular imperialism, see Brewer 1990. Rosa Luxemburg was a major contributor to these debates. Her 1913 book, The Accumulation of Capital, Luxemburg 2003, 1913, argued that by analyzing capitalism as a closed system, Marx had overlooked the central role played by the colonies. In order to survive, Luxemburg argued, capitalism constantly needed to expand into non-capitalist areas. A 1917 pamphlet by Lenin, Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism, made similar arguments. Lenin accepted much of Marx's basic thesis but argued that the character of capitalism had changed since Marx published the first volume of Capital in 1867, Marx 1992, 1867. Capitalism had entered a new stage, its highest and final stage, with the development of monopoly capitalism. Under monopoly capitalism, a two-tier structure had developed in the world economy, with a dominant core exploiting a less developed periphery. With the development of a core and periphery, there was no longer an automatic harmony of interests between all workers as posited by Marx. The bourgeoisie in the core countries could use profits derived from exploiting the periphery to improve the lot of their own proletariat. In other words, the capitalists of the core could pacify their own working class through the further exploitation of the periphery. Lenin's views were taken up by the Latin American dependency school, adherents of which developed the notion of core and periphery in greater depth. In particular, Raoul Prebisch 1949 argued that countries in the periphery were suffering as a result of what he called the declining terms of trade. He suggested that the price of manufactured goods increased more rapidly than that of raw materials. So, for example, year by year it requires more tons of coffee to pay for a refrigerator. As a result of their economy's reliance on raw material production, countries of the periphery become poorer relative to the core. Other writers such as André Gunder Frank, 1967, and Fernando Henrique Cardoso, who was president of Brazil from 1995 to 2003, developed this analysis further to show how the development of less industrialized countries was directly dependent on the more advanced capitalist societies. It is from the framework developed by such writers that contemporary world systems theory emerged. World systems theory is particularly associated with the work of Emanuel Wallerstein, 1930 to 2019. For Wallerstein, global history has been marked by the rise and demise of a series of world systems. The modern world system emerged in Europe at around the turn of the 16th century. It subsequently expanded to encompass the entire globe. The driving force behind the seemingly relentless process of expansion and incorporation has been capitalism, defined by Wallerstein, 1979-66, as a system of key points. Marx himself provided little in terms of a theoretical analysis of international relations. Marx's ideas have been interpreted and appropriated in a number of different and contradictory ways, resulting in a number of competing schools of Marxism. Underlying these different schools are several common elements that can be traced back to Marx's writings: a commitment to analysis of the social world as a totality, a materialist conception of history, and a focus on class and class struggle. For Marx and Marxists, scholarship is not a disinterested activity. The ultimate aim is to assist in a process of human emancipation. Production for sale in a market for profit and appropriation of this profit on the basis of individual or collective ownership. In the context of this system, all the institutions of the social world are continually being created and recreated. Furthermore, and crucially, it is not only the elements within the system that change. The system itself is historically bounded. It had a beginning, has a middle, and will have an end. In terms of the geography of the modern world system, in addition to a core-periphery distinction, Wallerstein added an intermediate semi-periphery, which displays certain features characteristic of the core and others characteristic of the periphery. Although dominated by core economic interests, the semi-periphery has its own relatively vibrant indigenously owned industrial base, see Figure 8.2. Because of this hybrid nature, the semi-periphery plays important economic and political roles in the modern world system. In particular, it provides a source of labor that counteracts any upward pressure on wages in the core. It also offers a new home for those industries that can no longer function profitably in the core, e.g. car assembly and textiles. The semi-periphery plays a vital role in stabilizing the political structure of the world system. According to world systems theorists, the three zones of the world economy are linked together in an exploitative relationship in which wealth is drained away from the periphery to the core. As a consequence, the relative positions of the zones become ever more deeply entrenched. The rich get richer while the poor become poorer. Together, the core, semi-periphery, and periphery make up the geographic dimension of the world economy. However, described in isolation, they provide a rather static portrayal of the world system. A key component of Wallerstein's analysis has been to describe how world systems have a distinctive life cycle, a beginning, a middle, and an end. In this sense, the capitalist world system is no different from any other system that has preceded it. Controversially, Wallerstein, 1995, argues that the end of the Cold War, rather than marking a triumph for liberalism, indicates that the current system has entered its end phase, a period of crisis that will end only when it is replaced by another system. On Wallerstein's reading, such a period of crisis is also a time of opportunity. In a time of crisis, actors have far greater agency to determine the character of the replacement structure. In his final years, Wallerstein sought to promote a new world system that is more equitable and just than the current one. Wallerstein, 1998, 1999, 2006, Wallerstein et al. 2013. From this perspective, to focus on globalization is to ignore what is truly novel about the contemporary era. Indeed, for Wallerstein, current globalization discourse represents a gigantic misreading of current reality. Wallerstein, 2003, 45. The phenomena evoked by globalization are manifestations of a world system that emerged in Europe during the 16th century to incorporate the entire globe, a world system now in terminal decline. Feminist Marxists have also played a significant role in theorizing the development of an international capitalist system. A particular concern of feminist writers, often drawing their inspiration from Engels's 2010, 1884, work The Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State, has been the role of A particular concern of feminist writers, often drawing their inspiration from Engels's 2010, 1884, work The Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State, has been the role of women, both in the workplace and as the providers of domestic labor necessary for the reproduction of capitalism. For example, Maria Mies, 1998-1986, argued that women play a central role in the maintenance of capitalist relations. There is, she argues, a sexual, or one could say gendered, division of labor. First, women in the developed world working as housewives whose labor is unpaid but vital in maintaining and reproducing the labor force, and second, women in the developing world as a source of cheap labor. She. Figure 8.2 Interrelationships in the World Economy. Later argued that women were the last colony. Mize, Benholt-Thompson, and von Werlhoff 1988, a view that can be traced back to Rosa Luxemburg's claim regarding the role of the colonies in international capitalism. Luxemburg 2003, 1913. In the wake of the attacks of 9/11 and the subsequent response by the U.S. administration of George W. Bush, questions of imperialism returned to the political and academic agenda. A number of authors called for the creation of a new empire with the United States at its center, supposedly recreating the stabilizing and positive role that Britain had played in the 19th century. Ferguson 2003. A number of Marxist-influenced authors responded with critiques both of empire and of U.S. foreign policy after September 11, for example, Harvey 2003. 8.4 Gramscianism. 8.4.1 Antonio Gramsci. The importance of hegemony. This section examines the strand of Marxist theory that has emerged from the work of the Italian Marxist Antonio Gramsci. Gramsci's work has become particularly influential in the study of international political economy, where a neo-Gramscian or Italian school continues to flourish. Here we shall discuss Gramsci's legacy and the work of Robert W. Cox, the contemporary theorist who did most to introduce his work to an international relations audience. Antonio Gramsci, 1891–1937, was a Sardinian and one of the founding members of the Italian Communist Party. He was jailed in 1926 for his political activities and spent the remainder of his life in prison. Although many regard him as the most creative Marxist thinker of the 20th century, he produced no single, integrated theoretical treatise. Rather, his intellectual legacy has been transmitted primarily through his remarkable prison notebooks, Gramsci 1971. The key question that animated Gramsci's theoretical work was, why had it proven to be so difficult to promote revolution in Western Europe? After all, Marx had predicted that revolution and the transition to socialism would occur first in the most advanced capitalist societies. But, in the event, it was the Bolsheviks of comparatively backward Russia that had made the first breakthrough, while all the subsequent efforts by putative revolutionaries in Western and Central Europe to emulate their success ended in failure. The history of the early 20th century seemed to suggest, therefore, that there was a flaw in classical Marxist analysis. But where had they gone wrong? Gramsci's answer revolved around his use of the concept of hegemony, his understanding of which reflected his broader conceptualization of power. Gramsci developed Machiavelli's view of power as a centaur half-beast, half-man, a mixture of coercion and consent. In understanding how the prevailing order was maintained, Marxists had concentrated almost exclusively on the coercive practices and capabilities of the state. On this understanding, it was simply coercion or the fear of coercion that kept the exploited and alienated majority in society from rising up and overthrowing the system that was the cause of their suffering. Gramsci recognized that while this characterization may have held true in less developed societies, such as pre-revolutionary Russia, it was not the case in the more developed countries of the West. Here the system was also maintained through consent. Consent, on Gramsci's reading, is created and recreated by the hegemony of the ruling class in society. It is this hegemony that allows the moral, political, and cultural values of the dominant group to become widely dispersed throughout society and to be accepted by subordinate groups and classes as their own. This takes place through the institutions of civil society, the network of institutions and practices that enjoy some autonomy from the state, and through which groups. Key points. Marxist theorists have consistently developed an analysis of the global aspects of international capitalism, an aspect acknowledged by Marx but not developed in Capital. World systems theory can be seen as a direct development of Lenin's work on imperialism and that of the Latin American dependency school. According to world systems theorists, the three zones of the world economy, the core, periphery, and semi-periphery, are linked together in an exploitative relationship in which wealth is drained away from the periphery to the core. Feminist writers have contributed to the analysis of international capitalism by focusing on the specific roles of women. And individuals organize, represent, and express themselves to each other and to the state, for example, the media, the education system, churches, and voluntary organizations. Several important implications flow from this analysis. The first is that Marxist theory needs to take superstructural phenomena seriously because while the structure of society may ultimately be a reflection of social relations of production in the economic base, the nature of relations in the superstructure is of great relevance in determining how susceptible that society is to change and transformation. Gramsci used the term historic bloc to describe the mutually reinforcing and reciprocal relationships between the socio-economic relations base and political and cultural practices superstructure that together underpin a given order. For Gramsci and Gramscians to reduce analysis to the narrow consideration of economic relationships on the one hand or solely to politics and ideas on the other is deeply mistaken. It is their interaction that matters. Gramsci's argument also has crucial implications for political practice. If the hegemony of the ruling class is a key element in the perpetuation of its dominance, then society can only be transformed if that hegemonic position is successfully challenged. This entails a counter-hegemonic struggle in civil society in which the prevailing hegemony is undermined, allowing an alternative historic bloc to be constructed. Gramsci's writing reflects a particular time and a particular in many ways unique set of circumstances. This has led several writers to question the broader applicability of his ideas, see Burnham 1991, Germain and Kenny 1998. But the most important test, of course, is how useful ideas and concepts derived from Gramsci's work prove to be when they are removed from their original context and applied to other issues and problems. It is to this question that we now turn. 8.4.2 Robert W. Cox The Analysis of World Order. It was the Canadian scholar Robert W. Cox, 1926 to 2018, who arguably did most to introduce Gramsci to the study of world politics. He developed a Gramscian approach that involves both a critique of prevailing theories of international relations and international political economy and the development of an alternative framework for the analysis of world politics. To explain Cox's ideas, we begin by focusing on one particular sentence in his seminal 1981 article, Social Forces, States, and World Orders Beyond International Relations Theory. The sentence, which has become one of the most often quoted lines in all of contemporary international relations theory, reads, "Theory is always for someone and for some purpose." R. Cox 1981, 128. It expresses a worldview that follows logically from the Gramscian and broader Marxist position that has been explored in this chapter. If ideas and values are ultimately a reflection of a particular set of social relations and are transformed as those relations are themselves transformed, then this suggests that all knowledge of the social world at least must reflect a certain context, a certain time, a certain space. Knowledge, in other words, cannot be objective and timeless in the sense that some contemporary realists, for example, would like to claim. One key implication of this is that there can be no simple separation between facts and values. Whether consciously or not, all theorists inevitably bring their values to bear on their analysis. This leads Cox to suggest that we need to look closely at each of those theories, those ideas, those analyses that claim to be objective or value-free and ask who or what is it for and what purpose does it serve. He subjected realism and in particular its contemporary variant neorealism to thoroughgoing critique on these grounds. According to Cox, these theories are for or serve the interests of those who prosper under the prevailing order, the inhabitants of the developed states, and in particular, according to Cox, these theories are for or serve the interests of those who prosper under the prevailing order, the inhabitants of the developed states, and in particular the ruling elites. The purpose of these theories, whether consciously or not, is to reinforce and legitimate the status quo. They do this by making the current configuration of international relations appear natural and immutable. When realists falsely claim to be describing the world as it is, as it has been, and as it always will be, what they are in fact doing is reinforcing the ruling hegemony in the current world order. Cox contrasted problem-solving theory, that is, theory that accepts the parameters of the present order and thus helps legitimate an unjust and deeply iniquitous system, with critical theory. Critical theory attempts to challenge the prevailing order by seeking out, analyzing, and, where possible, assisting social processes that can potentially lead to emancipatory change. One way in which theory can contribute to these emancipatory goals is by developing a theoretical understanding of world orders that grasps both the sources of stability in a given system and also the dynamics of processes of transformation. In this context, Cox drew on Gramsci's notion of hegemony and transposed it to the international realm, arguing that hegemony is as important for maintaining stability and continuity there as it is at the domestic level. According to Cox, successive dominant powers in the international system have shaped a world order that suits their interests and have done so not only as a result of their coercive capabilities, but also because they have managed to generate broad consent for that order even among those who are disadvantaged by it. For the two hegemons that Cox analyses, the UK and the US, the ruling hegemonic idea has been free trade. The claim that this system benefits everybody has been so widely accepted that it has attained common sense status. Yet the reality is that while free trade is very much in the interests of the hegemon, which as the most efficient producer in the global economy can produce goods which are competitive in all markets so long as it has access to them, Its benefits for peripheral states and regions are far less apparent. Indeed, many would argue that free trade is a hindrance to their economic and social development. The degree to which a state can successfully produce and reproduce its hegemony is an indication of the extent of its power. The success of the United States in gaining worldwide acceptance for neoliberalism suggests just how dominant the current hegemon has become. But despite the dominance of the present world order, Cox did not expect it to remain unchallenged. Rather, he maintained Marx's view that capitalism is an inherently unstable system, riven by inescapable contradictions. Inevitable economic crises will act as a catalyst for the emergence of counter-hegemonic movements. The success of such movements is, however, far from assured. In this sense, thinkers such as Cox face the future on the basis of a dictum popularized by Gramsci, that is, combining pessimism of the intellect with optimism of the will. 8.5 Critical theory. Both Gramscianism and critical theory have their roots in Western Europe in the 1920s and 1930s, a place and a time in which Marxism was forced to come to terms not only with the failure of a series of attempted revolutionary uprisings, but also with the rise of fascism. However, contemporary critical theory and Gramscian thought about international relations draw on the ideas of different thinkers with differing intellectual concerns. There is a clear difference in focus between these two strands of Marxist thought, with those influenced by Gramsci tending to be much more concerned with issues relating to the subfield of international political economy than critical theorists. Critical theorists, on the other hand, have involved themselves with questions concerning international society, international ethics, and security, the latter through the development of critical security studies. This section introduces critical theory and the thought of one of its main proponents in the field of international relations, Andrew Linklater. Critical theory developed out of the work of the Frankfurt School. This was an extraordinarily talented group of thinkers who began to work together in the 1920s and 1930s. As left-wing German Jews, the members of the school were forced into exile by the Nazis' rise to power in the early 1930s, and much of their most creative work was produced in the U.S. The leading lights of the first generation of the Frankfurt. Key points. Drawing on the work of Antonio Gramsci for inspiration, writers in an Italian school of international relations have made a considerable contribution to thinking about world politics. Gramsci shifted the focus of Marxist analysis more towards superstructural phenomena. Gramsci explored the processes by which consent for a particular social and political system was produced and reproduced through the operation of hegemony. Hegemony allows the ideas and ideologies of the ruling stratum to become widely dispersed and widely accepted throughout society. Thinkers such as Robert W. Cox have attempted to internationalize Gramsci's thought by transposing several of his key concepts, most notably hegemony, to the global context. School included Max Horkheimer, Theodor Adorno, and Herbert Marcuse. A subsequent generation has taken up the legacy of these thinkers and developed it in important and innovative ways. The best known is Jürgen Habermas, who is regarded by many as the most influential of all contemporary social theorists. Given the vast scope of critical theory writing, this section can do no more than introduce some of its key features. The first point to note is that their intellectual concerns are rather different from those of most other Marxists. They have not been much interested in the further development of analysis of the economic base of society. They have instead concentrated on questions relating to culture, bureaucracy, the social basis and nature of authoritarianism, and the structure of the family, and on exploring such concepts as reason and rationality as well as theories of knowledge. Frankfurt School theorists have been particularly innovative in terms of their analysis of the role of the media and what they have famously termed the culture industry. In other words, in classical Marxist terms, the focus of critical theory is almost entirely superstructural. Another key feature is that critical theorists have been highly dubious as to whether the proletariat in contemporary society does in fact embody the potential for emancipatory transformation in the way that Marx believed. Rather, with the rise of mass culture and the increasing commodification of every element of social life, Frankfurt School thinkers have argued that the working class has simply been absorbed by the system and no longer represents a threat to it. This, to use Marcuse's famous phrase, is a one-dimensional society to which the vast majority simply cannot begin to conceive an alternative. Finally, critical theorists have made some of their most important contributions through their explorations of the meaning of emancipation. Emancipation, as we have seen, is a key concern of Marxist thinkers, but the meaning that they give to the term is often very unclear and deeply ambiguous. Moreover, the historical record is unfortunately replete with examples of unspeakably barbaric behavior being justified in the name of emancipation, of which imperialism and Stalinism are but two. Traditionally, Marxists have equated emancipation with the process of humanity gaining ever greater mastery over nature through the development of ever more sophisticated technology and its use for the benefit of all. But early critical theorists argued that humanity's increased domination over nature had been bought at too high a price, claiming that the kind of mindset that is required for conquering nature slips all too easily into the domination of other human beings. In contrast, they argued that emancipation had to be conceived of in terms of a reconciliation with nature, an evocative, if admittedly vague, vision. By contrast, Habermas's understanding of emancipation is more concerned with communication than with our relationship with the natural world. Setting aside the various twists and turns of his argument, Habermas's central political point is that the route to emancipation lies through radical democracy, a system in which the widest possible participation is encouraged not only in word, as is the case in many Western democracies, but also indeed by actively identifying barriers to participation, be they social, economic, or cultural, and overcoming them. For Habermas and his many followers, participation is not to be confined within the borders of a particular sovereign state. Rights and obligations extend beyond state frontiers. This, of course, leads Habermas directly to the concerns of international relations, and it is striking that his recent writings have begun to focus on the international realm. In particular, he has become an impassioned defender of European integration. However, thus far, the most systematic attempt to think through some of the key issues in world politics from a recognizably Habermasian perspective has been made by Andrew Linklater. Linklater has used some of the key principles and precepts developed in Habermas's work to argue that emancipation in the realm of international relations should be understood in terms of the expansion of the Linklater has used some of the key principles and precepts developed in Habermas's work to argue that emancipation in the realm of international relations should be understood in terms of the expansion of the moral boundaries of a political community. CCH 12. In other words, he equates emancipation with the process in which the borders of the sovereign state lose their ethical and moral significance. At present, state borders denote the furthest extent of our sense of duty and obligation, or at best, the point where our sense of duty and obligation is radically transformed, only proceeding in a very attenuated form. For critical theorists, this situation is simply indefensible. Their goal is therefore to move towards a situation in which citizens share the same duties and obligations towards non-citizens as they do towards their fellow citizens. To arrive at such a situation would, of course, entail a wholesale transformation of the present institutions of governance. But an important element of the critical theory method is to identify and, if possible, nurture tendencies that exist in the present conjuncture that point in the direction of emancipation. On this basis, Linklater, here very much echoing Habermas, identifies the development of the European Union as representing a progressive or emancipatory tendency in contemporary world politics. If true, this suggests that an important part of the international system is entering an era in which the sovereign state, which has for so long claimed an exclusive hold on its citizens, is beginning to lose some of its preeminence. Given the notorious pessimism of the thinkers of the Frankfurt School, the guarded optimism of Linklater in this context is indeed striking. Indeed, the increasingly obvious authoritarian tendencies pointed to in Section 8.1 may suggest a case for returning to the work of that first generation of critical theorists for ideas and inspiration. 8.6 New Marxism. 8.6.1 New Marxists. This section examines the work of writers who derive their ideas more directly from Marx's own writings. To indicate that they represent something of a departure from other Marxist and post-Marxist trends, we have termed them New Marxists. They themselves might well prefer to be described as historical materialists. One of the key academic journals associated with this approach is called Historical Materialism. However, as that is a self-description which has also been adopted by some Gramsci-inspired writers, the appellation may not be particularly helpful for our present purposes. At any rate, even if there remains no settled label for this group of scholars, the fundamental approach that they embody is not hard to characterize. They are Marxists who have returned to the fundamental tenets of Marxist thought and sought to reappropriate ideas that they regard as having been neglected or somehow misinterpreted by subsequent generations. On this basis, they have sought both to criticize other developments in Marxism and to make their own original theoretical contributions to the understanding of contemporary trends. The most outstanding advocate of what one might term the return to Marx is the geographer David Harvey, whose explorations and explanations of Marx's masterpiece Capital have reached an enormous online audience as well as being published in book form. See Harvey 2018. In another important contribution, Kevin B. Anderson's Marx at the Margins 2010 focuses on Marx's little-known writing on the world politics of his day to recover his ideas about nationalism, ethnicity, and race. 8.6.2 Uneven and Combined Development. Meanwhile, in a series of articles, Justin Rosenberg 1996-2013, also see Kalinikos and Rosenberg 2008, has developed an analysis based on Leon Trotsky's idea of uneven and combined development, which Trotsky outlined primarily in his History of the Russian Revolution. Contrary to the traditional Marxist line, Trotsky observed that capitalism was not having the effects that were anticipated. Certainly it was spreading around the globe at a rapid rate as Marx and Engels had predicted in the Communist Manifesto. However, Marx and Engels had predicted that capitalism would create a world after its own image. Elsewhere, Marx, 1954, 1867, 19, had stated that the country that is more developed industrially only shows to the less developed the image of its own future. Marx at this point appeared to have a unilinear perspective on historical development, and while there is evidence in some of his later writing that he became skeptical about this view, it was not an issue that he had time to develop. Therefore, it became Marxist orthodoxy that capitalist development was. Key points. Critical theory has its roots in the work of the Frankfurt School. Critical theorists have tended to focus their attention on culture, especially the role of the media, bureaucracy, the social basis and nature of authoritarianism, and the structure of the family, and on exploring such concepts as reason and rationality. Jürgen Habermas is the most influential contemporary advocate of critical theory. He advocates radical democracy as a means of unlocking the emancipatory potential inherent in the realm of communication. Andrew Linklater has developed critical theory themes to argue in favor of the expansion of the moral boundaries of the political community, and has pointed to the European Union as an example of a post-Westphalian institution of governance. A singular road with countries joining the process at different times. There was just one route through capitalist modernization, the path having been mapped out by Britain as the pioneering capitalist economy. While some countries would start the journey at different times, the sequence and destination would be the same. Trotsky's insight was that paths to development were indeed uneven in that different countries started the road to capitalism at different times and from differing starting points. They were also, however, combined in the sense that the development of capitalism in the states that had already started on the process had implications for those that followed. In other words, the context for capitalism in any one country would be set by all the other countries that had already embarked on capitalist development. Hence, the process in Russia occurred in the context of capitalist developments elsewhere, and particularly in Western Europe. The advance of capitalism can thus be seen as an international process, with latecomers having certain disadvantages but also some advantages. One particular advantage was what Trotsky called the privilege of historic backwardness, cited in Rosenberg 1996-7. Countries joining the capitalist road had the possibility of leapfrogging states that had started earlier because they had access to investment and technology that had not been previously available. However, this came at a potential cost, a distorted political structure. Whereas in Britain, the country on which Marx had focused his attention, the political system had evolved over a lengthy period of time and was relatively stable. In Russia, the political structure that emerged from a rapid process of modernization was highly unstable. It was characterized by an authoritarian state leading the process of development in conjunction with international finance, a growing but concentrated working class, an enormous peasantry on which the state was reliant for raising tax, but only a small and weak bourgeoisie. Hence, the social formation in Russia was markedly different from that of Britain, and its structure made sense only in the context of the international development of capital. While Trotsky used the concept of uneven and combined development to analyze the events leading up to the Russian Revolution, Cameron Matten, 2013, has employed it to consider the history of Iran. Criticizing Eurocentric accounts of historical progress that focus on European states as the model for state development, Matten argues that while the study of international relations is crucial to understanding Iran's history, it has to be considered in conjunction with an assessment of Iran's domestic history. Matten shows how Iran's history is a complex interaction between its domestic social and economic systems and the priorities of international politics and economics. The country's historical progress has been impacted by both the influence of events such as the Russian Revolution and the economic and political incursions by European countries and subsequently the United States. This has resulted in a largely unstable combination in which attempts at modernization, for example by the last Shah, have faced a system combining a modern industrial sector, largely dominated by the state in collaboration with foreign capital, and a small cosmopolitan middle class along with a large agricultural and merchant class with established institutions and close links to the religious establishment. During the economic downturn of the 1970s and in conjunction with pressure from the U.S. Carter administration, this combination became increasingly unstable until the revolutionary overthrow of 1979. Development in Iran, then, Matten argues, can be understood only as uneven in that Iran commenced on the capitalist path at a later time and from a different starting point, yet combined in terms of the influence of already existing global capitalism. Key points. New Marxism is characterized by a direct re-engagement with and reappropriation of the concepts and categories developed by Marx himself or others. A new Marxism is characterized by a direct re-engagement with and reappropriation of the concepts and categories developed by Marx himself or other classic Marxist thinkers. One example of new Marxist scholarship is Justin Rosenberg's work on uneven and combined development, which draws on Trotsky's examination of the development of Russia in the global political economy. A uneven and combined development suggests that rather than all countries following a single path of economic and political development, each country's path will be affected by the international context. The uneven and combined development approach has been utilized to analyze Iran's economic and political development in the 20th century. 8.7 Conclusion. As outlined in Chapter 2, globalization is the name given to the process whereby social transactions of all kinds increasingly take place without accounting for national or state boundaries, with the result that the world has become one relatively borderless social sphere. Marxist theorists would certainly not disagree that these developments are taking place, nor would they deny their importance, but they would reject any notion that they are somehow novel. Writing in the mid-19th century, Marx and Engels were clearly aware not only of the global scope of capitalism, but also of its potential for social transformation. In a particularly prescient section of the Communist Manifesto, they argue, the bourgeoisie has through its exploitation of the world market given a cosmopolitan character to production and consumption in every country. All old established national industries have been destroyed or are daily being destroyed. They are dislodged by new industries, whose introduction becomes a life and death question for all civilized nations, by industries that no longer work up indigenous raw material, but raw material drawn from the remotest zones. Industries whose products are consumed, not only at home, but in every quarter of the globe. Marx and Engels 1967, 1848, 83-4. According to Marxist theorists, the globe has long been dominated by a single integrated economic and political entity, a global capitalist system that has gradually incorporated all of humanity within its grasp. In this system, all elements have always been interrelated and interdependent. The only thing that is new is an increased awareness of these linkages. Similarly, ecological processes have always ignored state boundaries, even if it is only recently that growing environmental degradation has finally caused this fact to permeate public consciousness. While the intensity of cross-border flows may be increasing, this does not necessarily signify the fundamental change in world politics proclaimed by so many of those who argue that we have entered an era of globalization. Marxist theorists insist that the only way to discover how significant contemporary developments really are is to view them in the context of the deeper structural processes at work. When this is done, we may well discover indications that important changes are afoot. For example, many Marxists regard the apparent delegitimation of the sovereign state as a very important contemporary development. However, the essential first step in generating any understanding of those trends regarded as evidence of globalization must be to map the contours of global capitalism itself. If we fail to do so, we will inevitably fail to gauge the real significance of the changes that are occurring. Another danger of adopting an ahistoric and uncritical attitude to globalization is that such an attitude can prevent us from noticing the way in which reference to globalization has become part of the ideological armory of elites in the contemporary world. Globalization is now regularly cited as a reason to promote measures to reduce workers' rights and lessen other constraints on business. Such ideological justifications for policies that favor the interests of business can only be countered through a broader understanding of the relationship between the political and economic structures of capitalism. See Opposing Opinions 8.1. The understanding proffered by the Marxist theorists suggests that there is nothing natural or inevitable about a world order based on a global market. Rather than accept the inevitability of the present order, the task facing us is to lay the foundations for a new way of organizing society. A global society that is more just and more humane than our own. In our world of multiple crises, Rosa Luxemburg's observation that we have a choice between socialism or barbarism appears more relevant than ever. The global economy is the prime determinant of the character of global politics. For economic power determines states' capability to project military power. Economic resources are needed to purchase military equipment or to maintain the research and development necessary to keep military capability at the highest level. It is no coincidence that the most militarily powerful states in the international system, the US and China, are also the most economically powerful. Periods of economic turmoil are linked to increased instability in the international system. The Second World War was preceded by a long period of economic instability caused by the Great Depression. Marxists, following Lenin, locate the cause of the First World War in the competition among capitalist states for control over the colonies. Since the economic crisis of 2008, international tensions have been mounting, particularly between Russia and the United States. By contrast, the long peace of the Cold War was marked by a period of relative economic stability. Capitalist interests determine states' foreign policy. For example, Paul Wolfowitz, who was Deputy Secretary of Defense in the George W. Bush administration, openly declared that the 2003 invasion of Iraq was about securing access to oil. There is a long history of large corporations influencing U.S. policy towards Latin America. For instance, United Fruit played a key role in lobbying for the overthrow of the Arbenz administration in Guatemala in 1954. Against, the balance of power determines the character of international politics. Periods of relative balance coincide with greater stability in the international system. The long peace of the second half of the 20th century occurred because there was a relative balance of power between the United States and the Soviet Union, particularly since mutual assured destruction meant that neither side could win a nuclear conflict. The current instability in the international system derives from the relative decline of the United States. The spread of democracy produces greater global stability. While we may not have reached the end of history, in Francis Fukuyama's term, the claim that democracies don't go to war with each other retains its validity, and democracy promotion is the best hope for a more peaceful and stable future. Europe, which is now a peaceful community of democracies, was historically the most war-torn region in the world. With the exception of the breakup of post-communist Yugoslavia, Europe has not experienced a major conflict since the end of the Second World War. Reducing state behavior to the expression of capitalist interests does not explain actions that appear at least partly motivated by genuine altruistic or other concerns. Behavior such as contributions to United Nations peacekeeping operations, for example, or pressure group-inspired debt forgiveness, cannot readily be explained in terms of the operation of crude economic interests. More controversially, it might even be argued that some behaviors such as the United States' continuing and largely uncritical support for Israel may well work against the state's long-term economic interests. Simplistic, reductionist readings of the influences on state behavior are almost always inadequate. 1. Does the balance of power provide a better explanation for periods of stability than economic prosperity? 2. Can state actions be reduced purely to economic interests? 3. What is the connection between economic power and military capability? Visit the online resources to discover pointers to help you tackle these questions. Questions. 1. How would you account for the continuing vitality of Marxist thought? 2. How useful is Wallerstein's notion of a semi-periphery? 3. Why has Wallerstein's world systems theory been criticized for its alleged Eurocentrism? Do you agree with this critique? 4. In what ways is combined and uneven development a useful lens through which to view the development of world politics? 5. In what ways does Gramsci's notion of hegemony differ from that used by realist international relations writers? 6. How might it be argued that Marx and Engels were the original theorists of globalization? 7. What do you regard as the main contribution of Marxist theories to our understanding of world politics? 8. How useful is the notion of emancipation employed by critical theorists? 9. Do you agree with Cox's distinction between problem-solving theory and critical theory? 10. Assess Wallerstein's claim that the power of the United States is in decline. Visit the online resources to test your understanding by trying the self-test questions. Further reading. Anderson, K. B. 2010. Marx at the Margins. On Nationalism, Ethnicity, and Non-Western Societies. Chicago, University of Chicago Press. A brilliant reconstruction of Marx's own writing on world politics. Brinkett, S. Lima, L. and Nunez, J. eds. 2012. Critical Theory in International Relations and Security Studies. Interviews and Reflections. London, Routledge. Interviews with some of the key proponents of critical theory in the field, along with further reflections both supportive and more critical. Cox, R. W. 1981. Social Forces, States and World Orders. Beyond International Relations Theory, Millennium, 10, 126-55. Cox's much-quoted essay continues to inspire. Derlugian, G. M. 2005. Bourdieu's Secret Admirer in the Caucasus. A World System Biography, Chicago, University of Chicago Press. This unconventional book is a dazzling display of the insights generated by the world system approach. Eagleton, T. 2018. Why Marx Was Right, New Haven, Connecticut, Yale University Press. A short, highly entertaining and deceptively erudite defense of the core tenets of Marx's worldview. Lenin, V. I. 1917, Imperialism. The Highest Stage of Capitalism, multiple editions available. While of limited contemporary relevance, it is still worth reading this once influential pamphlet. Linklater, A. 2007, Critical Theory and World Politics. Sovereignty, Citizenship and Humanity, London Routledge. An important book from one of the most influential critical theorists working on international relations. Marx, K. and Engels, F. 1848. The Communist Manifesto, multiple editions available. The best introduction to Marxist thinking. Essential reading even after 150 years. Wallerstein, I. Collins, R. Mann, M. Derlugian, G. and Calhoun, C. 2013. Does Capitalism Have a Future? New York, Oxford University Press. A fascinating exploration of the problems of contemporary global capitalism by prominent world system theorists and their sympathetic critics. Visit the online resources to access the latest updates in the field of international relations. Framing questions. What is the role of power in realist international theory? How do realists explain international conflict? Can realism provide a universal explanation of world politics? Realism, or Rosenbohm. Reader's Guide. This chapter discusses realism as a family of approaches to the study and analysis of international relations. Historical studies show that the realist school of thought in international relations IR emerged in the mid-20th century, but many scholars argue that the key tenets of realism, power struggle, statism, self-help, and pessimism about human nature can be found in the works of earlier thinkers and constitute a profound wisdom about international affairs. For many IR scholars, the realist perspective provides persuasive guidelines for practice and a powerful explanation for events in international affairs. The chapter surveys key aspects of realist international theory. It first introduces the theory of realism, see section 9.1, and its fundamental concepts, see section 9.2. Section 9.3 then examines the history of this theoretical approach. Section 9.4 focuses on geopolitics as a central part of realist thought in the 20th century. While realist theories typically share a core of common fundamental ideas, there are multiple versions of realist thought. Section 9.5 examines the main realist approaches in contemporary English language scholarship and provides insights on Russian and Chinese realism. Section 9.6 concludes the chapter by examining the relevance of realism for understanding international politics today. Visit the online resources to access an interactive timeline of how the discipline of international relations has evolved. Chapter 9. 9.1 Introduction. The tradition of political realism includes a range of theoretical positions that share key ideas but differ in the emphasis on and interpretation of these ideas. Typically, the realist tradition emphasizes the power-seeking behavior of human beings and the constant uncertainty of foreign politics. For some scholars, this renders realism a timeless and universal theory applicable in any time and place. Scholars and practitioners have found in realism a rational theory of foreign policy which aims to explain the world as it is and not as they wish it to be. Since the Second World War, realist approaches have influenced both the practice of international relations and the academic study of world politics. Indeed, for many decades realism was considered the dominant approach to the study of international relations in Western Europe and the United States. Boucher, 1998. According to a widely shared narrative in the academic discipline of international relations IR, realism rose to prominence in the mid-20th century in reaction to the failure of international organizations to end major war between great powers. British and American scholars such as E. H. Carr and Hans Morgenthau dubbed those who believed that international cooperation could prevent global conflicts idealists and utopians. These self-proclaimed realists offered an alternative view which placed power at the core of international politics. Malloy, 2006. Realism relied on national interests rather than ideology, sought peace through strength, and accepted pluralism in the international domain. Realist theorists embraced statism, highlighting the role of states over other actors in international relations such as international organizations, individuals, or corporations. On this early view of the history of IR, the debate between realism and idealism became a cornerstone of the academic study of international relations, and each theory represented an opposing paradigm, or an essential set of concepts that can be used to explain international politics. Since the 1990s, revisionist historians have challenged the historical accuracy of this narrative, suggesting that the distinction between realism and the opposing approaches is less clear-cut. Wilson, 1998. Schmidt and Gilhot, 2019. At the same time, the academic study of international relations has moved towards a post-paradigm era, which means that scholars tend to rely less on all-encompassing theories such as realism, liberalism, constructivism, or Marxism. Instead, they seek more nuanced and critical ways to analyze world politics. The contemporary importance of realism as an international theory remains, therefore, an open question. 9.2 Fundamental Ideas. Realism is a family of approaches marked by recurrent concerns and conclusions about international relations. There are no theoretical elements that can be found in all realist theories, yet realists characteristically argue that human nature and the lack of international government impose constraints on international relations, resulting in a primary emphasis on power and self-interest. Watch the video on the online resources to see the author consider what is realism? 9.2.1 Human Nature. Realists typically describe human nature as essentially selfish. In his book of advice for political leaders, the Renaissance political thinker Niccolò Machiavelli argued that men are excessively self-interested. 2019, 15, 13, 58. The realm of politics is, therefore, conditioned by the egoistic passions of human nature, see box 9.1. While Machiavelli did not reject morality as such or the duty to act morally, he argued that in international politics, where the political leader shoulders the responsibility for the state's security, a different conception of morality was needed. This type of morality is subordinated to the reason of state. It is judged by its consequences for the state's survival rather than by conventional ethical considerations or individual ethics. Knoll, 2019. Realists acknowledge competing conceptions of morality and conclude that human egoism and the lack of an international sovereign imply that the international realm is dominated by concerns of power and interest. Donnelly, 2010. They often object to political acts being measured by conventional ethical standards, drawing a substantial body of criticism from liberal theorists, see ch 7. Yet many realists reject views of human nature as immoral or exclusively egoistic and recognize that the quest for power is not the only motivation for human action. Niebuhr, 2011, 1944. Spickman, 2017, 1942. On the basis of this premise, the rest of this section examines 5 of the recurrent concepts that feature in many, though not all, realist theories. 9.2.2 Statism. Realists consider the state as the main actor in international relations. The fundamental trait of states is sovereignty, which is often described as the legitimacy to use force both internally and externally. Sovereignty means that the state has supreme authority to make and enforce laws within its territorial space. Realist theory assumes that the sovereign state can guarantee domestic order by setting up a system of law and enforcement, but argues that there is no sovereign authority to establish such a system in the international domain. Thus, in the uncertain conditions that characterize the international system, the state's primary aim is to guarantee its survival and security. For realists, the quest for survival in conditions of international anarchy and uncertainty raises the security dilemma, which argues that many of the means by which a state tries to increase its security decrease the security of others. Jervis, 1978, 169. As Robert Jervis and others, e.g. Hers, 1950, Butterfield, 1951, have argued, states cannot be certain about the ambitions and intentions of other states. When states resort to power accumulation for defensive aims, they may inadvertently appear as a threat to other states. Consequently, the other side might take countermeasures against these defensive measures, generating a spiral of uncertainty and hostility. These unintended dynamics can lead to a decrease in international security and, potentially, war. Tang, 2009. The security dilemma provides a theory of war and peace based on the interaction between states, in which anarchy, uncertainty, and fear influence state behavior and its outcomes. 9.2.3 Power. The struggle for power is, for many realists, one of the fundamental characteristics of the international system. Realists such as Morgenthau saw power as man's control over the minds and actions of other men and argued that the struggle for power is universal in time and space. Morgenthau, 1955, 1948, 26, 17. Consequently, international conflict is always possible. Political leaders can mitigate but not eliminate the risk of war. Thus, states typically operate in conditions of uncertainty about the power of other states and about their intentions to use power offensively or defensively. Jervis 1978, Van Evera 1999, 1-10. Power is a relational and relative concept. Power is exercised in interaction with other entities and measured in comparison with them. There are various ways in which realist theory proposes to assess and measure a state's power in the international system. Neorealists like Kenneth Waltz use the term capabilities to provide a more accurate ranking of the strength of states according to size of population and territory, resource endowment, economic capability, military strength, political stability and competence. Waltz 1979, 131. Box 9.1 Realism and Morality. Realists typically accept that international politics is based primarily on considerations of power, not on principles of justice. This assumption, however, does not mean that realists advocate in favor of immoral behavior or that they are impervious to moral arguments. Instead, realists often recognize the importance of conventional ethical considerations but claim that they have no place in international politics. Kennan 1985, Hobbes 2017, 1651. Some, including Machiavelli, see section 9.2.1, suggest that in politics, a moral act is judged by its contribution to the state's survival, thus endorsing a consequentialist view of morality. In his book The History of the Peloponnesian War, which is a core text in the realist tradition, Greek historian Thucydides considers the tension between politics and morality. In the Melian dialogue, which relates the Athenian invasion of Melos in 416 BCE, Thucydides describes how the Athenian envoys invited the Melian people to choose between surrender or destruction, arguing that only the law of the strongest can prevail in foreign affairs with no room for considerations of justice. Thucydides, however, suggests that the neat opposition between realism and morality is false. He shows that utopian thinking without concrete military capabilities led to the defeat of Melos, but also implies that Athens' misguided use of political power contributed to its later demise in Sicily. In the 20th century, realist thinkers such as Morgenthau and Raymond Aron, 1905-83, argued that interests of power and survival motivate states in the international realm. But political actors remain subject to moral judgment. Aron 2003, 1962. While principles of justice alone cannot direct foreign policy, they are still important for providing states with public support and legitimacy. On this view, military resources can be a token of a state's power even if they are not put to actual use, for example in the case of the deterrent effect of nuclear weapons, ch 30. This approach raises other difficulties, including measuring and comparing capabilities and resources and proving their impact on a state's military success or international influence. For example, India's large population has not, so far, translated to dominant political influence on international politics. 9.2.4 Anarchy. Many realists claim that international affairs take place in a state of anarchy. This does not imply a state of chaos, but the absence of political authority above states in the international system. The condition of anarchy defines the interaction of states in world politics, each striving to accumulate power to guarantee its survival. Realists believe that under international anarchy, states compete for power, economic profit, security, and influence. In other words, anarchy means that interaction between states is a zero-sum game. One state's gain is another's loss. Moreover, international anarchy increases the chances of war even in the absence of aggressivity or similar factors. Hers 1976, 10. When each state is focused on its own national interests, cooperation under anarchy, let alone arriving at a common agreement about shared principles, is very difficult. Neorealism sees the anarchic structure of the international system as the main constraint on state behavior. The pressures of anarchy condition state behavior more than the decisions of individual state leaders or domestic political factors. Waltz 1979. The principle of the balance of power, see box 9.2, is therefore the main instrument for states to guarantee their survival and security in the anarchic international system. Yet, as Jervis 1978 has shown, international anarchy and uncertainty may lead security-seeking states into costly spirals of mistrust and rivalry. 9.2.5 Survival. While classical realists such as Morgenthau emphasized the primary role of the struggle for power in international affairs, neorealists, see section 9.5.1, argue that the preeminent goal of states in the international sphere is survival. Thus, for Waltz, 1979-91, beyond the survival motive, the aims of states may be endlessly varied. Neorealists are divided in their interpretation of the ways in which states seek to guarantee their security and survival. According to one approach, defensive neorealism, states pursue power only to the degree that would guarantee their survival in a balanced international system of states or coalitions of equal power. See box 9.2. A different approach, offensive neorealism, argues that states seek to maximize their power beyond what is needed for survival and seek superiority rather than equality in the anarchic international system. According to Mearsheimer, 2001, 33 states quickly understand that the best way to ensure their survival is to be the most powerful state in the system. Box 9.2. The balance of power. The core proposition of most balance of power theories is that hegemonies do not form in multi-state systems because perceived threats of hegemony over the system generate balancing behavior by other leading states in the system. Levy 2004. 37. A state or group of states would seek to match its power against the power of its rival by building military and economic capabilities, internal balancing, and forming alliances, external balancing. This process would eventually generate a stable equilibrium in the international system, which could prevent conflicts. The term balance of power emerged in 18th century Europe when political thinkers sought ways to foster peace and stability among the European states. Malloy 2013. Later, it described existing and desired relations between European states from the end of the Napoleonic Wars to the First World War, when the British Empire was denoted as the balancer, using its political and military power to reinforce one side or another in the European state system. After 1918, the balance of power was reconsidered. The Second World War ended with a bipolar equilibrium between the United States and the Soviet Union, while the period following the breakup of the Soviet Union in 1991 is usually described as unipolar or multipolar. Little 2007. Classical realists, Morgenthau 1948, challenged the usefulness of the balance of power theory because, for them, it lacked a clear measure of power, wrongly assumed a tendency to balance over a tendency towards struggle, and ignored the role of common moral principles in fostering peace. Structural realists suggested that the international system has an inherent balancing tendency. Thus, for Waltz, 1979, 127, when two international coalitions are formed, secondary states freely choose to join the weaker party to avoid being threatened by the stronger one. Others, like John Mearsheimer, 2001, acknowledge that aspiring powers may actively challenge the existing equilibrium to attain a hegemonic position. With no single definition of the balance of power, some scholars have described it as a useful metaphor for thinking about the international structure. Yet others doubt the theory's usefulness and its universal applicability, suggesting that it should be integrated with other perspectives on hegemony and power. Walforth et al. 2007. The emphasis on survival among defensive neorealists has been criticized by other realists for its status quo bias. These realists argue that states adopt revisionist goals that seek to transform the balance of power rather than merely guarantee their own survival through aggressive expansion. Schweller 1996. Although the quest for survival means that war is always possible, some realists seek ways to prevent it by claiming that states may achieve security through cooperation. Jervis 1978. Jervis's theoretical proposals generated defense theory, which contends that when it is relatively easy for a state to attack, this makes war more probable, but when the defense has the advantage, this decreases the probability of war. Then Evera 1999. This theory provides an optimistic perspective on state survival and war prevention that has informed foreign policy analysis. 9.2.6 Self-help. The principle of state action in the international domain is self-help. Under international anarchy without a central authority, each state is responsible for its own security and well-being. According to realists, international organizations such as the United Nations cannot provide a sufficient guarantee of state security or even survival. Therefore, in a system characterized by uncertainty and self-interest, states can rely only on themselves. They must define their own political objectives, and they should increase their power capabilities or join an alliance to defend themselves against external threats. Waltz 1979. 107. 9.3 Realism in historical perspective. In the years following the Second World War, realism emerged as an approach to the study of international relations in the United States and Britain. Realism is in fact a product of the 20th century, yet realists often claim that their ideas rely on an ancient tradition of thought and turn to historical thinkers whose works have attained the status of classics for descriptive insights about the world as it is, positive realist theory, and prescriptions for how leaders should act, normative realist theory. Although not all scholars who are today considered as part of IR's realist canon would have defined their work as such, their ideas continue to influence contemporary thinking about world politics from a realist perspective. M. Williams 2004. Recent scholarship has sought to diversify existing narratives on the historical development of realist IR theory, showing the relevance of this theoretical tradition to a range of geographical and cultural contexts beyond the West. This section provides an overview of key thinkers who have become part of the realist tradition of thought in international relations and continue to influence scholars today, see section 9.3.1, and includes a brief historical account of realism in the academic study of international relations, see section 9.3.2. 9.3.1 Realism before Realism. Ideas associated with the realist tradition have existed in political thought since before the foundation of international relations as an academic discipline in the 20th century. Figures such as the Indian political thinker Kautilya, 4th century BCE, see case study 9.1, the Greek historian Thucydides, 460 to 400 BCE, the Arab historian and sociologist Ibn. Key points. While realism is a diverse approach, 6 central concepts are shared by most realist thinkers: a pessimistic view of human nature, power, anarchy, statism, survival, and self-help. Power is often defined in terms of resources, military capability, gross national product, and population, which realists believe translate into political influence. Anarchy refers to the lack of a central political authority in the international sphere, which means that states must pursue their own interests to guarantee their survival. Statism is the doctrine which argues that states are the main actors in international relations at the expense of individuals and international organizations. Statism means that the sovereign state has supreme authority within its territorial space and operates in an anarchic international system. The ultimate concern of the state is its own security and survival, although some realists, for example Mearsheimer, argue that states act to maximize power beyond what is necessary for their survival. Self-help refers to the belief that each state is responsible for its own security and survival, as other states cannot be trusted and international organizations are too weak. Caldun, 1332 to 1406, the Florentine thinker Niccolò Machiavelli, 1469 to 1527, and the English philosopher Thomas Hobbes, 1588 to 1679, have all been associated with a positive or normative realist perspective on international affairs. These thinkers embraced a pessimistic view of human nature, arguing that war was the natural state of human existence, and prioritized self-interest and power as the defining elements in politics, see box 9.1. Realists have often depicted the international realm as anarchical and governed not by law but by the will of the strongest, generating a constant risk of war. Ibn Khaldun, 2020, 223, a Muslim scholar of the early modern period, suggested that wars and different kinds of fighting have occurred in the world ever since God created it. It is something natural among human beings, no nation or generation is free from it. Thus, he claimed that international conflict can be attributed to certain characteristics of human nature which cannot be eliminated. Ancient political thinkers reflected on the struggle for power as a central attribute of politics. For Kautilya, a combination of human propensity to conflict and a systemic competition for power made war the natural condition of politics, see case study 9.1. Similarly, Thucydides considered the thirst for power and the need to follow self-interest as the defining elements of individuals and states alike. He recounted the Peloponnesian War between Athens and Sparta as an example of the centrality of power politics to human. Case study 9.1 Kautilya's realist thought. As key advisor to Indian King Chandragupta Maurya, c. 317, 293 BCE, Kautilya advanced a realist vision of politics intended to teach the king how to govern the first united empire in the Indian subcontinent. As an influential political writer in the ancient world, Kautilya endorsed monarchic rule but emphasized the importance of welfare provisions. His discussions of diplomacy and war offered a political analysis based on the notions of power, deceit, and harsh measures against opponents. He was recognized by Max Weber, 2004, 1919, as an early realist thinker who anticipated Machiavelli's theory of modern politics. In his treatise, Arthashastra, c. 300 BCE, which has been translated as The Science of Politics, Olivel 2013, Kautilya suggested that the timeless law of foreign policy was the quest to maximize power and self-interest. The book encouraged readers to take an active stance in politics, condemning those who rely on religion, fate, or superstition. While the king is expected to do what is right for his own people, morality and goodwill are irrelevant considerations in government. Thus, nations wage war or make peace according to their political, military, and economic self-interest and should expect other states to do the same. Similar assumptions can be found in the works of Thucydides, who wrote on great power struggle a century before Kautilya, and in the works of the Chinese scholar Han Feizi, written about 50 years after Arthashastra. Kautilya is most famous for his so-called foreign policy theory, in which one's immediate neighbor is considered as an enemy but any state on the other side of one's neighbor is regarded as an ally. He suggested that there are 6 possible forms of state policy: peace, war, neutrality, marching, alliance, and selective conflict strategy. These policies served the king to obtain the 3 goods of life: material gain, spiritual good, and pleasures. Yet since conflict was the defining feature of the international realm, a successful king must be able to overcome enemies to provide the goods of life to his people. For Kautilya, foreign relations consisted mainly of war and conquest, while diplomacy and alliances provided additional means to maximize power. The would-be conqueror shall apply the 6 methods of foreign policy as appropriate to the various constituent elements of his circle of states, with the aim of progressing from a state of decline to one of neither decline nor progress, and from this state to one of progress. The king who understands the interdependence of the 6 methods of foreign policy as explained in this treatise will bind other rulers by the chains of his intellect and can play with them as he pleases. The 6 methods. 1. Making peace is entering into an agreement with specific conditions, i.e. concluding a treaty. A king shall make peace when he finds himself in relative decline compared to his enemy. 2. Active hostilities is waging war. A king superior to his enemy in power shall attack him. 3. Being indifferent to a situation is staying quiet. When a king considers that neither he nor his enemy can harm the other, he shall remain quiet. For augmenting one's own power is preparing for war. A king with special advantages shall make preparations for war. 5. Getting the protection of another is seeking support. A king depleted in power shall seek help. 6. Dual policy is making peace with one king and war with another. A king whose aim can be achieved only with the help of another shall pursue a dual policy. Kautilya, 1992, page 563. Question 1. Is peace only attractive to the weak, according to Kautilya? Question 2. Does Kautilya believe that good state leaders can be moral? Behavior, and noted that the unequal distribution of power in the international realm further exacerbated warlike tendencies arising from human nature. Behavior, and noted that the unequal distribution of power in the international realm further exacerbated warlike tendencies arising from human nature. Thucydides highlighted a now famous example from the Peloponnesian War, in which Athens' attempt to expand its empire made the Spartans less secure, leading to a war. Ambition, fear, and honor motivated their conflict, which, Thucydides argued, ignored moral considerations with disastrous results. See box 9.1. The pursuit of glory and honor was an important motivation in international politics, according to Machiavelli, one of the first theorists of the modern state. See section 9.2.1. A leader's glory and honor depended on their ability to govern well and advance the common good, and reflected the state's power. Machiavelli, 2019, 15, 13, 50-53, 69-70. Thus, Machiavelli acknowledged that leaders waged wars not only for the security of their state which they were entrusted to defend, but also to aggrandize the state and their own personal glory. According to Thomas Hobbes, human nature and the lack of supreme authority were the main causes of war, which was only contained by establishment of the state. In his political treatise, Leviathan, 1651, he argued that during the time men live without a common power to keep them all in awe, they are in that condition which is called war, and such a war as is of every man against every man. Hobbes, 2017, 283. Thus, in the anarchic state of nature, the threat of war of all against all was ever present. For Hobbes, people agree to limit their liberty and confer power to the state in exchange for security that permits them to pursue higher human aspirations. Yet no similar authority is available in the international sphere, where states must perpetually struggle for power and security under conditions of anarchy. 9.3.2 Realism in the 20th century. The First World War gave an important impetus to the early academic discipline of international relations, leading greater numbers of scholars to the study of world politics, initially in the attempt to explain interstate conflicts and promote peace between the main imperial powers. As more universities engaged in teaching and studying international affairs, scholars sought to provide the new scholarly field with a solid theoretical grounding. International relations scholars like E. H. Carr, 1892-1982, Hans J. Morgenthau, 1904-80, and John Herz, 1908-2005, developed theories of international affairs which they defined as realist, emphasizing the importance of the state, power struggle, and a pessimistic understanding of human nature. Through a process of writing history backwards, they claimed a lineage with the historical figures discussed in section 9.3.1. In their teaching and publications, realist scholars Morgenthau and Kenneth Thompson, 1950, sought to enhance realism's authority and to establish a separate discipline of IR by depicting it as a theoretical approach that was universal. Their survey of almost entirely white, European and male canonical thinkers claimed that IR theory's intellectual roots lay in ancient Greece and Renaissance Europe. Recently, scholars have suggested that the standard canon of thinkers in IR fails to account for the wide variety of thinkers and approaches to world politics that characterize the early field of IR, a tradition invented for contemporary political and intellectual purposes. Ashworth 2013. Owens et al. 2022. Following the Second World War, IR scholars, including émigrés from Europe who joined American academia, developed classical realism as a theoretical framework to explain the fundamental laws of international relations. Thinkers in the classical realist tradition include Carr, Morgenthau, Herz, George Kennan, Henry Kissinger, Reinhold Niebuhr, Nicholas Spickman, Martin White, and Arnold Wolfers. Morgenthau, 1948. One of the leading scholars in this tradition, argued that international politics, like all politics, is a struggle for power, which in turn calls for an effort to maintain peace. Reflecting a key aspect of classical realism, he saw the pursuit of power as part of human nature and focused his analysis on the different forms that power could take in the international realm. Morgenthau outlined 6 principles of realism. Human nature generates the laws that govern politics. Power is the main concept in international politics. Power is an objective and universal category. No moral laws can claim universal validity, national interests are not universally valid, and politics is an autonomous sphere of human action. Morgenthau 1948, 4-15. He distinguished between the preservation of power, status quo, its augmentation, imperialism, and its demonstration, prestige. The ability of each state to pursue its own interests was limited, he posited, by the power that it possessed. See Box 9.3. The inevitable instability of the anarchical international system encouraged scholars such as Morgenthau to seek a global balance of power that could guarantee stability, at least temporarily. See Box 9.2. Yet in the face of the threat posed by nuclear weapons after 1945, Morgenthau abandoned the balance of power and proposed a form of global governance in its place. Craig 2007. For Herz, 1950, 157-180, the balance of power could not offer security against the violence and precariousness that characterized the bipolar system of the Cold War. By highlighting the fragility of the international system, Herz offered an alternative interpretation of realism which highlighted the irrationality of human nature. 9.4 Geopolitics. The study of physical space has been a central part of realist thought in the 20th century. Geopolitical thought emerged at the turn of the 20th century in the context of imperial rivalry. As European empires competed for territorial expansion, geopolitics provided a historical sociological explanation of international relations as well as a plan for political action. Inspired by German geographers such as Friedrich Ratzel, 1844-1904, the British geopolitical thinker Halford Mackinder, 1861-1947, suggested that geographical knowledge including, for example, topography, cartography, population density, and natural resources should direct the foreign policy of the British Empire. Based on cartographic analysis, he provided a power-driven interpretation of world politics aimed at extending and reinforcing the British Empire on a global scale. Mackinder 1904. In the United States, Ratzel's ideas inspired international thinkers including the geographer Ellen Churchill Semple 1863-1932. Who saw international relations as the interaction between the physical environment and competing civilizations. In contrast to Mackinder, whose geopolitical thought centered on the heartland landmass as the geographical pivot of history, the American naval officer and historian Alfred T. Mahan, 1840-1914, provided an influential geopolitical thesis focused on sea power. His major work, The Influence of Sea Power Upon History, Mahan 1918-1890, argued that the United States could no longer embrace a policy of international isolation, and aimed at normalizing the United States' imperial and expansionist aspirations. Reflecting his anxiety about rising Japanese power in the early 20th century, Mahan's geopolitical military strategy was grounded in white supremacist beliefs. He predicted a global race war. Ashworth 2022. The interplay of the natural environment and world politics interested both international relations scholars such as Yale professor Nicholas Spickman, 1893-1943, and Princeton geographers Harold Sprout, 1901-80, and Margaret Sprout, 1903-2004, who saw space as a condition of state power and endeavored to understand how material conditions could shape the international system. For Spickman, 2017, 1942, geopolitics was the core of realist thinking in IR because it formed the foundational conditions for political strategy. After the Second World War, Harold and Margaret Sprout reinterpreted Mahan's sea power theory to envision a new strategy for American imperial expansion overseas. Later, they described a two-way relationship between environmental factors and international relations, encouraging American scholars and policymakers to. Box 9.3 Key quote. International politics, like all politics, is a struggle for power. Whatever the ultimate aims of international politics, power is always the immediate aim. Statesmen and peoples may ultimately seek freedom, security, prosperity, or power itself. They may define their goals in terms of a religious, philosophic, economic, or social ideal. They may hope that this ideal will materialize through its own inner force, through divine intervention, or through the natural development of human affairs. But whenever they strive to realize their goal by means of international politics, they do so by striving for power. Hans J. Morgenthau, 1955, 1948, 13. Key points. Realist approaches to international politics have a long history, with scholars in diverse intellectual traditions advancing a view of politics as motivated by power and self-interest. Many ancient and early modern thinkers held a pessimistic view of human nature, where self-interest, fear, and ambition inevitably lead to conflict. Realism as an approach in academic IR emerged in Britain and the United States in response to the atrocities of the world wars, and many of its leading proponents claimed to be part of a longer tradition that included these earlier thinkers. Classical realists typically perceive power struggle between states as an important factor in shaping international relations. Consider the environment as an indispensable factor in foreign policy. Earlier geopolitical writers such as Ratzel, Mackinder, and Mahan embraced a conservative approach which emphasized great power politics, racial hierarchies, and imperial expansion. Yet alternative geopolitical visions of the relationship between nature and politics emerged after the Second World War, when thinkers like Merstate, 1905-96, offered a radical, anti-racist realist reading of geopolitics. Savage 2021, see box 9.4. For Tate, the greatest global threat to humanity is race war, a transcontinental conflict that humanity should avoid by rejecting racism and its practices of domination. The geopolitical approach to realism persisted through the 20th century when Jean Elston, 1941-2013, offered a gendered geopolitical reading of realist theory. Her feminist scholarship draws attention to the embodied and gendered world of soldiers in warmaking and to female experiences and motherhood. Her realism changes the level of analysis of realism, moving from the abstract scale of the state to the individual. Thus, she sought to blur the distinction between the private and the public when analyzing geopolitical strategy in war. Elston, 1995-1987. And Tickner, 1992, similarly highlighted and more powerfully critiqued the masculine aspects of realist IR theory and proposed ecofeminism as an alternative approach to the study of the relations between politics and nature. CCH 10. 9.5 Multiple realisms? Contemporary realist international theory is not a unified and monolithic theory but incorporates many different approaches. Realism has been described as a paradigm or a family of theories that are united by a set of shared ideas. See section 9.2. 9.5.1 Neorealism/structural realism. One way to differentiate between different types of realist theories is temporal. Scholars often distinguish between classical realism, which is associated. Box 9.4 Key quote. All over the world the peoples of color are aroused, although in varying degrees, to the imperium of the white nations. Once the colored races feared the white man, today that fear has turned to secret contempt. Once they were filled with terror at the white man's power, today they know that they themselves are power. Their past weakness has not been due to their lack of numbers nor to inferior physical stamina but to the fact that the white man had guns, cared little for God and much for his guns. Today the yellow, brown, black peoples know that the whites are in a minority with no special capacities, which mean innate superiority. Moreover, that minority is divided and is slaughtering itself. The man of color has participated in the wars and revolutions of the ruling nations and perforce has been initiated into the former dark mysteries of their armaments, economics, and diplomacy, and has thus come to question the reality of the white man's superiority and to contemplate the possibilities of attack and victories for himself. What is the alternative to the white man's refusal to assume the responsibilities for a global peace, for his refusal to abandon the old policy of putting limits on freedom for others? That alternative is an intercontinental war between the East and West, the greatest war the human race has ever seen, a war between whites and non-whites. That war will come as a result of the white man's unwillingness to give up his superiority and the colored man's unwillingness to endure his inferiority. Merstate, 1943, 521-2, 531. Key points. Geopolitics, or the study of physical space and its relationship to international relations, was a central part of realist thought in the 20th century. American geopolitical scholars drew on German thinkers to conceptualize foreign policy in terms of the relations between political power and geographical conditions. Geopolitical thinkers such as Halford Mackinder, Friedrich Ratzel, and Alfred Mahan advanced racist arguments as part of their geographical studies, aiming to sustain British, German, and American policies of imperial conquest. While some geopolitical thinkers like Nicholas Spickman saw geographic conditions as permanent and stable, others, such as Merstate, emphasized the dynamic and radical potential of geopolitical analysis. Realist thinkers such as Jean Elshton showed the gendered aspects of geopolitics, offering a feminist alternative. With the emergence of IR as an academic discipline in the mid-20th century, see section 9.3.2, and Neorealism/structural realism, which typically takes as its starting point the publication of Waltz's theory of international politics in 1979. Two influential approaches to structural realism in contemporary theories of international relations are defensive neorealism and offensive neorealism, see section 9.2.5. Inspired by new economic and social science methodologies, Waltz outlined an abstract model for the analysis of international relations. His realist theory was based on the view that the international sphere was characterized by a persistent structure of anarchy in which formally equal political units rely on their own resources to protect and advance their interests. Unlike earlier classical realists, Waltz's theory focuses less on individuals or on human nature and more on states, and specifically on the structure of the international system of states. The internal constitution of the state, whether it is democratic or not, matters less than its position in the international balance of power. While states have an equal place in the anarchical structure, they differ in their power, which Waltz conceptualizes as capabilities. Waltz's approach is often described as defensive realism because it suggests that states should adopt moderate and restrained policies to attain security. According to this view, the decisive factor in international relations is the distribution of power, or capabilities, across different states. Each state is concerned with its own survival and therefore worries about the possibility that other states may gain greater capabilities and become a threat. Thus, while states pursue power in the international realm, their goal is security and survival and not maximizing power for its own sake. The structure of the international system has a strong tendency to balance powerful revisionist states that seek to challenge the status quo through the formation of balancing coalitions. For structural realists, the number of great powers in the international system determines the overall structure of the system. In the contemporary period, we live in a multipolar order with several centers of power, see ch6, while the post-1989 era was defined as unipolar, dominated by the United States, see ch5, and the Cold War. Bipolar system was dominated by the United States and the Soviet Union, see ch4. A different interpretation of structural realism is the offensive approach of John Mearsheimer, 2001, who provides an alternative account of the dynamics of power in the anarchical system. Mearsheimer agrees with Waltz that the survival and security of the state depend on the structure of the international system, but doubts that this structure can generate balancing coalitions. Unlike Waltz, he suggests that the offensive pursuit of power is a central feature of international relations because, despite the often frequent and tragic outcomes of war, it provides the only guarantee of a state's survival. Mearsheimer argues that states must maximize their accumulation of power because of their uncertainty regarding the behavior of other states. In an anarchical system dominated by constant potential threat, states are rationally interested in maximizing their power in the short term to defend their interests and survival in a potentially hostile environment. Mearsheimer does not suggest that states should pursue power and hegemony for their own sake. Rather, the security dilemma implies that under anarchy and inevitable uncertainty about states' future intentions, being as powerful as possible is the best way to survive, Mearsheimer 1990. Under international anarchy, the fear for survival leads states not only to seek to increase their absolute power, wealth, and influence, but also to increase their advantage over other states. This is the problem of relative gains, which is a concurrent concern for realist thinkers Powell 1991, Grieco, Powell, and Sneidel 1993. More than liberals, realists focus on how the gains from cooperation are distributed among partners. They argue that if one state gains more than another, it will become more powerful and could eventually threaten its weaker partner. Thus, improving a state's position in absolute terms does not necessarily entail more security, Walt 1998. Other realists, however, criticize the distinction between relative and absolute gains, suggesting that states seek to gain more than their rivals in the short term out of conviction that these advantages will lead, in the long term, to absolute gains. Donnelly 2000, 60. Neorealism seeks to provide an elegant, simple, and abstract theory of the dynamics that govern the international system. Neorealists have drawn on rational choice theory, a methodological approach that explains social outcomes in terms of goal-seeking agents who act under constraints and which often stresses the benefits of simple, generalizable, and formal theoretical models. Some neorealists have employed to varying degrees mathematical models, game theory, and economic scholarship to develop theoretical knowledge about international relations, e.g. Schelling 1960, Cohen 1984, Oy 1986. During the Cold War, rational choice theory informed attempts to theorize strategies of nuclear deterrence and models that could predict the outcomes of government actions in a nuclear crisis. Allison 1969. 9.5.2 Neoclassical Realism. Neoclassical realism seeks to merge classical realism's emphasis on domestic institutions, leadership, and political perceptions with neorealism's systemic view of international affairs. Lobel, Taliaferro, and Ripsman 2009. It is also an effort to embed classical realist concepts in the rigorous scientific methodologies of neorealism. For neoclassical realists, structure is important, but so are the agents who are tasked with interpreting the structural constraints of the international system. Therefore, states do not always respond to stimuli from the international system or act to maintain a balance of power as realists would expect. Zakaria 1998. While accepting the priority of the anarchic international structure for shaping foreign policy decisions, neoclassical realists argue that the internal cohesion of the state and society can directly and causally affect how it behaves in the world and in ways that neorealists would not be able to predict by looking at the structure of the international system on its own. Unlike neorealists, neoclassical realists emphasize the role of poor decisions and ineffective bureaucracies in weakening the state regardless of its material power. Neoclassical realism draws on the work of earlier classical realists to contend that foreign policy experts shape decision-making through their interpretation of stimuli in the international system. Thus, neoclassical realists recognize that decision-makers, foreign policy institutions, and state bureaucratic structures must manage and channel material resources to achieve national interests. Walforth 1993. Yet, compared to classical realism, neoclassical realism puts less emphasis on human nature and the pursuit of power. Scholars have identified three types of neoclassical realism. Type 1 tries to explain foreign policy anomalies that are not explained by structural realism by combining the dynamics of internal state factors with structural realist analysis. Rose 1998. Type 2 neoclassical realists, Kitchen 2010, E. Gotts 2019, attempt to explain the broader foreign policy and grand strategies of states, not just their errors. They emphasize the structure, perceptions, and political calculations of leaders and states, accepting that irrational behavior constrains states' ability to respond to foreign policy stimuli. Finally, Type 3 neoclassical realists actively challenge the assumptions and claims of structural realism as a paradigm/theory of international relations. Ripsman, Taliaferro, and Lobel 2016. 9.5.3 Realism and Rising Powers. The realist perspective has appealed to many scholars trying to understand international affairs from the perspective of non-Western states. Chinese and Russian realists have examined the relevance of realism for explaining and guiding the foreign policy of their countries as new rising powers and for analyzing power transition in the international system. See Box 9.5. In China, the realism of Yan Xuedong 2020b embraces the fundamental tenets of classical realism, including the balance of power, state-centrism, and the pursuit of hegemony, to discuss the current challenges. Box 9.5 Power Transition Theory. Power transition theory, PTT, seeks to understand the changing structure and dynamics of hierarchy among states and how states compete and cooperate in the international system. In doing so, it highlights the importance of relative power relationships. It primarily examines why and how states gain or lose hegemony in a global or regional context. PTT is related to yet distinct from realist theory. Like realism, PTT finds that power is the currency in world politics. Yet PTT rejects the realist assumption that the international sphere is anarchical and assumes that it is ordered hierarchically. The theory highlights how domestic politics and interstate relations affect how states engage in world politics by shaping state identity, norms, and types of regimes. PTT attempts to outline what makes certain states great powers by analyzing their economic and military power and their ability to influence the outcome of events. Taman, Kugler, and Lemke 2000. By analyzing both structural and dynamic features in the international system, PTT offers a probabilistic theory that tries to predict when war might break out among great powers and their allies and among smaller regional powers. Like mainstream IR theories, PTT has implications for real-world foreign policy objectives. The current public and scholarly debate in the U.S. about power transition between the U.S. and China draws on PTT to discern what U.S. foreign policy ought to do. Graham Allison's 2017 work on U.S.-China relations argues that underestimations and misinterpretations among elites in both the U.S. and China make war more likely but not inevitable. He draws on economic growth data to suggest that China is a rising power and that it aspires to displace the United States. See Opposing Opinions 9.1. Opposing Opinions 9.1 Realist theory shows that China can become a superpower peacefully. 4. Economic development. In the past decades, China has developed its domestic economy and expanded its markets internationally. A. Goldstein 2005. China is now the world's leading manufacturing nation and is predicted to surpass the United States as the world's largest economy in terms of gross domestic product, GDP, by the early 2030s. China's rise through economic growth has not been nearly as competitive or dangerous as feared because structural forces driving major powers into conflict are relatively weak and allow for peaceful economic development. Gilpin 1981. As Kirshner 2012 argues, although American resistance to the hegemonic claims of China could lead to a violent clash, it may be avoided with good leadership that accommodates some of China's economic ambitions. Ideology of peaceful rise. As suggested by Zheng Bijian in 2003, China proposes to rise to global hegemony by assuming global responsibilities, building good neighborhood relations, and maintaining world peace. For some realists, this approach shows that China is not a revisionist state but wishes to uphold the existing status quo. Jalil 2019. China seeks to reassure its neighbors of its peaceful intentions by shelving territorial disputes to attain its bigger objective of global hegemony. For Schweller 2018, the unparalleled nuclear capabilities of the United States guarantee its security. Thus, if the U.S. leadership would be content with less global influence, which he argues to be the current trend, China's peaceful hegemonic claims could generate a new bipolar system. Effective soft power. Classical realists, Morgenthau 1948, saw diplomacy as an important means to increase political power. Through skillful international projects such as the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, the Belt and Road Initiative, and COVID diplomacy providing medical aid and preventive equipment, China is gaining international clout in its regional sphere, in Africa and in Latin America. Thus, economic and aid diplomacy provide China with important sources of hegemony. Cooley and Nexon 2020. Against. Economic competition could lead to war. Mearsheimer 2001 argues that economic capabilities could lead China to seek military and political hegemony to defend its interests. Such claims could shake the stability of the international system if the United States chose to deter China's ambitions and China responds with offensive action. Thus, economic competition could eventually lead to a military conflict. The hubris/fear paradox could prevent alternative solutions. For Robert Gilpin, 1981, emerging great powers who challenge existing hegemons risk undermining the stability of the international system. Following Carr, Gilpin suggested that revisionist states reject the power equilibrium and demand difficult political concessions from leading states. Carr 1946, Gilpin 1981, Kirshner 2012. Thus, China and the U.S. find themselves trapped in the hubris/fear paradox, in which hubris, arrogance, leads the U.S. to overestimate its power, and fear of appearing weak makes diplomatic solutions difficult to achieve. Mistrust between the U.S. and China could lead to spirals of tension. According to the security dilemma under international anarchy, mistrust between potential rivals can lead each state to seek defensive measures that its adversary may consider as an offensive threat. This dynamic can spark spirals of regional and global conflict. China's hegemonic claims in Asia may generate tensions with its neighbors who may perceive its growing capabilities as a threat. Christensen 1999. For Christensen 2002, the United States could act as an intermediary in regional conflicts in Asia to provide reassurance against conflict, but such intervention could also increase the chances of war. 1. Do you agree that economic influence can sustain China's peaceful rise to global hegemony? 2. Why, according to Mearsheimer, could China's growth lead to conflict? 3. How does the hubris/fear paradox increase the chances of conflict? Visit the online resources to discover pointers to help you tackle these questions. In U.S.-China relations. Drawing on Morgenthau, he suggests that both military capabilities and moral principles ground a state's claim to political power in the international realm. Rejecting the notion of a single comprehensive Chinese realism, he advances a vision of China as an authoritative yet humane world. Hegemon. For Yen, transformations of the balance of power depend not only on systemic factors but also on the quality and ability of political leadership. See Opposing Opinions 9.1. Modern Russian international theorists draw on classical realism to highlight the importance of national sovereignty, security, and power in international politics. Challenging the traditional divide between domestic and international politics, these thinkers embrace a particular Russian realism inspired by national moral values. Russian realists characterize their perspective as essentially defensive, using the notion of держава to capture the aims of a strong state, protection from foreign threats, and defense of national values. Often, these thinkers perceive Russia's historical position in the international system as peripheral and vulnerable, thus prompting an embrace of a politics of power equilibrium aimed at transforming the international status quo. Sigankov and Sigankov 2021, see Case Study 9.2. Case Study 9.2 Russia's annexation of Crimea. In 2013, demonstrations and civil unrest erupted in Ukraine following Russian President Viktor Yanukovych's declaration that he would not sign the association agreement that had been offered by the European Union, choosing instead to strengthen ties with the Eurasian Economic Union led by Russia. In February 2014, these protests culminated in a revolution ousting Yanukovych and replacing the Ukrainian government with a new pro-Western leadership. In response, Russian forces invaded and subsequently annexed the Crimean Peninsula. Ukraine, like most other countries, did not recognize this annexation and considered it a violation of Ukrainian sovereignty and international law. Russia, for its part, defended the annexation as based on the principle of popular self-determination as established by a referendum of the people of Crimea. This has heightened tensions between Russia and Ukraine's Western allies, the European Union and the United States, which continue, culminating in the Russian invasion and occupation of Ukraine in 2022. What explains Russia's decision to intervene in the Ukrainian crisis and annex the Crimean Peninsula and later invade Ukraine as a whole? According to defensive neorealism, Russia's actions in Ukraine reflect its concern with the expansion of Western military, economic, and political influence in the region. On this view, Russia wanted to maintain the post-Cold War status quo and considered the 2008 expansion of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, as a threat to the existing balance of power. The 2008 NATO summit declaration stated that the alliance welcomes Ukraine's and Georgia's Euro-Atlantic aspirations for membership. Additionally, the launch of the European Union's Eastern Partnership Program in 2008, had it been signed by Yanukovych, would have meant the further integration of Ukraine into the European economy. Finally, Russia has been concerned with the U.S. government's sponsorship of pro-Western individuals and organizations in Ukraine. Thus, some argue that Russia's occupation of Crimea and then invasion of Ukraine reflected concerns about its security following Western attempts to alter the stable balance of power. Mearsheimer 2014b, Kotiner 2022. Offensive neorealism offers an alternative interpretation of the Crimea annexation, which sees Russia as a revisionist power that aims to become hegemonic and overturn the post-Cold War status quo. Uncertain of the West's intentions, Russia, as a regional power, rationally chose to act aggressively and establish dominance over Ukraine. For some scholars, both Russia and the U.S. are revisionist powers engaged in an offensive realist spiral of mutual aggression. Seshentsov and Walforth 2020. Russia's strategic interests require it to deny the use of neighboring states as military staging areas by competing powers, secure lines of communication and transport, and maintain access to geographically important locations near its border. E. Gotts 2016. Russia's actions in Ukraine, therefore, were in line with its actions in Moldova and Georgia, which preceded the NATO expansion. Neoclassical realism emphasizes the relationship between Russia's place in the international system and domestic and ideational factors. Russia interpreted the influence of the European Union and NATO on Ukrainian politics as a threat due to domestic concerns about instability and foreign intervention, amplified by the authoritarian character of Vladimir Putin's government. In addition, nationalist sentiment in Russia amplified the threat, given Ukraine's historical and cultural significance to Russian national identity and the natural unity between the two countries. Given its self-perception as a major actor in world politics, Russia seeks to overcome the humiliation of the collapse of the Soviet Union, which Putin called the greatest geopolitical catastrophe of the century. BBC 2005. Question 1. Can Russia's actions in Ukraine be explained solely by the structure of the international system? Question 2. Do you agree that the Russian annexation of Crimea was a defensive war? Extraordinary meeting of NATO Ministers of Defense with Finland, Georgia, Sweden, Ukraine, and the European Union. Photo courtesy of NATO. 9.6 Conclusion. The realist approach to international theory emerged in a specific historical context. During the 1940s, American and British thinkers sought to respond to the supposed failure of international organizations to prevent the Second World War. With its emphasis on the inevitability of conflict and the eternal pursuit of power, realism seemed to provide a persuasive account of state action in the international domain. This chapter has shown that, despite its relatively recent origins, realist thinkers have claimed a longer legacy for this approach that places state power, anarchy, and self-interest at the heart of political behavior. Drawing on the writings of past political thinkers who engaged with similar topics, realists tend to see continuities as more important than change in international relations. One question for consideration is whether theorizing conflict from a realist perspective serves not only to maintain the international status quo but also to offer alternative visions of radical change, whether linked to post-colonial liberation or to global governance. Realism continues to be a major theoretical approach to international relations that includes a range of perspectives on politics beyond the state. Various interpretations of realism share common tenets, such as an emphasis on a pessimistic view of human nature, conflict, power, statism, survival, and self-help. While realists do not reject morality as such, they offer an alternative ethics in international politics which aims to guarantee the security and survival of the state. Although, for some, globalization's promise of prosperity, peace, and unity and its fundamental assumption of global interconnectedness were seen as the end of realist politics, realist thinkers have adapted their theories to current global political conditions. Realists therefore argue that the process of globalization has not abolished the political importance of states in either theory or practice. States continue to be the main actors in international relations. Unlike liberals who typically see the global dissolution of national boundaries and increased cultural uniformity as a promise of peace and harmony, many realists diagnose an increased international vulnerability. Realism recognizes the challenges of conflict, competition, and violence in contemporary politics and offers a vision of careful and responsible political action. Key points. Realism can be helpfully seen as a family of views, sharing key ideas but differing in the emphasis on and interpretation of these ideas. Unlike classical realists who focused on human nature as the cause of international conflict, neorealists point to the anarchical structure of the international system as the major determinant of great power war. Defensive neorealists, like Waltz, argue that international anarchy pushes states to secure a balance of power which sometimes demands internal state reforms. Conversely, offensive neorealists, like Mearsheimer, argue that state self-interest drives them to maximize their power and seek hegemony as the only means to security. Neoclassical realism seeks to address discrepancies in neorealist theory by embedding a broad range of unit and subunit level explanations of foreign policy decisions. Neoclassical realists seek to show that leader preferences, ideology, domestic politics, and perceptions are constraints on states' response to stimuli from the international system. Drawing on classical realism and Morgenthau's views, Chinese scholar Yan Xueting advances an idea of China as a world hegemon reliant on both military power and moral authority. Russian realists embrace a politics of power equilibrium aimed at fostering national sovereignty. 2. Do you agree with the conception of human nature in the realist approach to IR? 3. Do you think there is one realism or many? 4. How would a realist analyze the global political response to the COVID-19 pandemic? 5. How would a neorealist describe the international role of the United Nations? 6. What is the role of violence in realist international theory? 7. How does realism explain international cooperation? 8. What is Machiavelli's view on the role of morality in politics? 9. What is the influence of mistrust on security? 10. According to neorealism, should states be more concerned with relative or absolute gains, and why? Visit the online resources to test your understanding by trying the self-test question. Visit the online resources to test your understanding by trying the self-test questions. Further reading. Carr, E. H. 2016, 1939, The 20 Years Crisis, 19. Chapter 10. Feminism. Helen M. Kinsel A. Reader's Guide. Feminist international relations theories are diverse, proliferating, and transforming the field and practice of international politics. In different forms, they have been part of the field of international relations since its inception. Ashworth 2014. This chapter introduces the reader to international feminism, highlighting the gains made during the United Nations Decade for Women, 1975 to 85, in collecting information about and data on women's experiences, roles, and status globally. Feminist international relations theories that emerged soon after the decade's end drew from varieties of feminism and the wealth of knowledge developed during that time to critique the exclusion of women and gender from the discipline of international relations and the erasure of female scholars of international relations. Owens 2018. This chapter defines liberal, critical, postcolonial, and post-structural international feminist theories and illustrates the purchase they provide on issues such as global governance, war and violence, and international political economy. Visit the online resources to access an interactive timeline of how the discipline of international relations has evolved. 10.1 Introduction. The end of the Cold War and the emergence of new theoretical debates set the broader context for the revitalization of feminist theories of international relations. These two events, one global and the other disciplinary, together reduced the credibility of the dominant approaches in the discipline of international relations in two ways. Both the unexpected political alteration in the international system and the introduction of influential new actors in world politics such as international networks, non-state actors, and users of social media required new forms of understanding and new methods of research. Additionally, in the social sciences, explanatory theory, which holds that the world is external to and unaffected by theories of it, was rapidly losing credence because identity and cultural politics challenged its ontology, ways of being, epistemology, ways of knowing, and methodology, ways of studying, ch1. Instead, what is often called constitutive theory, which holds that the world is intrinsic to and affected by theories about it, was deemed the better choice because it eschews ahistorical and transcendental explanation. It also allows for the study of language, identity, and difference, all of which seemed necessary for understanding the complexity of world politics, in which struggles over social identities and cultural meanings are inextricable from demands for reforms in institutions and law. Feminist international relations theories are constitutive, interdisciplinary theories, and the only ones in the field of international relations that consistently prioritize the study of women and/or engage in significant debates over the meaning of gender, see box 10.1. The meanings of gender are contested in feminist theories and in feminist international relations theories. For now, we can start with Terrell Carver's 1996 statement that gender is not a synonym for women. Although more will be said on definitions of gender, see ch17, it is fair to say that at the start of feminist international relations theorizing, gender was understood to be primarily about social construction of biological sex differences. 10.2 What is feminism? An introduction to feminist international relations theories must begin with a working definition of feminism. There is no single definition of feminism, just as there is no single definition of liberalism or Marxism. Notwithstanding this, it would be correct to say that feminism is fundamentally rooted in an analysis of the global subordination of women which can occur economically, politically, physically, and socially, and is dedicated to its elimination. Feminism promotes equality and justice for all women so that women's expectations and opportunities in life are not unfairly curtailed solely on the basis of being a woman. Consequently, feminism is also an analysis of power and its effects. Feminism has contributed to the development of new methods of research and forms of knowledge. Box 10.1 The social construction of gender. Throwing like a girl is one way in which we can understand social construction. Having female sex characteristics is presumed to define the innate capacity to throw a ball. And yet we know that access to sports and training opportunities and expectations and encouragement to do so have nothing to do with biological sex. Instead, they have everything to do with social order and expectations. Therefore, throwing like a girl is neither natural nor accidental. Moreover, the very statement is laden with judgment as to the worth of such a throw. To throw like a girl is an insult. To throw like a girl is to be lesser in relation to throwing like a boy, supposedly its only and natural opposite. According to feminist theorists, these binary oppositions, in which the primary and superior one, i.e. man, defines the desired norm, i.e. masculinity, and the secondary inferior one, i.e. woman, functions as the failure of the norm, i.e. femininity, structure most social, political, and economic meanings. The opposition is not simply symmetrical but is also hierarchical. In other words, what we associate with masculinity is encoded as privileged and positive, while what we associate with femininity is encoded as subordinate and negative. This encoding devalorizes not only women but also racially, culturally, or economically marginalized men. Peterson 2003-14. For example, to be rational, autonomous, and independent is associated with men and masculinity, while to be irrational, relational, and dependent is associated with femininity. Feminists argue that these hierarchical binaries function as ahistorical and fixed, and they are presumed to be self-evident and universal. This constrains understanding of the construction of differences, which cannot be reduced to the simple opposition of men versus women because these binaries are falsely taken to explain differences. Making women's diverse experiences, roles, and status visible required that feminists re-examine and rewrite histories which either excluded women altogether or treated them as incidental, and that they reformulate basic concepts to address their gender definitions. For example, feminist historians reconceptualized conceptions of power to demonstrate how women exercised indirect, personal, or private forms of power when denied the opportunity to exercise power directly, socially, or publicly. In doing so, feminists have tried to understand what women are saying and doing, rather than relying on what men are saying about and doing to women. This effort had the effect of denaturalizing women's experience, roles, and status as simply given by their biological sex, instead exposing the ways in which social, political, economic, and cultural relations constructed interpretations of women's identities, experiences, status, and worth. Feminism informs both theories and vibrant social movements, making the interplay among theorists, practitioners, policies, and practice a vital part of its definition and generating an evolving sense of what it means to be a feminist or to practice feminism. Consequently, definitions of feminism have changed over time, reflecting changes in both social contexts and understandings of the situation and status of women. Issues of race, imperialism, and sexuality emerged in the late 1970s and early 1980s as they had in earlier decades of women's international thought. The early 20th century writings of Rosa Luxemburg, Emma Goldman, and Mers Tate bring this into particularly sharp focus, and they continue to inflect feminist theories and feminist movements today. See CHS 11, 17, and 18. During the late 1970s and early 1980s, both Global South and Global North feminisms struggled to accept and incorporate the experiences of lesbian/bisexual women into their analyses of subordination and into their movements for liberation, while women of color, in both the Global North and South, challenged white women in both the Global North and South to confront their racism and their privileging of white experiences as a template for feminist action. Although it may be harder to imagine now, lesbian/bisexual women were explicitly and implicitly asked to hide their sexuality for fear that it would jeopardize the credibility of the feminist movement. Cast as abnormal and deviant, lesbian/bisexual women confronted the homophobia of the feminist movement and questioned its claim to universal sisterhood. Trans women have been forced to do the same, confronting the exclusionary elements of feminist thought and holding feminism accountable to its claim of an inclusive, intersectional politics. Barbara Smith, an influential political activist and a founder of the powerful black feminist Combahee River Collective, see Box 10.2, wrote in the 1990s, "Feminism is the political theory and practice that struggles to free all women. Women of color, working-class women, poor women, disabled women, lesbians, old women, as well as white, economically privileged heterosexual women. Anything less than this vision of total freedom is not feminism." B. Smith 1998-96. 21 years later, she notes, gaining rights for some while ignoring the violation and suffering of others does not lead to justice. At best it results in privilege. B. Smith 2019. Similarly, women from the Global South argued that feminism as appropriated and defined by the West has too often become a tool of cultural imperialism. In the words of Madhu Kishvar, a pioneering Indian scholar and activist, the definitions, the terminology, the assumptions, even the issues are exported west to east. And we are expected to be the echo of what are assumed to be the more advanced movements of the West. Kishvar 1993. These critiques challenged the presumptions of particular Western, European feminisms that perjured, rejected, or colonized indigenous forms of feminism and ignored the legacies of imperialism and exploitation. Many women from the Global South were loath to define themselves as feminist. The great Nigerian novelist Buchi Emekita explained it this way: "I do believe in the African type of feminism. They call it womanism because, you see, Europeans don't worry about water. You were so well off, Emekita." Box 10.2 The Combahee River Collective Statement, United States, 1977. "We are actively committed to struggling against racial, sexual, heterosexual, and class oppression. Because the synthesis of these oppressions creates the conditions of our lives. As black women, we see black feminism as the logical political movement to combat the manifold and simultaneous oppressions that all women of color face. We realize that the liberation of all oppressed peoples necessitates the destruction of the political economic system of capitalism and imperialism as well as patriarchy. If black women were free, it would mean that everyone else would have to be free, since our freedom would necessitate the destruction of all the systems of oppression." 1990. The words of Kishvar and Emekita also highlight the disconnect that many women from the Global South felt about the agendas of Global North feminism. Who decides on the priorities of a feminist agenda? Is there just one? Who shares in it? One answer is found in the Women's Manifesto for Ghana 2016-2004, which identified a set of demands for the achievement of gender equality and equity and sustainable national development, drawn from the experiences of African feminists. It is difficult to convey the depth and intensity of these earlier debates among women and the intensity and nuance they expressed. Yet these tensions and debates informed the evolution of feminism and feminist movements as in a process not yet ended nor fully successful. Each strove for a more integrative understanding of women's experiences and status and, in particular, strove to gain purchase on the ways in which they intersected with other elements of identity such as race, sexuality, class, geographical location, and age. To understand women's experiences, status, and roles, the differences among women as well their similarities had to be at the forefront of any organizing. Thus, feminism is not only about asking, in the words of feminist international relations theorist Cynthia Enloe, where are the women, but also ensuring that her question is nuanced to ask which women are where. It was not until the 1970s that we were even able to begin to answer these questions, for until then we lacked the information to do so. The International Women's Year Conference of 1975, held in Mexico City, was the most visible origin of women's global organizing for the 20th century. As a result, in 1975 the United Nations formally designated 1976 to 85 as the United Nations Decade for Women. This was pivotal because it encouraged and legitimized research and action on the experiences, roles, and status of women globally, highlighting not only the stark absence of attention to women but also the magnitude of women's contributions. Research on women's lives and opportunities signaled the validity and importance of women's issues. If at the start of the decade for women, study after study revealed the lack of statistical data and information about women, by its end this was less true. Fraser, 1987, 21. It was during this decade that the United Nations Development Fund for Women, now known as UN Women, and the International Research and Training Institute for the Advancement of Women, INSTRAW, were founded, and the United Nations Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW, entered into force. Think about that. It was only about 50 years ago that the international community accepted and somewhat grudgingly that knowledge and understanding of women's experiences, status, contributions, and concerns were worth pursuing. The knowledge subsequently gained was groundbreaking, revelatory, and revolutionary. For instance, Esther Boserup's book Women's Role in Economic Development, published in 1970, challenged conventional economic and social development programs by proving that women were essential to productive as well as reproductive processes and to developing nations' economic and social progress. This led to an entirely new development agenda at the United Nations Women in Development. Until that time, international and national actors and organizations did not recognize or support women's essential economic roles, productive and/or reproductive. Moreover, the waged and unwaged work of women was seen as incidental to the overall progress and development of the state. Most significantly, the work undertaken during this decade exposed the fundamental inequalities of women's status and experience, both globally and domestically. To be clear, it was not that there were no international movements or organizations dedicated to increasing the opportunities and status of women before this time, for example, see Case Study 10.1. Rather, it was because the United Nations Decade for Women was the first extended period of time when the United Nations and its member states were forced to grapple with the experiences, status, and roles of women globally, as a direct result of lobbying by women and ultimately to take responsibility for alleviating the subordination of women. International Women's Day 2016 March held in downtown Toronto. WNN writes Ltd/Alamy stock photo. Thus, we can argue that women suffer global subordination because we now know through data collected over several decades that neither states nor households distribute resources and opportunities equally between men and women. Consider some relevant statistics. Globally, women earn 19% less than men, and while it was previously estimated it would take 257 years to close the global gender pay gap, the impact of COVID-19 added decades to that estimate. ILO 2018-2022, UN Women 2020a. In the United States, women make approximately 82 cents for every dollar that men make. When this figure is broken down in terms of race, African American women earn 62 cents for every dollar that white men make, Native American women 57 cents, and Latinas only 54 cents. Worldwide, women do 3 times as much unpaid and care work as men, which directly impacts their capacity to engage in waged work. Further, 40% of global economies have gender-specific job restrictions which impede women's ability to earn an income outside of the home, World Bank 2021b. In 2020, only 26 women were heads of state, while violence against women human rights defenders and women in politics has increased with the rise in authoritarian governments, UN Women 2020a. Kishi 2021. Gathering statistics such as these was and is crucial to feminist knowledge, politics, and practice. Thus in 2011, due to feminist organizations' work and lobbying, the United Nations recommitted itself to researching and collecting accurate statistics on women. This Case Study 10.1 Women's International League of Peace and Freedom. The Women's International League of Peace and Freedom, WLPF, is the oldest formal women's international peace organization in the world. It began in 1915 at an international gathering of women who had come together during the First World War, endeavoring to end that war and all wars. In the decades since, WLPF has been a strong and vocal actor in pursuing world peace through economic and social justice, women's rights, and disarmament. From its inception, WLPF articulated the necessity of including women and women's experiences in all elements of international and domestic politics. One of its first efforts was to ensure that the mandate of the League of Nations addressed the participation and status of women in international politics, and that the League undertook an inquiry into the legal, social, and economic status of women, the first of its kind. Throughout its history, WLPF has been forced to deal with many of the divisive issues caused by its original membership and organization as Western, primarily European, affluent women. However, as historian of its work Kittia Cecilia Confortini writes, even if WLPF was not founded as a self-consciously radical organization, it evolved into a leading critic of militarism, racism, sexism, environmental destruction, and unfettered capitalism, emphasizing the connection between all forms of oppression and exclusion. Confortini 2012, 8. One of its recent notable successes has been its leadership through its spin-off Peace Women in monitoring the Women, Peace, and Security (WPS) agenda. The WPS agenda is the result of the concerted effort of feminist organizations and civil society to educate the United Nations and other international and national actors and organizations as to the necessity of the equal and full involvement of women in all processes of peace and security. Since the adoption of the historic Resolution SC 1325 in 2000, the first ever Security Council resolution to directly address the role of gender in conflict. 9 more resolutions have advanced and detailed the ways in which gender, understood as one axis of difference, matters in understanding and resolving conflict. Although these resolutions have been widely hailed, there is a significant gap between aspirations and actual support, and implementation is plagued by a lack of political will and economic commitment by member states. Moreover, as women's rights become more contested globally, due in part to the rise of far-right and authoritarian governments, efforts have been made to weaken the WPS agenda and undermine progress. For example, SC 2467, 2019, which sought to further address sexual violence in armed conflict, was only adopted after explicit references to women's rights to sexual and reproductive health were omitted. Aolane 2019. Question 1. Wolf's trajectory has changed over its decades of activism. What might have influenced this change? Question 2. The WPS agenda has only taken root in the United Nations since 2000. What changes in international politics contributed to its introduction? An Italian peacekeeper paints on a wall of the United Nations Interim Force in Lebanon, UNIFIL, headquarters during the International Day of Peace in the southern Lebanese town of Nakira Mahmoud Zayat /Stringer/Getty Images. Commitment is all the more crucial considering the regressive gendered and racialized impact COVID-19 has had on equality and equity, and the particular burden borne by women of color globally. Oxfam 2021b. The United Nations Decade for Women sparked an outpouring of resources and information through the work of women's organizations, networks, and gatherings, as well as the flourishing of research and analysis on women's experiences, roles, and status. It could no longer be said that women did not matter to the study of international relations, or that feminists had no claim on influencing and explaining the events of international politics. And yet the discipline of international relations was silent. It was in this context that feminist international relations theorists began to make their mark on the discipline of international relations. Importantly, the revitalization of feminism and of attention to women in international politics that occurred during the United Nations Decade for Women does not mean that forms of feminism or active women scholars were utterly absent prior to this. As international relations scholars have demonstrated, the histories of feminist international relations and of women scholars were erased after the Second World War. Ashworth 2011, Owens 2018. Thus, the UN Decade for Women marked a revitalization of feminism and recognition of female scholars of international relations. 10.3 What is feminist international relations theory? Feminist international relations theories that emerged in the late 1980s arose from a disciplinary dissatisfaction with the conventional and dominant theories and methods of international relations. Feminist scholars had no interest in advocating or defending any particular dominant approach. Rather, the positivist, rationalist theories of realism/neorealism and liberalism/neoliberalism were seen as restricting the pursuit of knowledge about international politics writ large, as well as excluding different post-positivist approaches to international politics such as interpretive, ideational, or sociological approaches, see CHS 7, 9, and 13. Feminist international relations scholars pointed out that neither the positivist nor post-positivist approaches paid particular attention to women, much less to gender. To remedy this, feminist international relations scholars were intent on identifying and explaining how the essential theories, concepts, and case studies of international relations were, at the very least, partial, biased, and limited because they reflected only certain men's experiences, roles, and status. As Charlotte Hooper explains, feminist scholars made obvious how the range of subjects studied, the boundaries of the discipline, its central concerns and motifs, the content of empirical research, the assumptions of theoretical models, and the corresponding lack of female practitioners both in academic and elite political and economic circles all combine and reinforce each other to marginalize and often make invisible women's roles and women's concerns in the international arena. Hooper 2001, 1. While feminist international relations theorists first advocated at a minimum for including women in the study of international politics, it was with the full recognition that to do so was not simply to expand the scope of the field, but also to radically alter its predicates. The study of women would not only introduce a new subject, it would also demand a critical analysis of the presuppositions and presumptions of the existing discipline. Spike Peterson, 1992, describes these initial efforts as simultaneously deconstructive in their critique of the state of the field and reconstructive in introducing new methods and theories for understanding international politics. One of the most obvious examples of feminist international relations theorists' deconstructive and key points. Feminism has no single definition. Feminism is concerned with equality, justice, and the elimination of women's subordination and oppression. Feminism and feminist movements struggle with issues of inclusion and exclusion, specifically regarding race, sexuality, class, and geographic location. By asking not only where are the women, but also which women are where, feminism and feminist movements work towards overcoming exclusions. Without feminism and feminist movements, women's experiences and roles would have remained of little importance or interest to states. Feminism and feminist movements have succeeded in radically changing the understanding of international organizations and states regarding women's significance for and contribution to international politics. Reconstructive work is their analysis of the concept and practice of the state. Women have long been absent from or sorely underrepresented in institutions of state and global governance. Representation of women is one of the ways that the United Nations measures the degree of inequality within and across states. See the United Nations Development Programme Gender Inequality Index. The absence of women and/or low numbers of women in positions of government indicates a state that is gender unequal. Gender unequal means that not only are women underrepresented empirically, they are also neglected conceptually as their particular experiences and skills are not integrated into the practice of government. In addition, women are denied the social and political and sometimes economic power imparted by these positions. Once this was empirically demonstrated, feminist international relations scholars queried, why and how had this occurred? And why had the discipline, through liberalism or realism and its derivatives, not previously addressed these questions? One of multiple, complex answers pivoted on the very concept of the state itself, how it had been theorized and defined historically and politically. Drawing on feminist work in history, anthropology, and political theory, international feminist theorists demonstrated how the concept and practices of the state in its emergence, and even as it changed over time, consistently excluded women from full participation. In addition, feminist international relations scholars critiqued the discipline's uncritical reliance on such texts and scholars as Hobbes's Leviathan and Machiavelli's The Prince in articulating its basic precepts. Most immediately, as feminist philosophers and theorists made clear, these authors wrote at a time and in a context in which women lacked full legal status and were considered the property of a male guardian. Women were relegated to ancillary, privatized, and apolitical roles that undermined their economic and social stature and centralized male control. Broadly speaking, this relegation was justified through recourse to arguments that held that women were to be protected from politics due to their innate weakness and emotionality, rooted in their reproductive capacity. Feminist political theorists agree. The tradition of Western political thought rests on a conception of politics that is constructed through the exclusion of women and all that is represented by femininity and women's bodies. Shanley and Pateman, 2007, 3. Feminist theorists demonstrated that this tradition of thought, to which conventional international relations scholars turn, was fundamentally predicated on the absence and insignificance of women, as well as highly constructed interpretations of women's character and, essentially, reproductive heterosexuality. In fact, as Carol Pateman underscores, according to Hobbes, the subordination of women through heterosexual marriage is a necessary step in the establishment of civil society and eventually the state. She writes, through the civil institution of marriage, men can lawfully obtain the familiar helpmeet and gain the sexual and domestic services of a wife, whose permanent servitude is guaranteed by the law and sword. Pateman, 2007, 67. Thus, the state regulated that men were rulers and women were to be ruled through a constant state of legal and social violence. Consequently, the state could not be said to be a neutral concept or institution, but is a main organizer of the power relations of gender, in both its formal expression and effects. Peterson, 1992-9. Evidence of this organization of the power relations of gender emerges through an examination of how gender affects the beliefs about, and the institutions and actions of, soldiering and the military. Feminist scholars study how beliefs about masculinity and the roles men are expected to play as protectors of women and as rulers of the state directly impact conceptions of soldiers as male and militaries as masculine. Expectations and beliefs about masculinity are constitutive with expectations and beliefs about soldiers, such that states institutionalize militaries to reflect and consolidate men as soldiers, in part by excluding women from combat as incapable. As Megan Mackenzie demonstrates through her research in Sierra Leone and the United States, holding to this premise requires that we ignore the history and evidence of women's participation in combat. She argues that women's forceful exclusion from the military simply reaffirms male prowess in combat and persists primarily because of myths and stereotypes associated with female and male capabilities and the military's band of brothers culture. Mackenzie, 2015, 1. As Aaron Belkin points out, this construction of masculinity through the military also has repercussions on men who are not, in effect, soldiers in the band of brothers. These men must justify and defend their own manifestations of masculinity. Soldiers attain masculine status by showing that they are not feminine, not weak, not queer, not emotional. Belkin, 2012, 4. In this way, masculinity is dissociated from some men and is no longer their property by birth, and the fixed binary distinction of men, protectors/rulers, and women, protected/ruled, is shown to be constructed through the interaction of beliefs, institutions, and politics, which in turn informs and reflects gendered states. Now, the inclusion of women and the relaxation of the norms and requirement of heterosexuality in many state militaries points to the possibility of new configurations of the relationship among military, state, and gender. The simple empirical question initially posed, "Where are the women?" led to a re-examination of the historical, conceptual question of the state's formation and emergence. This, in turn, prompted investigation of the effects of the state's historical and conceptual evolution, which ultimately helped to explain the absence of women in state governance and the fundamental gendering of the state. The regulation of social and political relations that ground the state, marriage and the subordination of women, and structure the state, military, are fundamentally relations of power which take women and gender as central to their operation. This analysis also suggests that international relations scholars theorizing about state and militaries must deconstruct any facile notions of protector/protected as a natural relationship. Such a conception is decidedly not natural but legislated, and its effects lead to, for example, the erasure of violence done in the name of protection and violence wielded by women, as well as postcolonial feminist scholars detail, the intersection of gender and race in state formation and schemas of protection. Kapoor, 2018. 10.4 Gender and Power. Among scholars of gender, how gender and power are defined and understood to be related varies according to the conceptualization of gender itself. Birgit Locker and Elizabeth Prugel, 2001, distinguish the use of gender in at least 3 ways, each of which has implications for understandings of power. As they note, some scholars treat gender as an empirical variable that explains social, political, and economic inequalities, whereby gender is understood as the biological, sex, difference between men and women. Power, then, rests in social, political, and economic hierarchies. This is the approach of liberal feminist international relations. Others identify gender as a social construct that exists in social practices, identities, and institutions. Gender becomes the social interpretation of biological sex differences, and power rests in the practices, identities, and institutions that interpret and fix those differences. This is the approach of critical feminist international relations. Finally, some argue that gender is an effect of discourses of power. In this reading, gender is neither biological difference, nor is it the social interpretation of biological difference, but is itself constitutive of that difference. This understanding of gender identifies it as code for the operation of power, and gender becomes an analytical category that is not necessarily linked to male and female bodies. This understanding of gender requires thinking of gender as a useful analytic even if male and female bodies are absent. This is the approach of post-structural feminist international relations, CCH 12. Postcolonial feminism is defined less by its theorization of gender, as it encompasses at least two of the approaches critical and post-structural in its scope, CCH 11. Considering these differences in interpreting gender, it is logical that gender scholars rely on a diverse range of methodological approaches that examine institutions, agents, discourses, and symbols in the production and reproduction of gender in international politics. And, although this chapter discusses 4 types of feminist international relations theories, this is an analytic separation for ease of explanation. It does not mean that there are only 4 or indeed that these 4 are wholly conceptually distinct. Key points. Feminist international relations theories are deconstructive and reconstructive. Prior to the late 1980s, international relations theories did not consider the role of gender or of women. Feminist international relations theories introduced the study of gender and of women, and prompted a critical analysis of the existing discipline and its fundamental concepts, such as states and power, as defined by realism, liberalism, and their derivatives. Gender is not a synonym for women, but includes both men and women in its purview. Feminist international relations theories conceptualize the state as a gendered organization of power. 10.54 Feminist international relations theories. 10.5.1 Liberal feminist international relations. Liberal feminism challenges the content of international relations, but it does not challenge its fundamental epistemological assumptions. CCH 7. Liberal feminist international relations theorists advocate that the rights and representation conventionally granted to men be extended to women. To correct gender inequality, liberal feminists focus on changing institutions, in particular increasing the representation of women in positions of power in the primary institutions of national and international governance. They also highlight the need to change laws to allow for women's participation, which they believe will also correct the distribution of power between the sexes. A recent global initiative to achieve gender parity in international tribunals and monitoring bodies exemplifies this approach. Noting that lack of gender parity has serious consequences for international and national justice, and the underrepresentation of women in these spaces of noting that lack of gender parity has serious consequences for international and national justice, and the underrepresentation of women in these spaces affects democracies and the guarantee of people's rights. QUAL was founded in 2015 to advocate for change, QUAL-ND. According to liberal feminist international relations theorists, gender inequality is a major barrier to human development and leads to greater incidences of war and violence. In their book, Hudson et al. 2012 maintain that gender inequality, by which they mean the subordination of women, is itself a form of violence. Through a collation of quantitative data, available at http://www. The authors argue that the higher the domestic index of social, political, and economic inequality between men and women in a state, the more likely it is that force and violence will be used to settle disputes both within and among states. They contend, the fate of nations is tied to the status of women. Mary Caprioli, 2004, similarly claims that gender inequality makes conflict both within and among states more likely. For these authors, systemic gender inequality and discrimination against women are the root causes of violence. These are fascinating studies and are well received by policymakers and the discipline of international relations. They also raise important questions regarding what exactly is the mechanism by which gender inequality increases risks of violence. Is it, as Hudson et al. 2012 and Hudson and Den Boer, 2004, suggest, rooted in male sexuality and a surplus male population, and the evolutionary heterosexual reproductive practices? Caprioli cautions that, rather than focusing on the genesis of or justification for differences between the sexes, the more important question should concentrate on how those differences are used to create a society primed for violence. Caprioli 2005, 161. Other feminists comment that these scholars do not make clear why both questions cannot be investigated simultaneously. They suggest that a more comprehensive approach addresses questions regarding the genesis, justification, and use of the differences between the sexes, rather than presuming that we know in advance what these differences are and that accepting them is the necessary starting point. 10.5.2 Critical Feminist International Relations. Critical feminists question liberal feminisms for relying too faithfully on the neutrality of their methods, and for their vision of power as a positive social good that can be successfully redistributed without fundamental social change. Many of these feminists highlight the broader social, economic, and political relationships that structure relational power, and they often draw from Marxist theories to prioritize the role of the economy, specifically critiquing the dominance of capitalism as the desired mode of exchange. Critical international relations feminists, drawing on socialist ideas, pay particular attention to the unequal diffusion of global capital accumulation. As Iris Young puts it, women's oppression arises from key points. The definitions of power and of gender are linked in feminist international relations theory. There is more than one definition of power and of gender. The definitions of power and of gender influence the kinds of methods and analysis undertaken. Two distinct and relatively autonomous systems. The system of male domination, most often called patriarchy, produces the specific gender oppression of women. The system of the mode of production and class relations produces the class oppression and work alienation of most women. I. Young 1990, 21. Therefore, drawing from both Marxist and socialist thought, critical feminist scholars identify gender and class oppressions as interdependent and intertwined, CCH 8. Scholars including Sandra Whitworth, 1994, and Elizabeth Prugel, 1999, 2017, studying international institutions such as the International Labor Organization, ILO, the International Planned Parenthood Federation, and the World Bank, demonstrate how gender is produced and reproduced through the institutionalization of divisions of paid and unpaid labor. V. Spike Peterson's innovation of triad analytics broadens the view of institutions and economies by analyzing globalization through the intersection of reproductive, productive, and virtual economics on which the global economy rests. In her analysis, Peterson draws attention to the explosive growth in financial markets that shape business decision-making and flexible work arrangements, and the dramatic growth in informal and flexible work arrangements that shapes income generation and family well-being. Peterson, 2003, 1. The devaluation of women's work, the still extant differential valuing of reproductive and productive work, the double burden of household labor and waged labor that women carry disproportionately, and the massive global shifts in the structure of work itself all influence the worldwide feminization and racialization of poverty. Indeed, these factors help to explain why, worldwide, women and especially women of color were those who were most hard hit economically by COVID-19, UN Women 2020b, 2021a. Like postcolonial feminist theories, these critical feminist theories are wary of gender essentialism, which is the assumption of the sameness of all women's experiences by virtue of being female. They critique the normalization of white, affluent women's experiences as universal and instead highlight the dynamic and intersectional facets of identity, of which gender and sex are but two elements. Like postcolonial feminist theorists, critical feminist theorists also emphasize the tight link between feminist theorizing and feminist actions, in part due to their recognition that the marginalized, exploited, and colonized have much to teach about the violent practices of global politics in particular locations. Maria Stern, 2005, illuminates how the violence of war affects the intimacies of self and family. Stern questions why the experiences of Mayan women are not considered valid texts of world politics, as they illuminate the constitutive topics of war, violence, and security central to the discipline of international relations. Stern, 2005, 56. Critical and postcolonial feminists were united in their excoriation of the use of feminism, specifically liberal feminism, by former President George W. Bush and his administration to justify the ground wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, to distinguish the United States from those whom it targeted, and, subsequently, to appropriate the putative emancipation of Afghan and Iraqi women as evidence of their victories. According to many feminists, however, not only did this embedded feminism falsely claim a monolithic feminism to be wielded against a supposedly savage Islam, in order to once again save Muslim women, it distracted from the detailed empirical evidence that Afghan women are not now free from violence but rather continue to experience it in other forms. K. Hunt, 2006, 53. Kinsella, 2019. 10.5.3 Postcolonial Feminist International Relations. Postcolonial feminism links everyday life and local gendered contexts and ideologies to the larger, transnational political and economic structures and ideologies of capitalism. Mohanty, 2003, 504. focusing on the particular situations, experiences, and histories as materializing colonialism within these larger patterns is a means to confront the universalizing tendency found in much of feminist theorizing. Postcolonial feminism seeks to situate historical knowledge of the contours of colonialism and postcolonialism as intersecting with economic, social, and, during COVID-19, women were particularly hit by the double burden of household labor and waged labor /istock. Political oppression and change, highlighting the centrality of conceptions of gender and of women to colonial regimes and their continuing effects. Imperialism demanded complex household arrangements where white colonizers officially mandated a system of superiority and disdain against local communities and peoples. Yet colonization would not have functioned without these local communities and peoples, especially nannies, maids, houseboys, gardeners, prostitutes, pimps, soldiers, and other coerced workers for the colonial state. Agathangela and Ling 2004. 518. Rules governing proper and improper sex were key to the maintenance of difference between the colonized and the colonizer, and control of sexualities was fundamentally differentiated according to race and position. Only white men were free to have sex with whomever they so desired, often in exploitative proprietary relations of rape and concubinage with women of color. In contrast, men of color were policed as savage sexual libertines against whom white women were to be protected and preserved. Highlighting the link between individual households, materiality, and sexuality, postcolonial feminists remind feminism that not all women are colonized equally. Women from the global north benefited from imperialism as the inferior sex within the superior race, quoted in Petman 1996. 30. Postcolonial feminism takes as its point of entry the recognition that the feminism of the global north is rooted in and dependent on discourses of rights and equality that were, and arguably are, of preeminent concern to and defined by Western Europe. Ray Chow describes this as the Eurocentric, hierarchizing frame of comparison, a Chow 2006. 80. Postcolonial feminists also underscore that while colonialism and imperialism may be formally past, their effects are not. Norma Alarcón describes this as the cultural and psychic dismemberment, linked to imperialist racist and sexist practices that are not a thing of the past, Alarcón 1999, 67. Certainly, the expansion of characteristics said to identify the enemy in a time of global war rejuvenates and vivifies racial and colonial characterizations. For example, in the contemporary war on terror, the freedom of Muslim and Arab men and women, or those who appear to be so, is subject to increased scrutiny through policing and surveillance. The number of traits said to identify the threat traveling while Brown intensifies the alliances consolidated by race and class while testing those made only by sex, Sharma 2006, 135. Additionally, women from the global south are all too often depicted and treated as an object of protection from her own kind to justify the concerted efforts of white men saving brown women from brown men, Spivak 1988. 296. Thus, as feminist scholars note, the existence of those so designated as in need of protection frequently becomes a rationale for violence, as it did when the United States launched its ground wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. For this reason, postcolonial feminists resist the imposition of women's rights as all too often conceived in terms of paternal relations of protection and benign salvation rather than exercises of agency and sovereignty of women for themselves. Kinsella 2007, 218, see Case Study 10.2. The embedded feminism of the United States efforts in Iraq and Afghanistan obscured the decades of agency and mobilization of Iraqi and Afghan peoples on their own behalf. Instead, former President Bush and his administration, standing in for the global north, portrayed such efforts as the exclusive actions of the United States. In addition, postcolonial feminists suggest that the individualism and autonomy implicit in the definitions of rights and liberties are culturally ill-suited and that collective and relational rights are a better fit. Lastly, with the international community only now beginning to respond to climate change and the devastating impacts of resource extraction and environmental exploitation, postcolonial feminists call attention to it as another manifestation of the legacies of imperialism, see ch 24. They highlight its differential impact on the global south, the global poor, and specifically women and girls within those categories. Among the global poor, climate change disproportionately affects women and girls. They comprise the majority of the globe's small-scale farmers and are primarily responsible for producing food to feed their families and their communities. Yet women and girls are struggling due to climate-induced changes affecting temperatures, rainfall, disease, weather patterns, and crop failure which cause widespread food, water, health, and physical insecurities. For this reason, the 2015 Paris Agreement on Climate Change specifically identified gender equity and empowerment of women as fundamental to combating climate change, IPCC 2015. While recognizing this fact, postcolonial feminism cautions against the construction of women and girls as especially responsible for conservation, as being closer to nature, and as especially vulnerable, without any corresponding increases in their authority or agency. Aurora Johnson, 2011. 10.5.4 Post-structural feminist international relations. Post-structural feminism draws most specifically from the scholarship of Judith Butler. Butler argued, contrary to the commonplace and accepted definition that gender is the social construction of sex, that sex is in fact constructed by gender. As might be imagined, her argument caused no end of consternation, for it challenged the seemingly stable and shared attribute of a biological sex of all women. Without this fixed and permanent referent in sex itself, how could it be that women could exist, much less be united across differences of class, sexuality, race, and location? Butler explains that originally intended to dispute the biology is destiny formulation, the distinction between sex and gender in fact masks the cultural construction of sex itself. In other words, sex is not the foundation or origin of gender, but is itself an effect. To understand gender as a social category imposed on a sexed body assumes that the sexed body is itself not an effective power. Scott, 1999, 32. To help us grasp this argument, Butler introduces the concept of gender performativity, which simply means that gender is not what we are, but rather what we do. Cautioning against misinterpretation, Butler points out that gender is not simply what one freely chooses to do, it is not an unfettered performance, but that performativity occurs in highly regulated contexts, including that of normative heterosexuality. Socially, one becomes a woman by taking on the imperative to identify with the female/femininity and to desire the male/masculinity. This production of identity is not accomplished in one act, but rather requires constant iteration and bears with it the constant possibility of failure. As Sarah Solly, 2002, 58, explains, gender is a corporeal style, an act, or a sequence of acts, a strategy which has cultural survival as its end, since those who do not do their gender correctly are punished by society. Evidence of this is seen in the worry discussed previously in section 10.2 with regard to the United Nations Decade for Women, that the presence of lesbian/bisexual women and now trans women would undermine the credibility or coherency of the feminist. Case Study 10.2 The Revolutionary Association of the Women of Afghanistan. The Revolutionary Association of the Women of Afghanistan, RAW, was founded in Kabul, Afghanistan in 1977. It was founded to promote women's rights and social justice, to increase women's participation in social, political, and economic activities, and to advocate for a secular democratic state. Its goals were women's emancipation, the separation of religion and politics, economic democracy, eradication of poverty, and networking with other national/international pro-democracy and pro-women's rights groups based on the principle of equality and non-interference in internal affairs. Brodsky, 2004, 169. Founded only a year before the Soviet invasion in Afghanistan, RAW expanded its activities to resist Soviet rule. RAW never aligned itself with any other resistance movements, many of which adhered to a more stringent interpretation of Islam than that practiced by RAW's members. RAW is anti-fundamentalist, but not anti-Islam. Mina, the charismatic founder of RAW, was murdered in 1987 because of her unrelenting criticism of both sides in the war, Soviet and fundamentalists. In response, RAW began to hold more public events and to reach out for international support from other women's and human rights organizations. One of RAW's members, all of whom used pseudonyms for safety, shared, "We knew there would be more assassinations and imprisonment if we kept silent. If we had a public face and we could make ourselves more known, we could scare the enemy." Brodsky, 2004, 98. During the Soviet rule and the resultant civil war that preceded the advent of Taliban rule, RAW members, women and male supporters, opened schools in Afghanistan and Pakistan, housing, educating, and employing men and women who fled from Afghanistan due to unremitting war. Under the Taliban, RAW members in Afghanistan went into hiding. Many members were killed or wounded and their families threatened and harmed by the Taliban. Notwithstanding this threat, under which it had always operated, RAW opened underground schools to educate women and girls and founded a magazine which members circulated clandestinely. Every activity RAW undertook meant its members risked immediate death if discovered, and their lives were actively circumscribed by daily and minute security concerns. According to RAW, the rule of the Soviets, the warlords, and the Taliban were marked by similarity in repression and brutality that varied primarily in degree and justification. RA roundly criticized the invasion by the United States not only for its premise but also because of its effects. Moreover, RA members noted that indigenous women's rights networks and organizations' expertise and knowledge were utterly ignored in the push to liberate them. RA itself was characterized as too radical and dogmatic in its critique of all forms of economic, political, and social repression, and in its advocacy for an Afghan democracy. Yet RA stated in October 2001, during the first months of U.S. military operations, that the continuation of U.S. attacks and the increase in the number of innocent civilian victims not only gives an excuse to the Taliban, but also will cause the empowerment of the fundamentalist forces in the region and even in the world. Afghan Women's Mission 2021. Considering the chaotic U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan in 2021 and the subsequent takeover by the Taliban, this analysis proved sadly prescient. Question 1. What forms of feminism can you identify in this short description of RA? Question 2. Why would RA be or not be an ally to the United States ground war in Afghanistan? Movement. Cynthia Weber, 2015, along with other queer theorists, draws from the insight about normative heterosexuality, or the heterosexual matrix, to continue to analyze how bodies are never merely described, but are constituted in the act of description, calling on international relations theories to recognize the punitive and productive circulation and regulation of homo/heterosexualities as fundamental to world politics. As well as subversively reworking gender, poststructural feminism illuminates the constitutive role of language in creating gendered knowledge and experiences. Laura Shepard, 2008, shows this in her analysis of the constitutive effects of the discourses formalized in UN Security Council Resolution 1325. While purporting an emancipatory intent, the resolution consistently reifies women and girls as passive victims of violence, even as it seeks to promote them as agents of change. In a slightly different vein, Cathy Moon, 1997, uses interviews, archival research, and discourse analysis to demonstrate how the sexual economy of sex workers figured in the U.S.-Korean security relationships of the mid-1970s. Charlotte Hooper, 2001, examines the masculinization of states and states' masculinization of men through a rereading of central economic texts and journals. Overall, what these scholars demonstrate is how gender is created through the workings of international politics and, in turn, how paying attention to this construction reveals relations of power that are otherwise overlooked. See Opposing Opinions 10.1 for discussion on whether feminism influences states' foreign policy decision-making. Opposing Opinions 10.1 Feminist foreign policy changes states' foreign policy decisions. 4. Feminist foreign policy places gender equality at the crux of foreign policy decisions. During her U.S. Senate confirmation hearings to become Secretary of State, Hillary Clinton vowed, "I want to pledge to you that as Secretary of State I view women's issues as central to our foreign policy, not as adjunct or auxiliary or in any way lesser than all of the other issues that we have to confront." Margot Wallström, former Deputy Prime Minister of Sweden, stated that the 3 Rs of feminist foreign policy are rights, resources, and representation. Feminist foreign policy makes a difference in how states act. In 2018, Sweden insisted that peace consultations to end Yemen's civil conflict include women delegates and, when president of the United Nations Security Council, mandated gender parity in all briefings. In 2010, the United States Quadrennial Diplomacy and Development Review a blueprint for the U.S. Department of State and the U.S. Agency for International Development integrated gender into its foreign policy goals and began tracking dollars spent on women-focused programming. The U.S. renewed these commitments in 2020. Against. Feminist foreign policy does not place gender equality at the crux of foreign policy decisions for its own sake, but merely to legitimate conventional policy goals. Margot Wallström explained that striving toward gender equality is not only a goal in itself, but also a precondition for achieving our wider foreign, development, and security policy objectives. Likewise, Hillary Clinton stated in an interview, "This is a big deal for American values and for American foreign policy and our interests, but it is also a big deal for our security." Feminist foreign policy makes no difference in how states act. Although she was a prime proponent of feminist foreign policy, as Secretary of State, Hillary Clinton never sanctioned other states for their treatment of women and girls. For example, Saudi Arabia remained a vital partner for the U.S. national security strategies in the Middle East. Similarly, although both former President Barack Obama and President Joe Biden share a commitment to a feminist foreign policy, the U.S. did little to ensure the security of Afghan women and girls or heed their concerns during the drawdown of U.S. troops in Afghanistan in 2014 and in 2021. Sweden's relatively weak stature internationally allows it to proclaim a feminist foreign policy without any real risks, and it has yet to engage in any complicated issues of multilateral foreign policy, such as the conflict in Ukraine, under a feminist foreign policy. 1. As Swedish scholar Ulf Gerald suggests, do military defense and feminism represent two branches of the same tree? That citizen security is guaranteed by having a strong military, and that the feminist agenda is guaranteed through diplomacy, aid, and other arsenals beyond defense, quoted in Rothschild 2014. 2. Are feminist foreign policy and the Hillary Doctrine iterations of an imperial feminism that serves the interests of only some sovereign states and obscures their true goals of military and economic dominance? 3. Does it matter if feminist foreign policy doesn't change state behavior? How else could it have significant effects on international politics? Visit the online resources to discover pointers to help you tackle these questions. 10.6 Conclusion. Feminist international relations theories have been present in the discipline of international relations in various forms since its inception, Tickner and True 2018. In its incarnations since the UN Decade for Women, feminist international relations theories have demonstrated the crucial importance of including women and theorizing gender when attempting to make sense of international politics. Feminist international relations theories draw from a long history of feminist theorizing and actions to make specific claims about the concepts of international relations such as security, the economy, war, and trade, as well as its methods of study. Feminist international relations theories employ a wide range of methodological approaches, but they share a focus on understanding gender as an analytical category, not simply a descriptive one. In addition, feminist international relations scholars straightforwardly examine how gender is a relationship of power, one that affects all individuals, institutions, and interactions in international politics. Bringing this to the fore of their research and methods, feminist international relations scholars demonstrate the difference that gender makes. Looking ahead, like all scholars of international politics, feminist international relations scholars must continue to do more to include and heed the voices of feminist IR theorists who are people of color, disabled, from indigenous backgrounds, and/or from the global south, as well as those whose first language may not be English or another Western European language. Weir Award Hannah 2018. 192. Key points. These four approaches to feminist international relations theory help explain the range of feminist theorizing, but do not sum it up completely. Each approach offers different insights into the operations of power in international and domestic politics. Each approach can be understood best in relation to the other. E.g. Postcolonial feminism as a critique of liberal feminism and in conversation with the others. Each approach has different historical origins and developments, and all continue to evolve. Questions. 1. Name two ways in which the United Nations Decade for Women changed international politics. 2. What methods do feminist international relations theories draw on to conduct their research? 3. How does the study of gender affect our understandings of the role of women? How does the study of gender affect our understandings of the role of women and men in politics? 4. How do theories of power differ among the four different categories of feminist international relations theories? 5. Which feminist international relations theory posits that gender is doing, and what does this mean? 6. The Revolutionary Association of the Women of Afghanistan, RAW, is best described as what type of feminist organization? Liberal, critical, postcolonial, or poststructural? 7. The Women's International League of Peace and Freedom, WILPF, is best described as what type of feminist organization? Liberal, critical, postcolonial, or poststructural? Why is postcolonial feminism concerned with the question of climate change? 9. Would a liberal feminist find a post-structural feminist critique of heterosexuality convincing? Why or why not? 10. In which ways are international feminist theories necessary for the study of international politics? Visit the online resources to test your understanding by trying the self-test questions. Further reading. Ackerley, B. A., Stern, M., and True, J. eds. 2006. Feminist Methodologies for International Relations. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. Introduces a wide variety of feminist methodologies and examples of their use. Agathangela, A. M., and Ling, L. H. M. 2009. Transforming World Politics. From Empire to Multiple Worlds. London, Routledge. a stimulating theoretical and empirical discussion of the impact of imperialism on world politics. Alali N. S. and Pratt N. C. 2010. What Kind of Liberation? Women and the Occupation of Iraq, Berkeley, California, University of California Press. An informed critique of the United States' claim to liberate the women of Iraq. Alexander, M. J. and Mohanty, C. T. 1997. Feminist Genealogies, Colonial Legacies, Democratic Futures, New York, Routledge. A feminist classic and a continuation of the discussion of colonialism and feminist practices and theories. Bambra, G. K. Buka, Y. Persaud, R. B. Rutazalbois, O. U. Thakur, V. Bell, D. Smith, K. Hastrup, T. and Adam, S. 2020. Why is mainstream international relations blind to racism and colonialism? Foreign Policy, July 3rd. https://foreignpolicy.com/2020/07/03/y- is mainstream international relations ir blind to racism colonialism. Chapter 11. 11.1 Introduction. Postcolonialism is one of the fastest growing areas of research in international. This chapter focuses on postcolonial and decolonial approaches to studying world politics, arguing that these are multilayered and diverse. These do not constitute a single theory of the international but rather a set of orientations to show how the world works and how we should think about it. The chapter begins by separating some different elements involved in theorizing the world and how postcolonial and decolonial approaches look at them. These include questions of epistemology, how we know things, ontology, what we know, and norms/ethics, what values are important to us. It goes on to examine the historical context in which postcolonial and decolonial approaches arose, showing that there was a dynamic relationship between political struggles for decolonization and the development of different intellectual arguments. It examines where postcolonial and decolonial approaches have emerged and where they depart from each other in terms of analysis and focus. Having traced these traditions through the 20th century, the chapter examines the key concepts used in postcolonial and decolonial thought across different disciplines before looking at their impact on the field of international relations IR. Within IR, postcolonial and decolonial approaches have examined the forms of hierarchy that characterize the world as well as the ways in which they are discussed. The chapter also explores the similarities and differences between these approaches and other theories in the field of IR. Finally, the chapter contemplates the ongoing popularity of postcolonial and decolonial approaches in the present day. 11.1 Introduction. Postcolonialism is one of the fastest growing areas of research in international relations. It begins with the insight that the modern world has been deeply shaped by experiences of empire and colonialism, particularly as conducted by European countries over the last 5 centuries. It says that our theories of international relations and accounts of world order need to deal with this issue directly, and also asks why the majority of them fail to do so. Postcolonial and decolonial approaches to the field are therefore seen as forms of critical theory because they challenge the very foundations of the field. However, these approaches also seek to develop their own alternative ways of theorizing the world. In postcolonial and decolonial approaches, special attention is paid to the history, ideas, and practice of decolonization around the world. Decolonization usually refers to the processes of formal colonial and imperial withdrawal from many countries in Asia, Africa, the Caribbean, and South America, especially in the 20th century. As a result of decolonization struggles and processes, the number of states recognized in the international system increased from around 70 in 1945 to more than 190 in 2018. These struggles involved the mobilization of huge numbers of people, the development of intellectual critiques of empire and colonialism, and often armed struggles against imperial rule where colonial powers attempted to maintain their control. In IR, postcolonial and decolonial approaches interrogate the claims of existing theoretical approaches such as liberalism and realism, see CHS 7 and 9, often arguing that these are flawed because they are built on faulty premises, such as the assumption of international anarchy or that sovereign states are all essentially alike. These theories obscure the role of empire and colonialism in producing patterns in international order. Postcolonial and decolonial approaches also note that virtually all other recent approaches to IR have left out questions of race and racism from their analysis, see CH 18. Finally, they argue that these theories are built on very narrow philosophical grounds which use a specific tradition of Western philosophy as a universal template for thinking through questions of being, society, and ethics. By bringing questions of empire, colonialism, and race back into the study of world politics, postcolonial and decolonial approaches present alternative accounts of many of the thematic issues in IR presented in this book, such as globalization, war, sovereignty, trade, international law, weapons control, gender, security, environmental crises, development, and labor. These alternative accounts trace the ways in which imperial hierarchies continue to orient identities, policies, and actions in these fields, examine the kinds of resistance that they encounter, and imagine alternative ways of thinking about these issues. 11.2 What are postcolonial and decolonial approaches? Like social constructivism, see ch 13, or feminism, see ch 10. Postcolonial and decolonial approaches in IR and other social sciences should be understood as a way of thinking about the world rather than a single theory of how the world works. These approaches draw their influences from a range of sources, including anti-colonial thought from around the world, as well as research in the fields of history, philosophy, education, literary theory, anthropology, and political economy. The variety of influences on the field also means that there are considerable differences among these approaches. However, they can be understood as being united by three levels of theoretical engagement: epistemological, ontological, and normative. Postcolonial and decolonial approaches share a concern with the ways we generate knowledge about the world, our epistemologies. Like many social theories, they reject the assumption that knowledge is ever objective or neutral. They argue that the way that many people know and represent the world depends on hierarchies established by colonial attitudes and the perspectives of the colonially or racially privileged. Consider, for example, the language used to describe people living in countries that are not their countries of birth. For Westerners living in formerly colonized countries, Westerners often use the term expats. Consider, for example, the language used to describe people living in countries that are not their countries of birth. For Westerners living in formerly colonized countries, Westerners often use the term expats. But for people from formerly colonized countries moving into the West, they use the term immigrants. The use of these and similar terms means that the orientation towards and treatment of particular groups is very different depending on their position in the hierarchy. Some postcolonial and decolonial approaches identify these epistemological habits as deeply rooted in the racialized and supremacist assumptions of influential Western philosophers such as Kant and Hegel, who saw white Europe as the pinnacle of humanity and non-white peoples as backward or uncivilized, see box 7.2. By contrast, postcolonial and decolonial approaches have emphasized the importance of seeing and knowing the world from the perspectives and worldviews, that is, the epistemologies, of those who were disempowered or dispossessed by imperial and racial hierarchies. However, there are some differences between postcolonial and decolonial approaches. Postcolonial approaches have emphasized the importance of subaltern perspectives, see section 11.4, as a site for thinking through relations of power. These can include criticisms rendered back in the language of the colonial power, for example, the use of Christianity to criticize slavery in the Americas. In decolonial approaches, more emphasis is put on retrieving indigenous epistemologies and cosmologies with which to think about relations among humans and often non-humans. Postcolonial and decolonial approaches also take issue with the ontological assumptions of conventional social science and IR, that is, what it is that is being studied, who is being studied, and more generally what the world consists of. Since 1945, IR has understood itself as being concerned with sovereign states, focusing mostly on Western great powers and the relations between them. It has sought to devise theories that explain these relations, specifically where they result either in forms of conflict or cooperation. Postcolonial and decolonial approaches, however, note that the histories they use and the cases they pay attention to miss out the experiences of most of the world's peoples and polities, which are located outside the West. They also miss out the experiences of empire and colonialism in the shaping of Western international histories themselves. For postcolonial and decolonial approaches, this means that conventional IR cannot fully explain or understand world politics. Decolonial approaches engage the idea of modernity/coloniality, see section 11.4, as a way of talking about how the modern world is fundamentally structured by colonial hierarchy. This ontological shift causes a re-examination of knowledge in IR. For example, the conflict known as the First World War, 1914-18, is a very important reference point in the conventional story of IR. It is understood to be the point at which the long peace of the 19th century broke down, the point at which the balance of power was being tested, a point at which states became averse to violence, and the point at which they established the principle of national self-determination. It is sometimes called the graveyard of empires, referring to the breakup of the Ottoman and Austro-Hungarian empires. However, the conventional story treats the key players, Britain, France, Germany, and the United States, as themselves nation-states rather than empires. Yet the protection or assertion of imperial territorial claims was a major source of competition between them, meaning that fighting also took place across Africa, Asia, and the Pacific, and heavily involved troops from those areas fighting for imperial powers. The principle of national self-determination espoused by U.S. President Woodrow Wilson was only really intended for application in Eastern Europe, leading to the violent repression of anti-colonial protests in India and Ireland by Britain immediately following the war. The breakup of the Ottoman Empire also directly facilitated British and French colonial control of the Middle East and the establishment of new territorial borders to regulate their spheres of influence. For postcolonial and decolonial approaches, then colonialism and imperialism are crucial ontological foundations for understanding world politics. Moreover, it becomes impossible to disentangle the West from the non-West in terms of thinking about world history because of imperial and colonial experience. See Case Study 11.1. These considerations are also connected to the normative or ethical foundations for world politics. Postcolonial and decolonial approaches have tended to understand the attitudes, practices, and structures supporting Western supremacy in the world as unequal, racist, and dehumanizing. This is because they tend to elevate Western states and peoples as being fundamentally more important, historically significant, and worthy of attention than non-Westerners. They often lead to the consequences of producing attitudes of superiority, entitlement, and indifference towards the non-West. They also produce what many see as hypocritical attitudes towards the non-West. For example, in the field of economics, it is understood that the ways in which the West became wealthier are now effectively banned by international agreements and treaties. Some of these are seen to be morally appropriate, such as agreements against the use of enslaved. Case Study 11.1 Imperial Wars after Decolonization? Rethinking Vietnam. Postcolonial approaches to international relations often highlight the continuities between ideas and practices during and after colonial rule. One of the areas in which they highlight continuities is in the practice of imperial wars waged by Western powers in smaller states in the global South even after independence. During the height of European imperialism, it was common for imperial and colonial powers to use military force to achieve dominance or control of territories and people around the world, such as in the wars against indigenous peoples in North America, the Opium Wars in China, and the scramble for Africa. See Case Study 3.2. Imperial wars had several key characteristics. They were expansionist because they sought to extend the power and influence of imperial states into new spaces or maintain recent gains. They were often asymmetric in terms of the more destructive military technologies usually available to the imperial powers, such as naval bombardment, machine guns, and air power. They were often population-centric, targeting not just control of land but aiming for the domination, terror, and disciplining of the people within it. Finally, while these wars often used troops and commanders from Europe, they were also often fought by locally hired proxies or imperial forces brought from elsewhere and depended on friendly local partners who would maintain imperial interests. Until recently, conventional approaches to IR did not usually count these wars as part of the record of interstate wars, which are recorded in databases such as the Correlates of War Project, because many of the political formations involved were not recognized as states, with the exception of China, for example. Imperial wars in this sense are explicitly excluded from the picture by influential scholars such as Kenneth Waltz, 1979. More recent wars in Vietnam and Afghanistan were seen by conventional scholars as part of U.S. national security strategies during the Cold War and the War on Terror, respectively. However, by looking at the historical record of intervention in these spaces and reflecting on the kinds of practices that this warfare involves, postcolonial approaches highlight their characteristically imperial nature. The Vietnamese liberation movement, for example, had declared independence in 1945 at the end of the Second World War, but continued to fight, first against French colonialism with American and British backing, until 1954, at which point Vietnam was temporarily partitioned, and then against the U.S. and the U.S.-installed South Vietnamese government from 1955 until 1975, when American forces finally withdrew and Vietnam was reunified. The war killed over 2 million people, including a high number of civilians. In terms of its expansionist, asymmetric, population-centric, and even proxy-based character, many have understood this as an imperial war based on the attempted maintenance of Western influence and interests in the region. Historians have also traced the sharing and circulation of military counterinsurgency strategies developed by colonial French strategists in Algeria and Indochina, which drew on techniques used against Native Americans in earlier periods. into British practices in Malaya and Kenya, and forward to the American-led War on Terror in Afghanistan, Iraq, and elsewhere, Khalili 2012. They note that in each of these cases, liberal values, civilization, and security were invoked as justifications for imperial violence. Question 1. What are the key features of imperial wars? Question 2. Are imperial wars a legitimate response to a perceived national security threat? Air Force helicopters in the Vietnam War, LOU collection / a Lamy stock photo. Labor and colonial territorial expansion. However, it is argued that the West also became rich through the assertion of control over markets and state financial and legal support for particular sectors which poorer countries are not permitted to do under contemporary development regimes. This has been called kicking away the ladder by economist Ha-Joon Chang 2002 because it deprives poorer countries of the same opportunities for economic growth. Moreover, the West continues to enforce unfair trade and taxation rules that benefit their own economies at the expense of poorer producers and governments. CCH 28. Given the role of Western imperialism in shaping the economic structures that govern the world economy today, many argue that there are strong moral obligations on the West to make reparations for the effects these have had, particularly towards the descendants of formerly enslaved people. Watch the video on the online resources to see the author discussing what are postcolonial and decolonial approaches? 11.3 Where did postcolonial and decolonial ideas come from? Postcolonial and decolonial ideas are inspired by the history and practice of decolonization. They share many common historical reference points, but the differences between them are also shaped by different geographic and philosophical locations. Whereas postcolonial approaches have been commonly associated with thinkers of Asian and African descent, decolonial approaches have been principally cultivated by Latin American thinkers. We will consider the common historical roots of the two approaches before looking at the differences between them. An important foundation is a shared understanding of the history of Western empires. Many Western countries controlled and dominated other parts of the world, beginning with the Spanish conquest and occupation of the Americas in the 16th century, continuing through the Dutch occupations around the Indian Ocean, and reaching a high point in the British and French empires of the 19th and 20th centuries, which claimed territorial sovereignty over large sections of Asia and Africa. See Figure 11.1. At its height, the British Empire is said to have controlled over a quarter of the world's land area. Empires engaged in many different forms of control and transformation, usually based on their ability to militarily subdue or co-opt the rulers of the area. However, sometimes colonial control also involved forms of extensive land dispossession and key points. Postcolonial and decolonial approaches are a way of thinking about the world rather than a rigid theory. The approaches include insights about how we think about and know the world, epistemology, what we study, ontology, and our ethical or normative responsibilities. Postcolonial and decolonial approaches seek to understand things from the perspectives of the colonized/formerly colonized and to challenge the ways that such people are often represented in mainstream approaches. They seek to think about world politics by keeping imperialism and colonialism in view as a structure of power which influences and shapes many other forms of power in the world, such as sovereignty. They challenge the West in terms of its moral responsibility for inequalities in the world today, arguing that the West is often hypocritical and dehumanizing because it fails to recognize the bases for its own wealth and power, which are rooted in domination over and exploitation of people and resources around the world. Figure 11.1 Map of Empires in 1914 Andrew 0921/Wikimedia Commons. Distributed under the terms of the Creative Commons Attribution 3.0 Unported. CC by 3.0 https://creativecommons.org/licenses/by/3.0/d.n. Genocidal violence against the indigenous peoples, as in the Americas and Australasia. While there have been other powerful empires in world history, such as in Japan, China, Russia, Iran, and Turkey, their influence has often been curtailed and overwritten by Western influence in recent centuries. Whatever kind of imperial or colonial control was exercised by European powers, however, there were a number of common patterns to these practices. See Box 11.1. Politically, they forced a formal recognition of imperial rule in the area, for instance through declaring loyalty to a European monarch. Economically, they often forced indigenous or imported enslaved peoples to work and produce mostly for imperial markets, for little or no reward. They also extracted raw materials and established trade monopolies on key imports and exports. Culturally, they promoted and imposed their own languages, laws, and often religions. Socially, they often invented, appropriated, or reinforced racial hierarchies, tribal divisions, and gender norms among people in order to divide and manage them. Resistance to this system of control could be found in multiple places, right from the beginning of imperial practices, but then was particularly facilitated by the improved transport and communication infrastructures of the late 19th and 20th centuries. See Box 11.2. From the earliest times, many ordinary people subjected to enslavement and/or colonial rule simply ran away, either by temporarily evading the imperial officials or through establishing communities beyond their reach, with their own cultures and economies. These low-profile zones of independence and autonomy became important in facilitating wider forms of resistance. Others rejected their unequal treatment through asserting themselves politically and militarily, ultimately demanding independence from colonial powers. A key episode here was the Haitian Revolution starting in 1791, in which the currently and formerly enslaved ousted French masters and troops, declaring themselves free and slavery abolished, ch. 18. In Haiti, as in the Indian independence movement over the 19th and 20th centuries, there was simultaneously an appropriation of Western ideals, such as the rights of man, national self-determination, and democracy, alongside the retention/cultivation of alternative religious, cultural, and political standpoints, such as those rooted in voodoo or Hindu asceticism, in the search for independence and freedom. Transnational forms of identification were also cultivated and celebrated as part of the resistance to the West, including Pan-Africanism and Pan-Arabism. Their legacies are now present in the African Union and the Arab League. Violent military and political struggles for independence continued well after the Second World War, particularly in French and British colonies such as Indochina, Malaya, Kenya, and Algeria. See Case Study 11.1. These struggles produced Box 11.1 M. Césaire's Discourse on Colonialism. Between colonizer and colonized there is room only for forced labor, intimidation, pressure, the police, taxation, theft, rape, compulsory crops, contempt, mistrust, arrogance, self-complacency, swinishness, brainless elites, degraded masses. No human contact, but relations of domination and submission which turn the colonizing man into a classroom monitor, an army sergeant, a prison guard, a slave driver, and the indigenous man into an instrument of production. My turn to state an equation. Colonization equals thingification. I hear the storm. They talk to me about progress, about achievements, diseases cured, improved standards of living. I am talking about societies drained of their essence, cultures trampled underfoot, institutions undermined, lands confiscated, religions smashed, magnificent artistic creations destroyed, extraordinary possibilities wiped out. They throw facts at my head, statistics, mileages of roads, canals, and railroad tracks. I am talking about thousands of men sacrificed to the Congo Ocean. I am talking about those who, as I write this, are digging the harbor sick of Abidjan by hand. I am talking about millions of men torn from their gods, their land, their habits, their life, from the dance, from wisdom. I am talking about millions of men in whom fear has been cunningly instilled, who have been taught to have an inferiority complex, to tremble, kneel, despair, and behave like flunkies. They dazzle me with the tonnage of cotton or cocoa that has been exported, the acreage that has been planted with olive trees or grapevines. I am talking about natural economies that have been disrupted, harmonious and viable economies adapted to the indigenous population, about food crops destroyed, malnutrition permanently introduced, agricultural development oriented solely toward the benefit of the metropolitan countries, about the looting of products, the looting of raw materials. They pride themselves on abuses eliminated. I too talk about abuses, but what I say is that on the old ones very real they have superimposed others very detestable. They talk to me about local tyrants brought to reason, but I note that in general the old tyrants get on very well with. They talk to me about local tyrants brought to reason, but I note that in general the old tyrants get on very well with the new ones, and that there has been established between them, to the detriment of the people, a circuit of mutual services and complicity. They talk to me about civilization. I talk about proletarianization and mystification. Césaire, 2000, 1955, 42-4. Famous intellectuals and leaders such as Frantz Fanon, 1925 to 1961, and Ho Chi Minh, 1890 to 1969. Anti-colonial movements also contributed to and were influenced by Marxist critiques of imperialism and capitalism, which were associated with left-wing movements around the world. Although Marx and Engels themselves considered India backward and did not accord the 1857 rebellion much historical importance, non-white thinkers on the left such as W.E.B. Du Bois C. L. R. James and M. N. Roy saw the development of global capitalism as fundamentally dependent on colonial structures. Such views were shared by some European leftists such as Rosa Luxemburg, and the climate of anti-imperial and anti-capitalist thought was also cultivated among Chinese thinkers such as Liang Qichao. Many intellectuals who became prominent in the anti-colonial movements of the 20th century also studied, trained, and traveled outside their own countries, often in the metropole and sometimes extensively, sharing ideas with other anti-imperial and anti-colonial movements. Not only were critiques of colonial capitalism shared, but also strategies of worker organization and strikes, mass non-cooperation, and monopoly breaking became part of the core repertoire of anti-colonial and anti-imperial resistance. During and after formal political independence, a common Third World identity took shape in different international forums, such as the Bandung Conference of 1955 and the Havana Tricontinental Conference of 1966. In these spaces, Asian, African, and Latin American leaders came together to discuss their mutual concerns, which included ongoing forms of racial discrimination and imperial control in the world economy. The United Nations, UN, also became a space for global South collaboration, despite its initial design as a vehicle for continuing imperial control. Mazur, 2009. For example, the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development UNCTAD was established in 1964 and led by Raúl Prebisch, an Argentinian economist who had contributed to the development of dependency theory, which explained why formerly colonized countries remained relatively poor and in many cases got poorer. In addition, universities in formerly colonized countries often became an important space where anti-colonial and post-colonial thought flourished. The University of Dar es Salaam in Tanzania was associated with the ongoing fight for Southern African liberation, resistance to apartheid in South Africa, and post-colonial struggles in the Caribbean. In India, the University of Delhi was home to a number of leftist historians who developed a form of post-colonial historiography known as subaltern studies, and in the United States a number of exiled and diasporic intellectuals continued to write about imperial rule, culture, and governance. Simultaneously, in Latin America, a range of interconnected intellectual projects associated with liberation were growing, including liberation theology, radical pedagogies, and the recovery of indigenous philosophies. These were historically contextualized by the ongoing problems of global dependency, as well as the emergence of authoritarian governments in Latin America and the repression of different groups. Key intellectual figures of this time included Enrique Dussel and Rodolfo Kusch, who drew historical critique and philosophical dialogue with European thinkers together with indigenous and popular forms of political resistance. In Western scholarship, the field which became known as postcolonial studies evolved in the 1980s and 1990s, in dialogue with debates within history, philosophy, and literature. Famous thinkers in these circles included Ranjit Guha, Edward Said, Homi Bhabha, and Gayatri Spivak. In the years that followed, writers from Latin America such as Aníbal Quijano and Maria Lugans developed decolonial thinking, which functioned as a sympathetic critique both of dependency theory and of the cultural emphasis in postcolonial studies. Box 11.2 Selected instances of anti-colonial revolt. 11.4 What are the main ideas underpinning postcolonial and decolonial thought? In line with the idea that postcolonial and decolonial approaches are a way of thinking about the world rather than a rigid theory, they are guided by a number of key concepts and ideas. In this section, we will examine some of the most influential ideas in the tradition and the thinkers they have been associated with. Although not necessarily originating in the field of IR, they clearly have insights into the functioning of world politics. We will see in section 11.5 how they have been used in more recent IR scholarship. 1.4.1 Colonialism as a system of total violence. Frantz Fanon argued that, as a system, colonialism represents a totalizing form of violence. This is because it operates not only at physical, economic, and political levels, putting colonizers and settlers above natives in the colony, but also involves their psychological, social, and cultural destruction through forms of racism and linguistic/cultural imperialism. Fanon, a trained psychiatrist, wrote about the alienating and dehumanizing character of racism in French colonial metropolitan culture in Black Skin, White Masks, Fanon 2008, 1954, as well as the nature of the struggle against colonialism based on experiences in Algeria in The Wretched of the Earth, Fanon 2001, 1965. In Fanon's view, there was no possibility of political reconciliation or accommodation with colonialism since it was founded on this fundamental negation of the humanity and rights of the colonized. This situation meant that the colonized needed to completely overturn colonialism, ultimately through forms of violent resistance which could form the basis for a more equal, fraternal footing in the future. 1.4.2 Neocolonialism as an economic and political structure. The term neocolonialism was coined by Kwame Nkrumah, an anti-colonial activist and the first leader of independent Ghana, in the early 1960s. He published Neocolonialism, the last stage of imperialism, in 1965. According to Nkrumah, 1965, the essence of neocolonialism is that the state which is subject to it is, in theory, independent and has all the outward trappings of international sovereignty. In reality, its economic system and thus its political policy is directed from outside. Nkrumah was specifically referring to situations, often former French colonies, where, despite independence, foreign military troops had stayed in the country, where foreign investors or corporations owned land, industries, and mining concessions, and where policies on a range of domestic and international affairs were being directed by external forces, typically the former colonial power, but also often superpower interference. Neocolonialism was seen as a key driver of violence and economic impoverishment in newly independent countries. Key points. Postcolonial and decolonial approaches are inspired by the history and practice of decolonization struggles, which entailed intellectual, political, and military strategies against colonial empires. A colonial and imperial rule had a number of common political, economic, cultural, and social features, most of which were functionally related to the control of territories and people, despite differences in historical context. Resistance to imperialism and colonialism took place at many historical moments, but picked up organizational and political momentum in the early 20th century due to improved infrastructures and mobility, as well as the growth of anti-colonial ideas. The anti-colonial intellectuals had many transnational influences and connections which shaped their ideas, political strategies, and material capabilities for resistance. Many were linked to communist organizations in the USSR and China. A third world identity and way of thinking continued after formal political independence, consolidated at conferences such as the Bandung Conference in Indonesia and the Tricontinental Conference in Havana. The post-colonial and decolonial approaches are strongly influenced by this history of transnational anti-colonial activity. 1.4.3 Orientalism and otherness as modes of representation. The word Orientalists at one time referred to scholars. The word Orientalists at one time referred to scholars who studied Eastern cultures, religions, and languages in Western universities. In Edward Said's famous work, Orientalism, Said 2003, 1978. However, he argued that Orientalism was also a way of imagining and representing the world in ways that justified and supported imperialism. This meant depicting Europeans as rational, strong, enlightened, and liberal, in contrast to non-Europeans who were shown as barbaric, effeminate, weak, dangerous, and irrational others. He showed these romanticizing attitudes and forms of representation to be widespread in English literature of the 19th and early 20th centuries. Valentine Mudimbi, 1988, has made a related argument about the imagination of Africa through relations of otherness in Western thinking. For both scholars, the ways in which we represent the non-Western other is a significant factor in justifying imperial control and paternalistic practices towards them. 1.4.4 Eurocentrism as an intellectual habit/practice. Eurocentrism can be understood as the widespread tendency to treat Europe as the primary subject of and reference point for world history, civilization, and/or humanity. The use of the term was popularized by a number of critical thinkers associated with dependency theory, such as Samir Amin and Emmanuel Wallerstein, although it is also associated with postcolonial historians such as Dipesh Chakraborty. Eurocentric thinking, for example in economics or history, might involve the assumption that all societies will or should evolve along the lines of European ones, or a comparison of other societies' failures in relation to a European universal standard. It also generally entails the ignoring of histories, cultures, and knowledges originating from outside Europe in the discussion of world affairs. In many cases, this is because such knowledges and cultures are represented as stagnant or non-dynamic. 1.4.5 Subaltern as the social position of the colonized. The term subaltern is often connected with the thought of Sardinian Marxist thinker Antonio Gramsci, 1891 to 1937. Gramsci reflected on how power was exercised not just through violence but also through culture and ideology in society. He described the forms of ideological and cultural domination exercised by the ruling classes as hegemony, and those groups excluded from these forms of representation as subaltern. In researching the colonial histories of India's peasantry, the Subaltern Studies Collective established by Ranjit Guha used this framework to analyze the political, economic, and cultural exclusion of peasants from imperial hegemonic structures of law, rights, languages, and property. However, due to the fact that such groups were subaltern, they were not well represented in the historical record, posing methodological challenges which needed to be overcome. Gayatri Spivak's 1988 cautious critique of attempting to write such histories drew attention to the intersecting roles of colonialism and patriarchy in rendering Indian peasant women doubly colonized/subaltern. 1.4.6 Modernity/coloniality as overarching historical/philosophical structure. Modernity/coloniality is a term developed among Latin American thinkers, principally Enrique Dussel, Aníbal Quijano, Walter Mignolo, and Maria Lugones. It is a central idea in decolonial theory. Contrary to the conventional view of modernity as progressive, equalizing, and democratic, it says that the philosophical and political project of modernity is foundationally premised on coloniality, that is, a racialized, hierarchical binary that empowers people and ideas seen as modern over those seen as non-modern. Such a hierarchical structure is seen to animate modern global processes such as capitalism, science, state building, and development, and has been expanding since the Spanish conquest of the Americas in 1492. As argued by Lugones, 2007, it has also shaped a particular form of colonial patriarchy and remade gender relations along colonial lines. This dark side of modernity is rooted deeply in the conceptions of man and knowledge that underpin European philosophy. This structure of modernity/coloniality monopolizes and universalizes its own ways of thinking, erasing and exploiting others through forms of modern power. 1.4.7 Border thinking as a way to think decolonially. The term border thinking was coined by Chicana thinker Gloria Anzaldúa, 2012, 1987, and is associated with Walter Mignolo. It can be understood as thinking from the underside of modernity. It means to think with the perspectives of people who are marginalized, undervalued, or excluded by the ideals of modernity, for example, indigenous peoples, non-white migrants, and women. This kind of thinking is subversive because it rejects the authority of European reason and introduces the possibility of alternatives to colonial modernity. Ramon Grossfogel offers the Zapatista philosophy as an example of border thinking. The Zapatista movement has combined indigenous Mexican ideas about land and spirituality with leftist critiques of capitalism and the state in their project to create and defend an alternative way of life in Chiapas, Mexico. The concept of border thinking resonates strongly with longer-established historical practices of resistance to colonial ideas and systems of rule. 1.4.8 Decolonization as practices to overturn colonialism and coloniality. The term decolonization has been experiencing something of a renaissance in recent years. In the mid-20th century, during the widespread struggles against colonialism, decolonization usually referred to processes of gaining political independence in the framework of national self-determination. However, it was also used by intellectuals such as Fanon Ngugi wa Thiong'o and Ashis Nandi to refer to the psychological and intellectual struggle against colonialism through the retrieval of indigenous agency, language, and spirituality, that is, to decolonize the mind. More recently, decolonization has been used to refer to a range of critical projects across many social, cultural, and scientific fields that seek to interrogate and overturn the legacies of colonialism, such as decolonizing the curriculum. See Opposing Opinions 11.1. This usage of decolonization has attracted some criticism from indigenous scholars in settler colonial societies. See Box 11.3, such as Eve Tuck and K. Wayne Yang, 2012, who argue that its principal meaning in terms of regaining territorial sovereignty is being diluted and therefore its political potential is being neutralized or co-opted. Opposing Opinions 11.1 Universities can be decolonized. For universities have changed in line with the times, with lots more women, working-class students, and students of color. This means that some of the barriers of colonial prejudice keeping various students out of the classroom are being broken down. Different types of students can expand the horizons of knowledge that universities provide, meaning that they can become less tied to the imperial attitudes of the West. Thanks to globalization, there are more resources available in terms of knowledge, resources, and perspectives available in different subjects. One of the factors limiting the kinds of knowledge taught by universities has been access to sources of knowledge from different groups, in different languages, and made in different media. Due to the revolution in communication, knowledge production has become more global and more democratic. Decolonizing the university must mean drawing on these wider perspectives and sources of information to understand different issues. Education has historically functioned as a tool of liberation. Many activists involved in decolonization struggles and other struggles for rights have found that universities across the world are spaces to develop their ideas, create social networks, and produce writing of their own. The university is therefore not a static institution, but rather becomes whatever its students and staff make of it. Against, universities tend to promote elite knowledges and worldviews. Precisely because the West has dominated the world, its universities have promoted forms of knowledge and worldviews that reinforce this domination. Many universities in the global South have sought to emulate, rather than to challenge, this organization of knowledge. The domination of the English language and expensive publishing formats limits access. As long as English is the dominant language for academic research, there will be inequalities in terms of access to knowledge. The globalization of academic publishing has not meant an end to imperial hierarchies either. Corporate publishers located in the West dominate the market and set the agenda for universities around the world. They control access to the most prestigious knowledge in order to extract income from it. Most people across the world regard university education as a means to help them participate in a capitalist, Western-dominated world economy. For most people, surviving in the world they encounter is a more important priority than trying to change it. This means that it is more likely that the university education they seek will be about training them to fit in with established fields of knowledge or ways of doing things rather than radically changing them. 2. Is the predominance of the English language a barrier to decolonization? 3. Are more people interested in trying to survive in the world than in trying to change it? Visit the online resources to discover pointers to help you tackle these questions. 11.5 Postcolonial and Decolonial Approaches to Studying World Politics. Questions of empire, race, and colonialism were pressing issues in the early 20th century, when international relations was being established as a scholarly field. As Robert Vitalis, 2000, has shown in political science, there was a distinct subfield of study known as colonial administration. The famous international relations journal Foreign Affairs began life as the Journal of Race Development in 1900, unusually including contributions from African-American scholars such as W.E.B. Du Bois. Du Bois' contributions have been overlooked until recently in IR, but he was prominent in his time. In 1902, Du Bois argued that the global color line was the major problem of the 20th century. In his analysis, developed over the following years, he argued that one of the main causes for war between European states was competition for control of colonies and imperial possessions, and that this itself was driven by racial discrimination and a sense of white superiority. For Du Bois, 1917, the invention of whiteness, as a sense of identity, was linked to the emergence of capitalism and democracy in Europe. This had produced a mass of people who wanted to consume different goods, and to feel a sense of political pride. Imperialism was a solution to both problems for them. Du Bois' work, and that of others around him such as the Howard School, Vitalis 2015, however, was not retained as part of the canon of IR. For various reasons, not least the chilling political climate associated with the Cold War in the West, anti-colonial and post-colonial thinking did not receive much attention on its own terms in the field of IR until the 1990s. At most, people were familiar with dependency theory and conventional accounts of decolonization such as that of Hedley Bull, 1984. However, following work in the 1990s by Roxanne Doty, 1993, Sankaran Krishna, 1993, Seba. Key points. The post-colonial and decolonial approaches have developed their own conceptual apparatus for understanding the world through terms such as neocolonialism, Orientalism, Eurocentrism, modernity/coloniality, and others. These terms have specific meanings when used by writers in this context, but are sometimes used in a more general way. The post-colonial and decolonial approaches emerge in slightly different geographical and historical locations, with post-colonial approaches mostly associated with thinkers from regions formerly colonized by Britain or France such as Asia and Africa, and decolonial approaches associated with thinkers from regions formerly colonized by Spain or Portugal such as Central and South America. There are some different emphases between post-colonial and decolonial approaches in terms of vocabulary and thinking, such as the emphasis in decolonial thought on the cosmologies of indigenous peoples. Decolonization is a contested term with multiple meanings, but it is a term increasingly applied to activity in different spheres such as art, education, and culture that seeks to dislodge the centrality of Western epistemologies and viewpoints. Box 11.3 Settler colonialism. Settler colonialism refers to forms of colonialism which involve eliminating native society and establishing other populations and their laws as sovereign in a territory. This type of colonialism has been most recently associated with European settlement in North and South America, North Africa, Southern Africa, Australia, New Zealand, and Palestine. In these instances, European empires acquired land through a combination of force and agreements, many of which are contested/forgotten, and set about establishing control of entire territories or continents. They often did so by claiming that the land was unoccupied, terra nullius, and by encouraging mass immigration from Europe. Natives were initially displaced from strategic rivers, coasts, and farming land, and often contained in poorly resourced reservations. Many died either from direct, sometimes genocidal violence, or from famine and disease incurred by displacement, such as in the U.S. Native rulers, languages, and laws were ignored or discouraged, and in many territories, such as Canada and Australia, Native children were forcibly removed from their families and sent to settler families or boarding schools in order to make them assimilate to settler culture. Patrick Wolfe, 2006, has famously argued that settler colonialism is a structure rather than an event. Many indigenous groups continue to press for their rights, either as granted to them in particular treaties, such as the Waitangi Treaty in Aotearoa/New Zealand, or for sovereignty that was never officially ceded, such as in Canada and Australia. Some of these dynamics are also key features of the ongoing conflict between Israel and the Palestinians. Grovogi, 1996, and Philip Darby and A.J. Paolini, 1994, postcolonial and decolonial approaches began to flourish in the field from the 2000s onwards. 1.5.1 International Relations Theory. One major line of attack was on conventional international relations theory. Scholars such as Krishna, 2001, argued that IR theory abstracted too much from reality when it treated states as independent units and only wrote about the Western states. This enabled IR scholarship to depict the 19th century as a 100 years peace in the international system, for example, completely ignoring the dynamics of empire. It also allowed a view of international law that saw it as part of the civilizing influence of the West, Grovogi, 1996. By contrast, viewed from the perspective of colonized peoples, the 19th century was anything but peaceful, involving the violent, sometimes genocidal, suppression of resistance to imperial control. Instruments such as international law and trade were not developed because the West was naturally civilizing, but because it was attempting to assert sovereign rule over non-European spaces on sea and land. From this perspective, international relations theory was part of the problem of imperial violence, allowing Western intellectuals to sanitize and limit their understanding of international order through selective forgetting, especially the forgetting of commitments made by colonizing powers. See Case Study 11.2. Case Study 11.2 Indigenous peoples between the domestic and the international. Our common impression of the modern nation-state in international relations is of a territorially bounded, fully sovereign entity containing a group of people, i.e. a nation, who are citizens of the state, governed by a single set of laws. Western states are often seen to express these norms or expectations most fully. However, many Western states, including Canada, the United States, Australia, and New Zealand, are settler states, meaning that they were built on territories expropriated from indigenous peoples. See Box 11.3. Although the process of colonization violently and negatively impacted the presence of indigenous peoples, they were not fully eliminated, and continue to exist and self-organize within and between settler states. Lightfoot, 2021. For example, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, known to settlers as the Iroquois, is a political federation of 5 nations: the Mohawk, Oneida, Onondaga, Cayuga, and Seneca, whose members are located across the borders of the settler states of Canada and the United States. For example, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, known to settlers as the Iroquois, is a political federation of 5 nations: the Mohawk, Oneida, Onondaga, Cayuga, and Seneca, whose members are located across the borders of the settler states of Canada and the United States, and which dates back to 1142 in some records. Extremely powerful, particularly during the 17th and 18th centuries, it is widely understood that the structures of shared decision-making and democracy in the Confederacy influenced the drafters of the settler U.S. Constitution. However, as colonization expanded, the power and land of the Haudenosaunee was challenged both militarily and politically. Nonetheless, various treaties were signed by the settler governments with both the Confederacy and member nations which recognized their sovereignty and their land rights in perpetuity, as well as their rights to pass through territories separated by the settler border. But despite these treaties, the acquisition of indigenous land has continued, albeit in a highly contested way, over the centuries. Indigenous peoples affirm in many areas that territories are unceded, i.e., that their settlement was never legally agreed. In 2007, after several decades of negotiation, The UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, UNDRIP, was adopted by the General Assembly. Although the US, Canada, New Zealand, and Australia initially opposed the resolution, they later came to adopt it and in principle incorporate it into law. The declaration affirms the right of collective self-determination for Indigenous people, their land rights, their cultural rights, their rights to custodianship of their children, and so on. Alongside historic treaty rights, Indigenous law, and international human rights norms, the declaration now forms part of the international and national legal infrastructure, which is supposed to ensure the rights of Indigenous peoples. Canada has recently attempted a reconciliation process between settlers and Indigenous peoples to recognize the violence and dispossession that has attended their relationship over time, such as the forcible enrollment of Indigenous children in violent residential schools over more than a century and the disappearance and abuse of Indigenous women and girls. However, the Canadian government continues to support fossil fuel and mining companies in their use of Indigenous land and water supplies, even though Indigenous peoples have highlighted its illegality and severe health and environmental consequences. Question 1. Should relations between settler colonial states and Indigenous peoples be understood as a form of international relations? Question 2. How do Indigenous practices of sovereignty-making change how we understand sovereignty? Anti-pipeline protesters hang protest signs on a blocked train in solidarity with the Wet'suwet'en Nation Puffins pictures / Alami stock photo. Other scholars further developed the idea that Eurocentric or colonial thinking was a constitutive part of Western IR theory, and even forms of critical theory, Gruffy-Jones 2006, Hobson 2012, Sabaratnam 2013. They argued that many theories created a mythologized image of the West, either positive or negative, which was then the only focus of attention in developing the theory. This persistent tendency to look inwards, to have a stereotyped understanding of the West, and to ignore the rest of the world, except as areas where the West might project power, meant that IR had a limited understanding of the world. These tendencies sustain a white-racialized positioning in IR theory, Sabaratnam 2020. Many postcolonial and decolonial scholars in IR have suggested alternatives. These include taking an approach to historical development which incorporates non-Western political, economic, and military formations, Bambra 2007, Zarakal 2010, Phillips and Sharman 2015, studying the thought, perspectives, and practices of people and scholars outside the West, Schilliam 2010, 2015, Tickner and Blaney 2012, 2013, Persaud and Sage 2018, Imagining Different Geographical Starting Points for Analysis, Ling 2002, 2013, Laffey and Welds 2008, Acharya 2014b, Nyang 2018, and Widening Our Understanding of Where Politics Takes Place, Agathangela and Ling 2009. These different mechanisms can help widen perspectives and historical understandings. The similarities and differences between post-colonial and decolonial approaches compared to other approaches in IR are given in Table 11.1. 11.5.2 Alternative Takes on Mainstream Issues. A second aspect of research has been to study specific traditional issues in world politics through post-colonial and decolonial approaches. A significant early work in this vein was Roxanne Doty's book Imperial Encounters, 1996, on U.S. foreign policy. Most conventional views of U.S. foreign policy in IR at the time were either realist or liberal, with some looking at bureaucratic elements in foreign policy making. Doty, however, demonstrated using a form of discourse analysis that aspects of U.S. foreign policy as well as that of Britain were enabled by imperial racialized representations of the Philippines and Kenya. These representations were a critical factor in enabling specific foreign policy options to be pursued. In a related vein, Mark Laffey and Uta Welds, 2008, examined the Cuban Missile Crisis from the perspectives of its Cuban participants rather than those of the U.S. and Soviet strategists. Seen in this light, the Missile Crisis. Table 11.1 Similarities and Differences between Postcolonial and Decolonial IR compared to other IR theories is not a surprising example of nuclear brinksmanship, but rather its causes are seen in the series of attempts made by the U.S. in the 1950s and 1960s to destabilize the Cuban government. The utility of postcolonial and decolonial approaches to world politics became more pronounced in light of the terrorist attacks in the U.S. on September 11, 2001 and the global war on terror that ensued. Following these attacks, conservative and liberal U.S. intellectuals actively encouraged the U.S. to see itself as a benevolent kind of empire and to embrace the assertion of its power in different spaces. Leftist intellectuals, however, attacked the U.S. for its imperialist policy towards the Middle East, which they considered illegitimate, criticizing the 2003 invasion of Iraq in particular. Postcolonial and decolonial scholars were, however, able to contextualize U.S. policy in a longer historical structure of imperial and colonial power in Iraq and Afghanistan. Gregory 2004, Khalili 2012. Manchanda 2017, demonstrating the significance of those relations to the kinds of decisions made about the region, including the techniques of counterinsurgency. See Case Study 11.1. 11.5.3 Retrieving the formerly colonized as subjects of IR. A third area of research paid attention to the histories, ideas, and practices of formerly colonized peoples around the world. This aimed both to deal with the problem of their neglect in the discipline as well as to demonstrate the alternative possibilities for politics that could be understood within them. A significant body of decolonial work in this area has been produced by Robbie Shilliam 2006, 2011, 2015, CCH 18, who examines the political thought and practice of the descendants of enslaved Africans around the world. This examination reveals alternative forms of sovereignty, rights, solidarity, and justice which are attentive to histories of colonial violence and the possibilities of rethinking the human. The work serves as a counterpoint to liberal narratives that see ideas for emancipation, rights, and solidarity as fundamentally Western in their origins and orientations. Other work in the field has emphasized the ways in which post-colonial/colonized subjects present alternative ways of thinking about international issues. This is similar to border thinking. See section 1.1.4.7. For example, Rahul Rao 2010 has looked at third world cosmopolitanisms as a series of creative responses to the twin problems of nationalism and imperialism. For Rao, these thinkers demonstrate that it is possible to address conundrums in international ethics usually posed as an opposition between the domestic and the international. See also Gruffy-Jones 2010, Jabri 2012. More widely, postcolonial and decolonial scholars have thought about how starting with the perspectives and worldviews of the colonized can build alternative forms of theory and structural analysis about world politics. Blaney and Tickner 2017, Sabaratnam 2017. 11.6 Decolonization, the struggle continues? It is an interesting historical fact that the rise of post-colonial and decolonial approaches has continued and perhaps even grown several decades after many countries successfully claimed political independence from European empires. This has coincided with the fall of many leaders associated with decolonization struggles, either through death or a political fall from their image as liberator, such as Robert Mugabe in Zimbabwe. It has also coincided with the growth of many countries in the global south to positions of relative wealth and key points. Colonialism and empire were central to the early discipline of IR, particularly among African American thinkers such as Du Bois and the Howard School, but were later ignored by the central traditions in the field. The Cold War environment meant that criticisms of the West were often suppressed because of a real or imagined relationship with communism, which had a chilling effect on the development of international relations as a field of study. Postcolonial and decolonial scholarship in international relations has been growing steadily since the 1990s alongside other critical traditions, with an increasing presence of scholars with heritage in the global south. Postcolonial and decolonial scholarship has challenged mainstream IR theory in terms of its fundamental categories and assumptions, developed alternative readings of particular issue areas such as war and security, and paid attention to the political thought of formerly colonized people as a basis for analyzing global order. As such, it offers many alternative perspectives from which to view central problems in the field. Power, such as China, India, Brazil, and South Africa. In fact, some of these countries are themselves accused of acting in an imperial manner towards others. What do post-colonial and decolonial approaches have to offer in an era of relatively decreasing Western power? One set of contributions reflects the continued persistence of imperial relations in different aspects of world order. These are readily apparent when examining such diverse issues as the composition and practice of the UN Security Council, the debates about nuclear disarmament, negotiations about the environment, trade, and international law, the militarization of the Middle East, the conditions of aid and development, the debates around Brexit, the resurgence of extreme right-wing views, the conduct of war, and the regimes around migration. For post-colonial and decolonial approaches, in each case the field is structured through the assumptions of Western superiority and rationality developed during the colonial period and through forms of collaboration among formerly imperial powers. Moreover, the conceptual tools developed by post-colonial and decolonial approaches may also be critically applied to the behavior of non-Western governments. For example, farmers' movements and green movements in Brazil have criticized the alliance between their own governments, foreign governments, multinational corporations, and Western-dominated international organizations for the state of environmental policy and food policy. For these groups, all members of these alliances are complicit in a form of neocolonial management of land across the world. Relatedly, an explosion in anti-racist movements and activities across the world has also generated more interest in the global and historical dimensions of empire and colonialism. Movements such as #RoadsMustFall/ #FeesMustFall on South African university campuses and #Black Lives Matter in the United States have inspired many students across the globe to take issue with the colonial foundations of their education and other forms of racial injustice on campus. The ongoing drowning of thousands of Middle Eastern and African migrants in the Mediterranean at the borders of the European Union has also drawn attention to the double standards at work in the global human rights regime when it comes to the difference between white and non-white lives. 11.7 Conclusion. Postcolonial and decolonial approaches consider the study of world politics at many different levels. At the level of theory and IR, they draw attention to the categories that are used, the way that knowledge is constructed, and the histories that are remembered and forgotten. For these approaches, international relations has been too ready to ignore its imperial origins, the questions of racism and colonialism in the constitution of international order, and the ongoing inequalities that have been produced. Postcolonial and decolonial research has, however, sought to retrieve these and bring about a more globally comprehensive perspective on the foundations of world order. Historically speaking, postcolonial and decolonial approaches have emerged in a close relationship with the political struggles for decolonization from European rule in the 19th and 20th centuries. Many do not believe that a politically neutral approach to international relations can exist per se, although there can be better and worse understandings of what is going on in the world. Postcolonial and decolonial approaches are generally sympathetic to ethical interests in promoting a more equal world order, or at least one in which colonialism and racism become less powerful. Key points. Postcolonial and decolonial approaches have remained popular despite the achievement of political independence, the fall in popularity and stature of anti-colonial leaders, and the rise of non-Western powers such as China, India, and Brazil. Postcolonial and decolonial approaches seek to explain many features of the contemporary world order through a consideration of relations of imperialism and colonialism, which they see as persisting in global institutions, international trade, identities in the West, arms control, and other issues. Increasingly, decolonization struggles have turned against non-Western governments for their continuation of, or complicity with, forms of colonial development, such as in the struggles over land in Brazil and education in South Africa. There are ongoing political struggles which link their objectives to the overturning of imperial and colonial hierarchies, particularly where these relate to the unequal and violent treatment of people who are racialized as non-white in both international and domestic contexts. The key intellectual challenge ahead for post-colonial and decolonial approaches will be to see how the heralded geopolitical shifts in power between West and East affect the behavior of states and other international actors. Will new powers in the East remember their struggles for decolonization and make a new set of rules for running the world? Or will they conform to existing imperial patterns of power and domination? Either way, post-colonial and decolonial approaches will have much to offer the understanding of world politics for some time to come. Questions. 1. Where did post-colonial ideas begin? 2. What are the main differences between post-colonial and decolonial approaches? 3. Is there a difference between the ideas that influence political activists involved in decolonization struggles and the academic approaches to decolonization? 4. Is it fair to say that international relations is a colonial discipline? 5. Is it possible to decolonize international relations? 6. Who are the main driving forces behind decolonizing the field? 7. Does neocolonialism present the same ethical problems as formal colonialism? 8. Can we separate the effects of capitalism from the effects of colonialism? 9. Decolonization is not a metaphor. Tuck and Young 2012. Discuss with reference to education. 10. With which other theories in IR are post-colonial and decolonial approaches most compatible? Visit the online resources to test your understanding by trying the self-test questions. Further reading. Barkawi, T. and Laffey, M. 2006, The Postcolonial Moment in Security Studies, Review of International Studies, 32, 329-52. A Critical Examination of Eurocentric Tendencies in Mainstream Studies of Security. Doty, R. L. 1996, Imperial Encounters, The Politics of Representation in North-South Relations, Minneapolis, Minnesota, University of Minnesota Press. An analysis of foreign policy discourses in the US and UK which explores questions of racialization and imperialism. Dubois, W. E. B. 1915, The African Roots of War, The Atlantic, 115, 707-14. An early critique of the failure to account for the colonial origins of inter-imperial competition in the First World War. Fanon, F. 2001, 1965, The Wretched of the Earth, trans. Constance Farrington, London, Penguin. A rousing analytical polemic working through the challenges of decolonization, the problem of violence, and the future to come. Gruffy Jones, B. 2006, Decolonizing International Relations, Lanham, Maryland, Rowman and Littlefield. A collection of work from scholars in international relations examining diverse colonial dynamics in the field and proposing analytic alternatives. Krishna, S. 2001, Race, Amnesia and the Education of International Relations, Alternatives, Global, Local, Political, 26, 401-24. An engaged critique of dominant narratives in international relations which brings colonial violence into view. Lugans, M. 2007, Heterosexualism and the Colonial/Modern Gender System, Hypatia, 22, 186-219. A prominent statement of the relationship between coloniality as a structure and its remaking of gender relations. A prominent statement of the relationship between coloniality as a structure and its remaking of gender relations in South America. Mignolo, W. D. 2011, The Darker Side of Western Modernity, Global Futures, Decolonial Options, Durham, North Carolina, Duke University Press. A historical philosophical critique of modernity as always constituted by coloniality. Sabaratnam, M. 2017, Decolonizing Intervention, International State Building in Mozambique, Lanham, Maryland, Rowman and Littlefield. A critique of Eurocentric debates in critical international relations and a reconstruction of analysis using decolonizing methods. Sabaratnam, M. 2020, Is IR Theory White? Racialized Subject Positioning in Three Canonical Texts, Millennium, Journal of International Studies, 49, 1-3-31. An examination of foundational international relations through the lens of critical race theory. Visit the online resources to access the latest updates in the field of international relations. Reader's Guide. This chapter focuses on poststructuralism, one of the international relations perspectives furthest away from the realist and liberal mainstream. Poststructuralists in international relations IR draw on a larger body of philosophical texts known as poststructuralism. They argue that the state stands at the center of world politics and that we should understand the state as a particular form of political community. This challenges mainstream IR's conception of the state as a rational actor driven by a self-help imperative and relative or absolute gains. Poststructuralism argues that this conception is ahistorical and that it marginalizes non- and trans-state actors, stateless people, and those persecuted by their own states. The central status that the state now has is not inevitable but rather the result of political and academic practices that reproduce the status. Poststructuralists hold that foreign policies always imply a particular representation of our and others' identities. These identities have no fixed meaning but are constituted in language. Using the concept of discourse, poststructuralists argue that material things only come to have meaning as they are represented by particular words and images. Poststructuralists also argue that world politics is practiced not only by governments and international organizations but through popular culture including film, video games, and television shows. Visit the online resources to access an interactive timeline of how the discipline of international relations has evolved. Framing questions. Does language matter for international relations? Do all states have the same identity? Is the state the most important actor in world politics today? Chapter 12. Poststructuralism. Lena Hansen. 12.1 Introduction. Like Constructivism, poststructuralism became part of international relations IR in the 1980s CCH 13. And similar to constructivists, poststructuralists in IR were influenced by social and philosophical theory which had played a major role in the humanities since the 1970s. Politically, the Second Cold War's domination of the early and mid-1980s impacted poststructuralists, who feared that the two blocs would destroy each other in a nuclear holocaust, CCH4. Poststructuralists held that the key to the Cold War lay in the enemy constructions that both East and West promoted. The Cold War is now long gone, but poststructuralism is still very much focused on high politics, themes high on the foreign policy agenda such as war, security, and the military, and it maintains a concern with states' constructions of threats and enemies. Poststructuralists bring a critical perspective to the study of world politics in two important respects. They are critical of the way that most states conduct their foreign policies and how most IR theories tell us to study what states do. Poststructuralists disagree with realism, ch. 9, that we should see the state as a self-help actor or as a unit that stays the same through history. Rather, the state is a particular way of understanding political community, that is, who we can trust and who we feel we have something in common with, ch. 31. Likewise, if the international system is anarchic, it is because states and other actors reproduce this system, not because it is a given, once and for all. Poststructuralism wants us to take seriously what existing policies and theories exclude and marginalize, and it tells us to think critically about how we construct the world. To poststructuralists, there is no objective yardstick that we can use to define threats, dangers, enemies, or underdevelopment. We need to investigate how constructions of the world and the people and places in it make particular policies seem natural and therefore legitimate. 12.2 Studying the Social World. Because poststructuralism adopts a critical attitude to world politics, it raises questions about ontology, what is in the world, and epistemology, how we can know what is in the world. For students of world politics, the most important ontological questions concern the state. Is the state the only actor that really matters, or are non-state actors as or more important? Does the state that we know today act in essentially the same terms as states in the past, or are the historical changes so important that we need specific theories for other times and places? Are states able to change their views of others from hostility and fear to collaboration? As you have learned from previous chapters, there has never been a consensus in IR on how to answer these ontological questions. Realists hold that the self-help state is the essential unit in international relations and that its drive for power or security makes it impossible to move beyond the risk of war, ch. 9. Liberalists, ch. 7, disagree, arguing that states can build a more cooperative and peaceful international system. Both realism and liberalism agree, though, that the state is the main building block. Although ontological assumptions are absolutely central for how we think about the world, scholars and students often go about studying world politics without giving ontology much thought. That is because it comes into view only when theories with different ontological assumptions clash. As long as one works within the same paradigm, there is no need to discuss one's basic assumptions, and energy can be devoted to more specific questions. For example, instead of discussing what it requires to be a state, one tests whether democratic states are more or less likely to form alliances than non-democratic ones. One of the strengths of poststructuralism has been to call attention to how much the ontological assumptions we make about the state actually matter for how we view the world and for the more specific explanations of world politics that we formulate. Poststructuralism also brings epistemology, questions of knowledge, to the fore. As with ontology, the importance of epistemology is clearest when theories clash over which understanding should be adopted. Mainstream approaches adopt a positivist epistemology. They strive to find the causal relations that rule world politics, working with dependent and independent variables. In the case of democratic peace theory, for example, this implies a research agenda where the impact of state type, democratic/non-democratic, on foreign policy behavior, going to war or not, can be tested systematically. CCHS 7 and 15. Poststructuralists, by contrast, embrace a post-positivist epistemology. They argue that the social world is so far removed from the hard sciences where causal epistemologies originate that we cannot understand world politics through cause-effect relationships. Compared to constructivists, who adopt the concept of causality as structural pressure, poststructuralists hold that causality conceptualized as such is inappropriate, not because there are no such things as structures, but because these structures are constituted through human action. Structures cannot therefore be independent variables, see box 12.1. Constitutive theories are still theories, not just descriptions or stories about the world, because they define theoretical concepts, explain how they hang together, and instruct us on how to use them in analysis of world politics. Thus, it is not easier or less rigorous to develop non-causal, constitutive theories, it is just different. The distinction between causal and non-causal theories is also captured by the distinction between explanatory theories and constitutive theories. As you read through the literature on world politics, you will encounter other labels that point to much the same things, with causal, constitutive, explanatory, constitutive, and foundationalist, anti-foundationalist being the most common ones. Foundationalists hold that we can say whether something is true or not if we examine the facts. Anti-foundationalists, by contrast, hold that what counts as facts and truth differ from theory to theory and that we cannot therefore find the truth. Different IR theories take different views on whether we can and should agree on one set of facts, and thus on whether we should adopt a foundationalist position. Explanatory, positivist theories are usually foundationalist, and constitutive, non-positivist theories are usually anti-foundationalist. Because poststructuralism argues in favor of a constitutive, post-positivist, anti-foundationalist position, it is seen as one of the most alternative approaches in IR. Epistemology is also important at a more concrete level of analysis, because one's epistemology leads one to select different kinds of facts, and to treat them differently. To take the example of ethnic war, realist and liberal analyses look for the factors that explain why ethnic wars occur. Here, the relevant facts are the number of ethnic wars, where and when they took place, and facts we hypothesize might explain them. For instance, forms of government or economic capabilities. Poststructuralism, by contrast, asks what calling something an ethnic war implies for our understanding of the war and the policies that could be used to stop it. Here, the facts come from texts that document different actors' use of war labels. 12.3 Poststructuralism as a political philosophy. As mentioned in the introduction, IR poststructuralists bring philosophical ideas and concepts to the study of world politics. Some of the leading poststructuralist philosophers were French, and many of their ideas about identity, power, and conflict developed in the context of the decolonization of the French Empire, especially the wars of Algerian independence. Poststructuralist concepts can be quite complex and hard to explain, but let us begin with 4 of them that have been particularly influential: discourse, deconstruction, genealogy, and intertextuality. 2.3.1 Discourse. Poststructuralism holds that language is essential to how we make sense of the world. Language is social because we cannot make our thoughts understandable to others without a set of shared codes. This is captured by the concept of discourse, which the prominent French philosopher Michel Foucault defined as a linguistic system that orders statements and concepts. Foucault introduced his concept of discourse in the Box 12.1 Causal and Constitutive Theories, the example of piracy. Causal and constitutive theories produce different research questions, and thus create different research agendas. Taking the example of contemporary piracy, a causal theory might ask, what explains variation in the level of piracy in different states in the global south? Is the cause economic deprivation, military capabilities, or failed political structures? A constitutive theory asks instead, which activities are being included when governments define piracy? And do such definitions constitute military measures as legitimate policy responses? Key points. Poststructuralists raise questions about ontology and epistemology. Poststructuralism is critical of statism and of taking the anarchical system as fixed and timeless. Poststructuralism adopts a constitutive epistemology. What count as facts depends on the ontological and epistemological assumptions a theory makes. Late 1960s, in part as a critique of Marxist theories that privileged economic structures. This, to poststructuralist theorists like Foucault, overlooked the way in which humans use language to make sense of the social world in ways that are not determined by the economy. Politically, language is significant because politicians, and other actors relevant to world politics must legitimate their foreign policies to audiences at home and abroad. The words we use to describe something are not neutral, and the choice of one term over another has political implications. To take an example, if what happens in a place is described as a genocide, there is a strong moral pressure on the international community to do something, but not if what happens is described as tribal warfare. As this example demonstrates, poststructuralism understands language not as a neutral transmitter, but as producing meaning. Things do not have an objective meaning independently of how we constitute them in. Discourse, a genetic discourse, and a religious discourse. Each discourse provides different views of the body, what can be done to prevent disease, and thus what policies of disease prevention should be adopted. Poststructuralists stress that discourses are not the same as ideas, and that materiality or the real world is not abandoned. See Box 12.2. To take materiality seriously means, for example, that advances in health technologies can change the way that discourses construct those afflicted by heart attacks or other diseases such as cancer or HIV/AIDS. Video and photography can also be understood as a way of communicating the materiality of what is taking place at a given point in time. See Case Study 12.1. Box 12.2 Ernesto Laclau and Chantal Mouffe on the materiality of discourse. The fact that every object is constituted as an object of discourse has nothing to do with whether there is a world external. 2.3.2 Deconstruction. To see language as a set of codes means that words or signs make sense only in relation to other words. We cannot know what horse means unless that word is connected to other words: animal, furry, hoofed, and fast. Moreover, we know what something is only by comparing it to something it is not. A horse is not human, feathered, legless, or slow. To see language as connected signs underscores the structural side of poststructuralism. See box 12.3. What differentiates poststructuralism from structuralism, or more precisely structural linguistics, is that poststructuralism sees sign structures as unstable because connections among words are never given once and for all. To take the horse, it might be an animal, but in many situations it is seen as more human than real animals such as pigs or worms. Its animalness is itself unstable and given through other signs at a given time and place. This might at first seem quite far removed from world politics, but it tells us that the ways we describe events, places, peoples, and states are neither neutral nor given by the things themselves. For example, in 2002, when President George W. Bush spoke about an axis of evil threatening the Western world, this implied a radical difference between the US and the countries. Iraq, Iran, and North Korea claimed to make up this axis. The French philosopher Jacques Derrida's theory of deconstruction posits that language is made up of dichotomies, for instance between the developed and the underdeveloped, the modern and the pre-modern, the civilized and the barbaric. These dichotomies are not neutral, because in each case one term is superior to the other. There is a clear hierarchy between the Western discourses which normally constitute their armies as being powerful and in control. From a post-structuralist theoretical perspective, images can play central roles in supporting and questioning foreign policy discourses. Later on the same day, President Biden gave a long speech on the situation in Afghanistan, Biden 2021A. He described the scenes as gut-wrenching, particularly for those Americans who had spent time on the ground working to support the Afghan people. Biden echoed a general discourse in Western media which constituted the images as showing how truly desperate Afghans were to get out of Afghanistan and how much they feared the incoming Taliban regime. Some asked whether the US and other countries should be leaving Afghanistan, handing over the country to a regime which had terrorized the population 20 years earlier. This was not the discourse that Biden adopted. He was adamant that leaving Afghanistan was the right decision. As the President of the United States, Biden held that his goal was to pursue the only vital national interest of America, that is, preventing a terrorist attack on American homeland. Looking back on past policies, Biden argued that the U.S. should not have attempted to conduct nation-building in Afghanistan. What was happening in Afghanistan right at that moment was a product of Afghan political leaders fleeing and Afghan military forces not willing to fight for themselves even though America had provided them with every tool they could need. American troops should not, in short, fight endlessly in another country's civil war. Protecting the rights of Afghan women and children played a central role when the West intervened in 2001, Shepard 2006. Because of the traditional constitution of women and children as subjects worthy of protection, they figured strongly in discussions in August 2021 of how the international community should respond to the return of the Taliban regime, see section 17.5. What was noteworthy in Biden's speech was that he made a brief reference to his continued support for the Afghan people and the basic rights of women and girls, but only a vague gesture to diplomacy, our international influence, and our humanitarian aid as ways to protect such rights. Question 1. What theories of world politics is Biden articulating in his speech? Question 2. What is the relationship between the following subjects in Biden's speech? Afghan political leaders, Afghan forces, the Afghan people, and Afghan women and children. Is it possible to identify an unstable relationship between some of these subjects? Box 12.3, Postmodernism and Poststructuralism. Poststructuralism does not mean anti-structuralism, but a philosophical position that developed out of structuralism. A position which in many ways shares more with structuralism than with its opponents. Waiver 2002, 23. Postmodernism refers to a historical period, usually after the Second World War, and also to a direction. Postmodernism refers to a historical period, usually after the Second World War, and also to a direction in art, literature, and architecture. It is used to describe new empirical phenomena such as postmodern war, see ch 14. In contrast, poststructuralism refers to a body of thought that is not confined to a specific historical period. Poststructuralism and postmodernism are often conflated by non-poststructuralists in international relations. D. Campbell 2007, 211-12. Developed, modern, civilized on the one hand and the underdeveloped, pre-modern, barbaric on the other. Deconstruction shows how such dichotomies make something look like an objective description, for instance how developed a country is although it is in fact a structured set of values. Poststructuralists disagree on whether one might describe deconstruction as a methodology, see box 12.4, but agree that a central goal is to problematize dichotomies, show how they work, and thereby open up alternative ways to understand world politics. 12.3.3 Genealogy. Genealogy is another of Foucault's concepts, defined as a history of the present. Foucault drew on earlier writings on genealogy by the late 19th century German philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche. Nietzsche and Foucault held that a key element of the European tradition is to speak of history as having clear beginnings and endings. This, however, makes a far too homogeneous story out of what are in fact gradual, contested, and often forgotten histories. A main aim of genealogy in the tradition of Nietzsche is to draw attention to the politics that are involved in making history look a particular way. Genealogy starts from something contemporary, say climate change, see ch 24, and asks two questions: what political practices have formed the present and which alternative understandings and discourses have been marginalized and often forgotten. A genealogy of climate change might start by asking who are allowed to speak and make decisions at events such as the United Nations climate change conferences. Then it asks what constructions of the climate and global responsibility are dominant and how these constructions relate to past discourses. By looking into the past, we see alternative ways to conceptualize humans' relationship with the climate and gain an understanding of the discursive and material structures that underpin the present. 12.3.3.1 The concept of power. The concepts of genealogy and discourse point us towards Foucault's conception of power. Power, to Foucault, is productive. It comes about when discourses constitute particular subject positions as the natural ones. Actors therefore do not exist outside discourse, they are produced through discourse and need to be recognized by others. We can see such actor recognition processes unfold when oppositional movements challenge existing governments, as occurred during the Arab Spring, making the question of who represents the people become crucial. It is also an instance of power when states and institutions establish themselves as having the knowledge to govern a particular issue. Knowledge is not opposed to power, as in the classical phrase speaking truth to power, but is integral to power itself. As a concrete example, take the way Western scholars have gained knowledge about non-Western peoples by describing them as inferior, backward, underdeveloped, and sometimes threatening. This takes for granted that a foreign identity exists and that it can be studied, see ch 11. More broadly, to speak from a position of knowledge is to exercise authority over a given issue. Poststructuralists in IR have also picked up one of Foucault's more specific conceptualizations of power, that of biopower. Biopower works at two levels. At the individual level, we are told to discipline and control our bodies, and at the collective level we find that governments and other institutions seek to manage whole populations. Epstein 2007. A good example of biopolitics is that of population control, where states have promoted such body disciplining practices as abstinence from sex before marriage and use of contraceptives in an attempt to reduce the number of births or prevent particular groups of women from getting. Box 12.4 Views on Poststructuralist Methodology. Poststructuralists differ in their assessment of whether a poststructuralist methodology is possible and desirable. Lena Hansen holds that many of the methodological questions that poststructuralist discourse analysis confronts are those that face all academic work. What should be the focus of analysis? How should a research design be built around it? And how is a body of material and data selected that facilitates a qualitatively and quantitatively reliable answer? Poststructuralism's focus on discourses as articulated in written and spoken text calls in addition for particular attention to the methodology of reading. How are identities identified within foreign policy texts, and how should the relationship between opposing discourses be studied, and the methodology of textual selection, which forms and types of text should be chosen and how many should be included? L. Hansen 2006, 2. Others, including Rita Floyd, are more skeptical, holding that Derrida would have been fundamentally opposed to even the possibility. Floyd 2007, 216. Pregnant. Practices targeted at the individual are built around the idea that there is a population that can be studied and steered in a particular direction. It is clear that poststructuralism's concept of power goes beyond that of realism, which defines power as material capabilities, see ch 9. Compared to Constructivism, which also considers knowledge and identities, ch 13, Poststructuralism looks more critically at how actors get to be constituted as actors in the first place. One of the key issues in the discussions over poststructuralism as an approach to international relations is whether it provides a good account of the way that materiality and power impact world politics. See Opposing Opinions 12.1. 12.3.4 Intertextuality. The theory on intertextuality was developed by the semiotic theorist Julia Kristeva. It argues that we can understand the social world as comprised of texts. This is because texts form an intertext, that is, they are connected to texts that came before them. In some situations this is self-evident. Take, for example, declarations made by international institutions such as the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, the European Union (EU), and the United Nations, which quote previous declarations and perhaps statements by member countries. But intertextual relations are also made in more abstract ways. For example, to say that the Balkans is filled with ancient hatred is to draw on a body of texts that constitutes the Balkans as pre-modern and barbaric. Intertextuality might also involve images or interpretations of events that are not exclusively written or spoken. For instance, when presidents meet in front of television cameras expressing their commitment to solve international crises, we look not just at what is said but at what having such a meeting signifies. The presidential press conference is, in other words, an important sign within. Opposing Opinions 12.1 Poststructuralism provides a good account of the role that materiality and power play in world politics. 4. Material objects get their meaning through discourse. Taking the hard case of nuclear weapons, it clearly matters which country has them. Some countries are considered safe owners, others are not. For example, it is impossible to understand policies that seek to prevent Iran from gaining nuclear weapons without an analysis of how Iran is represented in discourse. Discourse is a form of power. Representations of states, institutions, and other actors in world politics are not neutral descriptions that describe the world as it really is. For instance, to constitute migrants drowning as they seek to cross the Mediterranean Sea as a tragedy provides a different representation than to constitute such deaths as a product of Fortress Europe. Foreign policies are justified through historical discourse. Foreign policy discourse is saturated with references to history, for example to "we" as the legitimate inhabitants of a given territory. Such historical claims are also practices of power and often deeply politicized. For example, the Russian government has pointed to the history of Crimea as supporting its return to Russia in 2014. Against. Material objects exist and matter independently of discourse. Poststructuralists overly emphasize representations in language. This causes them to overlook the importance of non-linguistic factors. For example, there is a real threat that rising sea levels will eradicate small island states such as Tuvalu independently of whether the threat is talked about or not. Discourses may overlook structures of power. Poststructuralism misses differences in material power that are not put into language. For instance, gender-based violence is often not articulated by those subjected to such violence. Not all of history is constructed. Although history might be contested from time to time, we should not dispense with the idea that objective historical facts exist. For example, it is a fact that around 8,000 men and boys were killed by Bosnian Serbian forces at Srebrenica in July 1995. 1. Do you agree with critics that poststructuralism cannot be used to understand? 1. Do you agree with critics that poststructuralism cannot be used to understand the materiality of issues such as nuclear weapons and climate change? 2. What forms of power are most significant in your view? What are the strengths and weaknesses of poststructuralism when analyzing those forms of power? 3. What role do historical facts and representations of historical facts play in the relationship between Russia and Ukraine, for example? What can you add to the debates over poststructuralism based on this case? Visit the online resources to discover pointers to help you tackle these questions. The larger text that defines diplomacy. Intertextuality also implies that certain things are taken for granted because previous texts have made the point so many times that there is no need to state it again. If you read through NATO documents from the Cold War, you will find that they might not necessarily mention the Soviet Union all that much. That is because everyone at the time knew that NATO's main purpose was to deter the Soviet Union from attacking members of NATO. Working with intertextuality, we should therefore ask ourselves what a given text does not mention, either because it is taken for granted or because it is too dangerous to say. At the same time that intertextuality points to the way in which texts always quote past texts, it also holds that individual texts are unique. No text is a complete reproduction of an earlier one. Even when one text incorporates another by quoting it in full, the new context modifies the older text. This is of significance to the study of world politics because it underscores the fact that meaning changes when texts are quoted by other texts. Take the Muhammad cartoons that were printed by the Danish newspaper Jyllands-Posten in September 2005. They have now been reproduced by many other newspapers and on the internet, and many different interpretations have been offered. If you look at the cartoons today, you cannot therefore read them in the same way as when they were first published. 12.3.4.1 Popular culture. The argument that we should understand world politics through the lens of intertextuality has prompted poststructuralists to look at forms of text that are not normally discussed by IR theories. James Derderian has studied the intertext of popular spy novels, journalism, and academic analysis. Derderian 1992. Others, including Michael J. Shapiro 1988, 1997, and Cynthia Weber 2006, analyze television shows, film, and photography. Poststructuralists hold that there are several reasons why we should pay attention to popular culture. For one, states take popular culture seriously even if it is just fiction. In 2014, the American comedy The Interview, which features an assassination plot against North Korean leader Kim Jong-un, became the subject of North Korean government protest and hacking against Sony Pictures, the company that produced the movie. Another reason why we should take popular culture seriously, and why states do too, is that film, television, music, and video are watched and listened to by millions of people across the world. As the world has become increasingly globalized, popular culture can spread quickly from one place to another, and new media technologies such as smartphones, Facebook, and Twitter have fundamentally changed who can produce the texts of world politics. Think, for example, of the photos showing inmates being abused by American guards working at the Iraqi prison Abu Ghraib, which caused a global uproar in 2004, and the videos of beheadings that circulate on the internet today. Finally, popular culture provides us with complex, critical, and thought-provoking visions of world politics. For example, films made about the Vietnam War such as The Deer Hunter and First Blood, the first of the Rambo movies, helped generate debate over the war itself and the traumas faced by returning soldiers. Another example is the widely acclaimed graphic novel Persepolis by Marjane Satrapi, which shows what it was like growing up in Iran during and after the revolution in 1979. 12.4 Deconstructing state sovereignty. Poststructuralists use the four key concepts: discourse, deconstruction, genealogy, and intertextuality to answer the big questions of IR. What is the status of the state? Is the international system doomed to recurring conflicts and power politics as realism holds? Or is it possible to move towards more cooperative arrangements as liberalism